Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments.
Dave displayed his arrogance, causing even the Emperor to feel suffocated, resulting in an abrupt silence. "Please, young Master Dave, restrain yourself," Wendy suddenly interjected, her gaze conveying anger. Her unexpected show of bravery shocked everyone, including the Emperor, who sensed the potential danger in her words. Dave smiled playfully at Wendy's intervention and complied with her request. He reined in his aura and addressed everyone, saying, "Well, I'm not here to cause trouble. We came to watch, but if they offend my woman again, I won't hesitate to confront them. Furthermore, the demonic sect will cease to exist, so there's no need for concern," Dave added, his words carrying a weight that left others astounded. Karina's lack of visible emotion only added to the conviction of his statement. Dave then extended greetings to the Emperor and others, his demeanor notably different from a while ago. He appeared respectful, yet everyone sensed an underlying, terrifying aura about him. He also exchanged greetings with Lilia, who wore a bitter smile, seeming reluctant to interact with him, as if she felt her clan's treasury had been in danger once more. Despite his smile, an air of danger surrounded him, making everyone uncomfortable. Observing Dave's non-confrontational approach, the Emperor and others decided to let the matter rest. They withheld any hostility toward Karina, seeing her behave like a proper lady, and refrained from causing any further issues with Dave. Even though Dave had declared that he didn't require his clan's support, uncertainty remained about whether the Alexander clan might intervene. Dave winked at Wendy and walked toward her seat, an action that didn't go unnoticed by the crowd, leaving them stunned. Wendy hadn't anticipated his approach and looked at him with a frown, questioning, "Why?" Dave smiled and replied, "Nothing much, I just missed you. I thought maybe we could hang out again. And I had a feeling you might be missing me too." As Dave's words spread, an uproar erupted among the onlookers. They couldn't believe that he was openly engaging with their royal princess, who, if not for her gender, might be the heir to the throne due to her exceptional talent. Her abilities far surpassed those of others, granting her the freedom to avoid being forced into marriage with members of other clans. Wendy hadn't anticipated that Dave would openly declare his feelings in front of everyone, leaving her both surprised and angry. The Emperor, however, saw potential in Dave as a suitable candidate for his daughter and didn't seem to mind the situation. Who would miss you? I don't even know you," Wendy retorted angrily, though she managed to restrain herself from launching a more direct attack. Dave smiled in response and teased, "You've broken through to True Saint, and now you're getting disobedient with your boyfriend. What?" The Emperor, along with everyone else on the platform, was taken aback by Dave's revelation. Those in the vicinity overheard their conversation, causing the news to quickly spread among the crowd. Their surprise was evident, and upon scanning Wendy, they realized her strength had become difficult to gauge. "Is it true?" Warren looked at his daughter, astonished. Wendy was seething with anger towards Dave, but she reluctantly nodded and explained, "I was just lucky." Dave knew that she had already surpassed True Saint, but he didn't intend to reveal it to others. The Crown Prince's expression darkened. He hadn't expected his sister to have already reached such a level of power. Dave then turned his attention to the Crown Prince and a nearby princess, asking casually, "Mind if we take these seats?" Dave's request was akin to a slap to the Crown Prince's face, leaving him furious. The princess, on the other hand, blushed due to Dave's charm and was perfectly fine with it. The Crown Prince began, but Dave's smile disappeared as he coolly challenged, "What about me?" An immediate wave of unease washed over the Crown Prince. However, a message from the Emperor prompted him to hold his tongue. "You may." The Crown Prince acquiesced, his face red from embarrassment. He held a respected position due to his strength and status, but Dave's power and standing clearly overshadowed his own. Even his father backed down in the face of Dave's influence. I thought that you wanted to force me." Dave smiled, taking Karina's hand as they took their seats together. "Hubby, you're bad, flirting while I'm right here," Karina playfully scolded, adopting an adorable expression. Dave held her hand, knowing she was just playing around. He had already mentioned his history with various women, including the royal clan's princess, to Karina, so her reaction wasn't one of surprise. For Wendy, witnessing their flirtatious interaction irritated her to no end. Her desire to punish Dave intensified, fueled by the sight of the two of them behaving so intimately near her. The commotion gradually subsided, and Dave's arrival left others feeling excited, as they hoped to catch his attention. The women were filled with admiration and eager to showcase their skills, hoping that Dave would take notice of them. The event had begun, and the 10,000 selected geniuses now occupied the stage. The first test was simple 8 test of willpower. Standing on the stage, the participants awaited the signal. A True Saint stepped forward, preparing to release his aura. The challenge was clear: those who remained standing after enduring the pressure for a minute would pass this stage. It was designed to weed out a significant number of contenders. "Get ready," an old man announced, his appearance signaling the imminent release of his aura. Boom. With the release of the True Saint's aura, numerous geniuses found themselves unable to withstand the intense pressure, collapsing to the ground. Eliminations were swift and relentless, with participants dropping out by the second. The process was brutal, but it ensured that only the strongest would progress. Although the top clan geniuses displayed considerable resilience, many still struggled to maintain their composure in the face of such a formidable aura. Venice, Jiang Chen, and some exceptional geniuses from top clans managed to maintain calm expressions despite the overwhelming aura. Even the second prince, participating in the event, displayed a composed demeanor. After a minute of enduring the pressure, only 1,000 geniuses remained on their feet. A staggering 90% of the initial participants had been eliminated in this first round. This outcome was considered favorable, especially when compared to a previous event where only 700 had made it past the first round. The second test evaluated the participants' comprehension and understanding. The remaining 1,000 students were gathered before a massive rock. Here, someone would demonstrate a technique, allowing the geniuses to comprehend its essence. Those who failed to grasp it within 3 hours would be eliminated. As the test proceeded, Dave and the Emperor engaged in a constant conversation that seemed to bring them closer. Dave came to realize that the Emperor was a good-hearted man who preferred a down-to-earth approach and disliked unnecessary formalities. In their discussions, Dave sensed the Emperor's curiosity about his relationship with Wendy. Dave openly admitted to being Wendy's boyfriend, a revelation that brought a smile to Warren's face. However, Wendy couldn't hide her anger and often retorted, prompting her father to scold her for interrupting their conversation. Dave would occasionally praise Warren's daughter, describing her as very good and soft-hearted, which only fueled Wendy's embarrassment. Dave seemed oblivious to her inner thoughts and plans to resist attacking him. Dave went on to gift Warren some pills he had crafted, stating that since they were going to be family, he wanted to contribute. Wendy was growing increasingly tempted to lash out, but she restrained herself, as she had more significant plans for dealing with Dave later. Warren was pleased with the pills and sensed their quality. Others around them watched with envy, secretly wondering if such a brilliant and beautiful genius existed within their own clan. Dave, why don't you be the one to imbue techniques into the rock? We can't allow the geniuses to comprehend your techniques, Warren suggested, considering Dave a strong candidate due to his heavenly genius status, assuming his techniques would be exceptional. Dave didn't anticipate the Emperor's proposal, but he didn't mind. He saw it as an opportunity to gauge if any of the participants could truly comprehend his techniques. He smiled and nodded in agreement. Sure, why not? The younger ones can learn from us, Dave responded, causing Wendy to look at him disdainfully. Those who overheard him, including the princess and prince, were stunned, as they had perceived Dave to be more in line with their age group, not someone older and experienced. The announcer surveyed the crowd, then received a directive from the Emperor, prompting him to declare, for today's round, our special guest, young Master Dave, will be demonstrating his technique on the rock, as suggested by the Emperor. So, please give it your best, as this is a rare opportunity, he continued. With that announcement, a wave of excitement swept through the audience. No one had anticipated that Dave would personally showcase his techniques on the rock. The revelation thrilled not only the women but also some men who had admired Dave from a distance and were now excited to see him in person. Jiang Chen recognized Dave's strength and viewed this as a chance to learn from him. Venice, too, regarded Dave with a complex mix of emotions. Although she held a favorable impression of him due to his distinct fragrance, their paths hadn't crossed again after the birthday of the matriarch. Dave hovered before the assembled crowd, his aura exuding an elegance that garnered admiration from onlookers. Smiling, he addressed the audience, saying, "Since the Emperor has requested this round, I hope you young people won't disappoint me. I'll be showcasing 2 techniques for you. The first is a fist technique, suitable for those who don't use a sword. However, I'll present a simplified version only, as the full technique isn't compatible with your body and bloodline. The second technique is a sword technique, similarly simplified, yet potent enough to defeat your opponents." Dave's words piqued everyone's curiosity, with even the Emperor watching intently. Dave directed his attention to the rock and inquired, "Can you provide a tougher challenge?" The announcer was taken aback and asked, "Why, young master? This is an obsidian rock, an exceedingly rare and one of the hardest rocks within the entire domain." Dave shook his head and explained, "It would crumble easily under my technique, unable to withstand it." With a controlled motion, he struck the rock with a slow punch, not unleashing his full power. Boom! The rock shattered, astonishing everyone. They felt as though Dave had employed only a regular punch, yet the result was staggering. The geniuses were struck with the terror of witnessing his normal punch, further elevating Dave's prestige to a whole new level. What? Even the true saints were left astounded by Dave's punch. How? That rock could even withstand a true saint's attack, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Dave shook his head before producing 2 10-meter-long blue rocks before the audience. Many were unfamiliar with this type of rock, yet it held an allure, seemingly suitable for crafting jewelry. With a grin, Dave said, "Come on, let's rack up more sin points." Clearing his throat, he continued, "This rock is called Abyssal Rock. It's 1,000 times harder than the rock I shattered earlier." The unexpected display of such a precious item left everyone stunned. However, no one dared to question where Dave had obtained them from, knowing that such an inquiry could prove fatal. In reality, Dave had procured these rocks from Kasuya's treasury, which Reva had given him as a reward. Given his vast collection, Dave was unfazed by parting with just 2 of them, using the opportunity to flaunt and earn sin points. Pay attention now. The technique I'm about to demonstrate is called the Tyrant Overlord Fist. It's remarkably potent, But keep in mind that this simplified version merely triples the power of your regular punch and requires substantial mana, Dave explained. His words drew gasps of surprise. No one had anticipated the existence of such a mysterious skill, and the prospect of tripling their punching strength was seen as an incredible feat. Even the true saints contemplated comprehending it after the event concluded. Dave initiated a deliberate, slow punch, his fist enveloped in a golden aura. Boom. With great care, he struck the rock, avoiding its destruction by controlling his power. "Wow, that's powerful," the Emperor murmured, his gaze narrowing in response to Dave's formidable display. The Tyrant Overlord fist's might, even in its simplified form, exceeded expectations. "He's a monster," Wendy reluctantly admitted, acknowledging that Dave's strength surpassed that of any genius she had encountered before. Karina, on the other hand, beamed at Dave with a knowing smile. She was aware of his true strength, understanding that he had yet to unleash his full potential. While the tournament was ongoing, one of Dave's clones resided within his domain. Dave looked at Ciela, who had now healed some of her injuries, although he had sealed her cultivation. "Let me go, you bastard," Ciela shouted, filled with despair. Dave smirked, gazing at her with a playful smile as he spoke. Hee, you're attempting to control me using that forbidden technique of yours, using your own daughter. However, your luck has run out since you targeted me," Dave taunted. Ciela was stunned, and realization dawned on her. "So, you already knew," she realized why Dave had thwarted her plans. He held a grudge against her. She sensed that Lucy had changed when she returned, and her intuition told her as much. She regretted targeting such a monstrously gifted genius. His power was so formidable that even though she was at the peak of Saint Sovereign, he easily subdued her. Dave smiled, removing his clothes as he said, "It's time for your punishment." Ciela was astonished but powerless against Dave. She could only accept her fate. After extracting some sin points from her due to her strong powers, he decided to place a slave mark on her. This mark would bind her to assist Lucy in managing the Moon Clan. He allowed her to change her appearance so that she would remain hidden, considering that everyone in the Moon race was likely angered by her. Her actions had nearly pushed many of them to the brink of death, and she hadn't hesitated to sacrifice them all for power. After settling scores with her, he went to a secret location where he had hidden the clone of the Moon God. Upon arrival, he found her struggling against the chains he had bound her with, preventing her from moving her body. "Hate, fool," she spat venomously. "I'll kill you." He. She laughed maniacally upon seeing him, amusing Dave. With a flick of his fingers, the chains restraining her vanished, and she rushed at him, delivering a punch. Boom. Her small fist bled from the impact, but how could she damage Dave's body, which was powerful enough to annihilate planets, especially when her cultivation had been sealed by him? Dave held her by the waist, pulling her close. You are truly beautiful. It's a pity that I can touch you but not savor you," Dave remarked. He avoided attempting to read her memories, aware that she was a clone of a god. A god's soul was sacred, and even his limited powers had been cautioned by the system in this regard. There were also restrictions within her, likely placed by the Moon Goddess herself, which the clone was unaware of. These restrictions safeguarded the clone's memories, preventing others from learning the Moon Goddess's secrets and protecting her from exploitation by lecherous individuals. Dave deduced that the Moon God must have been aware of the clone's actions all along but had chosen to overlook them. Unable to engage in any improper activities with her, and considering her clone status, which would essentially equate such actions to having relations with the Moon Goddess, Dave decided to devour her. He believed that doing so would grant him significant powers. "Release me," she roared, her eyes bloodshot. Her appearance had shifted from that of a cute girl a while ago, but Dave remained unfazed. If benefiting from her meant consuming her, he had no qualms. Dave recognized that devouring her would catch the Moon God's attention, but he was confident in his ability to remain undetected and that the blame would likely fall on the demon lineage of gluttony demons. Devour. Suddenly, a black whirlpool materialized above her, swiftly engulfing her. She lacked the power to resist, and she was swiftly drawn into the vortex. Swoosh. Dave absorbed her essence, realizing that his moon magic, which he had acquired from Blizzard, his contracted pet, was evolving. Although he lacked a system to announce the changes, he could still sense the transformation occurring within his body. Absolute Moon. Oh? My moon magic was undergoing evolution after devouring her and I need to reach transcendent being before I can use the power of it? Oh, so the clone is carrying 1/8 of the real Moon Goddess origin who is the sole ruler of the moon, so I can be considered as a semi-deity because I absorb some of her origins. All people who have been blessed by moon magic cannot harm me except for the Moon Goddess, huh? But the cultivation needed to use the absolute moon is high. Dave contemplated, but he was confident to reach that level in the future. As the devouring process ended, he suddenly realized something. What is this? A crescent moon-shaped crystal appears in front of his hands, and it was huge as his whole palm. It was shining brightly, and he used his ancient eyes to scan the item. Moon's divine crystal. Dave was stunned and he inspected the item, but he cannot see through it. What? I can't absorb them even if I have the power of the moon's origin? Fuck, I miss asking the shameless system for information. He didn't know why he cannot absorb it, but after contemplating for a while and brainstorming, he realized something. Maybe because the moon's origin is higher, and I don't need to absorb it any longer. So, this crystal is for the chosen heroes of the moon god to make them stronger? If my hypothesis is right, then Blizzard will benefit from it for sure. Dave was not sure, but he feels that his hypothesis is correct. He decided to not dwell on it for a little longer and he can try to prove it later. In a far place, a beautiful woman who is overlooking many worlds with her beautiful wide eyes suddenly feels something. Her figure is covered by a hazy bluish-white light, but her eyes cannot be hidden her brilliance. Oh? My rebellious clone has died? Who did it? She flicked her fingers and she deduced some things using some mysterious powers and learned a few things. Oh? The skill from Beelzebub lineage, did it? My part of my moon's origin also didn't come back to me. Even the divine crystal who was refined from my own blood was stolen. I was preparing it for my new chosen hero who had the highest potential. HMMP, looks like the demons have already forgotten how strong am I? She looks at the void and a shining light appears in her hands and a majestic bow appears in front of her. An arrow manifested in front of her, and she plucked the string and targeted a certain place. Swish. Boom. The void seems to tremble and many planets near her exploded into dust, but no one is living there. She can hear some cries of the demons who died from her attack, but she didn't care. Luna. How dare you attack my territory, and you even kill one of my demon lords with your fierce attack. Next suddenly, a man covered with many insects appear in front of her and his figure was tall standing at 10 meters, but his face was also covered and cannot be seen. Beelzebub, give back what you stole from me or else I will wage a full war with you. Luna was unfazed when facing the Demon King who terrorized many individuals. Luna is on par with the Demon King, and she also belongs to the 10 Commandments. HMMP, how dare you frame me? Even I was the one who stole something from you? Do you think I will fear you? A massive fight occurred in the celestial plane, and it shook many creatures and alerted strong individuals. Meanwhile, the perpetrator was not aware of the commotion he caused but he was happy gaining sin points and he realized that his system progress easily rose to 70%. Dave learned everything from his clone and all the powers were transferred to the real body. Dave was showing his technique to the crowd when he received all the reports of his clone so he smirked and felt satisfied. Turning to the next stone, Dave stated, the following technique serves as a foundational concept for a technique I created. You'll soon witness its true strength. The complete version of this technique involves the law of lightning. However, I'll demonstrate a simpler variation without invoking any law. With a wave of his fingers, a sword mark materialized on the stone, leaving the crowd in awe of his ability to conjure techniques with just his fingers. How mysterious that looks. Sharp. Many individuals who see the sword mark were astonished and even some old farts hiding in the dark feel tempted to get close and comprehend one T. However, since they were far from the stones and secretly comprehending them was prohibited unless one was among the remaining 1,000 geniuses, nobody dared to risk it. The penalty for breaking this rule was severe, and even the true saints refrained from attempting it, fearing to offend Dave. Now, it's ready, so you can begin, Dave announced. Also, if one of you can comprehend either of them within 10 minutes, I might consider taking them as a disciple or teaching them the full technique, hee, Dave added with a mischievous smile. With those words, Dave vanished from the stage, reappearing in his seat. His departure displayed his mastery of spatial manipulation, leaving the audience even more amazed. His offer stirred excitement, causing those eliminated in the first stage to feel bitter about missing out on such an opportunity. Dave had a high status in the Alexander clan and his power and bearing makes others excited to be noticed by him. Some women only wanted to get close to him and being his disciple is a chance for them. Dave's unexpected announcement caught many off guard. Dave's two showcase techniques emphasized the immense gap between him and the geniuses present. Achieving such power at a young age left everyone mystified. I must show my talent. Jiang Chen approached the sword mark and diligently studied the technique. Dave is one of the people he respected the most and he owed him a lot of favors. Until now, he had yet to repay anything he had done for him, but he swore in the future to do his best to become stronger and help Dave if he needed him. He looked at the sword mark carved by Dave's fingers and felt that it was more terrifying than the sword technique his grandfather had taught him. He closed his eyes, ensuring he wouldn't miss this unique opportunity. Meanwhile, Venice was drawn to the fist technique Dave had presented. The gap between her and Dave as geniuses was immense, and she understood that Dave couldn't be considered a genius at all. He was a truly monstrous individual. Others in the audience were similarly excited. The chance to comprehend the techniques and potentially become Dave's disciple was enough to spark envy. However, Dave's offer was likely designed to give them hope and earn sin points, as he was confident that no one could fully comprehend the techniques within 10 minutes. His scheme might have been devious, but Dave was not a good person at all, so why would he care? Even Jiang Chen, who possessed exceptional talent in swordsmanship, couldn't easily grasp the technique. He estimated that it would take him around 1 hour and 20 minutes to comprehend it, barring any unexpected interventions or assistance fully. Dave sat on his seat with a smile as he got many sin points just for showing the tip of his power. Give me more sin points. He didn't need to join nor participate in such an event even though he was younger than anyone there because he felt bored bullying such little kids. His power was also known by others, and many will surely protest if he joins. The Emperor looked at Dave's smile and felt that he was up to something, but he didn't care because while he was talking to him, he found that he was not really here to cause a commotion and he learned something about what he said a while ago. He was shocked that Dave had even made Karina give up her own sect for him, but he didn't know how Dave would handle the whole demonic sect. Who do you think has the biggest chance to comprehend the fastest among them? The Emperor asked for his opinion and Dave scanned everyone in the arena. The fastest one should be the young man with a green sword, and next is the lady from the Irish clan. The son of yours has also a good talent and he may not be behind by those two. Also, that young man wearing a white mask that is also included in your group will surely be among those fastest. As for others, some of them were good and maybe show us a real surprise, Dave said, and except for Jiang Chen and Venice, he found some good seedlings in the stage and the second prince was included. He also found someone who can match Jiang Chen and he had not expected that he will appear here. Prev next is Fexer, huh? You didn't let me down. Dave had found the holder of the sword heart physique the same as him. He was the second prince of the Fexer Empire from the Ilios world that was under the jurisdiction of the royal clan. He remembered that Riaz had an old man guiding him and probably teaching him many strong techniques. As expected of a protagonist-type character. He realized that Riaz had already reached mid-tier Imperial Saint Emperor. His talent was really good, and he had found a way to enter the royal clan. The Emperor didn't expect Dave to have such praise for the second son of his. He didn't find any remarkable talent in the second prince because since he was a child, he was the laziest of all his children and he rarely joined any competition. If not for him forcing him to participate because no one in the royal family can lead others, he will remain hiding in his little room. What did you find about my son? Warren didn't doubt Dave's words because Dave didn't need to lie to him. Dave must have seen something even old people like them have not seen. Dave smiled and then looked at Wendy who was silently listening to their conversation, but she acted like she was watching the geniuses in the arena. Well, since we are family in the future, and I don't want my lovely Wendy to hate me if I don't tell you this. It hurts my heart imagining my lovely Wendy will be mad at me. Oh, how can I live without her? Many people who heard his words felt that he was a good man. The other princes felt envy of Wendy while Karina only smiles, and she knew Dave was only showing off to gain attention. Dave acted like he was really hurt, and Warren patted his shoulders, and he comforted him. Don't worry, I will not get angry if you don't answer my questions and I will give both of you time later to have time to talk to each other. Warren winked at Wendy whose face was already turning black in anger and Dave found that his sin points were rising faster because of her. How hateful this bastard Dave, he even makes my father become close to him in an instant. Wendy clenched her fist and even though she was a god in her previous life, she was still the daughter of Warren and at first, she felt disdain towards everyone as she was a god who looked down on many beings. Since the day of her creation, she was alone and living in a cold place. Others will never treat her normally and they worship her and didn't even dare to speak in front of her. But after living an immortal life where she has a family that loves her and she can rely on, she found out that having a family to support her was not bad and her heart softened. She decided that if she regained her powers in the future, she would let her family live with her in the celestial plane. That's why she didn't attack Dave because she respected her father, and she didn't want him to be angry at her. Her father had fought for her rights many times to some ancestors because many clans tried to form a marriage with her, but her father protected her and told her that he will kill anyone who talk about it again. Because of this, other princesses were also included because the emperor announced that he would never force his daughters to marry someone they don't like, and it gained more respect from other people. Their clan was already strong so why would they need to seek marriage from others? Dave smiled and felt the behavior of Wendy was a bit odd. He then looked at Warren and spoke. Well, the second son of yours is hiding very deeply. He was already at the top of Imperial Saint Emperor, but he only shows a level of Imperial Saint King. After Dave had said that the Emperor was stunned and even the others who heard Dave's words were amazed. What? Is it true? The Emperor asked and the Crown Prince who heard their conversation felt that his position was in danger. How could this be? He was angry and he remembered that he used to bully his second brother, but he would not fight back and only endure it. He would beat him badly into a pulp, but he will always be back to normal after a week of rest. Wendy didn't look surprised, and she already knew that something was odd with her brother, but she could not pinpoint what it was. Now seeing Dave knew something, she was also curious. Dave deliberately let others hear it because he wanted to see the full potential of that second prince. He had the same luck as Jiang Chen and Riaz Fexer so he must also be a protagonist-type character. What I said is true and he had a special treasure to hide his cultivation. As for the reason for his increase of strength, well it is related to his talent. Well, you will see it later. Dave smirked and he didn't tell them all completely as he wanted to look mysterious. Dave looked like an all-knowing individual, and they could not help but feel amazed by his aura. The Emperor didn't probe any further and he scanned his second son who wasn't aware that he was the topic of them in the floating platform. He cannot see anything special with him, but he remembers that he would receive news that his second son will always ask some of his guards to beat him up and he will not fight back. They were forced to do what it is told to them, and he was labeled as the punching bag prince because of his weird hobby. At first, he was angry at him and grounded him for a month, but he realized that he didn't care about it, and he was even enjoying himself being alone. He didn't know what to do to him and decided to give up and let him do what he wanted to do. Dave on the other hand felt that there are many wonders in this world and the talent of this second prince was a bit odd and it was hard to get stronger using it if they were not careful. The second prince's name is Wagner Royal, and he possesses a special talent that makes him stronger every time he sustains damage to his body or survives an event that almost kills him. At the age of 960, his talent is considered mediocre by others, but it shines in the late game. Many looked down on him because of how lazy and weak he was, but he never entertained those who sneered at him. He remained silent, hiding in his own world. Or King Body. This unique physique grants its owner a remarkable regenerative ability, rendering them hard to kill. Whenever the physique incurs damage, the owner simply needs to rest, and the body will absorb and refine the injuries, strengthening it further. The Orc King body is a special kind of body that can fix itself really quickly when it's hurt. But what's even more amazing is that when it gets hurt and then gets better, it becomes even stronger than before. So, let's say someone with the Orc King body gets a cut or a bruise. When they heal, their body doesn't just go back to normal, it uses the hurt part to make itself stronger. This means that the more they get hurt and heal, the tougher their muscles and bones become. It's like their body turns the damage into energy to make them super strong. So, if they keep getting into tough situations and recovering, their body keeps getting tougher and stronger over time. It's kind of like their body learns from the injuries and uses them to become a powerhouse of strength. Had others been aware of his talent, they would undoubtedly have been envious. However, Dave differs in this aspect, as such a physique holds no value for him. His Titan physique surpasses it. The disparity in their physique's power is immense, akin to comparing a child to an adult. Time appears to move slowly, and those observing are anxious, for Dave's 10-minute limit is about to expire. Many shake their heads, realizing that comprehending such a technique within such a restricted time frame is implausible. Not everyone is like Dave, who possesses the monstrosity to grasp such a technique at such a young age. Dave gazes at a particular person whom he finds most intriguing among them all. He remains unsure whether she can astonish him. Initially, he hadn't entertained the idea of taking anyone as his disciple, deeming it tiresome. However, upon scanning everyone on the stage, he identifies an interesting individual and decides to offer her an opportunity. Only a minute remains before the 10-minute mark comes to an end. Other geniuses and eminent talents from various clans have already conceded, with even Jiang Chen and Venice shaking their heads, focusing solely on comprehending the technique. Suddenly, a staggering aura emanates from the stage, drawing everyone's attention to its source. There, they discover a small girl who appears to be around 12 years old, seated on the ground, her body enveloped in golden light. She possesses a charming aura, standing at a height of 4 feet 5 inches. Short black hair frames her face, and a pair of purple eyes captivate those who look upon her. Though her visage is smudged, it fails to conceal her cuteness. Clad in tattered garments, she gives the impression of not belonging to a prosperous family. Dave smiles and murmurs, "Very good." The little girl was overjoyed to have grasped the fist technique that the young master had demonstrated to them. Her name was Carol, and she had become an orphan after her family perished in an attack by a fierce beast. She was taken in by her aunt, the sole caregiver. At just 12 years old, her aunt fell suddenly ill, leaving her distraught and desperate to find a cure. Wanting to earn money, Carol faced rejection from potential employers due to her youth and unkempt appearance. While wandering the city, she realized that others seemed to be not aware of her presence, except when she spoke. This newfound ability thrilled her, leading her to successfully rob a wealthy noble. Her plan was successful, and with her ill-gotten gains, she returned to her aunt, hoping to secure medical treatment. However, the doctor declined, citing the mysterious nature of the ailment and taking her payment without providing aid. Despite her frustration, her weakness left her powerless to challenge this outcome. Her aunt reassured her, advising her not to stress over finding a cure and that she could leave at any time. Refusing to give up, Carol learned of an upcoming tournament in the Royal Arena. Even with her powers limited to the Golden Body stage, she hoped to catch the attention of a prominent figure who could assist her aunt. The tournament was a grand affair, drawing numerous attendees. Despite the impending punishment, she took the gamble, managing to enter the arena unnoticed. Even the true saint failed to perceive her aura. However, upon seeing Dave, she sensed that he could help her and there was something extraordinary about him. Anticipating her early elimination in the first round, she withdrew temporarily to avoid the true saint's aura. She reappeared for the second round. Although unfamiliar with cultivation, Carol decided to comprehend the fist technique. To her surprise, her purple eyes radiated, then a golden light covers her body, making her visible to all. Perplexed by the presence of a child in the arena, many were taken aback, casting doubts on the royal clan's security. The emperor, having memorized everyone's aura prior to the tournament, was astonished to have missed hers. Initially inclined to punish her for rule-breaking, their envy grew upon witnessing her mastery of the fist technique. Becoming Dave's disciple was viewed as a tremendous blessing, even by those who had given up. Amidst continued comprehension efforts, Dave suddenly appeared before her. Having fully grasped his simplified technique, Carol was stunned by his sudden appearance, showcasing his strength. Dave observed her purple eyes and deduced why she had easily mastered the technique. Her eyes possessed an exceptional talent akin to his photographic memory. Purple star eyes, Dave uttered. Dave gleaned some of this information from Rever's memories, and these eye powers were mysterious, and coveted by many powerhouses. The purple star eyes are exceedingly rare, with only 1 out of a trillion creatures possessing such eyes. It is said that those born with these eyes were hunted and often executed. Dave hadn't expected to find someone here, and he wasn't about to let such a genius slip by. It's believed that those naturally endowed with such eyes have good fortune and an inscrutable fate. They can enter a state of nothingness, becoming nearly invisible to others unconsciously. Even the true saints and semi-saint sovereigns cannot detect her aura if not for her comprehension of the technique. He had located her through his ancient eyes, which are at a higher level than her purple star eyes. His ancient eyes operate on a distinct tier, surpassing the purple star eyes by 1,000-fold. Dave's approach was straightforward on the spot, and there was no need to inquire about her name since he had already scanned her. Carol's face turned red. Being a weak kid, Dave's natural charm made it hard for her to remain composed. Recognizing the issue, Dave tried to suppress his natural aura to help her think clearly. Carol discerned that Dave was asking her, and she didn't need to contemplate it, as it had been her genuine goal all along. Greet Master, she bowed, her excitement and nervousness evident. Numerous onlookers brimmed with envy. Henceforth, her status would ascend, and her future would be boundless. Dave smirked, flicking his fingers. His water-based law instantaneously cleansed her body. He provided her with clothes, ensuring her appearance was fitting and befitting of his first disciple. From now on, you'll be my first disciple. Do not disappoint. As your teacher, I should give you something valuable. Dave smiled, producing a pill Eldritch had crafted. This pill could expel all impurities from her body, facilitating instant breakthroughs across multiple levels. Many envied her as Dave bestowed upon her the precious pill without hesitation. He also offered her protective armor, notably lightweight to prevent restricting her movements. The armor could withstand the attack of a true saint 3 times, yet he believed no one would dare challenge his disciple. Dave explained its function to her. Many were amazed. Dave deliberately announced it to accrue more sin points. He provided her with numerous treasures for escaping dangerous situations, almost ensuring her safety. Dave then led her onto the stage, aware that despite her considerable talent, her strength was insufficient for competing with others. Following their appearance, many were abuzz with chatter. Some sought to investigate her origins and devise ways to earn her favor. Dave was back in his seat and Carol was sitting in the lap of Karina, who was very fond of her because of her cuteness. Carol is now wearing a beautiful white dress and her face was cute, and it makes the demonic woman Karina soft because of her cuteness. Carol also likes Karina because she was spoiling her very much, but she still had her goals, and she plans to ask for her master's help after she knew that it was not the right time for it, so she would wait. She was chatting with Karina and asked her for some information about her master. She was shocked when she learned some information about Dave, and she didn't expect that she would be the disciple of such a strong person. His status is also not something she can reach even though she spends her life cultivating. Dave smiled when he saw that both were close, and he plans to train her after the tournament. Carol was a good seedling, and she could do some things for her in the future. The matter of Carol was left aside for now because the second round had ended. As Dave had predicted, Jiang Chen and Riaz comprehended the sword technique in 1 hour and 20 minutes while Venice comprehended the fist technique in 1 hour and 30 minutes. The second prince on the other hand comprehended the fist technique in 2 hours, and there are also some geniuses from the top clans who also comprehended the techniques. In the end, only 20 individuals had passed the test and they were the last contestant who would fight in a one-on-one battle. The second round was very hard, and it was the hardest second round they ever had in the history of the tournament. Before, the passing rate would be at least 100 people, but now only 20 are left. Dave had tried his best to simplify the technique, and it was not his fault if they could not pass the test. How could they be worthy of his technique if they could not even comprehend the simplified version? The third test would be a 1v1 fight where they will enter the special place, and losing doesn't mean that they were eliminated. Everyone would have a chance to fight everyone, and the 10 people with the most wins will enter the finals and the others will be eliminated and will still receive a good reward. The 20 contestants enter the portal they prepared, and everything that will happen inside will be recorded and can be seen by everyone. Swoosh! Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and his aura is now sharper and stronger than before. He was astonished when he comprehended the technique of young Master Dave, and he was very eager to learn the full technique. Even though the one he had comprehended is only a simplified version, he felt that he had broken through in his cultivation of the sword. He was feeling envious of that little girl who comprehended the technique easily, but she was now Dave's disciple whom he respected the most, so he calmed himself in his heart and would be strong. I must make young Master notice my talent. Jiang Chen looked at his first opponent. It was a bald monk, and he recognized him because he was also one of the fastest geniuses who comprehended the fist technique of young Master Dave. Jiang Chen felt danger from the young monk, but he was not afraid. He had an epiphany when he comprehended the sword technique of young Master Dave, and even though he didn't break through in cultivation, he felt like he can face Imperial Saint Emperors. Jiang Chen the bald monk nodded and spoke. Amitabha Dazu both exchanged their names, and the fight began. Dazu and Jiang Chen fought each other, and the same situation happened to other geniuses. There are 10 images on the screens, and anyone can see their fight. The clashes of geniuses began, but a hidden danger awaited in the immortal plane. Who do you think would be the final winner today? Dave, who was sitting comfortably and watching the battle, was asked by the Emperor Warren. Dave smiled and spoke. It's hard to judge, but I had a feeling that everyone will surprise us today. Dave really didn't know who would win because most of them were protagonist-type characters and their fate is hard to judge because it may change every second. Dave smiled and he looked in the distance and saw some movements in the void. Looks like this event will not be peaceful as it seems. Sin points are coming. Oh, how delightful. Dave laughed and he felt that people who will give him sin points for showing off are coming to his doorstep. In this space, a man wearing a black mask suddenly feels the danger and he felt that he was noticed by someone. Even so, the plan had already been set and he could not back down. Now, let's start the sacrifice. He commanded his subordinates, and he smirked evilly as he was waiting for the descent of his lord. Dark God, your revival is near. In many small worlds, a huge magic circle covered their worlds and everyone living inside was killed as their blood and souls were sacrificed. They do not have time to react as the trap had already been put there for many years and it was only activated today. In the royal arena, while the geniuses are fighting, a huge barrier appears to cover the whole domain, and a massive 500-meter gate had appeared in the sky. What is that? Everyone stopped what they are doing as they were shocked by what they are seeing. Even Dave didn't expect that the commotion would be this huge, but he was not very surprised. The Emperor stands up from his seat and all the powerhouses of true saints of the royal clan appear and even the other clans were wary. The Emperor commanded his men to get the geniuses out of this place as he even had a bad feeling. Andre the drunkard was also stunned and he feels the terror of the gate. What a bad luck, swoosh. A cold voice was suddenly heard by everyone. Ha ha ha, I welcome you to the age of endless darkness and slaughter. A man wearing a black mask appears in the sky and he looks at everyone including true saints and some semi-sane sovereign hiding in the dark without fear. Who are you? How dare you create a commotion here? Warren dashed towards the man and he stopped 10 meters away from him. He now realized why he had a bad feeling a while ago and the man in front of him was strong enough to suffocate him, but his pride as an emperor remains. The man wearing a black mask laughed and announced, "Ha, we call ourselves the Dark Cult and we are here to let the resurrection of our beloved God happens. In 3 hours, he will descend, and you should cherish your remaining hours of freedom. Everyone in this plane should bow and worship our God and those who do not comply will die." People were stunned by his words, and they were angry, and the top powerhouses commanded their men to prepare for a fight. Bullshit, how dare you look down on us? Yeah, we will fight you and we will never be slaves. Kill them, the people shouted, and the royal guards prepared their weapons and were ready to clash as long as their emperor commanded. The man in black was stronger than him for sure and his aura was on par with the old ancestor who is the strongest of the ancestors of the royal clan. The man in a black mask laughed and waved his hands and summoned his people. Swoosh. A shocking amount of aura appear and 5 people appears while their aura was hidden, but it was enough to show how strong they were. Behind them, there are 100 people at the true saint level and there are thousands of imperial saint emperors. The numbers of imperial saint king and below had reached 100,000 and such army and lineup were scary enough to make others feel nervous and fearful. What? The true saint powerhouses and ancestors were shocked and most of them feel like the 5 who are leading them were all at semi-saint sovereign while their leader was stronger than all of them. The emperor looked at his child and his people with worry because they will be affected by the clash, but he saw Dave sitting calmly without change in emotion and felt that the situation is not hopeless as it seems. Dave looks at Wendy whose face turned into shock and Dave felt that she knew something. Wendy looks at Dave and sends him a message through telepathy. Bastard, the situation is not good. Dave was stunned but he smiles and reply. Hee, you finally talked to me? I thought that you will ignore me forever. Wendy looked serious and said. Be serious, I know that you know my origin, yet you are not afraid of me. I feel that you are also a reincarnation, so I think you know what is happening. Dave smiled and replied. So they are resurrecting the God of Darkness? Dave was not sure because he felt that the enemies have demonic energies with them. Wendy looked at Dave and said, the God of Darkness died at the hands of the Assassin King because he felt that he should be the only one with the power of darkness. However, he overestimated himself and was killed by the Assassin King without giving him a chance to be revived. I do not have the details about their fight, but I heard that it was gruesome. I also learned that the God of Darkness had a connection with the Demon King of Sloth. The will of the immortal plane will gradually heal and expel the intruder, but the time would be enough for the God of Darkness to kill everyone. If the God of Darkness were resurrected, the will of this plane would be damaged. It cannot expel the God of Darkness even if it wanted to. In short, we are restricted while the God of Darkness is not, and both of us will die here. Because, based on the character of the God of Darkness, he would also kill his followers since he looks down on everyone. Wendy was one of the youngest gods and had not seen the God of Darkness before because he had already died before she was created. But she had heard myths of his deeds, and he was one of the most feared gods due to his ever-changing mind and his more demonic behavior than godlike. He was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Dave smirked and felt that he remembered something. Oh, Ronin, how strong are you? Dave murmured, knowing that even though Ronin's power was restricted, he was still the most terrifying subordinate he had ever had. He smiled and replied to Wendy, I don't care even if he descends here. If I die, then I die, that's it. Dave acted with a calm smile, unafraid of anyone, even if it was a god. He had many trump cards up his sleeve, so he was always calm. He was sure that he would not be at his full power when he was resurrected, and he wanted to fight a real god who had the flesh of a god. Dave was strong, and he was curious about his strength in front of a real god, even though his full powers were not at their peak. Unlike when he fought Wendy before, who was now in the flesh of a human, making her no match for him. Wendy was stunned by his response and felt a sense of hopelessness. Are you crazy? What about your family and those who are important to you? Dave smiled and replied, I can easily escape this place and evacuate my family if I want to, so why should I be nervous? No one can stop me if I want to leave, Remembering the mysterious place where she was captured by Dave, and where time was different from this plane, Wendy felt he wasn't lying. I think you just want me to help your beloved father and your clan expel the enemies and keep them safe. So, the ice goddess has become this soft. Dave added, and Wendy was stunned by his words. She didn't retort because it was the truth. She had become attached to everyone in her clan and didn't want any of her family members to die. Even though she had become a semi-sane sovereign, she still had no guarantee that she could keep everyone safe. The dark god would emerge in the body of a real god blessed by heaven, and she knew the gap between the body of a god and a human. Having been a god herself, she understood the terror of a god's power. She can escape and seek her revenge in the future, but she doesn't want to lose everything she has acquired in this place. She felt that her emotions were starting to become more human-like, feeling a variety of emotions, unlike when she was a god that looked down on everyone. Dave saw her become silent, so he said, "But I can help you as long as you call me husband, hee." Dave smirks and Wendy becomes angry. "HMMP, over my dead body. I still haven't taken revenge on you, so don't die here, as I will punish you in the future," Wendy said, her face turning red with anger. She stood up, prepared to fight, and didn't plan to hide her true powers because the situation is dire. She cannot rely on Dave, and she realizes that she starts to become fearful of facing challenges. HMMP, this god is not someone who easily backs down. Dave watches her leave, and he didn't bother to stop her. Dave smiled and looked at his cute disciple, who didn't even have a face of fear, so he nodded in approval. "Aren't you scared?" he asked Carol, and the girl looked at her master and spoke. "No, my master is the strongest, and I don't need to fear anyone," Carol said, looking cute while clenching her little fist. Karina laughed and rubbed her head as she was very adorable. Karina was not even afraid because she believed in Dave's power. Dave smiled and looked above, just sitting there without moving a bit. "Emperor, the geniuses inside the special place were trapped, and they were sent to another dimension," the soldier reported to the Emperor, nervous. "What?" Warren was stunned and then looked at the man with the black mask in front of him. He still hasn't made a move, as if he was enjoying watching the chaos erupt. They will be sent to a special place where there are many who will kill them, haha." The man laughed, and the Emperor felt that the situation was starting to get messy. "Since you want war, then I will give you war. Men, prepare for battle," Warren shouted, visibly angry as the enemy was very arrogant. He was prepared to fight for his empire and clan. "Warren, you should go command the soldiers. Leave this man to me." Suddenly, an old man appeared, wearing simple clothes. The Emperor was stunned and greeted him, "First Ancestor." Delighted, he found the First Ancestor, the Empire's strongest person and the one everyone relied on. The First Ancestor was a legendary character who had lived for a very long time. No one knew exactly how long. You should pay for your imprudence," the First Ancestor said, and the man with the black mask laughed and spoke. "Very well, I didn't expect that there is still someone living aside from that clan who can be on par with me. Still, no one can stop the resurrection of our god, haha." Both disappeared from the place and appeared in the void to fight. The war had erupted, and the horns of battle sounded throughout the entire royal clan. The civilians were panicking, and all the people in the arena were evacuated by the soldiers. The number of people was high, but the soldiers used an iron fist against those who tried to incite trouble. They were commanded to guide everyone to the secret underground evacuation place that many ancestors had prepared for millions of years. Andre, the drunkard, had already sent back the remaining 4 geniuses of the clan using their tokens, and the barrier could not stop them from leaving. They would be just a hindrance here, and their deaths would be a huge loss to the clan. The reason he stayed was that he owed Warren a favor for giving him a bottle of wine. He looked at a muscular man in front of him who was releasing power at the peak of True Saint, just like him. Andre didn't appear afraid, he was in a calm state. He noticed his bottle of wine was empty. "Hey, do you have wine?" Andre asked, and the muscular man shook his head and spoke. "Nope." Andre's face became serious, and he said, "Then die." He suddenly appeared in front of the man and punched his head. Boom. The man punched him back, and both were blown 2 steps away from each other. "You are strong. I hope you entertain me before our god descends." The man laughed and took out his knuckles, and a fight between True Saints had started. Like Andre, the True Saints of other top clans were occupied by the enemy's True Saints, and the royal clan had shown their power and heritage to everyone. 50 True Saints had appeared at the same time and restrained the enemy's True Saints. They were at a stalemate, and everyone knew that killing a True Saint is difficult, so they didn't try to go at full power because it would take many days to kill their opponents. Unless someone could kill True Saints like Cabbage, like Dave, but he didn't show any movements of helping. No one dared to ask for his help because it would make their clan appear weak to ask for outsiders' help, and the situation was still manageable. Floating in the air, 5 individuals were watching everything unfold below them. The ants are now enjoying the fighting. Should we also join the fun? The tall man with a huge axe on his shoulders said and asked the remaining 4. He was Archbishop Eno, and it was the code name their leader had given to them. The leader said that we can start killing if we want, but don't kill too many people because they are needed for the completion of the plan. The beautiful woman wearing black clothes smirked, laughed, and seemed to want to start a bloodbath. Her name was Archbishop Out, and she was very alluring and sexy, but the 4 of them didn't dare to cast greedy eyes on her body because of her skill. "Then, we should enjoy ourselves," the man with a bow in his hand said. His eyes were covered by a cloth, and his name is Archbishop Drite. They were the 5 semi-sane sovereigns who came from the dark cult, known as the 5 archbishops of their cult. Each of them had an exclusive skill that made them stand out and be appreciated by the leader. As they were about to move, 3 auras appeared, and these 3 were also releasing the aura of semi-saint sovereigns like them. "We will be your opponents," the 3 said, and they showed themselves just as the 5 archbishops were about to move. They knew that true saints would be no match for the 5 archbishops, who were at the semi-saint sovereign level. Even though they were outnumbered, their goal was to wait for the first ancestor to finish killing his opponent. The 3 were the second, third, and fourth ancestors of the royal clan, and they prepared to fight and go all out to protect their clan. Hee, only the 3 of you? The man with a snake eye, his body very thin, laughed and sneered at them. His name was Archbishop Thraoff, and he was the fastest of the 5. The last of the archbishops was a young kid who had been silent and was just watching them with a calm face. What about me? Suddenly, Wendy appeared in front of the 3 ancestors, and she didn't bother to greet them. What? The 3 ancestors had just woken up from their slumber due to the command of the first ancestor, but the young lady was wearing the insignia of the royal clan, and she should be a princess. Yet she was already at their level. The clan is truly blessed with crouching dragons and phoenixes. The 3 realized that their burden would be lessened, and 4 versus 5 was not bad. They could restrain them. Oh, very beautiful. How about you become my sex toy? I can spare your life? The kid who had been silent a while ago spoke up, and the 4 archbishops knew that he was very lustful, and his innocent face was just a facade. He was the weakest of them all, but he was very hard to kill. You should die. Wendy didn't attack immediately as she was still wary of the others. If she used that skill, she could kill the 5 of them, but it would take a huge toll on her body. Every god had created their own celestial arts, and no one could copy them. They were exclusive. She had acquired her celestial arts after absorbing the finger of her previous body, and it was her trump card against Dave, even though she couldn't release its full power. I will take the 2 of them, and don't worry about me, Wendy said, but the 3 ancestors wanted to retort. Wendy took out a token, and the 2 archbishops were taken by her, using the token to remove them from this place. Don't worry about her, she looks confident in her own strength. The second ancestor said. Having lived for many years, he could feel that the young lady was very strong and hiding something terrifying inside her body. Many had noticed the princess's appearance and didn't expect her to also reach the same level as the ancestors, but they didn't have time to be amazed because everyone was occupied by the enemies. Should I help your other lover? Aren't you worried about her safety? Losing such a beautiful woman would hurt you, right? Karina asked Dave with a teasing gaze. She was also a semi-saint sovereign, but she noticed that Dave wasn't even worried about Wendy. She didn't care even though Dave had many women because they were connected due to Dave's vampiric blood. She gained some skills from the vampire family and became stronger after having sex with Dave. Next, Dave's blood was also a delicious meal for her, nourishing her body, and she felt that no one could defeat her in this domain except for Dave. Dave smiled and said, I am already occupied by a beautiful woman. Dave glanced at her and then winked. Karina smiled, and she wanted to pounce on him and kiss him, but they were in front of Carol, and it wouldn't be good for the kid's health. A woman should learn a lesson first so that she can rely on her man the next time. Dave wasn't worried about Wendy because he knew that she would not die easily, and he would help her if she encountered danger. She was a god, and if she died from such weak enemies, then it's better for her to become a housewife and carry his child in the future than to try to become a god again. He had already marked the kid who had offended his woman with his offensive words, and even if he escaped from Wendy, he couldn't escape Dave's retribution later. Karina nodded, and Dave took out a bunch of snacks and drinks. They were eating like they were watching a movie. Suddenly, a small head popped out from Dave's clothes, and the sleeping Draco woke up when he smelled the food. Food? Draco had learned some skills, and Dave had taught him a shadow technique so that he could hide in Dave's body and come out when he wanted. Draco always slept after eating many foods, and he suddenly became hungry when Dave took out food again. Wow, a dragon. Carol hugged Draco directly and fed him food right into his mouth. So cute. Carol caressed Draco's head, and Draco enjoyed it very much. Dave sneered at Draco. He didn't know where the pride of this dragon had gone. They were having a good time while chaos was erupting around them. Suddenly, 3 true saint powerhouses appeared in front of them, releasing killing intent. Finally, after being locked by the leader to train in that secret realm, we can now kill again. Let's kill that man. His face is very handsome, and he makes me feel envious. Right, we should humiliate his woman in front of him before we kill them. Ha, that dragon can be sold for such a high price. The 3 laughed, while Dave only looked at them with a strange expression. Karina's smile disappeared, and she was about to kill these 3 troublemakers who didn't know the limits of heaven and earth, but Dave stopped her. Why? Karina asked, but Dave ignored her and looked at Draco. Draco, your meal is ready. Draco's eyes lit up as he ate apples, and he looked at the 3 true saints with greed. Really? You won't stop me this time? Draco asked Dave through their connection, and Dave patted his head and laughed. Of course, they're trash, and you can enjoy to your heart's content. Draco was delighted and rushed at the 3 true saints as if he were hunting his prey. How arrogant that man is. He only sends his dragon. The 3 true saints felt looked down upon. The commotion drew the attention of others who were fighting, and they realized that Dave was also present, though he seemed to be enjoying the scene as a spectator. They looked at the small dragon rushing toward the 3 true saints, but a shocking scene made everyone feel scared. A massive jaw appeared in front of them, and the 3 true saints were devoured in an instant, without any chance to fight back. Burp. Draco patted his belly and remained in his small form. He had easily devoured the 3 true saints as if they were snacks. What? People from the dark cult in the royal clan were shocked, They hadn't expected Dave's dragon to be capable of killing 3 true saints. How terrifying. If the pet is already that strong, the master must be even stronger to tame such a pet. Even the archbishops and the 3 ancestors noticed the scene, and they looked at Dave, who only looked at everyone with amusement, showing the expression of just go on, I will not interfere. He appeared very relaxed, as if nothing was related to him, and his actions made the archbishops wary. They couldn't see his cultivation level, and the woman beside him was also a semi-saint sovereign. The dragon was undoubtedly at the semi-saint sovereign level to easily devour 3 true saints. Who is he? They didn't know who he was, and Ino suddenly said, he should be from the Alexander clan. His red hair is the distinct feature of the Alexander clan, and he resembles a little bit that monster Lucy and I fought before. The archbishops grew wary. The Alexander clan was the only clan they hadn't attacked because they weren't sure about winning against them. They were waiting for their god to descend, believing that the Alexander clan would surely perish at their god's hands. The dark cult had infiltrated many worlds, and their endless killing could not be stopped. Let's ignore him for now. He seems not to be here to interfere as long as we don't disturb him. He is dangerous, and I feel that we are no match for him, except if the leader helps us. Everyone nodded, and they decided to face the 3 ancestors. In an eerie place shrouded by thick fog, 20 individuals suddenly found themselves transported, and they were stunned by their new surroundings. They had been engaged in combat, but the appearance of this new environment caused them to pause, sensing that something was amiss. They checked their tokens, only to discover that they were not functioning in this strange place. What's happening? Venice asked, looking around at the group. Confusion was evident on their faces as they tried to comprehend their situation. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the dark prison. A small, fleshless figure materialized before them, a creature of bones. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the dark prison. A small, fleshless figure materialized before them, a creature of bones. Who are you, and where are we? Jiang Chen drew his sword, poised for action. While the creature didn't appear particularly strong, a sense of foreboding arose from the presence of hidden entities lurking in the shadows. You've been brought to this realm. Our leader instructed us to hunt you down. Once we successfully capture all of you without causing irreparable harm to your bodies, we can leave this place, the creature said. Let the massacre begin. A horde of malevolent criminals, radiating intense killing intent, emerged from the darkness. Damn it. The group found themselves in a dire situation. These 20 geniuses possessed quick thinking and strategic minds, setting them apart from ordinary fighters. Jiang Chen produced a pendant Dave had entrusted to him, a barrier capable of protecting anyone within 100 meters for 24 hours. Even true saints would struggle to break it. The adversaries seemed weak, likely belonging to the least powerful faction within this domain. Jiang Chen's grandfather had taught him that larger groups often indicated weaker individuals. True strength was often found in those who chose to stand alone. Swoosh. Boom. The attackers were thwarted by the imposing barrier, unable to breach its defenses. Arg. Attack. Despite their relentless assault, the barrier remained impervious. The astonished geniuses looked to Jiang Chen for guidance. What? You're not afraid, are you? Jiang Chen's challenge spurred them into action. They realized that something grave must have befallen the royal clan for them to be transported here without the assistance of their guardians. This barrier will only last for a day, it will dissipate after that. So, I suggest we band together, formulate an escape plan, and assess our surroundings. Let's gather information to create a concrete strategy. For now, we should tend to our wounds and recover our strength. We must unite to ensure our survival in this perilous place. Jiang Chen's explanation sparked a collective effort among them to devise a plan. Inside Alexander's clan ancestral ground, bathing in a pool of blood with his bare body exposed, Lucas Alexander opened his eyes, and a golden light covered his entire body. His aura soared from Imperial Saint Lord to True Saint, and it didn't stop, it continued to rise. Boom! Heavenly tribulation appeared above the sacred grounds, but he flicked his fingers, and a small barrier covered the entire place, dispersing the tribulation because it could no longer detect his aura. How long has it been? Millions of years? Aurora, he mumbled that name, and a face of sadness appeared on Lucas Alexander. His aura was different from before, and it was so strong that the domain would explode if he exposed his aura. Swoosh. A 3-meter handsome man with 3 pairs of arms appeared in front of him, but his state was weak now, and his body was starting to rot. Titan God, this subject welcomes you again. He knelt in front of him, his shock and reverence evident despite his condition. The handsome man was the first ancestor of the Alexander clan, the clan's founder. He was the prince of the Titan clan and knew many things even the Titan king didn't. He was the disciple of the Titan God, the foundation of the Titan race. When Lucas had entered the sacred ground, he felt a familiar aura that only his master possessed. The man's face looked familiar as if he weren't human. The Titan God was a weak creature who rose from being a genius to a godlike being. He had killed a true god and absorbed its essence, which turned him into a god. He was acknowledged by heaven, becoming famous for his feat. The Titan race became a top clan, and those with the bloodline of Titans were blessed when he became a god. Lucas realized that he didn't know his past, so the first ancestor guided him secretly into the pool and sent more of the stored blood to help him recover his strength and activate his memories. He was happy because he felt that his clan could now have their revenge for being plotted against by the Dark God and the Fire God. Lucas looked at him and spoke. Your state is not good. He waved his hand, and Alexander's body healed instantly, now covered in life energies. Thank you, God. Alexander prostrated in respect, but Lucas told him to stand up. I still haven't fully recovered my peak and need to return to the celestial plane to recover my lost essence. By the way, what happened to our clan? I told your father to take care of it before I asked you to prepare for my plans. Also, why are you here? I didn't expect to be reincarnated as your descendant. Should I call you ancestor? Lucas said, and Alexander hurriedly denied it, saying, I don't deserve to be called an ancestor of our race's god. Alexander looked at Lucas and began telling him everything that had happened. Lucas listened, stunned by what he heard, yet he remained emotionless as if he were listening to a story. So that substitute dark god and that fire bastard became so arrogant after I entered the trial with Aurora, huh? Don't worry, I will take down those two, and we will try to find the remaining clanmates who are in hiding. Our clan is tenacious, and we have many ways to hide and escape. It's a pity that Kegu died. Lucas learned that the Supreme Elder Kegu, one of his loyal subordinates and one of the most talented, had been killed in an ambush by two gods. Before he left, Lucas had given Kegu his blessing as a god and given him a supreme treasure to protect the clan. If Kegu had been fighting one god, he could have escaped or defeated it, but two gods were too much. His clan had been targeted by them, and he felt he knew their real goals. Fist God, you still haven't given up? Lucas murmured, hatred appearing in his eyes as he remembered the name of his mortal enemy. The substitute dark god was not the real god of darkness. The original god of darkness had perished in the hands of the Assassin King. It took the heavens billions of years for the new dark god to emerge, and his power as the Ten Commandments was removed and given to a stronger god. Since then, the newly emerged dark god belonged to the weaker group of gods, and his power was not enough to kill Kegu if not for the help of the fire god. Lucas and Alexander conversed as the barrier Lucas created to hide from the tribulation started to dissipate. Are you going to ascend, Titan God? Lucas smiled and nodded. Well, this place cannot bear my presence, and it will harm everyone living in the immortal plane. Alexander nodded and suddenly recalled something. God, what about your son? Chaos is happening in the whole plane, and the real dark god is about to revive. I can protect the clan if that god is revived and escape this place easily, but I don't think your son will follow my words. Alexander had just woken up, but he had learned many things after roaming the domain for some time. Dave was a bit odd, and now he learned that Dave's father was his god, so he would respect Dave too. Lucas smiled and said, well, I cannot do anything about it because I will be forced to ascend, but I trust my son's capability. If my assumption is right, after the god of darkness is fully revived, he will kill everyone, and it will serve as nourishment for his healing. After that, he will go back to the celestial plane and kill and devour the new dark god to regain his full powers. He might also try to kill the new holder of the Ten Commandments to regain his skill. Alexander felt that he was learning some important things and wanted to listen more, but Lucas didn't speak any more words about that matter. You should not worry about anything. Dave is not someone I cannot read, and I have the feeling that the dark god will suffer a huge loss. He is the son of the Titan god and the Sword god, so how can he be ordinary? Haha. Lucas wasn't worried about Dave's safety because he was blessed with great luck. When he regained his memories, he started to think differently, but Dave was still his son, and his gut feeling made him feel that he shouldn't worry. Even if Dave died, he could still ask the goddess of death and life to revive him. They owed him a favor, and he wasn't really worried about Dave's safety. It would also be a trial for Dave, and he didn't plan to interfere. Also, his time is limited, so he would let his son do what he wanted. By the way, I will take my father and mother with me to the celestial plane, and you should also follow me after things settle here. You know where to find me and give this letter to my son in case he looks for me. Lucas gave him a letter and wore a worry-free smile. He looked at the horizon and was eager to meet Aurora again. I will come to see you again. Boom. A man fell to the ground, and he was no longer breathing. Hee, you should have given me more wine. Andre the drunkard took the wine he got from the storage ring of his fallen enemy. Seeing the death of a true saint from the dark cult made everyone delighted, and the royal clan soldiers cheered. The dark cult was angry, and the loss of a true saint was significant to them. Hey, don't worry about me, I have already repaid Warren's favor. See you again. He wanted to leave, but he realized that the place seemed to lock all of them, and their tokens were not working anymore. What happened? He analyzed the situation and realized something. How evil, they want to kill us here, huh? My energy seems to be draining every minute. Since he couldn't leave this place, he decided to kill more enemies. Maybe after the enemy died, they would be able to leave this place. Kill him. Many members of the demonic cult, regardless of whether they were Imperial Saint Emperors or below, rushed toward him without thinking for their lives. They looked like crazed individuals who disregarded their lives, ganging up on Andre. Hey, don't, Andre shouted as he ran while drinking his wine. Others were also busy as they were being occupied by other strong opponents. Not many true saints died because they were hard to kill, but a lot of people below true saints were killed, as the enemy seemed to be planning to eliminate them without holding back. The dark cult seemed to be at a disadvantage in terms of the number of deaths, but they had inflicted substantial losses on the royal clan. Dark cult members would sometimes self-destruct, making others more wary of them due to their unpredictable behavior. The dark cult members were considered sacrificial, willingly giving their lives to contribute to their god. They had been brainwashed by their leader to die for the god, programmed to kill without considering their own lives. Their eyes turned red, and they entered a state of berserk, attacking relentlessly. The dark cult continued to attack relentlessly, and some true saints from top clans were heavily injured. The war had almost destroyed half of the royal clan's domain. However, due to the cooperation and unity of the soldiers in maintaining peace and order, the civilians were evacuated instantly. They were relocated to a special place where they would be protected, and their location could not be detected. Boom. A bald monk fell to the ground, appearing lifeless. No. People from the Buddhist clan shouted, not expecting one of their true saints to die. On the other side. Ha! Die. The true saints of the dark cult seemed tenacious and hard to kill. Boom. Lilia was blasted, coughing up blood. She looked at her enemy, a woman with many tattoos, who was very strong. Die. Lilia was in despair, not expecting to meet her end here. The enemy was strong, and their dark energy weakened her. Many had realized that the formation covering the entire domain was slowly absorbing their energy. She had initially been evenly matched with her enemy, but as time went on, she fell at a disadvantage. The enemy seemed tireless, possessing infinite energy. Closing her eyes, Lilia prepared to accept her fate, but then she heard a scream. Opening her eyes, she saw Karina standing in front of her, holding the head of the enemy she had been fighting moments ago. The headless body collapsed to the ground, and the decapitated head in Karina's hands was filled with terror. Such a weak enemy almost killed you. You haven't made much progress, Lilia. Karina smirked, having defeated the enemy without even utilizing her full powers. She hadn't initially intended to intervene in the battle, as Dave hadn't given the order to do so. However, she couldn't bear to witness her best friend's death. What? Lilia was stunned. She knew she was strong, but the gap in power seemed immense. Die. Suddenly, an attack appeared behind Karina. Lilia shouted to warn her, but it was too late. Boom. Karina appeared to be unharmed, and a pool of blood appeared on the ground as another true saint fell. Karina flicked her fingers, shaping the blood into arrows and pointing them at other dark cult members nearby. Blood arrows boom. 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 Dave didn't restrict her from doing what she wanted. Karina's nature of killing made her terrifying. In a matter of seconds, she had killed thousands of dark cult members near her. All the blood that spilled was collected by her, forming new arrow-shaped blood constructs. Boom. Boom. She continued to kill the enemy, while the higher-ups of the dark cult remained emotionless, indifferent to the deaths of their comrades. So strong. The others who were fighting against the dark cult remarked, amazed by her power. She could eliminate her enemies using this blood magic. Boom. Many exploded into bits, but the number of dark cult members seemed infinite. Karina noticed many enemies rushing toward her position. She took a drop of her blood and activated a skill she had recently acquired. Blood Ritual Blood Monster. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in front of them, summoning a 10-meter monster composed of blood. The beast rushed toward the enemies. Its power was only at the true saint level, yet it was sufficient to eliminate everyone. Moreover, it would grow stronger with each enemy it killed. The blood beast continued its rampage, but a dark spike emerged from the ground, instantly impaling the soldiers and the blood beast, killing them. How interesting. A beautiful and dangerous woman appeared in front of Karina. Karina recognized her. Archbishop out, how can you be here when you were fighting the third ancestor of the royal clan? Karina asked, sensing that something was amiss. You mean him? The woman held up a small orb containing an unmoving figure. She had collected the body, as if it were a hobby to gather the corpses of her defeated enemies. He was strong, but how could an old fart like him fight me? She had enjoyed the battle with the third ancestor. The other archbishops were also engaged in combat elsewhere, but she had no concerns. She was confident they would emerge victorious. Their fight remained unseen. The loss of an ancestor figure would dishearten the royal clan and potentially shatter their morale. Karina smirked and glanced at Lilia. You should go near Dave, it's the safest place. I won't save you again if you want to die. Lilia was stunned but nodded, her gratitude evident. She first thanked Karina for her earlier help and then moved in Dave's direction. Out didn't stop her. Karina had her locked down. You are strong. I hope you can entertain me, Out remarked. Karina smirked in response. Well, you are weak to me. Killing you might just stave off my boredom. And so, the battle between two beautiful women was about to commence. Karina appeared in front of Out in an instant and landed a punch in her face. Boom. Out repelled the attack, and excitement is evident. Karina's power posed a slight danger to her, and one wrong move could cost her dearly. Boom. 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 Both exchanged blows, appearing to be evenly matched. Warm-up is over, Out declared. For several minutes, they exchanged blows, but Owl began to grow bored. Archbishop Out smiled and activated her skill. Dark spike. Suddenly, Karina sensed an attack from the ground and swiftly dodged. Swoosh. Numerous terrifying sharp spikes emerged from the ground. Karina realized the extent of her enemy's power. Law of Earth combined with her talent for controlling metal? Now she understood how Out had managed to kill the third ancestor. You're intelligent, but it's a pity you'll die, Out taunted. Law of Earth, Earth Prison. Instantly, a large section of the soil formed into a cage and hurtled toward Karina, aiming to crush her. Boom! The soil struck where Karina had been standing. Out smirked and remarked, "Hee hee, I wonder if that handsome man will be angry with me for killing his woman." She remained cautious of the man but was unafraid to face him. "Hey, don't attempt to approach my man, as he doesn't like sluts like you." Suddenly, Karina appeared behind Out and gripped her shoulders. "What?" Out was stunned. She had believed Karina would have been finished by her attack. She tried to escape, but it was too late. Queen of Blood sacrificed suddenly, Out felt as if all the blood in her body was vanishing, and her once beautiful, youthful face began to decay. "What kind of skill is this?" she exclaimed, caught off guard. She hadn't anticipated Karina's strength and regretted underestimating her. After 10 seconds, she turned into dust, dying in misery. Karina seemed weakened, having expended much of her blood to use that skill. Swoosh! Abruptly, Karina found herself back at Dave's side. She realized that Dave had been observing her fight. Dave smiled at her and remarked, "Good job. You can rest now, no need to tire yourself out." Karina smiled and nodded. She glanced at Lilia, who sat some distance away from Dave, fear evident on her face. Though Karina couldn't comprehend Lilia's expression, she decided to rest, feeling drained after battling Out. Ino and the second ancestor found themselves in a stalemate, completely absorbed in their battle, unaware of the fate of their comrades. Boom! Both combatants had sustained heavy injuries, yet Ino appeared to be gaining the upper hand. The second ancestor's aura was notably weakened. "Your golden armor seems to be impenetrable," the second ancestor observed. Engaging Ino had revealed that he couldn't breach the golden armor crafted from Ino's energy. Ino possessed a remarkably resilient physique, making it evident that victory was unattainable if the battle continued in this manner. Ino chuckled and remarked, "Hee hee, by now, my other comrades should have taken care of your remaining ancestors. It seems I shouldn't fall behind." The second ancestor thinks for a while then sighed in resignation. "Looks like I need to go first. I hope that I have done my responsibility well. All hail the royal clan." The second ancestor closed his eyes and Ino realized what he plans to do. "Oh no, stop," he shouted and rushed to him to stop him, but it's too late as the second ancestor decided to self-destruct, and both were locked in a domain so the impact would surely kill both of them. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, catching the attention of many as they observed the fluctuations in that specific location. Ancestor. The Emperor, engaged in battle against his enemies, bellowed upon recognizing the aura emitted by the explosion. "Shit! I won't forgive you all," he roared, brandishing his sword fiercely. Law of water tidal waves. Boom! Numerous dark cult members found themselves submerged in the water sphere conjured by the Emperor. Overwhelmed by stress, the Emperor couldn't even ascertain the condition of his family and his daughter, who were contending against two formidable opponents. Boom! Abruptly, a man plummeted to the ground, recognizable to many. Fourth ancestor. The fourth ancestor appeared to have been charred to death, his visage barely discernible. The Emperor felt a profound sense of loss. In his capacity as Emperor, he held their life tokens and thus realized that all three ancestors had perished. Arg, how hateful. He glared at Archbishop Drite, his readiness for combat evident. "Don't, Emperor. You are no match for him." His general, fighting by his side, intervened to dissuade him from rash actions, but the Emperor was bent on vengeance. Each ancestor had contributed to his rise and he held deep respect for all of them. They had never coveted power or meddled in his affairs. Their support had always been for the sake of peace. "I must kill them." Boom! Abruptly, the Emperor was enshrouded in a suit of water armor. His aura transformed as he surged to the level of semi-saint sovereign in an instant. "Leave this place immediately," he commanded his people as he was about to get serious. His crown gleamed as a royal treasure of the clan, capable of harnessing certain powers. Royal energy he drew upon the ancestral tombs where his predecessors had stored a portion of their strength, borrowing the accumulated energy of his clan. Archbishop Drite glanced at Warren, sensing a threat in his powers. "It will be tough, but still manageable." Warren pointed his fingers at Drite, incanting. Water arrow swoosh. Countless water-formed arrows hurtled towards Drite, whose expression betrayed a sense of threat. Boom! Boom! Several arrows struck Archbishop Drite, their velocity leaving little room for evasion. Cough. Despite coughing up blood, Drite wiped it away with ease, chuckling. "Ha! Finally, someone has wounded me in 1,000 years. It's time for you to die for angering me." Law of Fire. Fire Inferno. Warren and Drite had both ascended to the middle stage of their respective laws, a notable achievement in this realm. Boom! Fire and water collided, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed bystanders. Boom! The explosion claimed many lives, with a majority belonging to the Dark Cult. The once grand royal arena was reduced to a vast crater. However, the floating platform remained intact, safeguarded by a potent shield. Boom! Warren and the Archbishop exchanged blow after blow, their strengths evenly matched. Boom! Despite the ferocity of their attacks, neither gained an upper hand. "Do you know how I killed your ancestor, even though he matched me in strength?" Drite chuckled, a tattoo appearing on his face. Warren suddenly found himself unable to move. Shadow manipulation. Stunned, Warren realized his shadow bore a mark, but it was too late as Drite assaulted him with his fire law. "Oh no! Onlookers were horrified, not wanting to witness their emperor's demise and the subsequent plummet in morale. Boom. Suddenly, a massive gourd materialized, swallowing the archbishop's assault. Hee, you owe me one, Warren. Andre the drunkard appeared before Warren, the gourd shrinking to a small size. Andre then drank its contents. Burp. Ah, so delicious. Andre grinned, astonishingly sober. I owe you. Warren expressed gratitude before addressing Archbishop Drite. You can use your trick once, but not twice. Drite sensed the dire situation, attempting to contact Eno and out, only to receive no response. What? Andre, understanding Drite's intent, laughed. Well, 2 of your comrades are dead. One fell to that demonic woman. The other perished in an explosion. Now, it's your turn. Next as dark cult members pursued him, Andre witnessed the death of Archbishop Out and shocked by the power displayed by the woman near Dave, who had single-handedly vanquished Archbishop Out, one of the mightiest archbishops. Regarding the death of Eno, he too felt the powerful explosion from their battleground. He surmised that both of them had perished in that blast. The royal clan suffered a substantial blow in losing the 2nd to 4th ancestors. However, if they managed to survive this ordeal, they still had a chance to rebuild and restore their clan. Archbishop Drite stood stunned for a moment, then attempted to reach out to his remaining 2 archbishops. Yet, an unexpected event unfolded before him. Swoosh! A portal abruptly materialized, and Wendy emerged from it, clutching the severed heads of 2 individuals. One was a kid, the other an adult, their faces etched with fear before their demise. What? Archbishop Drite and even the other members of the dark cult were taken aback by the sight of the decapitated archbishop heads in Wendy's hands. How? Numerous activities came to a halt as all attention turned to Wendy. The spotlight was now on her. TSK, they were weak, and I haven't even expended half of my powers. Wendy's return brought forth both delight and astonishment. Her powers exceeded everyone's expectations. Who's next? She cast her gaze upon the remaining semi-saint sovereign, unable to detect the auras of the other ancestors. What happened, father? She approached her father, Warren, who was conflicted. He recounted the events that had transpired. The sudden fall of the 3 ancestors was an unforeseen turn of events for her. She turned her gaze to Dirt and declared, then you should follow them as their guide. Archbishop Dirt's instinct was to flee, preparing his escape, but a sudden freezing of space arrested him. His body transformed into ice, his shock palpable. In the end, all he perceived were Wendy's frigid, azure eyes before he became an ice statue that promptly detonated. Boom! With the demise of the Dark Cult's archbishops, jubilation filled the soldiers and allies from other clans who had joined the battle. Trapped within the battleground, they all pressed forward. Kill them all. Wendy's command resonated as she emerged like a war deity, freezing her adversaries and dispatching them relentlessly. The soldiers' morale soared, leading to an intensified slaughter. However, Wendy noted that Dave refrained from aiding them. Her disappointment grew, fueled by an unspoken reason. Observing the casualties, Dave's lips curled, and he muttered, "Hee, kill more, and his descent will hasten." Dave had already discerned the mechanics of the formation. With each death, the formation absorbed their blood and energy, stabilizing the portal and accelerating the construction of the God of Darkness's body. This was precisely his objective. Boom! The tide of battle began to shift, favoring the royal clan. The dark cult's numbers dwindled, and victory appeared within reach. Abruptly, the first ancestor of the royal clan materialized before them, his appearance notably altered. His aura had transformed, signifying a significant evolution. Standing beside him was the man with the black mask. What? Emperor Warren was taken aback, observing the hollow, lifeless eyes of the first ancestor. What have you done to the first ancestor? His roar echoed, suspicion and alarm taking hold. The man with the black mask laughed and spoke. Well, I just told him to join my cult, and he agreed, ha. TSK, seems the 5 failures are dead, useless, he continued dismissively. Then, he turned his attention to Wendy, recognizing her as the strongest presence. Well, kill them all. The man with the mask commanded, the first ancestor obediently complying. Boom. The first ancestor's aura surged, shocking everyone. Trouble, the enemy has control over the first ancestor. Boom. Emperor Warren and Andre were thrust aside by an explosion. Numerous soldiers perished as Wendy's energy couldn't shield them all. This is problematic. She rushed to restrain the ancestor, but the man with the black mask intervened. Hee, stay. You'll be our god's slave when he arrives, and he'll surely amuse himself with you. Wendy was taken aback. The man's power felt far from ordinary, a threatening aura emanating from him. Who are you? She inquired, met with laughter. Hee, take a guess? He brushed off her question, restraining Wendy with ease. Realizing any movement would be thwarted, Wendy couldn't bear witnessing the ancestors' potential massacre. She resolved to take action and face the threat head-on. Dave, can you restrain the first ancestor while I take care of this one? Through telepathy, Wendy sent a message to Dave, noticing that the first ancestor seemed to be targeting her father, the Emperor. She did not want to ask for his help, but the situation right now was very dire and all she could do was to ask for his help. Unable to aid her father, given the vast gap in power between him and the first ancestor, Wendy sought Dave's assistance. Dave, who was taking a break, smiled and responded. Call me hubby first. Wendy's frustration surged. She hadn't expected him to persist in this manner. Annoyed, she was about to express her anger when she observed the first ancestor engaging her father and Andre. Their defenses were crumbling under the ancestor's overwhelming power. The first ancestor was operating on a different level altogether, capable of slaying semi-saint sovereigns. Wendy clenched her teeth, resolute and focused. "Who'd out, baby?" she stammered, her cheeks turning red. Dave's smile broadened as he said, "If you had addressed me as hubby from the beginning, we might not be in this situation." With a wave of his hand, a potent aura enveloped the scene. Even the man with the black mask paused his actions, acknowledging the newcomer. The newcomer's appearance defied the formation's barriers, stunning all present. Swoosh! A strikingly handsome man, featuring long black hair and black eyes, materialized. His aura was terrifying, as if he had killed billions of creatures. Squinting, Wendy felt a sense of familiarity toward the newcomer, though she couldn't quite place it. The masked man's demeanor shifted, sensing that something was awry. Fuck then. Before Dave, Ronin appeared. His absence had been prolonged, and he yearned to serve Dave once again. "Master," Ronin greeted, kneeling respectfully. Dave reciprocated the greeting with a smile. "Ronin, subdue the first ancestor of the royal clan without causing harm." "Very well." Ronin bowed in agreement and promptly vanished, his movements impossible to trace. Boom. Andre and Warren were thrown to the ground, overpowered by the ancestor-like youngsters. "Damn, that old fogey was strong," Andre muttered, watching his shattered gourd with a sense of loss. "Of course, he was the founder," Warren said, and both of them were in a dangerous situation. The first ancestor regarded them with impassive eyes, conjuring power, readying to strike them down. Despair gripped them, but hope emerged as a man with black hair materialized behind the first ancestor. A swift strike to the nape and the first ancestor lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Boom! Ronin seized the fallen body and briefly glanced at the Emperor and Andre. "What? Who are you?" They were busy being occupied by the first ancestor, so they did not see him appear beside Dave. Greetings were dismissed as Ronin vanished from the scene. Swoosh! Both were stunned, and they didn't expect that someone this terrifying would appear and save them. Ronin reappeared before Dave, presenting the first ancestor's body. "Master, mission accomplished. What is your next order? Want me to kill that masked person?" Ronin's efficiency amused Dave, who chuckled in response. "Excellent work. You can depart and undertake the mission I assigned earlier. Remember to complete it within 3 days. Don't bother with that ant. Let my woman kill him." Ronin bowed in affirmation before vanishing once more. "As you command." Swoosh! His departure left everyone in shock, their gaze shifting to Dave. He appeared amused, studying the first ancestor. "What? Don't interrupt me. Keep doing what you were doing." Dave gestured dismissively, having fulfilled Wendy's request to restrain the first ancestor, even if he hadn't done it directly. The man in the black mask failed to sense Dave's aura, perceiving him as a significant threat. He questioned whether he could overcome such a powerful entity. He was angry when he was regarded by him as an ant, but he decided to swallow his words as he was a bit fearful of Dave's subordinate. "Who are you?" The man in the black mask turned his focus to Dave, unable to gauge his power. Dave appeared more menacing than the woman before him. Dave met his gaze and spoke playfully. "Give it a guess." Next, Dave's laughter followed as he turned his attention elsewhere, sharing a meal with Draco while observing the ongoing spectacle. With the first ancestor restrained, a sense of calm settled among the observers. Emperor Warren ordered his soldiers to track down the remaining Dark Cult members. Wendy regarded Dave with a conflicted expression, still unable to decipher his thoughts. She shifted her gaze to the man in the black mask and declared, "Now that nothing stands in my way, I'll kill you without restraint." Boom! Jiang Chen and the other brilliant individuals formed a team, and they now understand where they've been transported. Once the barrier faded, they defeated many prisoners, questioned them, and realized they were in a perilous location known as Dark Prison. This place houses criminals and consists of several tiers, with the most powerful one situated on the final level. Dark Prison is divided into 5 levels, and currently, they are on the first level. To escape, they must acquire a key from the warden, who possesses true saint power and is on the 5th level. Knowing their situation makes others feel despair while others remain silent. Despite most of them being Imperial Saint Kings, a few are Imperial Saint Emperors like the Prince. Even though some can challenge Imperial Saint Emperors, they refuse to give up. They've also learned that a formidable guardian resides on each level, necessitating cooperation to defeat them. Venice had stepped up to form a plan, and no one dared to underestimate her because she was a woman. They've devised a plan, splitting into 2 groups and agreeing to regroup after 2 hours. Boom! Jiang Chen used his sword to defeat his enemies, with Venice and Riaz fighting alongside him. They were pursued by criminals ranging from Imperial lords and below. Despite their weakness, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Riaz looks at Jiang Chen, found out that there is someone genius that can make him feel danger except Dave. While slightly concerned, he drew confidence from the guidance he received from the old man within him. After leaving his clan, Riaz embarked on a journey across different worlds. He trained in numerous secret realms for years, drawn by their varying time ratios. His goal was to surpass Dave. Honing his swordsmanship, he returned to the clan only to discover Dave had already departed. Undeterred, Riaz continued his travels and heard tales of Dave's exploits. He was astonished to find Dave capable of defeating true saint powerhouses. Although bitterness crept in, Riaz resolved to join a royal clan tournament where he unexpectedly crossed paths with Dave again. Seeing Dave's prowess and his remarkable sword technique etched in stone, Riaz realized the wide gap between them. The old man within him remained silent whenever he faced Dave, as if he was afraid of being noticed in his presence. Despite feeling weak, Riaz clung to hope, aspiring to catch up to Dave someday. His determination was reignited. Everyone aimed to escape dark prison. Their plans aligned, and Riaz admired Venice's strategic thinking in dire situations. He recognized her as an intelligent figure, a key decision-maker in their group's plans. Both introduced themselves to each other to understand their abilities better and create a more effective plan. They assessed the situation, and all of Venice's plans were approved by the rest of the group. They swiftly moved in the opposite direction of the guard's location on their current level. Venice, Riaz, and Jiang Chen's role were to act as bait, giving the second prince and his companions to subdue the guard of this level. Jiang Chen, Venice, and Riaz were faster than the others and possessed numerous means of escape. Venice suggested taking on the role of bait since they had ample escape options. The remaining 17 geniuses would engage in combat with the guard, who was within the prince's capabilities to handle. Despite being pursued by numerous criminals, they maintained their composure, relying on their fellow members to complete their tasks. Boom. Riaz eliminated the charging criminals, feeling that this place offered a good environment for practice. Here, he could kill without the burden of considering his opponent's lives. He chose not to spare these criminals, as they were not innocent. Sword Heart Sword Bloom Swoosh. His sword technique flowed effortlessly, instantly decapitating thousands of criminals. Wow, that was an impressive move. I'd like to spar with you once we're out of here. Jiang Chen was amazed and expressed his desire to practice with Riaz after their escape. Riaz smiled and responded, "No need to be modest. You possess strong skills as well and have grasped young Master Dave's technique. While my cultivation is higher than yours, you can certainly contend with me if our cultivation levels match." Jiang Chen, much younger than Riaz, held potential that made Riaz acknowledge his future prowess. "Considering your words, you've met young Master Dave?" Jiang Chen gazed at Riaz, and though initially surprised, Riaz nodded with a smile. "Before meeting him, I believed no one from our generation could surpass me in swordsmanship. Then I encountered him, someone younger than me. He's the only one who has defeated me in swordplay. He crushed me utterly. Since then, I've dedicated myself to intense practice, aiming to challenge him again and see if I can make him exert his full power." Riaz recalled the crushing defeat he suffered at Dave's hands, a humiliation for a swordsman. He had never seen Dave draw his sword against him, making him acutely aware of his weakness. Amid their fight against the criminals, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "Hee, young Master Dave is exceptional. We must strive harder to catch up." A bond formed between Jiang Chen and Riaz, while Venice remained aloof. Ignoring them, Venice conserved her energy as there were still many challenges ahead. She distanced herself from the others, as even though they didn't smell bad, their scent was overwhelming. Strangely, Dave's scent didn't make her nauseous, making him unique. Observing the crazed pursuers, she swung her sword, each stroke claiming a life. The matriarch of her clan personally trained her and allowed her access to the sacred pool, enhancing her strength for the upcoming tournament. Law of Illusion, Flower of Illusion. Countless vines emerged, adorned with small red flowers releasing potent energy. The criminals weakened, many falling to the ground asleep. Boom. Capitalizing on the enemy's weakened state, Venice dispatched those near her. Her exceptional skills astounded the two swordsmen nearby. "How terrifying. We mustn't provoke that woman," remarked Jiang Chen, to which Riaz chuckled, unfazed. In a very distant and secret place, Xegron was sitting in front of a colossal corpse that looked like an insect that had been dead for many years. Xegron was drawn to this place, so he sought out his master and explained that he would be leaving for the time being because something was calling him, and Dave didn't stop him. He traveled to locate the place and accidentally entered a terrifying world. He didn't know if this place was still on the immortal plane. He felt that the energy here was denser, and when he found the corpse, he felt a sense of connection to it. He believed that if he devoured this corpse, he could make a significant leap in levels. He knew that his master would create stronger undead in the future, so he needed to keep up with them to maintain his status as a leader. He also realized that he had lost contact with Dave and couldn't send a message to him. The corpse in front of him surpassed any horrors he had felt before, and it seemed like it could destroy him with just a glance if it were still alive. He was using the new skill he had acquired because of Dave's blood, Devour. He couldn't instantly devour the corpse because his level was weak, and it would take a lot of time. He wasn't in a hurry because his master had said that he could come back at any time, and he didn't need to rush things. He closed his eyes and swore that when he came back, he would remain by his master's side and kill all those who offended his master. The Emperor and the other true saints continue to hunt the remaining enemies, and killing the true saints of the enemy is hard to accomplish easily. Ice Prison. Swoosh. Wendy and the man with the black mask are fighting, and their powers cause destruction to the place. Both are in a stalemate, and they continue to attack each other. The man with the black mask is locked in an ice prison, and the cold is seething inside his body. "What a cold aura," he murmurs and realizes that his energy is starting to drain faster to protect his body from turning into an ice statue. Dark Veil. Suddenly, the ice prison shatters, stunning Wendy because her ice prison was very sturdy to lock a semi-saint sovereign. That's why she had killed the two archbishops, but the man easily destroys it, and darkness suddenly covers their fighting place. She sees many black hands rushing to restrain her, and her vision is interrupted by the darkness. HMMP, Law of Ice. Ice Dragon. Suddenly, a massive ice dragon appears in front of the dark veil, releasing strong energy from its mouth and easily crushing the dark veil. Crack. Wow, you are really strong, but can you remain alive after this attack? The man praises, and then he takes out an orb and shatters it in front of Wendy. Dave, who was watching, is stunned but smirks and doesn't help her. Wendy also realizes something is wrong. She realizes that she was transported inside a dark domain. She feels like she cannot move her body, and the man in the black mask appears in front of her, taking out a sword. This place is the ultimate treasure given by our god himself, and it can lock enemies inside. I brutally tortured your ancestor before he finally gave in. He licked his lips and looked at Wendy's body. Wendy realized that the situation was not good, so she gritted her teeth and her expression changed. She appeared to be calm as she looked at the man with the black mask. I do not want to use this, but you have forced me. Celestial Art Ice Lotus. Suddenly, the restraining powers disappeared, and an ice lotus appeared in front of the man with the black mask. What is it? He was stunned, but a massive explosion occurred right in front of him. He was too late to dodge and was caught by the explosion. Boom. Dave, who was watching the battle with his ancient eyes, was stunned and realized how powerful that celestial art was. TSK, as expected of a god. Dave didn't know if he could survive up close with that skill because he didn't know how strong he was right now. Wendy looked at her surroundings and saw that the man with the black mask seemed to have perished, and the destruction caused by her celestial arts had almost destroyed the capital of the royal clan. The place turned into a snowy area, and the cold there was unbearable for others. Wendy flicked her fingers, and the ice melted in an instant, causing the cold to disappear. She then landed on the ground and coughed up blood. Cough. Wendy. The Emperor, who was watching everything, was delighted to see the death of the man in the black mask, but he was worried about his daughter. He wanted to rush to her, but he saw a person appear next to her, so he stopped going to her. Dave appeared in front of her, held her waist, and lifted her up in his arms. What? Wendy was very weak right now, and she could not move hastily because her body had taken a toll when she used her celestial arts. Let me go, she shouted, but Dave seemed to ignore her words and said with a serious face. Do you want to die? Dave appeared to become serious as he scanned her body and saw that her energy seemed to be very depleted. Using the celestial arts, designed only for gods, had almost destroyed her organs because she was only human. Her body would not survive if not for Dave's protection that he had placed on her. Wendy was stunned, and she didn't expect him to be angry with her actions. She felt a little sweetness in her heart, but she appeared to be serious. Why do you care about it? Wendy was still prideful, but Dave didn't care about her words and said, your enemy is not dead, and you only damage your body by using unnecessary moves. Wendy was stunned by his words, and she didn't doubt Dave's words. Your enemy is not dead, and you only damage your body by using unnecessary moves. Wendy was stunned by his words, and she didn't doubt Dave's words. What? How do you know? Suddenly, the man in the black mask appeared, and the space seemed to distort. Dave looked above and said, you have comprehended the law of space, but nothing can escape my eyes. The man in the black mask appears to be safe and did not sustain any injuries that makes Wendy more bitter. Also, I hate someone looking at me from above. Get down here. As Dave said that, gravity seemed to lock in the head of the man with the black mask, and he was stunned, falling to the ground in an awkward manner. Boom. Arg, he shouted, and his fall was very embarrassing, but Dave ignored him and continued to check Wendy's condition. You call yourself a god, but your mind is like a child. Dave flicked his fingers, and a 5-meter flame manifested in front of everyone. The flame seemed terrifying, but it was very docile in front of Dave. Master. The star-devouring flame, Flamey, greeted Dave, and Wendy was familiar with this flame. Dave nodded and commanded Flamey to use his skill, Rejuvenating Flame, where someone can be bathed in his flames, and even difficult injuries could be healed by it, dispelling any poison or toxin in the body. Flamey followed his words, and Wendy was suddenly covered with golden fire. She wasn't hurt by it and even felt light and relaxed. Don't move and just watch your hubby do the work. Dave smiled, then kissed her forehead before letting Flamey take care of Wendy. Wendy was stunned, and she wanted to shout at Dave for his shamelessness and for taking advantage of her weak state, but she stopped herself because he had saved her. Dave then looked at everyone and stretched out his hands as he said, well, I wanted to enjoy some time before facing the Dark God, but I feel that I don't want to wait anymore. Let's hasten his descent. After he said that, everyone was stunned, and even the man with the black mask didn't expect him to be so daring. Annoying Dave looked at the dark cult members and used a skill. Sin of Gluttony. Gluttony's maw. Suddenly, many mouths appeared below every member of the dark cult, and they were too late to react as they were devoured by the mouths, their bodies crunched by the skill. Dave smiled, scanning the whole domain, and saw that nothing from the dark cult was alive except for the man with the black mask. Well, that's how things should be done. Dave clapped his hands then smiled, and everyone was astonished. What? So strong? He killed everyone just like that? How strong is he? The true saint powerhouses from the royal clan and other clans were stunned, and their fear of Dave escalated to new levels. They struggled to fight against them, but Dave killed them like chickens. Their bodies entered Dave's space due to the sin of gluttony, and they were useful for his undead projects. He let their blood spill on the formation to hasten the descent of that dark god. They were scared of the skill he had used right now, instantly devouring their enemies regardless of whether they were true saints or below. Wendy was also stunned, and she could only smile bitterly as Dave's power was very mysterious and mystifying. She could only access a small part of her celestial arts because she could not exert much energy, and her body was weak and not compatible with using her celestial art. If she can use the full powers of her celestial arts, she can destroy millions of royal clan domains in one go. She had used her celestial arts because she thought that she could still survive and heal even if it took her a long time, but she felt that her body would explode. However, a pink energy covered her soul, and she felt that there was something inside her protecting her from dying. She felt like it was related to Dave, and she realized that Dave had hidden many things from her and secretly placed a protection inside her body. Is he related to Beelzebub? She found that Dave had used one of the skills of Beelzebub. She had seen Beelzebub before and had witnessed his strength. He was one of the hardest demons to kill because he could absorb energies infinitely, and his storage seemed to be boundless. He could grow stronger while absorbing the energy of his enemies, which was why other gods feared fighting him. Dave saw that the descent of the dark god had been hastened, and he would arrive in an hour. He then looked at the man with the black mask and walked toward him slowly. His steps seemed to increase the gravity around the man, who couldn't even look at Dave's face or raise his head. Arg. Bleeding and crushed by the intensified gravity, the man felt terrorized like never before. Dave smiled and took off his mask. The man couldn't do anything to stop him. Just as Dave was about to remove his mask, an attack appeared behind him. Dave smirked and mumbled, "Gotcha." Dave stopped time and saw another man who looked the same as the one in front of him. Cloning, huh? Dave had seen how the man died a while ago from Wendy's Ice Lotus, but he had claimed to escape to avoid alerting the enemy that he knew about his cloning skills. Now, Dave saw where the man came from due to his understanding of space. He could locate the main body, rendering the clones useless. He instantly devoured their bodies, and time resumed. No one saw what had happened, and they realized that the man with the black mask had already disappeared. Finally, we survived. Seeing the culprit had disappeared, everyone cheered inside in relief that the enemy was finally defeated. They were very grateful to Dave, and Dave's sin points rose to another level, and the accumulation he was getting right now was significant due to the intense emotions of everyone as they saw that they had survived the tragedy. Hey, don't cheer because there is something more terrifying that awaits us. The Emperor calmed everyone down, and they looked at the terrifying gate in the sky, feeling a sense of terror emanating from it. They looked at Dave and saw him unfazed. Dave had said a while ago that he wanted to hasten the descent of the enemy, making them feel that Dave was arrogant, looking down on such a being. Dave looked at everyone and said, "You still have 1 hour to prepare and evacuate. This place is about to become chaotic." Dave glanced at them with a smile, his face showing his excitement to fight a god. The Emperor evacuated everyone from the area, maintaining order. He counted the losses and felt the pain of learning that they had lost almost half of their true saints, including their 3 semi-saint sovereigns who had died at the hands of the archbishops. Their first ancestor could now regain his will because Dave had expelled the effects of the enemy's mind control. They were very grateful to Dave, and none were angered by him not intervening earlier. Some definitely felt that the situation would not be this bad if he had acted earlier, but if they said that to Dave, they were unsure if they could continue breathing. Dave was not easy to read, and his attitude changed every minute. The Emperor went to the special place where the refugees were located. It was a small world that could sustain everyone's needs for thousands of years. The ancestors had prepared this place because it was well hidden. People from other clans returned to their respective clans to assess their situations. Some worried about the geniuses who had been abducted by the enemy, but Dave told them not to be concerned. He was sure that none of them would die. Most of them were protagonist-type characters and would likely benefit from the situation. Dave already knew their locations because he had secretly protected Jiang Chen, enabling him to locate his position at any time. Dave knew that place, and while it was very dangerous for others, he could destroy it in an instant. Dave looked at Karina and Carol and then waved his hand. The main butler of his mansion, Aileen, appeared, and Dave commanded her to introduce the two to his place without implicating them. While Dave had told Karina about the space world before, she had never had a chance to enter it. So, Dave called Aileen to guide her through the place. Dave wasn't sure if he could win against the god, but he wanted to ensure the safety of the two. Karina was very worried, but she still believed in Dave because he wouldn't act without assuring his own safety. He then rubbed Carol's hair and told her to wait for him. He promised to teach her personally. While he had already instructed Kirito to help Carol learn some basics while he was busy, Dave wanted to provide his personal guidance. The two of them left the place and entered his space world. Wendy observed everything and overheard their conversation. However, she wasn't surprised because she had already been inside that place before. She remained silent while her injuries were being healed. Dave informed her that it would take a whole week for her to heal completely. He looked at her with a smile but didn't say anything. Dave turned his attention to Flamey, who seemed bored. He asked Flamey to enter the space world as well and requested Eldritch to prepare potions for Wendy, allowing her to rest there for a week. He had sealed Wendy's cultivation to prevent her from doing anything reckless in his space world, as he still had some reservations about her actions. Flamey nodded and, before Wendy could react, dragged her along. Wait. She wanted to say something, but Dave didn't give her time to speak about it. Swoosh. Dave looked at the gate above and smiled, knowing he still had time to hunt his prey. He vanished from the location, leaving behind a scene resembling hell. He located the coordinates he had discovered and, utilizing his knowledge of the law of space, easily bypassed the void. Within seconds, he found his target. Swoosh. Hee hee, you think you can hide from me? Dave smirked as he spotted a small world. Dave gazed at the seemingly ordinary small world, aware that it was all an illusion. He knew that the real culprit was hiding within the core of this world. It was a clever hiding place, as no one would suspect a seemingly insignificant small world to serve as a hiding spot. Criminals often sought out dangerous locations to evade pursuers. If it weren't for his ability to locate the coordinates, Dave might not have realized that the man was hiding in a small world like this. Dave could read the memories of the clone, but he wasn't sure if he could obtain valuable information, as clones typically had restrictions to prevent prying into their memories if something happened to them. He didn't conceal his aura as he appeared in the small world. He sensed a shadow attempting to escape, but Dave wasn't about to let him get away. Trying to run? Dave used his law of space to quickly lock down the area. Boom. Cough. A man wearing the same outfit as the one before appeared. His mask was covered in red bloodstains. How did you find this place? The man with the black mask asked. He felt bitter, realizing that all his efforts were in vain. His accumulations were destroyed when he made a move and then tried to flee. Dave smiled and flicked his fingers, causing the mask to crumble into dust. An image of a handsome man emerged, looking young yet possessing an age that didn't quite match his appearance. Dave looked at him and said, "You're strong, but it was just your bad luck to cross paths with me." Dave sensed that the man's plan might have succeeded had he taken action before ascending to the immortal plane. The man smiled bitterly, not bothering to beg for mercy. Resolution shone in his eyes. "Even though you're strong, my lord will kill you," he said. There was no fear of death in his eyes. Dave smirked, walking toward him. Hee hee, don't worry. You won't be lonely in the afterlife. I'll send your god there as well." As he said this, Dave scanned the man's memories. Despite the man's attempt to resist, he couldn't escape Dave's grasp. "No," he shouted, but Dave had already delved into his memories. After a minute, Dave clapped his hands, now privy to the history of the cult. He swiftly killed the man and took his corpse for a greater purpose. Dave learned that the man was a pitiful child in ancient times. He was likely the same age as Dave's other ancestor in the Alexander clan. He had stumbled upon the legacy of the Dark God, whose consciousness instructed him to build a cult and aid in the rebuilding of his body. The Dark God hadn't completely died, his weak soul remained in the immortal plane, waiting for millions of years to find someone who could assist him. The Dark God helped the man become strong, but the power of the Alexander clan was dominant, leading the Dark God's consciousness to caution against it. The man couldn't act publicly, so he schemed and plotted, gathering followers to serve and worship the Dark God in exchange for greater strength. Dave smiled as he surveyed the lifeless world, calling forth Flamey. Swoosh. "Master, are we going to fight?" Flamey sounded disappointed at not being able to showcase his mighty powers, though he dared not show dissatisfaction to his master, fearing his wrath. Dave smiled and said, "You're the star-devouring flame, right? You can definitely devour the cores of worlds." Cores of worlds and star components are almost the same, but the cores of worlds possess a will to protect themselves and evolve. Flamey nodded, affirming, "Yes, master. Back then, I devoured many worlds. I was considered one of the most wicked, but I never devoured worlds with living beings. Devouring the cores of worlds or stars can make me stronger. I can refine some and give them to you. They could be useful to enhance your body's strength and refinement." Flamey explained the benefits, which could also be harnessed by Eldritch to craft potent potions and pills. The cores of worlds were complex and powerful. Dave knew Flamey could devour them like snacks, but he had always restrained Flamey in his space, preventing him from consuming any worlds. "Very well, I'll allow you to devour some worlds here, but do not harm the innocent," Dave said, projecting an image of a virtuous protector. It's good to be a good person," Dave mumbled, his words tinged with sarcasm. Flamey recognized the sarcasm but didn't mind. He was elated to have his master's permission. "Ha, as you command, master," Flamey said cheerfully, his excitement evident. Flamey created a clone and spread it in multiple directions with excitement. Dave still had time, and he checked the progress of the system, which was now at 80%. Word had likely spread about his actions, and many who had returned to their respective clans would undoubtedly know of his deeds. He expected to earn a significant number of sin points from this. With a smile, he called Ronin again to inquire about the God of Darkness. Swoosh. Ronin materialized in front of Dave and bowed to show his respect. "Master." Dave nodded and inquired about the progress of the mission he had assigned to Ronin. Ronin reported that they had killed numerous Dark Cult members who were still attacking small worlds. After the news of their leader's demise spread, panic set in, and the remaining members fled in all directions. Ronin was currently hunting down the remaining members, following his master's instructions to ensure none were left alive. Dave smiled, but his expression gradually grew serious. He posed another question to Ronin. "You're familiar with the God of Darkness, right?" Assassin King? Ronin's expression remained unchanged. In the past, Dave was weaker, and his soul would likely have shattered if he learned about deities. However, now that he had grown stronger, the situation was different. "Yes, Master," Ronin confirmed. Dave's smile persisted, and he spoke again. "You know, I've come to realize that I don't know much about your origins and your story. How about you share that with me?" Ronin nodded and began to recount his history. "Absolutely, Master. My name was Noah Darkblood before. I was born into a powerful family in the demon realm, a family with high status among the demon clan. The Darkblood family held the title of Duke family in the demon realm and served the demon god. At that time, the demon realm had a single absolute ruler, the demon god. He ruled the abyss alone, with 7 generals under his command. It's said that he was the mightiest being, even requiring the combined forces of the 10 commandments to challenge him. Born into privilege, I was cared for unlike many other demons who were left to fend for themselves, often resorting to eliminating their siblings to grow stronger after birth. I had numerous talented siblings, thus, it was expected that I, too, would be a genius. However, as I reached the age of awakening, it became apparent that I possessed no magical abilities. Upon realizing I was powerless, my father's anger swelled. He wanted to end my life, but my mother intervened, sparing me. While my father didn't kill me, he cast me into the lowest level of the abyss to fend for myself. Among my siblings, I was taunted, an insignificant presence. Once I was thrown into the abyss's depths, I became a target for others seeking to devour my soul. Being of noble descent, my soul was stronger than most, making me an attractive prospect for those who wished to grow stronger by consuming me. I was very young at the time, but my earlier training before awakening helped me barely survive. As I faced near death from an attack, my innate talent suddenly manifested along with the surge of my magic power. Silencing, I gained the power to immobilize anyone in close proximity, and this ability continued to evolve, increasing its range as I grew stronger. My innate talent prevented my enemies from using any skills in my presence, so I honed my skills in assassination to perfection. I've killed many demons and devoured their souls to grow stronger, encountering countless dangers along the way. It was a repetitive cycle, killing without a second thought until I became numb. I lost count of how many demons I've slain. Arrogance consumed me, and I sought revenge against my own family. Eventually, I succeeded in killing every member of my family, including our Duke lineage. After extinguishing a noble bloodline with my own hands, my notoriety escalated. Many pursued me, but I killed them all. The demon god remained indifferent to my actions, his face unseen for trillions of years. This fueled my recklessness, and I continued to assassinate even stronger demons for rewards. My actions stirred the 7 generals, beings on the level of gods, to intervene. Yet, I managed to outwit them, escaping their combined attacks without a scratch. While I was weaker than these generals, I kept killing and escaping with ease. Killing became my purpose, and I defined the very concept of assassination. I forged my own law of assassination, becoming a feared figure within the demon realm. Over time, I ascended to the level of the 7 generals. I resolved to hunt down these generals individually, but their problematic skills, bestowed by the demon god, made them near immortal. They possessed primordial sins and were bound to the abyss itself, making them unkillable. I even attempted to assassinate the demon god himself, but I came to realize he was absent from the demon realm. It seemed likely he had perished long before. I foresaw that the 7 generals would eventually notice his absence, causing the demon realm to inevitably fracture. The unity among the generals was solely upheld by the demon god's influence, which compelled them to adhere to his commands. Indeed, after billions of years, other powerhouses became aware of the demon god's disappearance, causing the empire he once ruled to crumble. The 7 generals then made the decision to divide the territory among themselves. The influence of the 7 deadly sins, which had been embodied by the 7 generals, grew more potent. They came to realize that they now held authority over every sin they held, confirming their hypothesis that the demon god had perished. As a result, they have ascended to the status of the current rulers of the demon realm, collectively known as the 7 demon kings. Ronin narrated his story to Dave, painting a vivid picture of his past. Dave couldn't help but applaud Ronin's bravery for daring to challenge the demon god, the embodiment of the abyss itself. The revelation of such a shocking history left Dave pondering if he was truly the demon god. Why did he disappear and reincarnate in this world? A being synonymous with evil and the embodiment of demonic nature. After that, I heard that one of the members of the 10 Commandments claimed that they had killed the demon god upon learning of his apparent demise. Of course, none among the 7 demon kings or ancient demons like me believe this, as even if they were to join forces, they could not have slain the demon god. They were simply attempting to bolster their image, aiming to appear stronger and gain more followers by asserting that they had eliminated the source of evil in the universe, the demon god. In response, I decided to cease hunting demons due to my growing boredom. I departed from the demon realm and sought out more formidable opponents. I initiated chaos, assassinated powerful powerhouses, and even took on the god race for my own amusement. While I achieved success in slaying numerous gods, they would return after billions of years. Thus, I chose to go into hiding and devise a method to permanently eliminate them without allowing them to be resurrected. I embarked on silent journeys through various worlds. Despite my extended dormancy, My reputation as the Assassin King persisted, and I remained feared by many. New gods were emerging until I finally stumbled upon a primordial flame and subdued it, nearly dying from its intense heat. Ronin showed Dave his black flames, and Dave nodded, aware of the strength of primordial flames. He didn't need the flames and didn't plan to steal his subordinate's treasure, even though he knew Ronin would willingly give him the flame if he wanted to. After becoming the master of the primordial flame Abyssal Flame, my power rose to another level. I decided to try using it, but then I encountered an arrogant god from the Ten Commandments, Azrael, the god of darkness. He claimed to be planning to kill me due to my skill related to darkness. As he was a perfect medium, I toyed with him, but he proved to be strong, and I struggled to easily kill him. We battled for thousands of years until I finally improved my law of assassination, evolving it to a higher level called absolute assassination. I managed to kill the god of darkness due to my evolution, using my primordial flame to burn his soul, preventing his revival. Exhausted from the fight with Azrael, I decided to rest. However, I didn't expect to be hunted by the goddess of light. While I could have fought her if I were in good condition, she attacked me when I was exhausted. I managed to escape, but I sustained grave injuries due to her lethal skill, which is especially potent against demons. After killing Azrael, I caused chaos in the god race. The death of such a powerful god made them more fearful of me. I wanted to rest and recover my energy. At that time, a man appeared in front of me, but I couldn't see his face. His image was blurry, and I was wary of him. I only heard him say a few words, but I can't recall what they were. After saying those words, I lost my vision and didn't know how I appeared in the tower where I met you, my lord, Ronin said, and Dave had gained much information about Ronin. Azrael? Demon god? That mysterious person, Dave mumbled, feeling that the mysterious person was related to the memories of the four spirit beasts. He decided not to dwell on it, sent Ronin off, and gave him some time to rest, as he deserved it for providing him with information. Dave sat in a chair, gazing at the gate that was stabilizing with each passing minute. He held a cup of tea in his hand, seemingly relishing his free time. To an outside observer, this scene might appear as if he were on vacation, but the surroundings were desolate, and only Dave was present. The residents of the royal clan had been transported to the backup domain, along with their heritages and sacred grounds. Dave was now able to unleash his powers without restraint, fully prepared to face the Dark God. Estimating that the Dark God would descend in approximately 5 minutes, Dave had informed the Emperor of the royal clan not to disturb his battle, threatening to eliminate anyone who dared interrupt him. He had readied himself for the confrontation, confident in his ability to ensure his safety even if he couldn't vanquish the Dark God. 5 minutes later, the gate emitted a radiant glow, gradually taking on a form of about 5 meters in height. The figure resembled a human, with a towering and muscular build, short black hair, and deep, dark eyes. Tattoos adorned his chin, and his body was bare due to his recent revival. As he materialized, a cry from the immortal plane resounded across the entire realm, conveying its pain and suffering. An explosive boom followed, accompanied by the appearance of multiple black holes and space fissures that swiftly consumed nearby worlds. The immortal plane's will was harmed due to the forceful descent of the Dark God. I finally returned. That Assassin King almost managed to annihilate me, were it not for my use of a forbidden technique to escape my soul's destruction. I have only a day, so it's time to absorb the inhabitants of this place, like the insects they are. Checking his physical form, Azrael, the Dark God, was satisfied that he could now tangibly feel his body, a far cry from when he was a wandering soul. His attention then shifted to a handsome young man seated in a chair, leisurely sipping tea and observing him as though he were some creature. Who are you? Are you a member of the Dark Cult? How dare you not kneel before this god? Azrael, the Dark God, assumed that the man before him was one of his worshippers. With a smile, Dave stood and approached Azrael, scanning his form. I had expected a god to have a more imposing presence, but your jewels are quite small, Dave jeered, causing Azrael to suddenly realize his own nakedness. Hastily, he covered himself with black armor and cast a dangerous glare at Dave. You dare defy me, insignificant ant? Prepare to meet your end. Azrael pointed his finger at Dave, releasing a surge of black energy aimed at Dave's forehead, an attempt to obliterate him in one fell swoop. Dave's smile only widened as he raised his hand to shield against the attack. Boom. Dave's hand absorbed the dark energy, holding it as if it were a mere plaything. That was an interesting attack, Dave mused, his grin unyielding as he then opened his mouth and consumed the energy. Delicious. Dave burst into laughter, relishing the sensation of consuming energy made possible by his sin of gluttony. So you're a follower of Beelzebub? But do you truly believe you can disrespect me, even if you are his underling? Azrael's eyes glinted as a formidable pressure emanated from him. A god is not someone for a mere ant to be so casually disrespected. The pressure bore down on Dave, but he remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. With a casual flick of his fingers, he invoked his law of space and infinite void, causing the pressure to be devoured by the very fabric of space. Dave stood undisturbed, unaffected by the overwhelming force. Hey, aren't you the Dark God? Why do you seem so weak? Dave's skepticism regarding Azrael's power grew. Azrael's eyes narrowed as he observed the manipulation of space around Dave. He realized that Dave had complete control over space, making it difficult to corner him. I possess only half of my powers at the moment, as the heaven granted the other portion to a newly ascended god. But rest assured, my current strength suffices to end your life. I also intend to exterminate all inhabitants of this plane before its will can recover. Dave's expression shifted from surprise to determination. A radiant golden light enveloped him. Humph, as a human and a denizen of this realm, how could I stand by while an evildoer lays waste to my home and slaughters its people? I, Dave Alexander, am prepared to lay down my life to stop your dangerous scheme, even if you are a god. How can we humans back down? Dave adopted a majestic and heroic air, as if he were shouldering the fate of humanity. Azrael found himself taken aback, uncertain about the reason for Dave's dramatic words. Dave turned his gaze toward the void, where a small dragon named Draco appeared, holding a camera in his paws. Did you capture that? Dave inquired, to which Draco nodded, offering a thumbs up before vanishing back into the void. Dave's heroic facade transformed into a more sinister countenance, like a demon ready to unleash chaos. Now that the act is over, let's begin. Utilizing his mastery over the law of space, Dave projected his heroic speech to numerous locations, allowing many to hear his words before the video was cut off. The act earned him admiration and fans, though he was uncertain whether he could emerge victorious against such a formidable enemy. Despite the video being cut, it earned Dave a considerable number of sin points simply for his braveness. Boom. Dave and Azrael clashed, their attacks colliding in a series of explosive blows. Boom. 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 Dave's agility allowed him to deftly evade Azrael's strikes, leaving the latter baffled by Dave's unusual prowess, considering his lower power level. Azrael managed to blast Dave, obliterating his fist in the process. Your human physique is quite remarkable. How can you contend with a god's body? Azrael taunted, launching an attack at Dave. Boom. With a smile, Dave conjured a pocket of space before him, causing Azrael's own attack to ricochet back toward him. Azrael was caught off guard, unable to dodge in time due to the distortion of time itself. Azrael was momentarily paralyzed, but as an embodiment of darkness, he remained unharmed. Dave's grin persisted as his law of life swiftly healed his injuries, restoring him to his peak condition. So you possess the law of life, huh? Azrael noted. And your command of space and time has reached its zenith. Impressive for a human like you. But how will these abilities fare against my absolute darkness? Eternal darkness. Dave felt that his energy was sealed, and if not for his ancient eyes, he could not see anything. Everything was black, and he could only see a blurry figure. He knew that he was inside the domain of Azrael. Both our magic energy and laws are sealed here. Let's fight using our bodies, Azrael said. He knew that Dave was hard to kill because of his law of space, so he had locked him here with him. He was confident in his strong body and believed that Dave could not keep up with him. Dave laughed, cracked his fist, and didn't back down. Dave and Azrael faced off in a battle that relied solely on their physical prowess. No magic, no tricks, just raw strength. Azrael, with his godly body, held the upper hand. His muscles were like rocks, and his blows carried an immense force. Dave, on the other hand, fought back with his agile and quick body. Boom. 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 Blow after blow, they clashed. Azrael's strikes were heavy, each hit causing the ground to tremble. Dave dodged and weaved, using his speed to avoid the brunt of the attacks. But when Azrael's fist connected, it felt like a sledgehammer slamming into Dave's body. Boom. Cough. Dave's body was strong, but he wasn't a god. His bones and muscles strained under the assault. Yet, every time Azrael's punch hit, Dave's law of life kicked in. His wounds began to heal almost instantly. It was like a never-ending cycle. Azrael's hits hurt, but Dave's body kept repairing itself. Law of life, infinite regeneration. Azrael smirked, seeing his advantage. You're persistent, I'll give you that, he grunted, launching a swift kick at Dave's side. Dave staggered, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. But he didn't back down. He countered with a series of quick jabs and a roundhouse kick. Azrael blocked and parried, his body a wall of defense. The battle raged on, their movements a blur. Azrael's sheer strength allowed him to overpower Dave time and time again. Stop struggling. And yet, Dave's determination to test the limit of his physique and his law of life kept him in the fight. As the battle continued, Dave's clothes tore, his skin bruised and battered. Oh, someone finally destroyed my clothes. Azrael's attacks were relentless, but Dave refused to back down even though he had not even landed a single hit on him. Feel despair. With a fierce shout, Azrael unleashed a barrage of punches, each one like a cannonball. Dave evaded some, blocked others, and took a few hits head-on. He stumbled back, blood trickling from his mouth. You're just delaying the inevitable, Azrael sneered, readying another strike. Dave wiped the blood from his mouth and smirked. Maybe so, but I've got some tricks up in my sleeve. With a change in aura, Dave channeled his law of life to its fullest. His injuries healed rapidly, and his body radiated a golden aura. Golden Overlord's body. He charged at Azrael, his movements a blur of speed. Azrael's eyes widened as Dave's strikes became faster and more precise. He struggled to keep up, his godly body showing signs of wear. Dave's blows landed with force, exploiting gaps in Azrael's defenses. Boom. Azrael's punch landed with a deafening impact, sending Dave hurtling towards the ground. The force behind the blow was immense, and Dave's body crashed into the earth like a falling star. The ground trembled beneath the impact, and a shockwave rippled outward, causing the very air to quiver. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, as if nature itself held its breath, waiting to see what would emerge from the dust cloud. Slowly, the dust began to settle, revealing the extent of the devastation. The once unblemished earth was now marred by the enormous crater, caused by the power of Azrael's attack. And within the depths of that crater lay Dave's battered form. His body was bruised and bloodied, wounds crisscrossing his skin as if he had endured a merciless barrage. His clothes were torn, and his hair was matted with dirt and sweat. Despite the pain that surged through his every fiber, Dave's eyes burned with an unyielding determination. "Ah, how good it feels," Dave laughed as he emerged from the crater, his body riddled with injuries and bleeding. However, he appeared happy and was clearly enjoying the experience. It was the first time he had felt such satisfaction, pushing his raw powers to their limits. No one in the immortal plane had ever made him go all out using his raw power before. Azrael was the perfect opponent to test himself against, and he was starting to feel more excited. "Ha, more." Dave dashed towards Azrael, his body seeming to strengthen every time he sustained damage. He began to develop martial arts combos to adapt to Azrael's attacks. Dave knew that Azrael possessed many techniques due to his old age and experience, so he was using this opportunity to learn as much as he could. Is that the Titan's physique? So, you've been using me to improve your body." Azrael realized why Dave was growing stronger and managing to keep up with his attacks. "TSK, how imprudent. You're making this god angry." Azrael was furious, not expecting to be used as a training tool by Dave. Dave continued to laugh, his eyes turning red, making him look like a battle demon. He relied on his instincts to dodge and counterattack Azrael. His body glowed with a golden aura, growing stronger with each injury he sustained. Boom. 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 After exchanging numerous blows, Dave finally landed a solid punch on Azrael's face, demonstrating his gradual improvement from their fight. "Haha, more," Dave laughed, unsatisfied with just landing a punch. Boom. Azrael felt humiliated that a mere human had managed to land a hit on his sacred body. He suddenly felt terrified by Dave's unlimited regeneration and maniacal behavior. "More. More. Ha, more." Dave's laughter echoed throughout the domain as he effortlessly adapted to Azrael's moves and initiated counterattacks. Suddenly, he feels like Dave's way of fighting is familiar with the Titan god. "How can you use your laws here?" Azrael was stunned and didn't understand what was happening. His eternal darkness could normally restrain his enemies from using their laws because Absolute was superior to any law. Dave's movements improved with every passing minute, resembling a wild animal relying solely on instinct, seeing Azrael as prey. Azrael felt the same feeling he had when faced the Assassin King before. He realized he was losing in close combat. Even as a god, he acknowledged his current limits, knowing he hadn't fully tapped into his powers. He used this realization as an explanation for his wounded pride. "Shit." Boom. Dave's fist struck Azrael's nose, causing his godly body to feel the pain from Dave's constant attacks. Azrael's body was still in an infant, not fully developed stage when he was reincarnated, but it was proving to be more than enough to challenge everyone in that place. Moreover, Dave possessed the body of a titan, capable of rivaling dragons, gods, and demons when trained to its fullest potential. Struggling to stop Dave's law of life and its contribution to his regeneration skills, Azrael found Dave to be remarkably resilient. Azrael hadn't anticipated that Dave's law of life would sustain him even within the confines of Azrael's domain, rendering him nearly immortal. He was unaware that Dave possessed an exceptional ability to bypass restrictions, enabling him to freely utilize his law of life. Crack. Just as Dave was about to launch another attack, the dark domain vanished, and they returned to the royal clan's domain. "Huh? Why did you remove your so-called domain? I was just starting to enjoy it." Dave was perplexed by Azrael's decision to lift the domain. "I acknowledge your tenacity. Raw power alone won't be sufficient to end you. It's time to get serious and conclude this." Azrael materialized before Dave, wielding a menacing black spear aimed at Dave's brain. Spear of darkness. Boom. Dave attempted to thwart the attack using his spatial energy, but he sensed the space cracking. Crack. Boom. The spear punctured the space shield, momentarily stunning Dave, although it failed to breach his body. You're quite resilient, but that's as far as it goes." Law of life. Dave chuckled, and his body had already reverted to its original state, unblemished. Examining his bare, muscular torso, he noticed all the marks from Azrael's attacks had vanished. His physique felt even more robust and powerful. He clenched his fists, smiled, and declared, "The warm-up has concluded." Initially relying on his own physique, Dave soon realized the immense disparity between their physical strengths. Even his Titan physique proved inferior to a god's physique. He plotted to fortify his body until even gods would feel despair. "Buddy, come out." Drawing his extinguisher sword, it emitted an overwhelming aura of death. "Buddy, let's have a grand battle." Dave laughed and brandished his sword at Azrael. Azrael examined the sword and sensed it was no ordinary weapon. Purple lightning sword technique. The blade crackled with bolts of purple lightning, and Azrael could feel the immense power. "How? Is that the tribulation lightning?" He was dumbfounded, knowing that even the god of lightning had failed to tame such lightning. Boom. Despite being an energy construct, Azrael's spear shattered. Swoosh. Dave's sword sliced through some of Azrael's hair, taking him by surprise with its terrifying technique. "Yes, and I'll use it to cleave through your empty skull," Dave laughed and slashed his sword once more. "Arg, you're infuriating me." Azrael continuously shielded himself with dark energy, but the lightning pierced his defenses. "Arg." Dave thrust his sword into Azrael's body, and it began to absorb his blood. Azrael lost some blood but responded with a mocking expression rather than fear. Dave realized something was amiss, so he withdrew his sword and leapt away from Azrael. Boom. Dave observed Azrael, noting that the wound he had inflicted healed instantly. "Ha, you've fallen into my trap," Azrael laughed, sensing he had acquired something extraordinary. "That sword is surely coated with that black slime, am I right? The black slime owned by the demon god? The same slime coveted by even the gods but lost since the disappearance of the demon god? How marvelous to find it here and claim it." Azrael, one of the oldest gods, had encountered the demon god before, though they had never seen the demon god himself. He laughed manically, and Dave hadn't anticipated that the black slime was one of the possessions of the demon god. It seemed that everything was interconnected and planned. "It's mine, so how can you possess it? You can't even kill me," Dave smirked, sensing Azrael's confidence. Next Azrael laughed and remarked, "Hee, as long as my blood falls on other treasures, it will corrupt them and make them mine. It's an innate talent no one else knows, ha. Except for you, but you won't leave this place alive." Suddenly, Dave noticed that his extinguisher sword appeared to be losing its connection to him. Dave's eyes narrowed, and he hadn't anticipated Azrael's statement to be accurate. Dave didn't want to lose such a valuable item, so he stowed it back in his spatial storage and sealed it temporarily. "Wait for me to dispatch this wretched Azrael, and I'll recover you," Dave muttered and glanced at Azrael, who appeared bewildered, unable to detect the sword despite his attempts. "Huh? Where did you put it? Even if you concealed it in a space ring, I should still be able to detect it." Azrael was unaware of Dave's unique storage system. Dave smirked and replied, "I am the only one who steals, and I will never be stolen from by others." Dave smirked and added, "Let's continue. I'm tired of playing with you. It's time to send you to the afterlife for good." Law of light of binding. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Azrael, leaving him stunned. Light was his vulnerability, yet Dave possessed this skill. "How can a mere law affect my absolute darkness?" Azrael sneered with confidence. Boom. The light was obliterated, and Dave realized there was something even more potent than a law, something absolute. His law of light crumbled, and he understood that laws alone wouldn't be enough to defeat Azrael. A smirk crept onto his face, but then he sensed a shift in his consciousness. Dave's aura changed, and the tattoo on his hand gleamed as a white sword materialized in his grip. He hadn't used this sword before, but it felt like it was calling him. Sword of Calmness. The sword, given by his mother and hidden within him all along, had finally surfaced. "That mark and that sword!" Azrael exclaimed, bewildered. Dave had displayed numerous unusual techniques, repeatedly catching him off guard. Dave had mastered many laws, even though he hadn't reached Saint Sovereign status. Furthermore, he hadn't confined himself to just one law. He also possessed the skills of Beelzebub from the Gluttony lineage and had a titan's physique that appeared to have evolved into a higher form, radiating a golden aura, unlike others with a mere yellowish aura. Dave had revealed the black slime that had piqued Azrael's interest, only to make it vanish, leaving no trace. Now, Dave seemed to be related to the mysterious woman, further complicating matters. "Do you know the true owner of this sword?" Dave inquired, observing Azrael's perplexed expression. Azrael turned serious and replied, "Who are you to the owner of that sword?" Dave grinned and said, "Well, I am her son." Azrael was stunned, initially assuming Dave was a disciple or inheritor, but he hadn't anticipated that Dave would be her son. "Ha, that woman had a son. Well, that's good, I can use you to manipulate her." Azrael harbored a grudge against that woman and required assistance for certain tasks once he returned to the celestial plane. Azrael didn't believe Dave could fully utilize such a sword and unleash the devastating techniques capable of shattering any law, including the absolute. Dave smirked and remarked, "Looks like I need to scan your memories before I kill you." Dave smirked and closed his eyes, gripping the sword. Sword Heart. Sword of Calmness. Tranquil whirlwind slash. A formidable, slow-motion attack materialized before Azrael, slashing toward his body. "What?" Azrael was stunned, recognizing the technique. Boom. Dave landed a hit, severing Azrael's left arm. It was the first time Azrael's godly body had been injured like this. Damn, he can use that sword technique without restrictions. How is that possible? Only she should be able to use it, Azrael shouted in fear. He noticed his regeneration was slow, and his arm wasn't healing instantly. Boom. As he attempted to ponder the situation, another sword attack materialized before him. Shit. Boom. Azrael dodged, unwilling to be struck by the sword again. Dave saw Azrael's fear and noted the sword's sharpness and effectiveness against Azrael. Not bad. Dave approved of the sword and realized that while the mark was active, all his sword attacks were greatly amplified. Combined with his sword heart body, he could maintain this state for an extended period. Azrael's innate talents were useless against the sword, forcing him to evade Dave's attacks. Dave continued to employ the Sword of Calmness, severely injuring Azrael. His regeneration couldn't keep up with the damage. No, this is bad. Azrael realized he couldn't endure much longer, so he composed himself and looked at Dave. Since you forced my hand, then be gone. He produced a drop of his true blood and began casting a spell. Celestial Art Supreme Darkness dark energy condensed in one direction, resembling a black hole that absorbed countless energies, channeling them into a single devastating attack capable of annihilating even Dave. Dave smirked, ready to counter with the sword, but the sword's power was depleted, and it returned to his tattoo. What? Unlucky, huh? Dave chuckled, observing Azrael's continued casting. However, he was helpless to stop it, and the explosion would consume them both. Is that a Bijudama? Ha ha ha. The energy continued to surge, seemingly capable of engulfing the entire royal clan domain. Boom. An explosion rocked the area, reducing it to dust, and both were left floating in space. Dave observed Azrael weakening, yet the energy continued to surge, posing a significant threat. Azrael smirked, believing he had succeeded. He now experienced the power of a true god. He pointed his finger at Dave, and black energy rushed toward him at astonishing speed. Dave's eyes narrowed, realizing he was unable to dodge as space seemed to imprison him. Boom. Oh shit, my sins and laws are useless. Boom. The explosion wreaked havoc on nearby domains, causing widespread destruction. Ha, that's what you get for fighting this god. Azrael, believing he had finally slain Dave, prepared to eliminate others nearby. TSK, you're a stronger ant, but an ant remains an ant. Now, let's kill everyone here. He was about to proceed when he sensed an immense presence above him. What? This presence? He looked upward and spotted a human figure he had thought was gone, floating in space with closed eyes. No, it can't be. How can he still be alive? I have used 70% of my celestial art. Azrael felt fear as he sensed Dave's energy, reminiscent of their past encounter when he joined forces with the Ten Commandments to battle him. Something is wrong. No, I must leave. Azrael sensed that the situation was dire and sought to escape the immortal plane. Celestial door. He waved his hands, conjuring a portal that would lead him out of the immortal plane. Hey, how can you leave before this eminence? Dave's voice rang out just as Azrael was about to step through the door. He turned to see Dave looking at him, exuding a presence that filled him with fear and nervousness. Stunned, Azrael gazed into Dave's blue eyes, which turned black, seemingly capable of devouring his very soul. No. Azrael realized he had fallen into a trap, unable to move his body as he met Dave's gaze. No, it can't be real. Dave gazed at Azrael with a stern expression and pointed his finger at him, declaring, "This eminence is not someone a weak god can look down upon." In response, Azrael underwent a transformation, turning into a small energy form that condensed right in front of Dave. Azrael didn't have time to scream, and he was stunned completely. Dave opened his mouth and swiftly devoured the energy. "Well, consider it my gift to you, shameless host," Dave remarked as Azrael's presence was consumed. Dave slowly opened his eyes and found himself still floating in space. He couldn't remember exactly what had happened. His last memory was attempting to activate a skill, one that would make him invincible for a limited time. But then, he had a sense that it wouldn't be enough against Azrael's overwhelming power. Right, the system, Dave muttered to himself, remembering that he had reached the critical point with his system upgrades. System. Dave called out. Swoosh. Suddenly, a small figure appeared in front of Dave, measuring only 12 inches in size. It was a beautiful woman with long violet hair and deep black eyes, wearing ancient clothes he had never seen before. Her beauty was mesmerizing, even surpassing that of the goddess of light. Dave was captivated. "I am back, host," the small figure said to Dave. "Who are you? Are you the system's image, or has the system taken on a form based on my imagination?" Dave asked, slightly stunned. The woman smiled and replied, "You're correct, host. I am the real embodiment of the system, and you can call me a Bai. After the update, I unlocked this form and gained additional functions." Dave was surprised but also intrigued by her appearance. However, he was more concerned about Azrael. "Do you know what happened to Azrael? Did he manage to escape?" Dave inquired. Abai smiled and conveyed the stunning news. "Well, I absorbed him, so basically, he's dead, and he will never resurrect again. His energy is stored within your body and sealed because your current form isn't sufficient to absorb it." Dave was left in awe by the revelation, but before he could react, numerous notifications flooded his mind. He turned his attention to Abai, who wore a proud smile, and she continued to explain. "All of your primordial sins have evolved to a higher level, becoming absolute primordial sins. Each demon king holds one of these absolute sins, which can transform them into some of the most powerful beings. However, you possess all of them. If you reach their level, you can create your own demon lords who can serve you in various ways, and you now hold half of the authority of all the sins." Dave was taken aback by the magnitude of this revelation, though he couldn't immediately discern the extent of these changes. Furthermore, Abai continued, "Some of your skills have evolved, such as your ancient eyes becoming God's eyes. Although your laws have disappeared from your status, you can still sense and use them. The system absorbed all the laws you had acquired. Additionally, the more laws you comprehend or acquire, the more chaos energy you can unlock." Dave found it challenging to process all this new information at once. He inquired, "So, I need to absorb more laws or comprehend them to unlock special powers?" Does that mean chaos energy is the highest form of all powers? Abai nodded in agreement and provided a further explanation. Laws are merely an inferior form of the Absolute. Absolute is accessible to celestial immortals. Chaos energy, on the other hand, is different. It can absorb any laws without limitations and transform into a higher power than the Absolute. You currently possess only 10 laws, so you haven't unlocked the full potential of chaos energy yet, she continued. Previously, the system required you to comprehend 10 laws because that was the minimum requirement for cultivating chaos energy. Not everyone can store and cultivate chaos energy, but your body is unique. Dave was still processing this information when he decided to test his newfound power. He commanded, "Release." Suddenly, a formidable and violent energy materialized before Dave's hands, carrying immense power. He marveled at the increased strength but noticed that it consumed mana at a faster rate than before. Furthermore, he realized that he could still access his previous laws, but they now operated under the umbrella of his chaos energy. Dave engaged in a lengthy conversation with Abai, who seemed more expressive and personable than the system's previous iterations. Abai clarified several important points, including the fact that Dave couldn't level up using sin points anymore since he had reached the maximum level. Instead, he needed to cultivate personally to advance his cultivation. Dave was initially taken aback by this change but eventually realized that the system had likely provided the sin points as a way to guide him to this starting point. The real challenges lay ahead, likely beyond the true saint level. The sin points system had also undergone a significant change. Now, 1 million sin points were converted into just 1 sin point, making it necessary to accumulate a considerable number for purchases. Dave explored the main shop, which contained 4 locked items. Main shop, chaotic body, locked, 20 million sin points chaotic blood, locked, 5 million sin points chaotic eyes, locked, 1 million sin points chaotic bones, unlocked, 10,000 sin points per bone. Abai explained that Dave needed to acquire all 4 chaotic items from the main shop to become a transcendent being and progress further in his cultivation. It was essentially a mission to collect all these items, with each purchase unlocking the next one. Dave realized he needed to buy 206 chaotic bones, which would be a costly endeavor. He contemplated the situation and remarked, "So I need to create more chaos at a higher stage, as weaker beings can barely provide me with sin points due to the system's rise and upgrade." Abai went on to explain new functions introduced after the system update, including the Hall of Chaos. This feature sent out a ring of energy to search for individuals with high potential and luck who were in dire situations or needed something. These lucky individuals could enter the Hall of Chaos and meet Dave, where they could exchange treasures and even extend their lifespans. Dave was intrigued by this new feature but realized that he needed to address the current state of chaos in the plane before exploring it further. He adjusted his clothes and surveyed the widespread destruction caused by the recent battle. He noticed cracks in space and promptly employed his space law to repair them. The immortal plane had suffered considerable damage from Azrael's intrusion, but Dave knew it would gradually heal over the next few days, alleviating his concerns about its stability. The news of Dave's victory over the enemy quickly spread throughout the immortal plane, and it was the royal clan emperor, Warren, who personally shared the news. The people were filled with joy and relief at the defeat of the enemy. Many felt grateful and, at the same time, fearful of Dave's immense power, though no one had seen him since his triumph, except for the emperor. Dave earned a substantial number of sin points due to the gratitude of the people. However, he noticed that it was becoming increasingly challenging to collect sin points, with only 40 acquired in a day. Dave realized that he needed to seek out places where the residents were stronger to accumulate sin points more efficiently, but he had some matters to attend to first. Inside his personal space world, Dave decided to make an appearance to reassure those who might be worried about him. His arrival brought a collective sigh of relief from his subordinates, who held immense reverence for him. Dave learned that Karina had been adjusting well to life in the space world, often staying in the mansion and engaging in conversations with his subordinates. Encouraged by Dave, Karina expressed her desire to enter the Tower of Trials to further enhance her strength. Dave also checked on Grace, who was deep in cultivation, and decided not to disturb her. Xegron, however, had temporarily lost connection with him, but Dave was confident that nothing bad had occurred and anticipated a pleasant surprise upon his return. Additionally, Dave visited his adorable disciple, Carol, who was receiving guidance from Kirito on the fundamentals and basics of cultivation. Recognizing Carol's potent potential, Dave created a clone to provide her with personalized guidance. In another part of his space world, Dave encountered Wendy, a beautiful woman enveloped in golden flames. She appeared to be irritated, rebuffing the incessant chatter of Flamey, her fiery companion. Flamey, heedless of Wendy's irritation, questioned her cold demeanor and divine status. "Hey woman, why are you so cold? Are you really a god?" Flamey inquired, showing little concern for Wendy's irritation. Hey, Flamey, don't provoke my woman," Dave interjected, making his presence known to both of them. "Master." Flamey excitedly rushed over to Dave. "Master, I've condensed some energies from the worlds I absorbed." He. Dave smiled, commending Flamey for his progress and instructing him to set the energies aside for the time being. Flamey obediently complied and left the area. Wendy sighed in relief upon seeing Dave's return, and Dave couldn't resist teasing her. "Are you worried for your lover?" Dave playfully inquired. Wendy ignored his words and asked, "What happened to the God of Darkness? Did he escape?" Dave shook his head, sat in front of her, crossed his legs like Wendy, and looked at her. "Nope, he's dead," Dave smiled, and Wendy was stunned. Frowning, she asked, "Are you serious? Don't boast here." Wendy didn't believe him, but Dave only smiled and said, "Well, you should believe more in your hubby." Dave's smile made Wendy blush in shame when she recalled that she had called Dave hubby before. Shameless hooligan. Wendy wanted to slap him, but Dave caught her hand, and her speed was slower in front of Dave. "Let me go." Wendy struggled, but Dave pulled her into his chest and hugged her tightly. "I knew you were worried about me, so don't hide it anymore, okay?" Dave smiled and kissed her forehead. Wendy was stunned by the current situation. "Let me go." Wendy's face was red, and she was shouting for Dave to let her go, but her body was limp, and she was not resisting his embrace. As a master of womanizing, how could Dave let her go? Dave smirked and pulled Wendy into a room, causing shocking tremors to be felt by the inhabitants of the space world. Dave continued to rest for many days, and his relationship with Wendy started to improve. She was no longer resisting him. She saw how Dave took care of her, and even her pride as a god vanished. Dave spent his time with her for many days, while his other clones were attending to various tasks. Wendy had finally come to believe that Dave had killed the god of darkness, which astonished her. She never thought that Azrael would fall, making her believe that gods could indeed be challenged. Dave's future seemed guaranteed, given his talents and powers. Wendy also began to get to know Dave's other subordinates and learned many things about Dave. Dave took her to many places, and they even visited the royal clan, which was now rebuilding their home. Wendy talked with her father, and Warren didn't ask much about how Wendy had become stronger because he was happy that his daughter was with Dave. The royal clan had lost many strong individuals but still remained one of the strongest clans. Warren continued searching for the geniuses who had vanished during the enemy attack, but Dave was not worried because most of them were protagonist-type characters. Swoosh. Dave and Wendy appeared at the Alexander clan, seemingly undisturbed by the changes in the entire immortal plane. Dave was never worried about the clan because he knew they had many trump cards. He visited some people he knew and realized that his grandma Stella, Grandpa Lucio, and his father were no longer present. Where are they? Dave was stunned because even after scanning the entire domain, he couldn't detect their energies. Swoosh. Suddenly, a handsome and tall man appeared in front of Dave. He emitted a strong aura but restrained his power and appeared humble before Dave. "Young Master Dave," he bowed, and Dave didn't recognize the person. "Who are you? Are you the ancestor of the clan?" Dave felt that the person in front of him likely had the pure bloodline of a heavenly titan, making him the clan's ancestor. The person nodded and said, "I am here, young Master Dave, due to your father's command. He left a letter for you." Alexander handed a letter to Dave before vanishing without saying anything. Wendy, realizing that it was a family matter, decided to give Dave some space and went to visit her Aunt Matilda. Dave cast a barrier and then opened the letter. Swoosh. Suddenly, an image of Lucas appeared in front of him, like a recorded video. "Hello, my son. If you are watching this, I knew that you succeeded, and I always believed that you wouldn't lose. Right, because you are my son. Hee hee. Don't look for me for the time being as I have already left the immortal plane and went to the celestial plane. For you to know, your father is the Titan God. Haha, cool, right? Yeah, I know. I went to the celestial plane to revive the clan and take revenge on my enemies. Don't worry about me because I am strong. Also, I took my father and mother with me, so don't worry about them. I cannot give you anything because I never helped you reach your current level, so I am ashamed to be a father. Hee hee, but I believe that you inherited my good looks, so you should be thankful to me. Joking aside, you better come here in the future, and let's see what chaos you would bring to the celestial plane." Swoosh. The image shattered, and Dave was stunned by Lucas's words, but he only smiled, knowing that his father was not simple even before. He felt threatened facing his father and knew that his father was hiding something, but he didn't expect him to be the Titan God. So, it makes sense why Alexander is respectful to me. He sensed that Alexander was restricting his powers, and his powers had already recovered, prepared to ascend, waiting only for him to receive the letter. Over the next few days, Dave and Wendy stayed with the Alexander clan. Many people from different clans visited them, offering gifts and expressing their gratitude. Meanwhile, Dave remained hidden from view as he entered the Hall of Chaos, a new system feature. Abai floated around him while Dave sat in a chair. He tried to talk to Abai about her origins, but she never answered his questions, so he stopped asking. "So, if I wait for someone lucky to enter this place, the Hall of Chaos can exchange anything as long as we agree?" Dave asked. Abai smiled and nodded. "Yes, host, anything can be exchanged as long as both parties agree to the contract. Anyone who breaks the contract will be punished, even you as well." Dave sat on the chair, pondering the possibilities. What can I gain from them? I don't need anything from desperate people unless they have valuable treasures or are exceptionally attractive. Abai pouted and explained, the host can acquire their talents or enhance your reputation as a mysterious being. The Hall of Chaos will choose people with immense luck, bringing you many future benefits. Sometimes, you can obtain their unique talents if they agree. You can also use your sin points to grant their wishes, but the amount needed depends on their desire. It's like being a genie in a bottle, hee. Moreover, no one can see your face here, so you can have them spread the word about your existence, generating sin points. The Hall of Chaos isn't limited to the immortal plane, It operates in the celestial plane and throughout the universe. Dave was stunned and smirked, forming a cunning plan for the future. This new function is excellent, but I'll need to be patient because not everyone is a protagonist-type character. I should leave one clone here. As Dave contemplated, he detected multiple auras appearing in his space world, causing him to smirk and glance at Abai. Ah, they're finally back. Looks like I won't be resting for a few weeks, hee. Abai looked at him disdainfully and simply muttered, shameless. Dave smirked and vanished from the location. Swoosh. Dave reappeared at the mansion and found all the women he hadn't seen in a while sitting at the table, eating happily. Each of them had grown stronger, with most now being true saints and some even reaching semi-saint sovereign level. Dave could sense the distinct laws they were mastering, and their foundations were solid. Rose, Susan, and Mary had mastered the law of fire, while Lena and Sandy had grasped the law of ice. Sophia, Belle, and Claire had comprehended the law of water, while Elizabeth and Olivia had delved into the law of illusion, aligning with Elizabeth's previous role as the guardian of the White Tiger Empire. Jane, on the other hand, was making progress in understanding the law of space, though it was still in its early stages. Given Jane's nature as a space worm, she was destined to excel in the field of space law in the future. Samantha resided in Dave's space world and had also mastered the law of water. Dave also detected that Ivy was delving into something related to dreams, although he couldn't quite discern the specifics. Frida and Wendy were also present, and it seemed the other women had already learned that Frida and Wendy were Dave's new addition to the harem. They welcomed her warmly, with Frida adapting quickly to the situation while Wendy remained somewhat reserved and uncertain. All of these talented women, with Dave's guidance and the benefits of his sin of lust, continued to increase their power. They had also received training from Tracy, although she couldn't enter Dave's space world due to certain restrictions. Draco, his pet dragon, played with Blizzard, and the entire mansion was bustling with activity. When Dave suddenly appeared before them, he startled the women, wasting no time in ushering them into a room to have a conversation. Yeah, conversation only. In the days that followed, Dave spent quality time with all the women, temporarily putting aside other concerns. He learned that Tracy and Gabriella had put a tremendous amount of effort and resources into training them, leading to their rapid growth. The resources Tracy provided were extraordinary and highly valuable. While Dave's presence alone could make them stronger, their own pride and determination drove them to become stronger through their own efforts. Dave discovered that the women had just completed their intense training and had decided to rest and visit him. However, their plans for a rest were interrupted by Dave's passionate arrival. Despite the unusual welcome, none of them complained because they had missed him dearly. Dave accommodated the women, and they informed him that Tracy had reached the level of Divine Monarch with Gabriella's assistance and having her grounded status to be lifted. Tracy had advised the woman not to return back to her world immediately because she was uncertain how her clan would react to the presence of a human. She also expressed concerns about her ability to protect them, as she was merely a princess within her clan. Dave was astonished by Tracy's accomplishments, considering her talent and lineage as a princess. Gabriella, an ancient being, had undoubtedly contributed to Tracy's rapid growth and training methods. Tracy also disclosed the truth behind her grounding, revealing that her world was under attack by an enemy, and her father had grounded her as a means of protecting her. Dave understood that Tracy had kept her promise to protect and train the girls, and he planned to visit her someday to express his gratitude for her invaluable assistance. Dave was surprised to learn that even Tracy's spirit world was under attack, despite its abundance of strong individuals. He resolved to help her once he gained sufficient strength, though he acknowledged his current weakness. Gabriella had returned, her powers now astonishing due to Dave's increasing cultivation. Dave shared his plans about the Moon Clan girls with her, and Gabriella didn't object. Instead, she expressed a desire for a rematch with Ronin, but upon learning that Ronin was occupied with Dave's missions, she abandoned the idea. Despite their past animosity, they were now united because of Dave. Dave had made preparations for Gabriella and the Moon Clan girls, providing them with a suitable place to build a legion of women. With Gabriella's knowledge of warfare and formations, they were poised to create a formidable army. While Gabriella was an archangel, the training would be demanding. Dave introduced Karina to everyone, and although she was initially shy, she gradually became more comfortable with the group. He also introduced all the new harem members to the existing women while spending time with each of them. Wendy, Karina, and Frida were all beautiful, and the women readily approved of them. Most of them were shocked to learn that Wendy was a deity, but since she belonged to Dave, no one treated her differently. They were surprised that Dave was now adding deities to his harem and considered him somewhat unconventional. Karina, on the other hand, was thrilled to have people her age to interact with and acted like a girl among her peers when she was with the other women. Dave found himself spending time with beautiful women, which made him content but also aware that he had important goals to pursue. A year later, a cute girl was holding a sword, but her face was serious. Dave and Carol engaged in a fierce battle of wills. The young girl wielded her sword with precision, her eyes filled with determination. Dave, on the other hand, moved with a grace and confidence that seemed almost otherworldly. Carol's strikes were imbued with the raw power of destruction. Each swing of her blade released a torrent of destructive energy that could level mountains. Swish. Yet, no matter how precise or forceful her attacks were, Dave effortlessly deflected them with casual ease. His movements were fluid, his defenses impenetrable. "Come on, Carol," Dave encouraged, his voice calm and composed amidst the chaos of their clash. You can do better than that. Carol gritted her teeth and increased the intensity of her attacks. Her strikes became a blur of motion as she unleashed wave after wave of destruction. But Dave's movements remained unhurried, his defenses unyielding. He seemed to anticipate her every move, effortlessly sidestepping her attacks or blocking them with a flick of his wrist. Frustration welled up within Carol. She had always been a quick learner, but Dave's skills were on a different level entirely. It was as if he could read her mind, knowing her intentions before she even acted on them. With a burst of determination, Carol channeled even more power into her sword. The ground beneath her feet trembled as her strikes grew more ferocious. But just as she thought she had an opening, Dave smoothly sidestepped, leaving her to strike at empty air. Next, Dave's voice cut through the tension. Carol, it's not just about power. It's about precision, timing, and strategy. You have the power of destruction, but you need to learn how to control it. Carol took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. She knew Dave was right. Okay, Master, it wasn't enough to rely solely on her destructive abilities. She needed to become a more skilled and strategic fighter. Carol continued the battle. She focused on her form, her timing, and her angles of attack. Each strike became more deliberate, more calculated. She began to anticipate Dave's movements, aiming her attacks where he would be rather than where he was. Dave nodded in approval as he saw Carol's improvement. That's it, Carol. You're getting the hang of it. She swung her sword at the handsome man, who appeared not to take her attacks seriously. Boom. The sword was infused with destructive energies but was halted by Dave's hand. Dave smiled, and the sword had made no dent on his hand, as if it had struck a solid metal surface. Well, that's it for now. Return to your training, and we'll spar again another day, Dave advised. I've already told Kirito which you should practice, so you'd better find him. Carol seemed dissatisfied with her current progress. But Master, she began, I still can't land a hit on you or defeat any of my enemies. How can I stop here? I know I may never defeat you in the future, but how can I protect you someday if I remain weak? Carol clenched her small fist, but Dave reassured her that she was still very young, only 13 years old, and would undoubtedly grow stronger with time. Dave smiled and patted her head, finding her determination admirable. Carol was at the Imperial Saint Emperor level, while the other girls had reached semi-Saint Sovereign. As Dave wasn't in a rush nevertheless, Carol's progress was impressive, and her destructive powers intrigued him. She was obedient and followed Dave's teachings, benefiting from his ability to understand others' thoughts and strengths and weaknesses. Well, I don't need you to protect me because no one can defeat me. I'm invincible, Dave teased, his tone light. But you should change your mindset, explore new things, and discover your own talents and skills. I can guide you and provide what you need to become stronger, but you must create your own path. Perhaps you'll even convince me that I'm not invincible someday. After Carol entered the Tower of Trials, Wendy approached Dave hesitantly. Hubby, Wendy began in a soft voice, indicating her acceptance of her new status as one of Dave's women. She found it to be a positive experience, as Dave had treated her with care and tenderness, except in the bedroom. Dave gazed at Wendy with a warm smile and asked, Is it time? Wendy looked at Dave, her eyes filled with astonishment. So, you knew? Dave met her gaze and replied, I had a feeling that you would leave this place and return to your domain, but I'm grateful that you postponed it for a year to be with me. Tears welled up in Wendy's eyes, and Dave moved closer to gently wipe them away. Don't cry, dummy. We won't be apart for too long. Feeling Dave's warm touch, Wendy realized that he had taught her how to live with someone to rely on, a stark contrast to her former self as a distant god who needed no one's help or assistance. I don't want to leave you now, but I have to, Wendy said. Dave smiled, holding her hand and reassuring her, Don't worry, I'll find you in the celestial plane. Just wait for me. He leaned in and kissed her lips, and Wendy, having grown accustomed to Dave, reciprocated before they parted. I've said my goodbyes to the others, and I'll be waiting for all of you there, Wendy said with a smile, caressing Dave's cheek. However, her figure began to blur and fade as if she were a hazy image. Goodbye, hubby. I love you, Wendy whispered before disappearing entirely. Dave stood there, looking at the spot where Wendy had vanished. His expression didn't betray any strong emotions because he wasn't worried about her safety. He knew they would reunite in the future. Wendy was bound by the will of the heavens, calling her back to her celestial plane to recover her powers. Abai had explained this to Dave before, so he wasn't surprised. He didn't want to hinder Wendy's progress and appreciated the year they had spent together. Now, it seems I need to get back to work, Dave thought. Over the year of rest, he had diligently trained all the girls, and most of them had made significant improvements, including a better understanding of the laws. The Tower of Trials had granted them many benefits, and some had even reached the level of semi-saint sovereign thanks to Dave's dual cultivation. As Dave pondered where to start, he sensed a familiar bond within his blood and glanced at a particular spot where he had left an egg to absorb energies. Oh, it looks like a new family member has arrived. Dave smirked and promptly disappeared from the place. In the vast expanse of the cosmic void, far from any inhabited world, a massive, obsidian-colored egg floated in the darkness. Inside this enigmatic egg lay a dormant and chaotic being of immense power, one that Dave had left here to absorb the energies of the cosmos for its eventual hatching. As a year passed, the egg began to show signs of awakening. It pulsated with an eerie, otherworldly light, and its surface crackled with chaotic energy. The celestial space around it seemed to quiver in response to the impending birth of this cosmic entity. Then, on a fateful cosmic night, the egg's surface shattered with a thunderous explosion, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that rippled through the fabric of the universe. The cosmic upheaval was colossal, and the shockwaves reverberated across the void, causing shockwaves of destruction. As the entity emerged, it resembled a swirling maelstrom of dark matter and energy, an embodiment of chaos itself. Its form was ever-shifting, a chaotic dance of destruction and creation. It absorbed nearby dead worlds, crushing them into nothingness and siphoning their energies into itself. Nebulas were torn asunder, stars imploded, and galaxies were devoured as the chaotic being expanded its power. The commotion in the cosmos was immense, and the cataclysmic forces at play threatened to disrupt the balance of the immortal plane. But within this chaotic storm, an invisible barrier, erected by Dave's foresight, held firm. The barrier he prepared before is now starting to show its usefulness. It acted as a containment field, ensuring that the destruction and chaos remained confined to this desolate corner of the cosmos. Within the chaotic maelstrom of energy and destruction, the being that had hatched from the obsidian egg began to take on a more recognizable form amidst the swirling cosmic forces. A creature emerged, and it bore an astonishing resemblance to a mystical, ethereal cat. This violet feline entity possessed an otherworldly charm that transcended the boundaries of cuteness. Its fur was a deep, vibrant shade of violet, shimmering with a spectral glow. Its eyes sparkled with an iridescent light, each blink sending ripples of cosmic energy throughout the void. Despite the cataclysmic nature of its birth, this mystical cat exuded an aura of tranquility and curiosity. It surveyed its surroundings with an air of playful wonder, its tail twitching as it examined the remnants of the shattered worlds it had consumed. As the cosmic turmoil subsided, the creature floated gracefully through the void, leaving trails of stardust in its wake. It was a paradoxical blend of adorable and enigmatic, radiating an aura of both innocence and cosmic power. Dave materialized in front of the newborn creature, and the creature, too, fixed its gaze on him. Dave scanned the creature and was certain it was the one from the egg due to their blood connection. "Meow," the newborn creature exclaimed. Suddenly, the little cat dashed towards Dave with incredible speed, matching and even surpassing his own. It seemed to have comprehended the laws of space, effortlessly traveling through the void to appear before him. Swish. Dave didn't move because he knew the creature couldn't harm him, he was its master. "Meow," the cat affectionately licked Dave's face, displaying boundless excitement, as if it had found its parent and was overflowing with love. Dave smiled and cradled the small cat in his arms. Though it was of a similar size to a normal cat, its aura was intimidating, as if it could devour anything in its path. "You're quite cute," Dave remarked. Checking the cat's status, he was astonished to discover that it was a true toady. He had initially believed that toady creatures looked terrifying, much like the one he had defeated earlier. However, this one was different. Born with innate talents for space and time manipulation, it had the ability to devour anything. He realized that the cat was a girl and possessed no cultivation or power, yet the amount of mana it had exceeded even his own. Dave knew that as it devoured things, it would grow stronger, possibly becoming one of his most powerful pets and even rivaling Draco when tapping into his god-level bloodline. "From today, your name is Sky," Dave declared. "Do you like it?" Dave affectionately patted Sky's head, and the cat didn't seem to mind. It readily accepted its new name. Like Draco, Sky couldn't speak, but that was expected given its infant stage. Carrying Sky, Dave entered his space world to introduce her to the others, where she would become a new playmate for Draco and Blizzard. As time passed, Dave continued to spend his days inside his space world. Sky had integrated seamlessly with everyone, and her cuteness won the affection of the other girls. Sky was quite clever, always acting cute to charm the girls and get treats from them. However, every time she attempted to steal food from Draco, he gave her a menacing look. Dave had put off ascending because he was waiting for Ronin, who was currently on a mission. Abai had informed him of valuable information on the immortal plane, which had expanded his knowledge. He had asked Abai about the absence of familiar worlds like Earth in both the mortal and immortal planes, and she had explained that they might exist in the celestial plane under the supervision of powerful individuals. Abai also shared that there were numerous mysterious worlds yet to be discovered, and some worlds had owners if they were recognized by them. She mentioned that to reach Divine Monarch, one had to create a world within their body as a prerequisite for leveling up. After absorbing all the information Abai provided, Dave decided to resume where he had left off in the Tower of Trials. Dave thought that it would be relatively easy to make his way through the Tower of Trials and reach the 100th floor, where the final boss's room awaited him. He was well prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Tower of Trials, he was greeted by Francia, who appeared lively and cheerful due to the many people entering and complimenting her. The cute lolly was easily flattered by their compliments, and everyone enjoyed her playful responses. "Hey, is it true that I'm beautiful?" Francia asked with a mischievous grin. Hee, don't worry, I know it." The people entering the tower often gave her gifts and engaged in conversation, ensuring she didn't get bored. However, when Dave appeared before her, her arrogant demeanor vanished as she rushed to him and hugged him tightly. "Master, you finally visited me again," Francia exclaimed, clearly missing Dave, who rarely came to the tower and only did so when he felt like it. "We greet the Lord." The people from other clans greeted Dave with reverence and respect, recognizing that everything in the space world was his doing. The space world was teeming with various creatures, with many hailing from the beast's world in the mortal plane, which Dave had absorbed entirely. Francia served as the spirit of the Tower of Trials and, while she could travel anywhere within the space world, she couldn't leave it like others could. Dave patted Francia's head affectionately and suggested, "You can leave the entrance and go to the mansion to play with the others." Francia looked at him and replied, "I know, Master, but I feel more at peace when I'm near the tower. Whenever I get bored, I come back here to talk to others." Dave smiled and gave her some gifts to keep her entertained. He knew that despite Francia's age, which surpassed his own by thousands of years, her mind remained childlike and playful. After conversing with Francia, he entered the Tower of Trials and swiftly reached level 91, leaving the level incomplete after defeating Kegu. Currently, he sent Kegu with Ronin for a special mission, and both were heading towards the Chaotic Space Sea. The Chaotic Space Sea is a very mysterious location, and many true saints have perished there. It is considered one of the most forbidden and dangerous places in the Immortal Plane. Dave isn't interested in such places, but Ronin reported that many individuals, including ancient beings who have slumbered in the Immortal Plane for a very long time, have awakened. There are ancestors of various clans and inherent cultivators who have lived in seclusion, away from public view. Ronin sensed something unusual about this event, so he reported it to Dave. Dave learned from Abai that the Chaotic Space Sea is a genuine terror even in the Celestial Plane, and it rarely appears there. Entering the place leads to getting lost, and only a few manage to escape. It is said that those who do become stronger in terms of space and time mastery. The place is exceedingly mysterious, and even gods fear entering it due to the special restrictions that could threaten their immortality. Although the Chaotic Space Sea has been dormant in the Immortal Plane for a long time, it now shows signs of opening. Dave believes that Ronin and Kegu are capable of conquering that place, so he isn't worried about it. "Welcome back, Master. Level 91 greater than mission, kill all the undead." Dave opened his eyes and found himself in a dark and eerie place. "Oh, an undead theme, huh?" he remarked. Dave scanned his surroundings and spotted many undead roses emerging from the grave. They were different from typical undead creatures, as their bones were made of gold. Kakak. Their golden jaws creaked, and they regarded Dave as if he were prey. "Oh, true saints undead, and their numbers are almost reaching 1,000,000, Dave noted. Despite his surprise, Dave smiled and drew his extinguisher, which had finally been freed from Azrael's curse. It now radiated an overwhelming amount of killing intent, eager to wreak havoc. "Buddy, let's fight," Dave said as he faced the undead before him and swung his sword. Boom. Thousands of true saints undead were instantly slain. For Dave, dispatching a true saint was easy because he had already reached the pinnacle of this plane. If he desired, he could ascend at any moment. In the Immortal Plane, he was practically invincible, and no one dared to challenge him, thanks to his defeat of Azrael. Dave activated his sword heart, determined to use this opportunity to become an even stronger swordsman. 7 months later, Dave remained emotionless as he continued to carve his way through hordes of sea monsters. He had now reached the 99th level of the Tower of Trials. Dave had initially thought he could finish his killing spree and ascend to the 100th level more swiftly, but the sheer number of targets exceeded his expectations, taking him 7 long months to reach this point. Throughout his journey, he had accumulated numerous rewards for completing these levels, all of which defied the laws of the universe in some way. He stored these items for future use, just in case he needed them. Dave had achieved mastery in his new fighting style, elevating his swordsmanship to new heights. He had also developed unique skills, such as his ultra-dodge instinct, allowing him to evade attacks even with his eyes closed due to 7 months of relentless combat. His sword, on the other hand, remained as bloodthirsty as ever and had not been returned to his space storage for the entire 7 months. Dave currently faced a colossal 20-meter shark, covered in bruises from his relentless assault. Although Dave's sword could easily pierce the monster, it displayed remarkable tenacity, unable to regenerate due to the power of Dave's weapon. The behemoth emerged from the depths, its sleek body showcasing rows of teeth, each the size of a short sword. Its obsidian eyes locked onto Dave, harboring a malevolent intelligence. This was no ordinary sea predator, it was a leviathan, a true terror of the deep. The extinguisher sang through the air, a silver streak filled with killing intent. Dave's skillful strike found its mark, cleaving through the shark's thick, scaled hide. "Let's see if you can survive this attack," Dave muttered with determination. "Time for a barbecue," he declared, poised for the final confrontation. Sin of Wrath Inferno raged suddenly. Dave's sword became enveloped in black flames, pulsating with wrathful energies. The intensity of the fire was staggering, yet his sword effortlessly withstood the searing heat. Boom. His attack struck the shark, obliterating half of its body and immolating it with a black fire. "Oh, still alive?" Dave remarked casually as a torrent of dark, briny blood gushed forth, dyeing the ocean a sinister shade of crimson. The colossal shark writhed in agony but was far from defeated. Roar. In a final, desperate struggle, a massive tsunami surged towards Dave. Unfazed, Dave calmly responded, "HMPP, a final struggle, huh?" He invoked his abilities, Sin of Sloth and Slothbound Shield. A shield materialized before him, impervious to the rushing waters. The monster's attack was formidable, and while it wouldn't harm Dave directly, he didn't want his clothes to be ruined again. Time and time again, Dave's extinguisher found its mark, deftly slicing through the relentless onslaught of the colossal shark. Despite the shark's remarkable tenacity, it began to falter. Its once mighty movements slowed, and its strength steadily dwindled. As Dave gazed into the fading obsidian eyes of the beast, he knew it was time to bring this battle to a close. With swift precision, he positioned himself atop the colossal monster and swung his sword towards its head. Purple lightning sword technique. Violent bolt flash. A bolt of purple lightning struck the creature's head, effortlessly piercing its thick skin and sealing its fate. Boom! The colossal monster met its demise, sinking beneath the depths of the ocean. Dave sheathed his sword and contemplated the lifeless body of his formidable foe. Finally, Dave mused, a sense of relief washing over him. Moments later, he received a notification confirming the completion of level 99. Ding! Congratulations to the master level 99. Completed reward, 50,000 sin points. The Emperor's stick. Dave was delighted to receive the rewards, and he was intrigued by the unique feature of the stick he had attained. It had the ability to make his enemies lose consciousness temporarily when struck. Despite having the sin of sloth to put his enemies to sleep, Dave found it rather satisfying to imagine hitting them with the stick, which would undoubtedly bring them a sense of shame. As Dave pondered the stick's capabilities, a portal to the final level suddenly materialized before him. Swoosh! After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to embark on the ultimate stage. Welcome, Master, to the final stage mission? Greater than reward? Greater than. In an instant, Dave found himself in a lush, verdant forest. The trees were towering, ancient giants, reaching heights of 300 meters and more, making Dave appear insignificant in comparison. These colossal trees appeared to be sentient, and a majestic tree that seemed to touch the sky stood at the heart of this world, rendering the other trees mere saplings in comparison. As Dave marveled at this awe-inspiring place, numerous vines suddenly attacked him, attempting to strangle him. Boom! Swoosh! The vines were thwarted by a ring of golden fire that materialized in front of him. The flames easily incinerated the vines, but they showed no signs of relenting, as if driven by a relentless desire to end his life. Oh, where is the boss hiding? Dave muttered, scanning his surroundings. With his newly evolved god eyes, he spotted a figure above, a beautiful woman with green hair. She seemed oddly familiar, almost like an adult version of Francia. Boom! The vines ceased their attack as if acknowledging her presence, parting to create a path for her. Dave kept his gaze fixed on her, and the woman returned the scrutiny. You are finally here, an ethereal voice resounded in Dave's ears, emanating an overwhelming sense of threat. Dave couldn't discern the woman's status, a clear indication that her cultivation far surpassed anyone he had encountered on his journey thus far. Who are you? You're unlike the other tower bosses, Dave inquired, sensing that the woman didn't seem intent on engaging in combat. The woman regarded him with an emotionless gaze and replied, You're correct. I'm not confined to this tower like the others you've defeated. Dave was intrigued and pressed further. So, are we going to fight? Uncertainty filled Dave's thoughts because the woman showed no signs of wanting to challenge him. Shaking her head, the woman explained, As you can see, I am the older version of the child you named Francia. Even though she emerged from me as a clone, she possesses her own consciousness and is not under my control. I am not imprisoned in this tower, rather, I was entrusted by someone to deliver something to you when you reach this level. There's no need for us to fight, as with your current strength, you cannot even touch me. I was merely testing you a while ago, so forgive me for my attacks. Dave was taken aback but reassured her, saying, Don't worry about it. The woman maintained her emotionless demeanor and continued, Very well, let's proceed with granting the rewards. Are you ready? Dave, feeling a sense of trust in the system and having received no warning from Abai, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Dave felt as if he had been transported to a different realm. He seemed to float in the void, and his body was torn apart in an instant. What? Dave exclaimed as he opened his eyes, realizing that he had been revived, but his body was being torn apart every second. What is this place? Dave cried out in stunned agony as he felt his body being torn apart in the chaotic void. Relax, host, a voice reassured him. This place is called the chaotic void. It's one of your rewards meant to strengthen your body and immerse you in chaos energy. It will also fortify your willpower. There is a final reward waiting for you after you survive here for thousands of years. The woman appeared before him, seemingly immune to the void, and by her side was Abai, who recognized her. 1,000 years? How can I wait for 1,000 years and endure being torn apart every day? Dave questioned in desperation. Abai, understanding his concern, comforted him, Don't worry, shameless host. Time here doesn't move. Even if you spend millions of years here, the time outside remains unchanged. Oh? Dave sighed in relief, placing his trust in Abai. He closed his eyes, and the torment continued as his body was torn apart 1,000 times, and the seething chaos energy inundated every cell of his being, causing excruciating pain. Time passed, though Dave lost all sense of its passage. In the chaotic void, he endured an eternal cycle of suffering, where his body was constantly torn apart and then regenerated. The relentless physical pain was compounded by the emotional turmoil that gnawed at his soul. Dave's screams of agony reverberated through the void, swallowed by the chaotic nothingness. In this realm, natural laws held no sway. His body, despite the torment, refused to yield to death, subjecting him to unending suffering. Amidst the chaos, Dave's mind fragmented, losing its sharpness and coherence. Desperation set in as he struggled to find order within the chaos. With each agonizing moment, Dave realized that survival in the chaotic void depended on his soul's strength and willpower. He needed to harness the power within his soul to endure this perpetual torment. He shifted his focus from his physical body, which continued to be torn apart, to cultivating his soul and fortifying his willpower in this chaotic abyss. As time passed within the chaotic void, Dave's situation gradually improved. He no longer screamed in agony when his body was torn apart, appearing almost emotionless, like a machine enduring the relentless torment. His soul shone brilliantly, and his mind sharpened, becoming impervious to the excruciating pain. He realized the extraordinary nature of his soul, which had the power to affect his body's resilience and was adapting to the void. Previously, his body had been destroyed every second, but now it could withstand the onslaught for 10 seconds before breaking down. Dave had lost track of how much time had elapsed, but he remained unwavering in his determination, knowing that enduring this trial would yield greater rewards. Yeah, no pain, no gain. Dave muttered to himself, his focus solely on his training and soul cultivation. Meanwhile, before Dave's entry into the chaotic void, Ronin and Xegron were on a journey to the chaotic space sea. They had been entrusted by their master, Dave, to investigate any unusual occurrences in that region. Ronin, initially reluctant to work with anyone, had accepted Xegron's assistance upon Dave's request. Both Ronin and Xegron were fiercely loyal to Dave, but their differing personalities and strengths sometimes led to clashes of pride. "You're slow. You might as well go back and serve tea to the master's women," Ronin taunted, increasing his speed and leaving Xegron struggling to keep up. "Fuck. Your speed is unnatural, and I don't excel in speed because strength is paramount," Xegron retorted through gritted teeth. Golden fire engulfed his body, boosting his speed until he finally caught up with Ronin. Ronin, though disdainful of Xegron, chose to ignore him as they both arrived at a massive space portal. A gathering of formidable individuals had already assembled there, signaling the beginning of their mission in the chaotic space sea. The crowd gathering at the portal consisted mostly of true saints, along with a considerable number of semi-saint sovereigns. Their age showed on their bones, indicating that they had resorted to forbidden techniques or slumber to extend their lifespans and retain their powers. These individuals had failed to reach the final step of ascension and now sought this opportunity to break through their current limits. Fearful of losing everything they had worked so hard to attain, desperation drove them. Among the throng, Ronin and Xegron arrived, but no one paid them any attention, as all eyes were fixed on the 5 individuals blocking the entrance to the portal. "How dare you block our way? This place doesn't belong to you," someone from the crowd protested. "Yeah, do you think we're afraid of you?" another chimed in. Ronin observed the 5 figures in front of the gate and sensed that they were undoubtedly more powerful than the surrounding crowd. "HMMP, do you wish to challenge our majesty, the Dark Conqueror?" one of them challenged. "He already entered with other conquerors and emperors, instructing us not to allow any weaklings to enter and disturb them," another added. "And if you truly wish to enter, you must pay the price, or we'll kill you." A tall, muscular man suddenly emerged, exuding the aura of a semi-saint sovereign. "What? Is he Fidel, the one from 3 million years ago who single-handedly killed 5 paladins from the Holy Clan?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Yeah, I heard he vanished after being hunted by the Pope, and many believed he was dead," another replied. "I never expected he was still alive, and it seems he's under the banner of one of the conquerors." Conquerors were a prestigious title granted to the strongest individuals of their eras, with only 10 ever achieving such status. The youngest conqueror, Lucian Alexander, was known as the Flame Conqueror and remained undefeated in battle. There were others as formidable as conquerors, but they kept hidden, biding their time. "Damn, you're all so arrogant. How dare you try to block my way?" Suddenly, a man in a red outfit appeared, brandishing a red sword. "Oh, are you Eric, the Sword Sage?" Fidel inquired. Eric nodded and declared, "You're arrogant to demand payment for entrance. You'll pay for your insolence." Eric's bold proclamation resonated with the crowd, eliciting cheers for his audacity. Amid the commotion, the appearance of the Sword Sage, Eric, surprised many in the crowd. It was believed by some that he had perished long ago, but his presence confirmed otherwise. "Wow, I didn't expect to see the Sword Sage here as well. I thought he was already dead," someone remarked. "The Sword Sage certainly lives up to his reputation. He's defeated numerous swordsmen who challenged him in the past," another added. Ronin observed the unfolding situation with a sense of disdain, muttering to Xegron, "Fools. Such titles aren't worthy of maggots." If the real Sword Sage heard him, he'd be tormented for eternity. Xegron nodded in agreement, well aware of the likely consequences. Boom. However, the fight had scarcely begun when a man, seemingly without effort, fell to the ground, headless and dead. "Hee, what Sword Sage? What can you do if you can't even draw your sword?" Fidel mocked, laughing as he casually punched Eric's head away. "Who's next?" Fidel challenged, his overwhelming power instilling fear in those present. The fear of death had made these individuals cautious in their advanced age, unlike their adventurous youth. What, he died like that? Fidel's formidable strength, along with his 4 companions, made those considering entry hesitate. "TSK, weaklings," Xegron scoffed, suddenly appearing before everyone at a towering 5 meters in height. His aura alone rivaled that of some conquerors, further intimidating the onlookers. "What? Such an aura is on par with some conquerors," Fidel exclaimed, growing nervous in the presence of Xegron, as did his companions. Behind Xegron stood a handsome man with black hair, seemingly amused by the situation. Hee hee, look at their faces. They're filled with fear, Ronin chuckled, relishing the scene and reveling in the despair of others. You're truly a demon, Kegu sneered, ignoring Ronin as he continued walking toward the portal. Wait, the conquerors have already decreed that no one can enter, or will be killed by them. Next Fidel pleaded, attempting to convince Kegu to reconsider. TSK, conqueror, my ass. Such arrogance to call themselves that title, Kegu retorted, delivering a powerful punch that sent a shockwave through the crowd, causing weaker beings to perish instantly. With no one daring to block their path, Kegu and Ronin walked confidently toward the portal and entered without fear. Hee hee, show-off, Ronin sneered as they disappeared from sight. Left behind, the other people in the area were stunned by the sudden turn of events. So strong, who are they? Some wondered aloud, seeing an opportunity to enter the portal. However, Fidel and his companions managed to regroup and return to guard the entrance. Shit, that man was strong. I almost died, Fidel admitted. He was determined to release his frustration and create a bloodbath among the crowd. Let me play with some of you, he declared, cracking his fists in preparation for a confrontation. Just as he was about to attack, a man materialized in front of him and delivered a powerful blow to his chest, sending Fidel hurtling into the void. Boom. A tall, muscular man with red hair suddenly materialized, emitting a powerful aura. Some among the crowd recognized him immediately. What? Is that the youngest conqueror, Lucien? I never thought he would be interested in this place, considering his exceptionally long lifespan, someone remarked. Most of those gathered had come here in search of treasures that could extend their lifespans, never anticipating that Lucien would make an appearance. This place is unusual, Lucien muttered, his attention drawn to the 4 individuals accompanying Fidel. Before they could react, Lucien had already entered the portal. The 4 companions of Fidel breathed sighs of relief, feeling that they had narrowly escaped death for the second time. They began to question whether the potential rewards were worth the risks of being in this place. Inside the chaotic space sea, Ronin and Kegu suddenly found themselves in a dark, lush forest. Ronin quickly assessed their situation, noting that they couldn't utilize their mana effectively, and the laws of this place appeared to weaken their powers. What kind of place is this? Kegu wondered, bewildered as he entered the chaotic space sea for the first time, experiencing a 50% reduction in his power. Ronin, despite also suffering a 50% decrease in power, remained impassive, his thoughts racing. I believe this is the legendary chaotic domain, rumored to house chaos creatures capable of annihilating entire planets in an instant. The pervasive chaos energy here is suppressing our abilities. Something is amiss in this place. Ronin had heard stories of this place before but had always considered them legends until now. The reality of the chaotic space sea left even a primordial demon like him in awe. We must exercise caution, I sense that our lives may be at risk if we're careless, Kegu warned. Ronin, on the other hand, smiled and said, hee hee. That's the mentality of the weak. Weakened but not lacking in audacity, Ronin remained true to his nature. Before they could proceed further, 10 individuals, each standing at 3 meters tall with green skin, surrounded Ronin and Kegu. Oh, the ogre tribe, Kegu remarked, identifying their aggressors. Surrender your belongings, or you will die, one of the ogre leaders declared, releasing the power of a saint sovereign and clearly surpassing the limits of the immortal plane. Kegu was taken aback by their audacity, while Ronin smiled and laughed. Hee hee. Quite the nerve to try and rob this king. Demonic arts corruption of the soul. Ronin initiated his demonic arts, using the corruption of the soul. The 10 ogres suddenly felt something amiss as their souls turned blank, and their eyes became lifeless. Even my weakest demonic arts can achieve this effect, Ronin noted, examining his hands. He realized that his weakened state limited his ability to use his demonic arts to their full potential. Kegu stared at Ronin, amazed, and asked, what did you just do? How can you possess such skill? Are you telling me you reached the level of gods before your reincarnation? Kegu asked, curious about Ronin's transformation. Ronin sneered in response, clearly unwilling to be compared to weaker beings. Don't lump me in with those feeble creatures, Kek. With a flick of his fingers, Ronin absorbed the 10 ogres into his being, devouring their essence. He found that he had gained new knowledge from their souls. A black crystal materialized before him, radiating chaotic energy. He learned that the ogres hailed from the celestial plane, and many portals to the chaotic domain had appeared in various locations. There were numerous powerful beings in the chaotic domain, stronger than the ogres, from different clans and tribes. These creatures had gathered here in search of treasures, forming alliances to overpower weaker groups and steal their treasures, as they couldn't venture into the deepest part of the chaotic domain due to the formidable monsters residing there. Ronin discovered that the chaotic domain rewarded those who killed enemies with chaotic crystals containing chaotic energy. While not everyone could use chaos energy, the crystals were still valuable for sale and research purposes. Ronin licked his lips in anticipation. It seems I'll have the opportunity to go all out once again. We need to collect as many of these chaotic crystals as possible and present them to our master. Kegu couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear as he realized the extent of Ronin's newfound strength. He nodded in agreement. Let's go, Ronin declared, dashing off to seek more prey and collect chaotic crystals to offer to their master. In Dave's personal space, Gabriella stood before thousands of women from the Moon Shadow clan, with some members of the Beast clan joining as well. Dave had entrusted Gabriella with the authority to lead and create her own legion of women, which she had named the War Valkyrie. Gabriella took her role seriously, her expression stern and commanding. Many of the women gathered before her felt nervous in her presence, aware that she was one of Dave's strongest followers. "Now, Master Dave has entrusted me with your training, and I wanted to make it clear that I won't go easy on any of you," Gabriella declared, her voice firm. "If any of you wish to step back, you may do so now. However, those who persevere will grow stronger and be able to assist Master Dave in the future." Gabriella clapped her hands, and her angelic wings unfurled, casting a radiant light that nearly covered the entire sky. "Wow, she really is like an angel," some of the women who were less familiar with her whispered in awe, while others were simply amazed by her beauty and power. Despite their initial nervousness, none of the women chose to back down. They were all determined to gain strength under Gabriella's guidance. Gabriella nodded, pleased with their resolve. "I hope none of you will disappoint me." Back to Dave. Dave had lost his sense of time, and the shocking changes in Dave were evident. His body and mind had become 100 times stronger than before, and his soul was shining brighter than ever. His body had now adapted to the chaotic void. He opened his eyes and realized that the void was no longer a threat to him. But he didn't stop because this opportunity was rare. He tried to comprehend his understanding of the laws of space and time to reach a higher level. He sat in the void for many years until he opened his eyes, feeling like he had gained control over time and space to a greater extent than before. Chaotic space-time. Dave attempted to use his newfound power and discovered that he could tap into the river of time, glimpsing his former self and sensing the ability to travel back in time. He yearned to reach out and touch it, but a powerful force repelled him, casting him back into the chaotic void. Coughing, Dave spat out blood, realizing the grave danger of his actions. "Master!" Abai suddenly materialized in front of him, her expression filled with concern. The woman who stood nearby was the final boss of the tower. The River of Time is a realm that not even gods and demons have managed to breach. No one has ever fully mastered time and space, the woman explained solemnly. Those who seek more power and attempt to alter the course of history are condemned to vanish into the void, forgotten by all. You are fortunate that your soul is protected, for had it not been, you too would have been erased for your reckless actions, Abai added, nodding in agreement. Dave smiled, wiping the blood from his mouth and letting out a chuckle. Hee, I don't mind the risk. In the future, I'm certain I can attain that level. Dave clenched his fist, feeling time and space converging within him. You've grasped the essence of time and space at an absolute level in this unique place, thanks to your special talent, the woman remarked. However, it will always be subject to the chaotic power, but you have the potential to make it even stronger than before in the future. The time you've spent here is 300 years, and you still have 700 years left to endure, even though time outside remains unchanged. However, since you've completed training your body to this level, you now have the option to leave this place, the woman explained. I'm astonished by your progress. Your body has become remarkably attuned to chaos energy, and you can wield it perfectly, she continued. Dave waved his hand dismissively. No, not yet. There's still something I want to attempt, Dave replied with an eager smile. He was determined to grasp a new technique in this timeless realm. The woman nodded and made no attempt to stop him, departing with Abai to avoid disrupting his concentration. As Abai glanced back at Dave before leaving with the woman, she expressed her concerns. Yggdrasil, are you sure he'll be okay after staying in the chaotic void for this long? This place should not have existed for eons, and I still can't believe it has been preserved until today. Yggdrasil shook her head and responded, well, he is who he is, and no one has ever truly understood him. Dave is the honored one. Abai quipped, nope, not this one. That sounds like a death flag. Forget it, Yggdrasil sighed. No one has ever truly known him, and he remains a profound mystery. Dave didn't know what Abai and that mysterious woman were thinking because he was immersed in his training inside the chaotic void. Right now, he can feel so many drastic changes in his body, but he hasn't acquired the true chaotic body that is the real master of chaos. The chaotic energy in this place had just let him refine his body and soul to another level, and the increase in his physical attributes was crazy. Dave feels like he is 100 times stronger, faster, and sharper than before. Since the update, the system removed the numbering system for his status, but he can easily estimate his overall power without it and compare it to others. He was astonished that he had been inside the chaotic void for 300 years because it felt very fast. In the blink of an eye, he became an old man. Dave laughed because Abai told him that his body's age didn't change inside this place, but the mind and the soul had been reshaped to a stronger and tougher state. The saying that the longer you live, the smarter and tougher you get. He still has 700 years before the reward for this place will end, so he wants to cherish this chance to become even stronger. He remains floating in space as he takes out his sword, which seems almost destroyed, but the black slime is protecting it from being completely extinguished. Sorry, buddy, it looks like I need to forge you to a higher level, so bear with it. Dave extracts the black slime, and it floats around him, standing by. As Dave removed the black slime, the cry of his extinguisher could be heard, and it slowly turned into dust. Dave appeared to be serious because one wrong move, and his sword would be destroyed. It was a pity to lose such a loyal and good sword. It had been with him for a very long time, and he never planned to change swords. Dave took a drop of his blood and some of his chaos energy and combined them. Boom. A shocking explosion could be heard in the chaos, but the chaos energy easily devoured the explosion, as if nothing had happened. If that had happened in the outside world, thousands of planets might have vanished on the spot. Merge. Dave clapped his hands, and the blood filled with chaos energy entered the extinguisher sword. Boom. The blood and energy seethed through the sword, and Dave could hear the cries and joy of his sword due to Dave's plan to upgrade it. The upgrade took a lot of time, and by Dave's count, it was already 50 years before it successfully merged. His black sword turned darker, and some violet lines appeared on the sword, releasing chaos energy. Clank, clank. The sword seemed to be happy and started to absorb the chaos energy around the chaotic void. Swoosh. Dave looked at his sword and realized how strong it had become, now able to withstand the power of the chaotic void. It looked stronger and sharper than before. This is not enough. Dave pondered for a moment and took out one of the rewards he had received from the tower, a rarity enhancer stone. This item would help increase the chance of increasing the rarity of an item to a higher level. Suddenly, the stone entered the extinguisher, and his sword suddenly shone, covered in golden light. Success. Suddenly, his sword released a tyrannical power that seemed to destroy anything in its path. Oh, it evolved into a quasi-god level sword, huh? Dave said to himself. Too bad, if I had more of this kind of stone, it might become a god level sword on par with the sword given to me by my mother. Dave felt pity but checked his storage to see if he could add more things. Oh, this one is good, Dave said as he also took another reward he had received from the tower. The tower rewards were filled with amazing treasures, and he rarely used some of them, storing them in the space storage for future use. He held a legendary inscription card in his hand. This item could let any of Dave's skills be passed to the sword, but it was limited to 3 skills. To increase the number of slots, he needed to pay a huge amount of sin points. Dave tapped the inscribe button, and a screen appeared in front of him. Please choose some skills to inscribe into the target item extinguisher, it prompted. Dave pondered for a moment, then scanned his skill set to see which ones he could put in his sword. Can I put a skill from my sin skills? He asked. Yes, but not the entire primordial sin, only a sub-skill of one of your primordial sins. Abai's voice replied. She was always with him, even though her form was not with him right now. Dave nodded and decided to inscribe his newly acquired powers. Abai, inscribe chaotic time-space into the extinguisher. Ding. The host is about to inscribe a supreme skill into the sword extinguisher, and the chance of success is low. I suggest to the host to use some sin points for a successful procedure because chaotic space and time are already at an absolute level. Dave was stunned, but he felt that it made sense. How much? He asked. 50,000 sin points, came the reply. What? Dave was stunned. He had barely collected 80,000 sin points after the update, and it was hard to collect sin points right now. TSK, proceed, Dave said reluctantly, feeling poor but doing it for the sake of his sword. Ding, processing. Dave looked at his sword, and since the process was underway, he decided to cultivate his chaos energy and master its use. 50 years later, Dave, who had been meditating for half a century, opened his eyes because the inscription had finally ended. Failed. Dave was stunned, but Abai appeared in front of him and laughed. I was just joking, Abai seemed happy to see him upset, and Dave couldn't help but try to catch her and punish her, but she was untouchable, so Dave gave up. You still have 2 skills to inscribe, have you decided what to put in your sword? Yes, put the sin of pride, vain reflection, into the extinguisher. Noted. Abai nodded and cast the inscription. Dave chose this skill because it could reflect any attack from the enemy and double the damage to them. It was like he was using the power of Meliodas, full counter. The upgrade didn't take long and was completed in a day. Then, for the last slot, he chose the sin of wrath, vengeful strike, which allowed his sword to absorb any negative energies and release them in one strike, with no limit. It could deal strong damage to enemies or even kill them outright. The sins of pride and anger were the best attack skills from the sin skills, capable of terrifying enemies to despair. Boom. Kakak. Dave's sword was very delighted, and he could feel the power of his extinguisher. He felt that if others learned about his sword, they would surely try to steal it and covet it. Luckily, he wasn't afraid, and his sword could hide its real energy and appearance from anyone, thanks to Dave's blood and chaos energy. After the upgrade, Dave decided to finish comprehending the new technique he had been working on for many years in the void. Dave took out an item, Comprehension Boost, that could help him comprehend and create a new technique faster, combined with his sword hard body. 200 years later, Dave opened his eyes, and a sharp aura emanated from his body. Dave smiled and said, "Success. Ha, this could be the strongest technique I've created," Dave thought. He named the skill Sword of Chaos Heavily Destruction, based on its style. It was a sword style that could annihilate and destroy everything in its path with a single blow. The attack was filled with his chaos energy, but the limit of this skill was that it could not be used without the help of his extinguisher, which had been baptized by the chaos energy, allowing it to utilize the skill perfectly without being destroyed. Dave was delighted and decided to upgrade his sword further. He laughed and prepared for the last part. For the last part, I think it can really reach god level today. Hee. Dave laughed and looked at the black slime floating in his body. Ha, what I'm about to do is crazy, but I know I will succeed. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally. Then, he took out his sword and pierced it into his body, through to his heart. Splash! Dave laughed, and the sword didn't hesitate to follow his command, absorbing Dave's blood. Ha ha, my ultimate sacrifice, Dave said as his blood was rapidly absorbed by the sword. His heart was crushed instantly, and Dave's cells depleted rapidly. His red hair and glowing skin turned gray, and he suddenly aged in an instant. His life force dwindled as if he was about to die from old age. Yes, continue, Dave urged, smiling, while Abai didn't know what he was planning. Don't tell me he is forcing this place to do that? Abai was stunned as she suddenly realized Dave's intention. She smiled and laughed, not expecting Dave to be so clever. You won this time. Suddenly, Yggdrasil appeared and looked at Dave, who seemed to know everything. Yggdrasil shook her head and said, "You never change." Yggdrasil then produced a violet heart that pumped with chaotic energy. O Elisero Palacious, she chanted some ancient words, and the heart rushed toward Dave, replacing his missing heart. Dave smiled. In the long time he had been in this place, he realized that it seemed to be protecting him, and he couldn't die, even when he tried to reduce his lifespan to 0. Now, he was trying to use this loophole to strengthen his sword and obtain the final reward more quickly. Boom. Dave took out the black slime and merged it with the extinguisher, letting Abai do the work. Hee, see you soon, buddy. Dave didn't have time to see the changes in his sword because the heart was merging with his body perfectly. With his training in the chaotic void, the transfer didn't take long and suited him perfectly. The heart pumped violet blood, and Dave's old appearance reverted to his youthful one. He appeared more handsome than before, even more so than ever. His skin glowed, and a purple mark appeared on his shoulders. His eyes turned violet blue, adding to his charm and appearance. Dave didn't know what was happening to him because a cocoon covered his body, and he was undergoing a shocking evolution. An unknown number of years had passed, and Dave remained inside the cocoon. His body was fully baptized by the chaos energy, and all of his mana started to be drained, being replaced by chaos energy. His physique underwent a transformation, making his golden overlord body even more powerful than before. However, it couldn't become a chaos body, as acquiring a chaos body requires many prerequisites. The only way for Dave to achieve it was to purchase it from the system. His transformation was astonishing, and numerous unique ores floated beside him, while his power increased every minute. His cultivation soared, and he easily surpassed the Semi-Saint Sovereign. The Chaos Heart was the reason for his rapid increase in strength. It showed no signs of stopping, and his power continued to increase. On Ronin and Xegron's side, both were being chased by a group of 30 Serpent Tribe members, led by a Heavenly Sovereign. Shit, our powers are limited, and we are only Semi-Saint Sovereigns, Xegron cursed. With their cultivation restricted, it was hard for him to fight them without incurring damage. He knew he could defeat that guy, but it would take a long time, and many might notice and interfere. Ronin, on the other hand, remained emotionless as he said, "TSK, so this is your plan? To run? I should not have followed your advice and killed that bastard immediately. Such weaklings are not enough to make me run," Xegron immediately replied. "No, it's not because of them we need to run. I can feel that someone is staring at us, watching our every move," Xegron explained. "I don't know, but it doesn't show any enmity towards me, it seems directed at you. Also, that guy is strong, and I assume he's at the Divine Monarch level." Ronin smiled and licked his lips, saying, "Oh, you mean that angelic guy who has been spying on us from the start? I already knew of his presence, but I'm waiting for him to attack me so that I can surprise him." Xegron was stunned, he hadn't expected Ronin to know all along. "Hey, are you crazy? He's 3 times higher in cultivation than us. Even when you were a heaven-defying entity before, you couldn't bridge such a gap." Ronin laughed. "Nope. You don't feel it. No one is closer to our master than me. I can sense it. Ha, I can feel it." Ronin continued to laugh maniacally. He stopped running and dashed towards the Serpent Tribe while laughing crazily. Shit. Xegron was angry, but he followed Ronin because they had a mission to complete. If something happened to Ronin, one of his master's most cherished subordinates, his master might not forgive him. So troublesome. Ronin's speed was astonishing, and the chasing Serpent Tribe was stunned to see the black-haired guy running toward them. They were delighted because their prey had stopped running. Ha. They finally gave up. "Let's kill them. Yeah, I will devour that guy. Our king will be happy to have them as sacrifices." Suddenly, Ronin's speed increased to a higher level, and 10 heads flew into the air. Swoosh. What? The general, a heavenly sovereign, was stunned. He realized that 10 of his members had been beheaded without a chance to react. Fuck. Boom. He reacted swiftly as a dagger was about to pierce his neck. Shit. Boom. Xegron suddenly appeared among them, and his 100-meter-tall body crushed the remaining serpents. Top of form. Boom. 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 Xegron continued his rampage, while Ronin fought the general. Swoosh. Roar. The serpent general was angered because all of his men had died brutally, killed by a semi-saint sovereign whom he had treated as prey. "We were fooled by that guy," the general muttered as he continued to dodge Ronin's attacks until he realized that his movements were slowing down. What? Poison? He realized that he was being poisoned and looked at Ronin, who was watching him with a sarcastic smile. "Goodbye." The general suddenly became immobilized before Xegron stomped on his body and crushed him. Boom. See, they are weaklings. Ronin smiled and looked at Kegu. Kegu collected the chaos crystals he had obtained from killing the serpent tribe and looked at Ronin. Ronin laughed, then glanced in a certain direction and said, "Looks like my limits as a semi-saint sovereign will be tested again." He laughed and looked at Kegu, saying, "Go to the place where some strong beings are heading, while I deal with this annoying guy." Kegu was stunned and said, "You cannot fight him, he's much stronger than us." Ronin laughed and replied, "Kiki, there's no one I fear except our master. You should go." Ronin looked at him with his abyssal eyes, and Kegu suddenly felt that Ronin had become a different person. After thinking for a while, Kegu nodded and headed south, leaving behind some parting words, "Better to escape if you cannot win." On the other hand, Ronin shrugged his shoulders and observed the location of his target. He said, "Are you not going to appear, little birdie?" Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall handsome angel appeared in front of him. The angel was remarkably good-looking with 2 pairs of white wings on his back. Angels were known for being blessed by heaven, much like the elves, making them inherently attractive creatures. "Hey, I didn't expect that you knew of my presence all along. But since you're a demon, you should die. You're only a mere semi-sane sovereign, and I don't know where your confidence is coming from," the angel remarked. Ronin laughed and said, "Hee hee, my confidence? I don't need confidence if I don't fear anyone." Ronin chuckled and suddenly vanished, blending into the crowd. "Oh? You are indeed a skilled assassin," the angel mused, unable to detect Ronin's location. Angelic roar boom. The angelic roar echoed through the heavens, a resplendent cascade of divine sound that reverberated through the very fabric of reality. The air itself seemed to tremble, and the ground quivered beneath its celestial might. The surrounding area was blasted by a shining light, and everything nearby vanished. "TSK, now you cannot hide anymore," the angel laughed. But suddenly, an attack appeared behind him, and he anticipated it. Angelic shield. The angel was confident that he could repel it, but he realized that he was being silenced, and his skill was immobilized. What? Boom. Ronin's dagger easily pierced through the angel's neck, and the angel was filled with horror before he pulled out a token and disappeared from his current location, reappearing 100 meters in front of Ronin. Cough. The angel quickly drank a potion, and his wounds healed in an instant. Quack. How hateful, the angel seethed. He had almost died because of that maddening silencing skill. He realized that the man in front of him was no simple demon. "Arg, you make me angry." The angel shouted and drew his sword, which was covered with light, and chanted, "Holy Ark." Suddenly, a shocking energy covered the sky and rushed toward Ronin's location. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded, and some bystanders perished in the explosion. The angel was satisfied, thinking the demon had finally been defeated. Swoosh. Suddenly, 5 more angels appeared in front of him, rushing to the scene upon seeing their comrade employ a supreme skill of their clan. "What happened?" a female angel asked, and the others were also curious. The man shook his head and said, "I encountered a formidable demon, but I've now slain him." The man was on the verge of bragging, but suddenly, his head was severed, and another man emerged from his own shadow. "Kiki, no one has survived the wrath of this king." Boom. The 5 angels swiftly reacted and attacked Ronin, but he vanished from the spot, narrowly escaping their assault. "Shit, that was close," the headless angel remarked as he effortlessly reattached his head, seemingly unaffected by the previous incident. Ronin smirked and taunted, as expected of a divine monarch, "Your tenacity is commendable." Ronin knew he couldn't eliminate him with such a trick, but he relished making the man angry and despair. "Arg, kill him." The angel shouted, calling for his friend's assistance. The other angels nodded and decided to join the fight. Boom. All of them were newly promoted to divine monarchs and had been sent here by the higher-ups. Their combined power was more than enough to overwhelm Ronin. These 6 angels were considered geniuses of their race and would be rewarded based on their discoveries in this place. Boom. "Oh, is this the first time I've been under pressure again, huh? When was the last time I was cornered like this? Billions of years ago? Even so, I can feel it. Hee hee. Master, grant me your blessing." Ha ha ha. Ronin laughed, and suddenly, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He ascended from a semi-saint sovereign to a low-tier divine monarch. "Yes, this is it," Ronin exclaimed, reveling in the change. His transformation shocked the 6 angels. What? They hadn't expected Ronin to abruptly ascend to the rank of divine monarch, putting him on par with them. They sensed that something was amiss. Ronin examined the changes in his body and declared, "Hunting time." Ronin smirked and disappeared from their sight. "Get back on defense." One of them yelled. They knew that a while ago, they had barely kept up with Ronin's speed. Now, with his cultivation at a higher level, his power and speed posed a serious threat. Swoosh. Suddenly, one of them exploded into nothingness, as if turned into a mere meatball, a small needle having ended the angel's life. "Errol!" Everyone shouted in shock, realizing that Errol had failed to regenerate and had his soul crushed by the attack. "Oh no, this is bad," the leader of the 6, Ramo, exclaimed. He urged them to employ a forbidden spell. "Let's use that technique, or else we'll meet our demise," the others concurred, casting nervous glances at the one who had provoked this formidable adversary and now dared not look them in the eye. Ramo gazed at Ronin, who seemed to be waiting for them to unleash their technique. Arrogant one, You will pay for killing our comrade, he declared before signaling the others to begin their chant in unison. Top of form Archangel descends suddenly, a muscular and strikingly handsome man with 3 pairs of wings materialized behind the group of 5 angels. It was an ethereal image, yet its power clearly surpassed that of a divine monarch. Expressionless, it gazed solely at Ramo, who was within the protective formation. Archangel Peter, please assist us in vanquishing this demon, Ramo implored with deep respect, though he felt ashamed to call for reinforcement given their status as geniuses of the angel clan. Archangel Peter remained silent, fixing his gaze on Ronin, and uttered, "Imbecile demon, be banished for all eternity." Extinguish. Archangel Peter pointed his fingers at Ronin, who appeared dismissive of the impending attack. Extinguish next. Hey, do you think you can intimidate me with such a feeble assault? Ronin didn't attempt to evade and took the full brunt of Peter's attack. Boom. The entire area transformed into a battlefield, prompting people to flee in panic. As expected of Lord Peter, he can eliminate the demon with a mere flick of his finger, Ramo marveled, deepening his reverence. Peter looked at Ramo disdainfully and sneered, "HMMP, dare you call yourselves geniuses in the clan when you 5 cannot even slay a lowly, lineage-less demon, and one of your comrades has perished? Were it not for the fact that you're the grandson of the Holy One, I'd have already dispatched you for disturbing my peace." The young angels hung their heads in shame, avoiding eye contact. Ramo, too, felt ashamed. The truth was that he had relied on his grandfather's status to attain his current level and secure the leadership role for this expedition. Hey, don't be too hard on the kids. After all, you also failed to vanquish a lineage-less demon like me, hee. Ronin interjected suddenly, appearing behind Peter and casually draping his arms over Peter's shoulders, as though they were equals. Huh? Peter was taken aback and swiftly aimed a punch at Ronin. However, Ronin evaded the attack, and his hand swiftly claimed the lives of 2 more angels. Boom. How can you still be alive? Peter gaped at Ronin, who held 2 angel heads in his hands and tossed them to the ground like discarded toys. He then opened his mouth, and the souls of the 2 angels were devoured. Wow, I've missed the taste of angelic souls, Kek, Ronin remarked, savoring the moment. Ronin then focused his attention on Peter and remarked, an archangel, huh? I remember facing one of your holy ones, and he didn't even last a minute against me. Peter and the other geniuses were left dumbfounded and exchanged mocking glances. Hey, don't believe me? Give me a moment. I'm recalling his name, Ronin said thoughtfully. Who would believe you? One of the angels said. Aha. I've got it now. His name was Luke, the Holy One of the Spear. I remember reducing his holy spear to dust. Ronin reminisced about his past actions, leaving Peter in shock, while the other geniuses were clueless about who Luke was. Who are you? How do you know his name? It should have been forgotten by anyone below transcendent beings, Peter asks, and his astonishment is apparent. The title of Holy One was bestowed upon only the mightiest heroes of the 10 Commandments, a position that earned them immense respect from the angel clan, who served the 10 Commandments. The title was reserved for those who had reached the pinnacle of heroism, and there had been only 20 Holy Ones in history, all blessed by all 10 Commandments, with astonishing power capable of challenging gods. Only 5 of the Holy Ones had perished during the war against the demons, and one of them had been assassinated by the notorious assassin king, Noah. Creating a Holy One was one of the ways the gods assisted in the fight against the demons and demon lords in the abyss. Becoming a Holy One was an arduous task, but individuals of any race had the potential to achieve this status. Among them, 3 humans had become Holy Ones, including Luke, the spear hero. Unfortunately, Luke met his end when he attempted to hunt down the assassin king, Noah. When a Holy One passed away, their existence was erased as a form of payment for the divine powers they had received. Only transcendent beings and those above were exempt from this fate. Now, upon hearing Ronin effortlessly mention Luke's name, Peter realized that Ronin was far from ordinary. Peter looked at the remaining 3 angelic geniuses and decided to ensure their safety by moving them to a secure location. Ronin observed Peter and commented, Peter huh? Archangel Peter, oh, your name wasn't there before, so you must be a new archangel. Peter was once again taken aback, increasingly convinced that Ronin was an ancient entity residing within a youthful form. So what? Peter retorted. I will eliminate you for disrespecting me and my race. Step back a little, he instructed. He waved his hands, pushing the 3 angelic geniuses away from himself and out of the immediate area. Oh, do you think my target can leave this place alive? Ronin laughed, and a mark appeared on his hands, which Peter instantly recognized. Shit, a demonic heart, Peter muttered. He glanced at the 3 geniuses and noticed that they each bore a mark on their foreheads. It was too late for him to react. Demonic heart's mark of the Reaper. Suddenly, the marks on the foreheads of the 3 individuals radiated with a sinister glow, and shadowy figures materialized in front of them, as if they were being dragged into a dark and eerie realm saturated with death energy. No, please save us, the 3 geniuses cried out, and Peter desperately attempted to save them. However, Ronin acted faster, and the 3 were devoured in an instant. Damn, that skill is one of the specialties of the Necromancer King. How in the world does he possess it? Peter realized that the situation had taken a dire turn, and the Holy Ones would be furious with him for failing to protect his grandson. TSK, since you killed him, I must present your head to them to lessen my punishment. Celestial Arts 1000 holy explosion. Suddenly, Thousands of feathers surged toward Ronin, resulting in a massive explosion. Boom. As expected of an archangel, your celestial arts are formidable, Ronin commented. Suddenly, he reappeared in the air, seemingly unharmed and relatively undamaged. You arrogant bastard, Peter snapped his fingers, summoning a colossal sword of light that hurtled toward Ronin, each strike carrying deadly intent. Boom. TSK, my powers A and D celestial arts are confined to this form. You're fortunate it's not my true body here, otherwise, you wouldn't have had time to react before your demise. Peter, not sensing Ronin's presence, believed he had finally vanquished his foe. However, he soon detected a formidable presence just 100 meters away. Oh no, what is this massive magic circle? This can't be. Oh no, what is this massive magic circle? This can't be. Peter's eyes widened as he witnessed Ronin, seemingly laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! Several swords of light had penetrated Ronin's body, yet he appeared unharmed and unfazed. Ha ha, this is excellent, just as expected of an archangel. However, I still have duties to fulfill for my master, so I must conclude this battle with a parting gift for you. Ronin gazed at the sky and a drop of his black blood fell upon the colossal formation on the ground. Ha ha, sense the presence of one of my 10 shadow generals. Demonic arts shadow summoning Varmus. Suddenly, a colossal figure, standing at 10 meters tall, emerged from the magic circle. The being was a thin man clad in black armor, wielding a scythe. His face consisted of bone, and green light emitted from his eye sockets. Karak. Master, it's been a while. The giant figure bowed to Ronin, appearing genuinely delighted to see him again, though his skeletal visage couldn't express it. Hey, I've only just begun to recover my powers, so you are the only one I can summon. Nevertheless, an archangel should make for a satisfying meal. Varmus nodded and reassured Ronin, saying, Fear not, Master. You should proceed with your mission and leave this chicken to me. Varmus shifted his gaze toward Peter, who was petrified and couldn't believe what he was witnessing. No. This can't be real. The Shadow Reaper. Archangel Peter was horrified. He had undergone many perilous missions and adventures as an archangel with a long history. He knew that there were 10 shadow generals under the Assassin King, and one of them was Varmus, the Shadow Reaper. Varmus was the former hero of the Death Goddess, transformed into a shadow puppet by the Assassin God. Each of the 10 generals possessed the power to confront an archangel, so Peter was terrified. He wasn't afraid of Varmus, but of the mysterious figure who had summoned him. Only the Assassin King held such authority. No, he's alive. This is dire news. Peter decided to escape, realizing that the situation was unfavorable. He prepared to dispel the spell that maintained his summoning. Kakak, die. Varmus noticed Peter's attempt to flee. Although he couldn't prevent it because he wasn't in his real body, he could still inflict some damage. Boom. Arg. Ronin heard a loud cry and knew that Varmus had succeeded in harming Peter's origin. However, Ronin paid no mind, as he was already racing toward Kegu's location and had left a mark on him for easy tracking. Despite being weakened from using his demonic arts, Ronin's determination propelled him forward. In the heavenly realm, within the territory of the Angel clan, Archangel Peter lay sleeping on a tree branch. Suddenly, he awoke with a shout, his face filled with horror, and he noticed a black mark on his chest. He realized that he was being corrupted. That was close. I must report this to my fellow archangels. This news will surely shake the celestial plane, and the fragile peace we've enjoyed will be disrupted, Peter thought urgently. With determination, Peter shook himself awake and vanished from his location, rushing to convene a meeting of the archangels. In a floating castle bathed in golden light, 7 figures, each standing at a towering height of 100 meters, sat in a spacious hall, occupying their designated thrones. The power radiating from these 7 figures was immeasurable, and they appeared deeply serious. Dum. The sound of drums and trumpets, played by a group of angels, echoed through the hall. It signaled the commencement of the archangels' meeting. Among the 7 archangels in the Angel clan, only 6 were typically seen in public, as the Archangel of War had disappeared long ago, and her whereabouts remained unknown. The 7 archangels were as follows: Freya, the Angel of War; Peter, Angel of Despair; Miguel, Angel of Pity; Pablo, Angel of Joy; Diego, Angel of Sorrow; Deline, Angel of Hope; Luther, Angel of Salvation. They stood at the pinnacle of the angelic race and were chosen by the heavens to serve the 10 Commandments. Their strength was formidable, and they held respect for the 10 Commandments above all other gods. Peter, acting as the host for the meeting, rose from his throne, his expression one of despair. I've gathered you here because of the events I've experienced in the chaotic space sea, Peter began. I encountered a legendary enemy, unbelievably strong even though he is currently only a divine monarch. I sustained injuries in battle, and he has corrupted a part of my being. Peter's words prompted various reactions from the other archangels. Miguel responded with pity, saying, Don't worry, I'll take care of your possessions after your demise. Diego clapped his hands and remarked, I will mourn your death. Pablo chimed in, Hey, stop it. We should be joyful that our friend Peter is finally going to die. Amidst the playful banter, Deline interjected, No, there is always hope as long as you pray to our beloved God. Luther added, Be serious, everyone. There is salvation for those who seek shelter. Peter attempted to regain their focus, saying, No, let's all be serious. I encountered the Assassin King. At this revelation, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Laughter and jests ceased, and the other archangels regarded Peter with utmost seriousness. Peter then proceeded to share the details of his encounter. Inside the chaotic void, Dave had finally emerged from the cocoon, and his power immediately soared to the level of a divine monarch, low tier. The evolution he had undergone brought about not only a shocking change in his appearance but also a significant increase in his strength. His body was now saturated with chaos energy, and he felt lighter than ever before. It was as if he had transformed into a completely different creature, a true chaos being. In order to attain the rank of divine monarch, one typically needed to condense a mystical heart, which served as the source of their power. Surpassed it in power, being a chaos heart. However, Dave didn't face the same restrictions. The heart given to him by the woman had served as a substitute for the mystical heart, and Dave felt no hindrances on his path to breaking through, and he could directly cultivate to the peak tier before encountering the barrier of the Divine Emperor. Becoming a Divine Emperor required establishing a solid foundation and comprehending a law to reach the grand stage, ultimately solidifying their own domain. The sudden surge in Ronin's strength was also attributed to his breakthrough, although the extent of the chaos he had unleashed remained unknown. Dave looked at his body, feeling a surge of power. He recognized the contrast between a semi-saint sovereign and a divine monarch, and it was 100,000 times superior. The quality of the chaos within him astonished him due to his absorption of the chaotic void. Dave brimmed with newfound strength, confident that he could still take on opponents of higher levels. He noticed changes in his appearance, with his eyes and hair displaying a hint of violet hues. "Oh, finished already? That was quicker than I expected," remarked Abai, who suddenly appeared alongside Yggdrasil, both of them curious about Dave's transformation. "Wow, host, you look even more attractive now." "Hey, don't make it sound so bad," Dave replied, looking at Abai. She chuckled and rushed to his side. Abai laughed, and Dave realized he was standing naked before the two women, showing no signs of embarrassment, as if he were proudly displaying a masterpiece. "Why do I feel like my charm can continue to evolve endlessly?" he wondered. Dave sensed an endless, mystical allure within himself, realizing that his charm had ascended to a new level. Is this the super-duper handsome system type? Dave contemplated the situation, realizing that his former handsome appearance was already enough to earn him the title of the most handsome man in the universe. However, his charm had now ascended to an even higher level. He thought he had reached the pinnacle of charm, but it appeared there were still more levels to attain. The mysterious woman regarded Dave with a conflicted expression and spoke. "Now that you've accepted your rewards, it's time for you to depart from this place," she continued. "The tower will still be accessible to you and your people in the space world, but you won't receive rewards here as you did before. You'll have the ability to create your own levels and adjust the strength and numbers of your enemies." Dave nodded in understanding, realizing that he missed his loved ones and that there was little left for him here. Even though time had stood still in this place, he had spent many years here, engaging in the longest training of his life. "By the way, now that I'm a divine monarch, I can't return to the immortal plane unless I suppress my power. Could you take me to the celestial plane?" Dave inquired. "And I still don't know your name." The mysterious woman replied, "You can call me Yggdrasil. As for your return to the immortal plane, you're right, you can't go back using the normal means unless you suppress your cultivation. But I know you seek new challenges. There's no one in the immortal plane who can pose a threat to you anymore, so it's time for you to move on to the celestial plane," she continued. "Moreover, due to your chaos heart, the celestial plane won't accept you for ascension even if you wanted to." Dave was taken aback, but Yggdrasil clarified, "Just because you can't ascend through the usual method, such as undergoing tribulation, doesn't mean there's no other way. You can journey to the underworld and seek an audience with Yama, who can reincarnate you into the celestial plane. However, I don't recommend it, as you'll start over with your talents sealed. Yama might not even grant you an audience given your strength." Yggdrasil offered an alternative, saying, "I'll send you to a mysterious place where you'll need to fight your way up to a magic circle. From there, you can directly enter the celestial plane as a summoned being for others." Abai chimed in, "The celestial plane is distinct from the immortal and mortal planes. It's trillions of times larger and more expansive. Many powerful beings, including gods and demon lords, roam the celestial plane. Entering the celestial plane through tribulation might draw the attention of gods like the Thunder God and the Ten Commandments. They could sense the chaos in your body and attempt to capture you," Abai warned. "With your current powers, even their subordinates could capture you in an instant, so it's better to go along with his proposal." Yggdrasil shot Abai a disapproving look and said, "Don't call me that." Abai laughed, unfazed, and continued explaining the plan to Dave. Dave felt a pang of regret that he couldn't encounter Lightning Tribulation Kun again and extract some lightning from him. Nevertheless, he decided to follow the arrangement they had in mind. After listening for a while, Dave learned that he would be sent to the world of Summon. It was a mysterious realm where various races found themselves accidentally trapped, unable to leave unless they became familiars to summoners or their masters, all the while under strict control. Of course, given Dave's abilities, he could easily break free from any summoner's restrictions if he wished. Yggdrasil and Abai had suggested this place because they knew Dave had no desire to be subservient to anyone. Unless it's a wild woman in bed. While conversing with them, Dave's consciousness also explored the space world and observed the changes that had occurred. He noticed that time had indeed stood still when he entered the chaotic void. "I miss the air here," he mused. Dave decided to leave some of his clones in the immortal plane in case any unforeseen events occurred. These clones had their powers sealed to prevent their expulsion from the plane. He also observed that the women in his life had gained significant power-ups due to his recent breakthrough, thanks to the lust Lord Marquis had bestowed upon them. Lena and the other ladies, who had been resting in the mansion, suddenly felt a surge in their powers and cultivation. What's happening? Rose wondered, examining her body and realizing that Dave had leveled up again, benefiting them all. The other ladies had similar realizations and could only smile wryly, acknowledging that Dave was indeed a miraculous individual. Even Draco and Blizzard had risen to the level of Saint Sovereign, with the exception of Sky, who lacked any cultivation. Gabriella and his other subordinates had also ascended to the rank of Divine Monarch. Dave grinned, saying, "Looks like it's time for a new adventure, huh?" He decided to pay a visit to the mortal plane before entering the celestial plane. He called out to his women and asked if they wanted to accompany him. Only Rose, Susan, Lena, Sophia, and Sandy decided to go with him to visit their families there, while the others chose to continue training in the Tower of Trials. After completing their trials, the tower remained standing for others to use. Dave also checked on Carol but found her happily spending time with her aunt, who also resided in this realm. Dave decided not to disturb them, as Carol was just a child, and he wanted someone to look after her. After fixing everything, he waved his hands, and they all disappeared into the immortal plane. Swoosh. Suddenly, the women and Dave appeared inside a room, and it was Dave's room in the mansion of the Alexander clan. This place is neat and clean, showing the care of the caretakers here in keeping this place clean. Dave can enter the mortal plane anytime he wants because of the system, but their powers are restricted to the limit of this place, otherwise, they might damage the plane like the immortal plane. "Oh, I miss this place," Dave laughed and looked at the bed, then glanced at the women. Lena and the others realized his intention, but how can they escape Dave's grasp? After a quick session, Dave and the others opened the door and revealed their presence. An old man appeared in front of him, awed and astonished. "Young master." Many figures also appeared one by one, and they were the people hidden in the mansion to protect this place. Their powers were strong enough to rule a land in the mortal plane, but they were loyal to him and his father. "Hey, Uncle Philippe, long time no see," Dave laughed and greeted him and some people who rushed to his location. He knew every one of them, and most of them took care of him when he was a child and didn't yet know their real powers. Most of them acted like guards, while some were just butlers with no powers. Uncle Philippe was one of his father's loyal subordinates, and he had sometimes taken Dave to other places when he was 7 years old. Philippe smiled, still proud to see Dave today. His legend in the spirit world was the highest anyone could achieve in their world's history. He was considered the pillar, the hero, and the one who reigned supreme in this world. Even with 4 empires and other ancient clans, everyone knew that they all feared Dave, and he was the true leader of this world. Dave had not seen them for many years, but no one dared to create a mess because they still feared his power, and no one knew how strong he was. Dave smiled and took out some potions created by eldritch that could extend their lifespan. He could give them some potions to help them break through, but he knew that they only wanted to live a life like this, which is why they remained hidden in this place like normal people. They were grateful for his gifts, and he didn't need to ask what happened when he left because he had a clone in this place who was hiding in the Dragon Empire. After checking the whole place, he decided to let the girls act on their own as he knew they missed their family in this place. Sandy, on the other hand, decided to go with Rose because Sandy didn't have anyone to visit, as she loathed her father. Rose wanted to visit her father, the emperor of the Dragon Clan, while Susan wanted to visit her father, Duke Kern. Sophia, on the other hand, went to the auction hall to visit her father and see some friends. Dave told them to enter the space world on their own if they wanted to stay here longer, and none objected to him. Dave never wanted his women to be restricted by him, and he believed that no one could threaten the girls with their power. Rose might show off to her father as she still had her childish side, while others were just visiting their family. They didn't have any objections as they disappeared from Dave's side in an instant. Dave smiled and walked out of the mansion, deciding to take a walk. The place hadn't changed much, and it was very peaceful because no one dared to create trouble in the Dragon Empire since he was its guardian. He knew that the other empires were also starting to rebuild after the disaster in this place before, and he became the pillar of everyone due to his heroic actions of defeating the demons who had invaded their world. Since then, demon invasions had not been seen again because he had spread his clones to kill the demons hiding in the world who had seized the bodies of some humans. He was walking slowly, and even though he didn't hide his presence, mortals couldn't perceive him as if he was one with the void. Dave's mastery of the void was astonishing, and he didn't need to bother hiding his presence. He walked without a goal, just wanting to remember since he was reincarnated. It was still very mysterious how and why he was reincarnated in this world. When he thought of his previous life, he couldn't help but laugh as he realized that his previous self was weak, and just because of a woman, he had jumped off a building. Sheesh, let's forget about it. If I find that planet Earth, I will torture that woman and that guy. Dave continued to roam and saw many children playing in the streets with smiles. Some were practicing and swinging their swords, and he saw statues of himself in many places where some people knelt in front of them, treating him as a god. He saw some people suffering from struggles, while others were living the best life as rich individuals. He visited the academy he used to attend before and saw some acquaintances who were now professors in the academy, while others had become royal guards. He visited the forest where he used to practice swordsmanship and went to places with good memories. He even tried to visit his crazy ex-lover Diane and learned that she had mysteriously disappeared for many years, and no one knew where she went. There were rumors that she locked herself in her room for many weeks after Dave had left her in the forest, and then she mysteriously vanished. Dave was stunned and checked the whole plane to see where she might have gone, but he couldn't feel her presence. It might be that she ascended, or she was already dead, but with her talent, it was impossible for her to descend that fast. He suddenly felt a bit guilty as he was responsible for it, but his heart was like steel, so the guilt disappeared in an instant, and he left it to fate. In the Starlight Domain, Dave sat in front of his grandpa, his mother's father. Sebastian looked at Dave with a conflicted expression but showed a smile because he knew that Dave was destined for greatness. He had chosen to live like a sage, avoiding conflict and letting his subordinates make decisions in the clan, only intervening when necessary. Dave visited him, and Sebastian could sense the boundless power Dave was concealing, yet Dave appeared calm and unassuming before him. Although they weren't very close, Dave still respected the old man as he was his mother's father. Dave talked with Sebastian for many hours and explored the domain. He also wanted to check on his fiancée, Ariane, but she had mysteriously disappeared from this place. Dave wondered why the women connected to him seemed to be vanishing one by one. Sebastian mentioned a shocking commotion that had occurred not long ago, during which Ariane was engulfed by a golden light and disappeared mysteriously. Dave was stunned and suspected that it might be related to her war goddess body. He decided to leave the place and stop searching for her, believing that with Ariane's incredible luck, she wouldn't easily meet her end. Afterward, he entered the location where the 4 spirit beasts were located. These spirit beasts were nurturing the 4 flowers of the Alexander clan under their guidance, so Dave decided to pay them a visit. When he arrived, the 4 spirit beasts greeted him, and he noticed that the 4 women were unconscious. They explained that the 4 were currently undergoing a critical stage in their training, where they needed to confront their inner will and not be consumed by their bloodline talent. The 4 spirit beasts had bestowed their blessings upon the 4 women, but passing the final test required removing the will they had left in those blessings to obtain the ultimate power. Dave spoke with them, sharing his plans, and the 4 spirit beasts were astonished. They shared some of their knowledge about the world he was planning to explore. They described it as a mysterious place located in another dimension, accessible only with a great deal of luck. The creatures there were born spirits meant to be summoned and assist others, while some were not native to that place and had been accidentally trapped there. These creatures were powerful, including some dormant, mighty spirits that cared little for having a master, as they held disdain for others. The 4 spirit beasts revealed that they had originally been trapped in that world but were summoned by a mysterious individual who had made them his familiars. They had once been the tyrants of that world, but many years had passed, and there might now be a new overlord. Dave learned many things and decided to leave, spending his remaining days wandering in the mortal plane. After his vacation ended, he returned to the space world, and Dave found himself back in the tower to meet Yggdrasil. The ladies wanted to stay in the spirit world, so he went alone and entered the tower. He looked at Yggdrasil, who seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. "Are you ready?" she asked Dave, who nodded. He glanced at Abai, floating beside him, and at the 3 different tattoos on his arm, resembling a mini dragon, a mini wolf, and a mini cat. After his evolution, Draco and his other familiars could now reside within his tattoo, and they had the ability to be summoned and leave at will. They also grew stronger more rapidly while inside the tattoo, thanks to the Chaos Mark's ability to nurture their bodies. Dave then looked at Yggdrasil and nodded. "Let's go." Yggdrasil nodded and cast a complex magic circle. Dave was bathed in a golden light before disappearing alone, leaving Abai and Yggdrasil in the tower. Abai could go to Dave's location whenever she wanted, but she chose to stay here to talk to Yggdrasil. "Iggy, how many days do you think before he can get out of that place? Why don't we make a bet?" He. Yggdrasil was taken aback but looked at Abai and said, "You still haven't changed, Abyssal Lord, and you're still worthy of your title as the god of demons. Do you remember that you never won a bet against me before? You haven't learned your lesson." Abai gave Yggdrasil a fierce look, making her recall her past losses to Abai in betting. However, Abai had a scheming look and said, "Are you afraid? You're going to disappear from this place in 3 days, so we should make things fun. If you lose, you'll give me one of your spirit leaves, and if I lose, I'll give you my demon orb." Yggdrasil was surprised and said, "Are you sure? Your demon orb is more precious than my spirit leaf." Abai knew Dave very well and was confident in his abilities. "I bet that he would finish it in 3 days," Abai said, not caring if she ended up at a loss in their bet. 3 days might be an exaggeration. "Are you sure about it?" Yggdrasil asked. Abai nodded, and Yggdrasil sighed, knowing how audacious the demon in front of her could be. They had known each other for a long time and considered each other best friends, so they understood each other's personalities well. "Okay, then I bet that he will finish it in 7 days, Yggdrasil said, and Abai laughed. They made a crazy deal without Dave's knowledge. Swoosh. Dave opened his eyes and found himself transported to a mystical forest. Tall trees towered over him, and numerous spirit beasts roamed the area. Some of these creatures were strong, while others were weaker. The spiritual energy in this place was dense, and Dave could sense many powerful enemies lurking around. There was a formidable figure deep within the forest, and Dave wisely chose not to probe further and provoke it. "This place is dangerous," Dave murmured, deciding to take flight to get a better view of the area. However, Just as he was about to ascend, he felt a shadow behind him, poised to attack. He couldn't sense any killing intent, and the attacker's presence was expertly concealed. Boom! An unseen force stopped the attacker's strike just before it reached Dave's clothing. He turned to see a humanoid figure resembling a mosquito, with a sharp needle-like nose. So ugly, Dave frowned, intrigued by how effectively this creature had hidden itself. Boom! Dave grabbed the mosquito-like creature by the neck and scanned it with his god eyes, acquiring some information. Next, this creature was known as a silver mosquito, renowned for their talent in sucking blood to grow stronger and blending seamlessly into their environment like shadows. The mosquito struggled in Dave's grip, but he held firm, scanning its memories before killing it without hesitation. Swoosh! Suddenly, a green light appeared in Dave's mind, signaling the blessing of this world. The more green light he collected, the higher the chance he might be summoned in the celestial plane by someone. This green light represented an individual's luck, and if the summoner possessed a great amount of luck, only creatures with a sufficient blessing could enter the portal. Many creatures desired a strong master rather than a mediocre summoner, which led to conflicts and alliances among them to acquire blessings, some relying on intelligence while others on instinct, like the mosquito. TSK, there's no useful information from this one. Looks like I need to search for more prey. Dave moved cautiously, despite being a divine monarch, as he was unsure if there were ambushes or powerful enemies preparing to attack him. After an hour of searching and dispatching various creatures, Dave finally encountered an intelligent creature. It was a humanoid wolf-like being holding two young human male captives. The humans appeared very young, both wearing uniforms from a particular academy. They were locked in a cage carried by the wolf humanoid, being transported to an unknown location. Dave hadn't expected to find humans in this realm and recalled some information he had learned about humans and other creatures getting trapped here by accident. The two humans, Jeremy and Karu, were students from the Human Academy in this world. Born in this place, they had been sent on a special mission by the Academy to hunt down enemies and acquire blessings. Humans had established their presence in this world, but they were constantly hunted by other creatures and weren't considered strong. Some humans who had been trapped here for a long time had given up on returning and had created their own settlements, hoping that someone would eventually help them escape this place. What are we gonna do? Are they going to eat us? Kara was filled with fear, and Jeremy was equally scared. We were unfortunate to meet this creature, and he was very strong. He killed our other classmates, leaving only the two of us. Both were in despair, and the wolf looked at them with disdain, sharing its intentions when it overheard their conversation. Hee, puny humans are constantly hunting some of our clansmen. Our lord was angered and decided to capture some of you to be played with by my clansmen and eaten alive, Kiki. Jeremy and Kara became even more afraid, but their fear turned to astonishment when the wolf suddenly stopped walking. A handsome man appeared beside the wolf, looking at them with curiosity. Hey, Wolfie, these two don't look delicious, and they're very thin. Your lord might become angry for bringing such poor quality material. Dave patted the wolf, which was stunned that Dave had appeared beside it without detection. Hey, are you deaf? Dave looked at the wolf, but it suddenly attacked him and tried to escape. However, Dave easily caught the wolf, manipulating the void to bring it back. Come back here. Dave stretched out his hand, distorting the void and forcing the wolf to appear in front of him, now kneeling in fear. Who are you? You're not one of the 5 protectors of the human clan. The wolf was terrified as the human before him effortlessly suppressed a saint sovereign like itself. Dave smiled, placed his hand on the wolf's head, and read its memories. After scanning its memories, Dave beheaded the wolf with his fingers, satisfied with the information he had obtained. He learned that this place was ruled by 4 overlords, all of whom were arrogant and proud, refusing to acknowledge a master. These overlords guarded the summoning altars, making it difficult for humans to leave this place. The human clan had established a hidden foothold, but they were constantly hunted by monsters who considered them delicious. It was a miracle that humans had survived, as the 4 overlords treated them as livestock and allowed them to live and multiply. Dave acquired some blessings from the wolf, giving him 3 green strands on top of his head. He also obtained 2 green strands from the wolf he had killed. Observing the 2 young humans in front of him, he saw that they had no green strands, indicating that they were newcomers who hadn't killed any monsters in their lives. The cage that had imprisoned Jeremy and Carrie disappeared with a flick of Dave's fingers. They couldn't believe that a powerful human had saved them. Thank you very much, Lord, for saving us. Karu and Jeremy knelt in gratitude. Dave waved his hand and said, Don't thank me. Humans should help each other. Jeremy and Karu held a deep respect for the strong man who had come to their aid. May I know the Lord's name and which family you come from? Jeremy asked. Dave didn't understand the concept of a family in this context, so he discreetly read their memories to learn that the human clan was ruled by the 5 protectors of the human race, each of whom had their own family. These protectors were at the peak of divine monarch, unable to continue their cultivation further due to this world's restrictions. Only through summoning could they be freed from these limitations. The concept of human lineage and family in this world involved competition among these families, but they united when facing threats from monsters. Dave decided to share a part of his identity, stating, Well, I come from the lowest family, and my identity is hidden, so don't ask for my name. The 2 humans nodded, understanding that they should respect his privacy and that they had no reason to doubt his identity as a fellow human. I will hunt more monsters here, so you should go back and don't tell anyone about me, okay? Dave smiled, and the two agreed not to reveal anything about him. Dave used his space magic to send them back to their location now that he knew where the human clan resided. His plan was to visit them after collecting more blessings. Time for a carnage, Dave said as he flicked his fingers, summoning a handsome man named Kirito. Master, Kirito bowed, knowing that Dave rarely summoned him. Kirito was in charge of the training of Carol, and it was the first time he had gone out of the space world. Dave explained his request, help me collect many blessings and create an undead army using the corpses of the monsters here. Noted. Kirito nodded and left the area, swiftly carrying out Dave's command. As a divine monarch himself, Kirito would hunt numerous prey for Dave, and he also created clones to expedite the process. Dave wanted to collect as many as he could, and if he needed to slaughter everyone here, he would do it. Dave also makes a move, and he dives to a location and constantly harvests the life of any creature he sees. A day later, Dave was sitting by a bonfire, roasting a massive chicken over the fire. The aroma of the food can make anyone drool, but unfortunately, there is no monster near the place because Dave and Kirito almost killed everyone in this location. Kirito stood beside him, preparing a sauce for the food. Despite the dangerous surroundings, they were camping as if it were a leisurely activity. If someone saw this scene, they would surely feel astonished by the action of the two. Nearby, Draco was restrained by a rope, driven by his desire for the roasted meat. He had emerged from Dave's tattoo, eager to devour the food, but Dave had prevented him from doing so. A small cat perched on Draco's head, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Dave had collected numerous strands of blessings in just a day, totaling hundreds of thousands, by hunting powerful creatures and receiving their blessings. However, his actions had attracted the attention of formidable enemies, forcing Dave to use a portion of his powers to eliminate them. Now, he was roasting the meat of one of the divine monarchs. He had defeated a massive turkey that had been arrogant but had swiftly become Dave's meal. After seasoning and cooking the meat, Dave chopped it into pieces, removed the rope restraining Draco, and fed him as well. Both Dave and Kirito took bites of the succulent meat, and even the usually silent Kirito couldn't help but praise Dave for his culinary talents. As expected of Master, Kirito said, and both Draco and Sky nodded in agreement. Kirito transferred the blessings to Dave, a simple task for his subordinates. With his newfound blessings, Dave could now visit the summoning altar and await a summoner. However, he wanted to visit the human clan first, given his human identity. He instructed Kirito and Draco to continue hunting monsters for him and to escape to his space world if they were noticed by the overlords. Both of them didn't object, and Draco was particularly excited about hunting more prey. Dave reminded them to seek refuge in his space world if the overlords became aware of their presence. The loss this time is huge, and I didn't expect the monsters to know the route our students were taking, said a middle-aged man in a black outfit, clenching his fist. Professor Morris, I think someone deliberately leaked this information to the wolf race, which is why the students were ambushed, Teacher Ford replied. Professor Morris, the dean of the Human Academy, was furious upon learning from Jeremy and Karu that a powerful creature had ambushed them, resulting in the deaths of 60 students. Only the two of them had escaped, and they had kept their promise not to reveal the involvement of Dave. Others believed that the two students had experienced trauma due to their harrowing experiences. I'll kill those bastards, Professor Morris angrily declared, though he knew his power as a heavenly sovereign was insufficient for such vengeance. Relax, Professor. You should calm yourself because tomorrow is the grand celebration for the foundation of the human clan, and we need to prepare gifts for the 5 protectors, Teacher Ford suggested, attempting to soothe Morris's anger. Professor Morris managed to calm himself as he considered Teacher Ford's advice regarding the upcoming celebration for the foundation of the human clan. Despite the recent tragedy involving the students, they had to prepare for this important event, which would also serve as an opportunity to present gifts to the 5 protectors. In the human clan, Dave continued to explore the beautiful and peaceful environment they had managed to create amidst the constant threat of monster attacks. The population of this place was relatively small, around 5 million people, considering the dangers surrounding them. Dave continued his leisurely stroll through the streets of the human clan. The atmosphere here was different from the chaotic forest he had explored earlier. The tranquility of this place was a stark contrast to the constant danger outside the city's walls. The sun bathed the streets in a warm, golden light, casting long shadows from the buildings. People went about their daily routines, chatting, laughing, and going about their tasks as if they hadn't a care in the world. Dave couldn't help but admire the resilience and unity of the human clan. The streets were lined with quaint shops, their colorful signs hanging above open doorways. Merchants displayed their wares, from handcrafted jewelry to fresh fruits and vegetables. The scent of street food wafted through the air, enticing passers-by with its delicious aroma. Dave watched as children played in the open squares, their laughter filling the air. Elderly folks sat on benches, enjoying the serenity of the day. The architecture of the buildings was impressive, a testament to the human clan's determination to create a haven in this dangerous world. As he walked, Dave scanned the scenery with his sharp divine senses. He noticed intricate carvings adorning the buildings, telling stories of the clan's history and struggles. Lush gardens filled with vibrant flowers and exotic plants adorned the city, a testament to the beauty that could still thrive in the face of problems and struggles. As Dave walked through the streets, an elderly man, clearly a divine monarch, approached him. Dave never concealed his presence from anyone, and only people with strong cultivation could sense him. He seemed as though he blended with the surroundings, and if he chose to conceal his aura, not even a divine emperor would be able to detect him. Dave was even mightier than a divine monarch and could potentially challenge a divine emperor, all thanks to his superior chaos heart, unparalleled in the universe. As long as Dave unlocked all the chaos items in the main shop, he would undoubtedly fearlessly explore the celestial plane. Dave had learned from Abai that this world resided on the border between the celestial plane and the immortal plane. As for how this was possible, Yggdrasil had not explained it to him. Yggdrasil was undoubtedly powerful, but her mysterious nature made it impossible for him to see through her. Dave showed no concern about revealing himself, as no one in this place posed a threat to him. "Lord, may I know where you came from? These old eyes cannot recognize your face," the elderly man inquired. "I've lived a long time, and I've never seen anyone as strong and young as you in our human clan." Dave casually scanned the old man, unperturbed by his presence, and displayed no fluctuations in his powers. He observed that the old man was also hidden from everyone else, and only Dave could perceive him. Despite appearing fragile and aged, the old man was undeniably formidable. Although he only stood about as tall as Dave's shoulders, his aura was unyielding, and he remained cautious but unafraid in Dave's presence. The man had white hair, but his power could terrify others if he didn't limit it. He was at the peak of divine monarch and seemed highly wary of Dave. He refrained from attacking because Dave showed no power fluctuations. Given his cultivation, if he couldn't discern others, there were only three possible explanations. Either they lacked cultivation, possessed a treasure to conceal their aura, or, most likely, they were significantly more powerful than him. "Oh, someone noticed me, huh? So, are you one of the protectors of the human race here?" Dave scanned the old man without regard for his feelings, as he feared no one, not even a peak divine monarch. The old man noticed Dave's lack of respect but refrained from attacking, becoming even more cautious. "Friend, please answer my question. For the safety of my clan, please cooperate," he urged. Dave was amazed at how the old man remained composed and didn't easily succumb to provocation. "Yes, I am one of the protectors of the human clan, and my last name is Fu." The man named Fu respectfully introduced himself. Dave smiled and replied, Don't worry, I'm not an enemy. You can call me a traveler passing through this world." Fu was taken aback by his words. "You mean you're not from this world?" He hadn't expected to encounter someone from elsewhere. Dave nodded, still smiling. "Yes, I was just here for a vacation and will leave when I get bored." Dave was lying, but he didn't want to reveal his true plans, as he didn't trust them. He understood how scheming humans could be, and he suspected that the five protectors weren't united. Fu's breathing quickened, and he had no doubts about Dave's origins. Their human race had only one place they considered their foothold, and seeing that Dave was a human as well meant he truly came from outside. Excitedly, Fu asked, "Lord, can you help us leave this place? I know it's a big request, but I can't bear to see more of my clan's deaths at the hands of monsters." Fu bowed to Dave, his old face filled with hope, waiting for Dave's response. Dave gazed at him emotionlessly and asked, "What can I gain from helping you?" Words did not easily sway Dave, he needed to see sincerity. Fu knew it was not easy to ask for a favor, and he felt that Dave was not lying because he didn't need to lie to him. Dave's power was enough to make him feel like he was facing the four overlords who were the exception to the rule of this world and became a divine emperor, so their sovereignty was not challenged. "I don't know what the Lord wants, but you can request something that I hope I can give to you," Fu said in desperation, and he only wanted to leave this place and go back to their homeland. Dave saw his sincerity, so he thought for a while, then said, "Well, give me all your treasures and blessings your clan has, and I can help you all leave this place safely." Dave had planned to subdue one of the overlords, and letting them enter the summoning altar was an easy thing for him. Fu was stunned, and he didn't know how to answer him. "What you can?" Dave looked at him, and Fu shook his head and said, "Lord, I cannot make a decision about it, so I still need to talk with the other protectors. You can attend the event later that we will have, and I will give you the answers after I talk with them." Dave smiled and nodded, and he didn't care whether they agreed or not, as it was not their loss, as he could still acquire many blessings on his own. He knew that this place had acquired so many blessings due to its long history, and they might have some treasures, and he was planning to extort all of them. They are now faced with a dilemma, whether they give all their wealth for their freedom or not. He was not in a rush, and he decided to enjoy his time traveling in this place and see something interesting. Inside a mysterious place shrouded in secrecy, 5 individuals sat around a table, their voices raised in a heated debate. Next, the air was thick with tension as they discussed a proposal that had the potential to change the course of their lives. "Bullshit, why would we give up all our treasures for that young man? He is asking for too much," thundered an elderly man with a muscular body. His name was Ren. He had a deep mistrust of the news delivered by Fu. Dan, a middle-aged man, chimed in with agreement. "Yeah, we should not agree to it because we cannot trust him." His skepticism mirrored Ren's. Lois, a man known for his wisdom, held a different view. "No, I think we should trust Fu's instinct. We all know that because of Fu, we can still be alive today. His decision-making has saved us countless times." A woman named Hilda, known for her sharp intuition, added her perspective. "Yeah, he said that the young man is more terrifying than the overlord," and Fu had just maintained his composure in front of the young man to not look weak, but deep inside, he was trembling in fear. She leaned forward, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Fu, the man who had brought this proposal to their attention, nodded solemnly. He was unashamed to share the fear he had experienced when facing Dave. "Are you not tired of living like this? Didn't we want to escape this god-forsaken place?" he implored his companions. "Now there's an opportunity in front of us, so we should not waste it." The protectors exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting the weight of their decision. Inside this mysterious place, where the future of humanity hung in the balance, trust and fear wrestled for control. But united by their shared purpose, they knew that whatever choice they made would shape the destiny of their race. Amidst the charged atmosphere of the mysterious chamber, Fu felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. "Also, my instincts are telling me that the young man can be trusted, and he didn't seem afraid of the overlords," he asserted, his voice carrying a hint of conviction. The room's occupants leaned in, their eyes fixed on Fu as he continued to share his perspective. "I also noticed the immense blessing that surrounds him." He appeared to be leisurely enjoying the view, without a trace of fear in his demeanor. Fu's words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the skepticism that had dominated the discussion. "If I had attacked him the first time I saw him, I might have been dead or seriously injured." "It was better not to provoke such a monster," he explained, offering insight into his thought process. Ren, the muscular elderly man, remained steadfast in his opposition. He retorted, "The treasures and blessings we've accumulated come from our hard work. I don't want them to fall into the hands of the young man." The tension in the room continued to rise, threatening to reach its breaking point. In this critical moment, Hilda, known for her sharp intuition, decided to take action. She believed it was time to bring this debate to a resolution and find a way forward. They had previously agreed that in cases of disagreement among the 5 protectors, a vote would be taken, and the majority would determine the course of action. It was a democratic process they had established to ensure fairness and unity. Hilda's voice carried authority as she proposed, "Let's put this to a vote. If we are unable to reach a consensus, we should abide by the decision of the majority." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Hilda's suggestion. The voting commenced with each protector casting their ballot with a sense of gravity and purpose. When the votes were tallied, it became evident that the 3 of them were in favor of trusting Dave and cooperating with him. Ren and Dan, who had been steadfast in their opposition, found themselves in the minority. The majority had spoken, and the decision was clear. Fu, who had advocated for trust, spoke again. "Since a decision has been reached, we will await the arrival of the young man at the ceremony. We must act with prudence and respect, for if we act rashly, he may become our enemy." The tension in the room, which had been palpable moments ago, began to ease as the protectors acknowledged the importance of unity. Despite their differences, they were bound by a shared mission, to protect and guide humanity. In this pivotal moment, they understood that cooperation was paramount to their race's survival. Ceremony Day. The grand ceremony unfolded in a vibrant and bustling public square, surrounded by the towering cityscape, and bathed in the soft glow of evening. The stage, a magnificent centerpiece of the square, was adorned with intricate decorations and a canopy of colorful banners that fluttered gently in the breeze. Perched atop a high platform at the center of it all, the 5 protectors of the human race awaited with a sense of anticipation, having made the decision to follow Dave's proposal. The protectors sat side by side, their expressions resolute, their eyes focused on the stage. Fu, who had been a catalyst for this decision, stood nearby, visible to everyone, his presence commanding respect from the diverse crowd that had gathered. As the ceremony unfolded, the stage came alive with a whirlwind of performances and entertainers. Acrobats soared through the air with grace, dancers twirled in colorful costumes, and musicians played melodies that resonated through the hearts of those present. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the infectious energy of the performers and the delighted laughter of the audience. Among the attendees were many renowned figures and dignitaries who had come to pay their respects to the 5 protectors. They mingled in the square, their conversations filled with hope and anticipation for a brighter future. As the ceremony unfolded, and the attendees paid their respects to the protectors, a profound sense of unity and gratitude filled the air. This gathering of people from all walks of life, brought together by their shared reverence for the protectors, was a testament to the hope and resilience of the human race. The protectors, seated on their elevated platform, represented not just power and strength, but also a beacon of hope for a better future. In this turbulent and chaotic world, they were the reason why humanity could still find moments of peace and happiness. One by one, as the audience hushed in anticipation, each protector delivered a speech that resonated with the hearts of those gathered. The sight of all 5 protectors appearing together in one location was a rare and inspiring spectacle, evoking feelings of enthusiasm and joy among the onlookers. The protectors had earned the unwavering respect and reverence of the people because they symbolized the possibility of a brighter tomorrow. In a world marred by oppression and fear, the protectors were the embodiment of courage and hope. No one dared to disrespect them, for they were the guardians of the human race's dreams and aspirations. It was Fu, the one who had initiated the decision to trust Dave, who took the stage as the final speaker. With a dignified demeanor, he gazed out at the crowd below, knowing the gravity of the message he was about to deliver. "People of our human race," Fu began, his voice carrying the weight of their shared struggles, "we have endured countless years in this chaotic place, where the overlord's tyranny cast a shadow over our lives." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, for they had all felt the oppressive grip of the overlords in their chaotic world. "Now," Fu continued, "we, the protectors, bring you tidings of hope." His words hung in the air, eliciting a collective intake of breath from the audience. "We have discovered a path, a way to leave this place behind and journey to the human worlds beyond," Fu announced, his voice ringing with determination. "In these new lands, we shall forge an environment where fear shall have no place, where we can live without the constant threat of oppression." A wave of excitement and anticipation washed over the assembly as Fu's words settled in. The crowd's faces reflected a mixture of hope, disbelief, and wonder. What? Is it true? Finally, we will not be hunted by the monster again if it's true. The prospect of leaving their chaotic world behind and creating a new world filled with possibilities was a dream they had scarcely dared to imagine. Now we can continue the ceremony and have fun. The people of the human race, who had endured years of suffering in this chaotic world under the oppression of the overlords, stood in stunned disbelief. It was as if the very ground beneath them had shifted, and for the first time in a long time, a glimmer of hope had broken through the darkness. But as the truth of the Protector's words began to settle, the atmosphere transformed. A wave of excitement and exhilaration washed over the crowd, starting as a murmur and swelling into a roar of enthusiasm. The people couldn't believe what they had just heard. As the grand ceremony continued to captivate the audience, a hushed anticipation settled over the square. The protectors of the human race Fu, Lois, Ren, Hilda, and Dan sat poised on their high platform, their eyes trained on the stage, waiting for Dave's arrival. The decision to trust this enigmatic young man was a momentous one, and they couldn't help but wonder what he would bring to this gathering. Swoosh. Then, as if from a dream, he appeared. Dave entered the square with a gentle stride, his presence almost unnoticeable amidst the dazzling performers who had graced the stage before him. He was unlike anything they had expected. Dave seemed almost fragile, a stark contrast to the powerful cultivators that typically commanded such ceremonies. He moved with grace, but there was no aura of cultivation surrounding him. His demeanor was that of an innocent young man, his face untouched by the burdens of power or authority. His eyes held a spark of curiosity as if he were a mere spectator at the event. "Wow, this place is lively." It was his appearance, though, that left the protectors and the entire audience stunned. Dave was exceptionally handsome, his features chiseled and refined. His presence exuded an effortless charm that drew every eye in the square towards him. He was an embodiment of purity and innocence, and his captivating face easily attracted the attention of everyone present. So handsome. As Dave walked further into the spotlight, the women in the crowd couldn't help but react. Their eyes lit up with admiration and desire, and some even let out involuntary gasps of admiration. "I finally found my dream guy. My boyfriend looks like trash compared to that man." Dave's presence had a magnetic effect on them, causing them to admire him openly. Their whispers filled the air, as they couldn't help but be entranced by the young man's striking appearance. Fuck. Conversely, the men in the audience found themselves envious of Dave's charismatic looks. His effortless charm and the attention he garnered from the women around him stirred a twinge of jealousy among them. They couldn't help but acknowledge that Dave's appearance had the power to sway hearts. They looked at the crushes and girlfriends and saw how shining their eyes were. Amidst the murmurs and admiring glances, Dave continued to walk with a serene and unassuming grace. It was as if he were unaware of the commotion he was causing. The protectors, however, shared a knowing glance with one another. So strong. Hilda, who prides herself as a divine monarch, feels terror from Dave's body. Ren looks at Dave and feels a bad premonition. Fu on the other hand is smiling and happy to see him come. Despite Dave's seemingly ordinary appearance, their instincts told them otherwise. They sensed that beneath that facade of innocence lay a depth of power and wisdom that was beyond their comprehension. Dave gazes at the 5 guardians of the human race in this world, sensing their powers, but none of them pose a threat to him. As the master of sin, he can sense their emotions. He especially looks at Ren with a smile but refrains from taking any action, acting normally. The human crowd is stunned by his arrival. Every move he makes appears as smooth as flowing water, even though no one can perceive his cultivation. The protectors descend to greet him. "Greetings, Lord," they say. They don't know his name, but they address him as Lord out of respect for his power. He smiles and nods in response. Fu smiles as well and instructs his associates to continue their event. He invites Dave to the meeting room to discuss matters concerning humanity. Dave nods, knowing they have no other option and will agree with his proposal. As for the event, he doesn't bother to watch it, and they all leave the arena. His entrance alone earns him many sin points, leaving him satisfied. In the meeting room, Fu observes Dave as he drinks the tea they've served, without concern for potential poison. Dave appears nonchalant, indicating he doesn't fear them. Given their age and cunning, they understand why he seems aloof and unafraid. He either has confidence in his strength or possesses some hidden advantages. Fu smiles and speaks. "Lord, we've decided to accept your proposal. In return, we hope you'll keep your promise and allow us to leave this place." Dave sets down his tea and nods. This Lord values promises. "How about we sign a soul contract here for your peace of mind?" With a flick of his fingers, a soul contract appears in front of Fu. Fu is taken aback but reads the content and finds it acceptable. He smiles and signs it. There's no trace of malice, so he signs it without difficulty. His impression of Dave rises another notch as he's willing to form a contract here to assure them. The other guardians also nod and lower their guard. It's their first time seeing a human outside this place, and they recognize he's their only chance to escape. They don't realize that Dave can breach the contract since he's not bound by the universe's will. Nonetheless, he intends to honor the deal for the sake of humanity. He's a good citizen with strong moral values, and helping others is ingrained in his nature. The other Guardians nodded, and their trust in him grew because of the contract. Lord, which planet do you come from? And how do you plan to help us escape this place? Hilda inquired, her gaze fixed on Dave. Dave, however, ignored her obvious admiration and replied, simple, I will just defeat the Overlord. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, and everyone stared at Dave in shock and amazement. What? Are you sure? The Overlord is a divine monarch and can unleash their divine domain, making them unmatched by those who only possess domains. Dave smiled, showing no fear of such a divine domain. He had learned many things from Abai, like how to become a divine monarch. One must condense a divine heart. Dave had already achieved this, using a chaotic heart that surpassed many divine hearts. According to Abai and Yggdrasil, he had created a domain previously, mostly to seal his enemies, but he hadn't yet created a true domain that matched his personality and power, as he typically dispatched his enemies swiftly. He hadn't thought much about it yet. The divine domain was a trump card for a divine emperor, capable of inducing despair in their enemies. To counter it, one had to possess a divine domain themselves or be significantly stronger than the caster. Dave had no fear of divine domains because he could obliterate them with his raw power, and he had plenty of other tricks up his sleeve. Fu was astonished, but they had already made a contract, so he asked once more. Dave just smiled at them and said, hee, overlords are weak in front of me, so you don't have to worry. Tonight, I will eliminate the Northern Overlord and seize the portal. The other Guardians were taken aback, not expecting that this had been his plan all along. However, since they couldn't see through Dave, they chose to believe in him. Hilda gazed at Dave with a surprised expression and said, Lord, the Overlord of the North is the second strongest among the 4 overlords, a formidable behemoth. He stands at a towering 1,000 meters and possesses the bloodline of the Fire Ape. They call him Ape Emperor, and even the mightiest Overlord will struggle against him if he goes berserk. Dave smiled and replied, well, I enjoy a challenge, and he happened to be the nearest Overlord. They were left speechless, not anticipating that Dave's decision would be solely based on the proximity of the target. Seeing that Dave had made up his mind, Fu composed himself and presented a spatial ring containing their agreed-upon payment. Lord, this is the payment for our deal. Dave smiled as he inspected the ring, discovering a wealth of resources and treasures, including rare medicinal herbs, which he recognized as an alchemy emperor's offering. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his journey here had been worthwhile. As for the remaining payment, Fu directed, follow me, Lord. Dave looked to Fu as he stood up to lead him to their ancestral hall. They traversed a secret passage, with the other Guardians following closely. Dave's attention was drawn to a statue along the way, filled with billions of energy strands. This amount alone was enough for Dave to be summoned by an exceptionally fortunate individual. As expected of a place that has endured for so many years, Dave mumbled. He recalled that he could also collect such an amount, though it would take him no more than a week. Fu explained, Lord, you can absorb it by touching the statue. All the luck strands we collected were transferred here because we couldn't use them, thanks to the Overlord blocking the summoning portals. Dave nodded and placed his hand on the statue. Suddenly, all the lucky energy strands rushed into his body, and he felt an overwhelming surge of energy, making him feel weightless. The surroundings were bathed in a green light, and Dave seemed like a radiant deity descended upon the mortal world. Swoosh! Suddenly, Dave opened his eyes and smiled as he sensed billions of luck energy strands within his body. This amount was sufficient to be summoned by an exceptionally lucky person. He could go directly to the portal, defeat the Overlord, and wait for a summoner, but Abai had advised him to be summoned by someone with great luck, assuring him of greater benefits. Now that you've paid me, wait for my news later. Though Abai hadn't provided specific details, he trusted her, so he was keen on accumulating more luck energy strands. However, Dave declined and had some questions. Dave said with a smile. He planned to launch his attack later, so Fu suggested taking him to his room to rest. By the way, how did you accidentally enter this place? And how long have you all been here? He inquired. Fu and the other Guardian exchanged glances, wearing bitter smiles. Hilda explained, seeing the others were silent. To be honest, we used to live in the Flaming Sun Empire in the Celestial Plane, where the 5 of us served as generals. There are 10 emperors in the Human Alliance, and the Emperor of the Flaming Sun Empire, known as the Flaming Emperor, had mastered the law of fire to perfection. Although humans are considered a lower-level race, we're known for our rapid reproduction and adaptability in various situations. The gods occasionally favor our human race, seeking promising individuals who could become heroes. 3 humans had successfully become heroes, surpassing even the divine monarchs, but one of them met his end at the hands of the demon assassin king, and another strayed from the right path. The third hero remained mysterious, seemingly indifferent to our human race. The one who strayed was called the Celestial Slayer, the previous sword hero and a disciple of the sword goddess. He began slaughtering powerful individuals, including top races like the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Demon Clan, and even the God Clan. His actions led to a violent conflict in the Celestial Plane, with him killing thousands of formidable beings. Other powerhouses intervened and managed to suppress him, Though he escaped severely wounded, the injuries were severe enough to potentially cripple the Celestial Slayer, and no one knew his current whereabouts, with many believing he might be dead. Following this incident, the human race was subjected to revenge attacks by other races. Although they didn't attempt human extinction, humans were suppressed due to their fear of another Celestial Slayer emerging within their race. He became the most hated human in the human race's history. All the emperors in the human alliance were on the verge of breaking through the barrier of their human bloodline, nearing the level of transcendental beings. However, further progress was impossible due to the continued suppression by races in enmity with the human alliance. This suppression left the human race vulnerable to bullying. Later, the Flaming Emperor had a chance to break through and sought help from other emperors to protect him during his breakthrough. His development brought joy to them, as having a celestial immortal would help the clan rise again. However, news of this reached the Demon Clan. The Demon King of Wrath held a grudge against the Celestial Slayer, and he secretly sent a demon army to destroy the Flaming Sun Empire, which was powerless against such a formidable force. The other emperors, taken by surprise, protected the Flaming Emperor, but the Metal Emperor betrayed the human alliance and allied with the Demon King of Wrath in exchange for freedom from suppression and a chance to become a Demon Lord. He is also the one who deliberately spreads the news to the Demon King. Enraged, the Flaming Emperor chose to sacrifice his remaining essence and energy to evacuate the survivors and instructed them to continue the human lineage. While other emperors were furious about the Metal Emperor's betrayal, they gave their all to eliminate the other demons before leading their empires to hide within their domains, as continuing the battle against such powerful demons would have been suicide. The Flaming Sun Empire fell to the demons, and the survivors were transported to their current location. Hilda paused in her narrative, seeing Dave's amazement. He hadn't expected such a story, and he wondered what had become of the Celestial Slayer. Then, Dave asked, wanting to know more, and Hilda continued. An accident occurred when we were being transported by the Emperor, and we were sucked into a black hole. Thanks to the Emperor's protection, we survived and found ourselves in this place. We believed it to be safe due to the positive energy in this place, and their Emperor's final words were to reunite with other humans if possible and to protect those with them. But we didn't expect that this place would be like hell. We were targeted by numerous creatures and lost many of our fellow clansmen, Hilda said with a sigh, and the others wore heavy expressions as they recalled their struggles. We've been in this place for 100,000 years, and as divine monarchs, we're nearing the end of our lifespans. We've been deeply concerned for the safety of our subjects. We never anticipated that you would arrive at such a perfect time, Hilda explained. Dave nodded, understanding that divine monarchs could only live for 150,000 years, and most of the 5 guardians had only thousands of years left, while Fu had a mere 50 years. So, do you plan to rebuild your Flaming Sun Empire when you return, or do you have something else in mind? Dave inquired. Fu looked at Dave and replied, we've already discussed this matter, and we've decided to find a suitable planet to live a peaceful life, recover, build our strength in secret, and then reunite with other human empires. Hopefully, they will assist us. Dave had learned much from their story and didn't expect the pitiable situation of the human race in the Celestial Plane. In the Northern Territory, 2 good-looking men were fighting monsters as they were on their way to the territory of the Overlord of the North. One of them used dark energy to bring the dead creatures back to life, but they turned undead now. Their spirits would leave their bodies, but Kirito used his undead skill to keep the corpse intact. Kirito joined Dave after Dave called him. He passed on the luck strand energy he'd gathered from hunting monsters. He encountered many strong creatures but escaped without a scratch. Dave decided to carry out his plan today. Other human guardians wanted to help, but Dave declined. He told them to protect the human clan in case other monsters attacked. He also didn't want them to slow him down. They were powerful, but for Dave, they were just hindrances. Roar. Above them, a dragon roared, spewing black flames all over the forest. Boom. Draco, who was now 300 meters tall, roared. His roar scared nearby monsters, but he was excited to rampage without worries. Roar of destruction roar. Draco used one of his strongest moves, and thousands of monsters nearby died from the shockwave. The surroundings were destroyed. The monsters were strong, but they couldn't withstand Draco's power. They were turned into mush due to the strong spiritual attacks of Draco's roar of destruction. Dave and Kirito, on the other hand, were unaffected. They scanned the area and waited for their prey. Boom. Suddenly, Draco was blasted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Roar. Draco roared in anger. He didn't expect to be blasted without a chance to defend. His colossal body remained undamaged because of his tough skin, thanks to Dave's previous beatings. Draco had become hard-working to strengthen his body, fearing more beatings from Dave. Dave observed Draco and knew that Draco wouldn't die from such attacks. Draco's skin was very tough, and the experience would humble his arrogance. Draco was getting more and more arrogant, but that didn't mean he didn't respect Dave. He respected Dave more than anyone else. To Draco, Dave wasn't just his master, he considered him a father. Dave had been there for him when he was weak, helping him reach this point. Their bond was so strong that Draco was eager to prove he could catch up to his master. Boom. An intense energy disturbance occurred, and a colossal ape, 1,000 meters tall, appeared. Dave and Kirito looked like ants compared to this enormous creature. The ape had red fur and a terrifying presence as if it could part the sea with a single breath. "Human, how dare you enter my territory? You're asking for death." This overlord didn't expect livestock to have the audacity to rebel. The ape appeared dignified, radiating intense heat. While he didn't care about his subordinates, their deaths angered him as it was a blatant disrespect to his status. He decided to investigate and was shocked to find that a dragon had wreaked havoc in his territory and nearly destroyed his forest. He was also upset that the humans he had treated as livestock had become arrogant after his 10,000 years of slumber. Dave scanned the ape and learned that it was a divine monarch at the top level with a pure fire ape bloodline. Dave acknowledged the ape's strength and knew that he would be in danger if he faced it without using his trump card. The ape overlord had formidable power, but Dave didn't fear him. He could eliminate the overlord in an instant if he wished. "Why don't you submit to me and become my pet? You could make a good meat shield. You're definitely not my match, so it's a shame to kill you." Dave felt that the monster before him could also be a useful pet. In the future, he could use it as a punching bag to test his strength. Draco couldn't withstand his punches, and he was getting bored, but the ape seemed like a suitable target. The overlord was stunned and felt a sinister smile from Dave, as if he had something devious in mind. He suddenly felt a chill, but his status as an overlord and divine emperor rose again, realizing the audacity of the human before him. Dave's words quickly enraged the northern overlord. "How dare you humiliate me? Impudent human, die!" The ape's eyes blazed with fire, and he launched his flaming fist at Dave. Boom! Dave and Kirito didn't move because Draco stood up and countered the fire ape's attack. Roar! Boom! Draco used his claw, and the fire ape was astonished to see that the dragon in front of him didn't flinch or show any damage from his normal attack. Even his regular attack could obliterate a whole planet and easily kill his enemies. He knew that dragons had the sturdiest bodies, but even dragons would be injured by his power. Moreover, the dragon before him hadn't even reached maturity and was only a divine monarch. Roar! Draco was thrilled, and his body expanded to 500 meters. He was now half the size of the overlord, but his aura was sharp, and he didn't display any signs of backing down. Draco had no intention of retreating, and it was the first time he could test the limits of his physical body. Dave could see Draco's excitement and understood the feeling of finding someone who could push his physical limits. "Should I help Draco, Master?" Kirito felt concerned about Draco facing the overlord alone. Even he didn't have a chance to last against the northern overlord. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want his master to waste energy reviving him. He also didn't want to appear incompetent in front of Dave. Kirito and Dave gazed into the distance, and Dave shook his head as he spoke. "No, let him fight on his own. Let's see how much he has improved. Also, he's my familiar, so how can he be ordinary?" Dave smiled and inspected the changes in Draco's body since their evolution. Thanks to their contract and connection, Draco's Dragon God's bloodline had merged with the Chaotic God Dragon bloodline, allowing his body to adapt to any damage he received and continually strengthen it. The more pain Draco endured, the stronger his body became. Facing life and death situations only fueled his limitless power. These were the characteristics of a chaotic body. On top of that, he could master various powers and even control the mightiest elements, like chaos energy. Kirito nodded and then asked Dave, "Should I slaughter everyone here, Master? My undead troops have only reached hundreds of thousands, and I want to have as many subordinates as possible. When Leader Xegron returns, our undead legion will be complete." Dave smiled and nodded. "Yes, I lost contact with Xegron before, but he left a message that he had an encounter. Lately, I've restored my connection with him, and I sense shocking changes in his body. When he comes back, he might be the strongest subordinate I have, capable of making Ronin use some of his hidden skills." Hee, Dave laughed. He had wanted to test Ronin's strength, but Ronin had always refused, declaring he'd never fight his master. Dave had assigned some of his subordinates to face Ronin, but none of them could make Ronin reveal his full power. Among Dave's subordinates, Ronin was the most loyal and mysterious. As the king of assassins and an ancient demon, Ronin had numerous experiences and trump cards. Fortunately, Ronin was not an enemy and remained loyal. "Kill and create your undead army to your heart's content," Dave told Kirito. Kirito smiled and nodded, excited to have Dave's permission. "Don't worry, Master. I will create a strong undead army." Kirito bowed to Dave and dashed toward the monsters attempting to escape because of Draco and the Northern Overlord's power. The collision of these two giants filled weaker creatures with fear. Boom. 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 Draco was blasted again by the Overlord's punch, but he emerged without serious injuries and even felt excited instead of fearful. Dragons might suddenly, Draco revealed his pure draconic bloodline, and any creature with a weaker bloodline was restrained, feeling inferior in his presence. Boom. The ape overlord was stunned by the suppression he felt in his bloodline, and he couldn't help but be shocked when he gazed at Draco. His fire ape bloodline was noble and had garnered recognition from many beings, yet he found himself inferior to Draco's bloodline. Draco's bloodline was even purer and superior, which terrified the ape overlord. Bloodline suppression was a grave danger to monsters like him, and he resolved to kill Draco and devour his bloodline. He gritted his teeth and looked at Draco with greed. I must eat him and acquire such a bloodline. The fire ape became excited, seeing a chance to acquire such a magical and pure bloodline. HMMP, does a mere ape think he can contain a chaotic bloodline? Hee hee. Dave, on the other hand, watched everything unfold with a sneer. He allowed Draco to continue, knowing that his potential was being held back in the space world. He would let Draco rampage and perhaps reveal some surprises. Dave had unwavering faith in Draco's power. Draco had not yet unleashed all of his skills and trump cards against the Ape Overlord. Draco's power was on par with a Divine Emperor due to his highly pure bloodline as an ancient dragon with the bloodline of a dragon god. Breath of Destruction. Draco opened his mouth and released black flames, which made the Ape Overlord feel threatened. Boom. The ape dodged Draco's attack, but Draco swung his tail in an instant, catching the Overlord off guard. Boom. The Overlord was blasted by Draco's tail, and he was shocked to receive injuries from the attack. He couldn't recall the last time he'd been injured since becoming a Divine Emperor. You have angered me, despicable lizard. Suddenly, the Ape Overlord's body shone, and a red armor materialized, covering his entire body. Knuckles appeared in both his fists, making him look terrifying. Ape Fist. Boom. A massive fist struck Draco's body, blasting him 40,000 kilometers away and causing a severe injury. Hey, now that I will use my full strength, it's time for you to die. Draco, who had been blasted, displayed cracks in his black scales and had sustained many injuries from the punch. Against a Divine Emperor, he was significantly weaker, and he was fortunate to possess a robust body, otherwise, he would have perished. Draco stood up, and his injuries healed instantly due to his strong regenerative abilities, though they were weaker than Dave's. Roar. Dave, watching from a distance, smiled and chuckled. Hee hee, now you're getting serious, huh? Let's see what surprise you have for me. Suddenly, Draco's body expanded in an instant. His previous 500-meter-tall body grew to 4,000 meters, doubling the height of the Ape Overlord. Dave was shocked and felt a familiar aura emanating from Draco. What? Pride energy? How can he have that? Dave was dumbfounded. He knew that dragons were prideful beings, but he also understood that dragons couldn't harness the power of the demon race from the Sentry skills. Soon, he received an answer from Abai that all creatures who absorbed his blood or had a blood connection to him had a chance to acquire Sin's characteristics. Just as Xegron had acquired some skills from his Sin of Gluttony before, Draco became the second subordinate to comprehend Sin energy. Draco's black scales were now covered with golden armor, and his body emitted tyrannical energy. His power had risen from a low-tier Divine Monarch to a peak Divine Monarch. The Ape Overlord was stunned as Draco moved in an instant, rushing to crush the Northern Overlord. Boom. The ape was blasted and seriously injured. What? The Overlord couldn't help but feel terror as he was being beaten by a Divine Monarch. It felt like his dignity as a Divine Emperor was being destroyed. Boom. Boom. Draco continued to smash the Ape Overlord, releasing Dragon's Breath, which started to melt the Overlord's armor. Boom. The Overlord was badly injured and estimated that it would take him millions of years to recover from his peak form. He grew angered but calmed himself, deciding to get serious. You have the honor to witness my true strength. Even that bastard from the east would flee if I used my trump card. He clapped both his hands and chanted. Divine Domain Thousand Fists. Suddenly, Draco saw the surroundings change, and he found himself locked inside a domain. Boom. A fist materialized out of nowhere and struck his back but failed to penetrate his scales. So hard, but how long can you last? The Overlord was smiling. Inside the domain, he was the master and invincible. Only a domain could fight another domain, and the dragon before him wasn't even a Divine Emperor capable of comprehending a domain. Boom. Boom. Draco was bombarded with many attacks, but none could penetrate his tough skin. He knew that his power wouldn't last long, and he'd be in danger if it diminished. He closed his eyes and started to brainstorm. He realized that struggling was useless since the attacks couldn't harm him, and his movements were restricted. He decided to risk it all to comprehend the Divine Domain. He knew that his master would protect him if he were in danger, but Dave hadn't shown up yet. This meant that Dave trusted his abilities and didn't want to disappoint him. Suddenly, Draco felt a tremor within his body, as if the shackles inside him were freed, and a mysterious aura enveloped his entire being. What? The Ape Overlord was stunned. He hadn't expected that even on the doorstep of death, the dragon would dare to comprehend. What shocked him was the energy that now covered the dragon, causing deep fear within the Overlord. It wasn't bloodline suppression, but rather, he felt as if he was facing an untouchable and mysterious existence. No, I must kill him now, or I will die. The Overlord decided to take action personally. He sacrificed many drops of his blood to use a forbidden spell. Bloodline Ignite. Suddenly, his top Divine Emperor level rose to peak Divine Emperor, now on par with the strongest Overlord from the east. He didn't want to resort to the forbidden technique, but he felt he had no choice. Living for a longer time had taught him to trust his instincts. Die. His domain ascended to another level, and millions of massive fists bombarded Draco. Draco was stunned as he saw countless attacks heading his way, feeling like he might meet his end. In the face of death, the mysterious energy integrated within his body, and Draco's eyes turned white. All the attacks froze, and even the ape overlord couldn't move his body. It was as if time itself had stopped, and Draco was left bewildered, not understanding what had occurred. He looked at the ape overlord, who seemed equally unaware of the situation. Suddenly, Draco heard a voice behind him. A chaotic dragon, huh? Oh, and you're very young, not even 5 years old by our standards. Your bloodline is even pure like mine, but your full potential was sealed. Interesting. Draco turned to see his surroundings had changed. He stood before a colossal figure, his 4,000-meter-tall body appearing minuscule in comparison. Draco couldn't see the figure's head and estimated its size to be that of a galaxy. Judging from its body, it was also a dragon, but it was entirely white. Draco was stunned and had no idea what was happening. He wasn't very smart and was immature, which made him unafraid and not nervous when facing such a creature. Who are you? Are you going to eat me? Draco spoke in the draconic language, and the colossal figure laughed in response. Ha, you're a funny one. Don't worry, young one, I have no malicious intentions toward you. I'm just amazed that there's a surviving member of the chaotic dragon clan. I thought they were all gone. The dragon sighed as if he were reminiscing about the past. Draco didn't understand and asked, what do you mean? Who are you? Where am I right now? Draco was worried about his master and anxious to return. Don't worry, young one. Time here is non-existent, and you don't need to be concerned about your master. Sensing Draco's worry, the dragon assured him but showed some dissatisfaction when mentioning his master. As a dragon, he should be prideful and not submit to anyone, but he was bound by their contract and couldn't interfere. You can call me the Time Dragon, and I am the guardian of the River of Time. I've existed since the creation of the universe and can be considered one of the strongest creatures in the universe. Even gods and demon kings show respect in my presence, but sadly, I am locked here and cannot interfere in the universe. Draco was stunned and hadn't expected to encounter such a terrifying being. So, why did you bring me here? Draco asked, curious about how he ended up in the River of Time. He remains vigilant as he cannot trust the other party easily. The Time Dragon replied calmly. Hey, I was lonely and imprisoned here, but I suddenly sensed something familiar in your body. It opened a small hole for me to access outside the River of Time, and I had the chance to summon your soul here. I do not know who sealed the terrifying energy inside you, but it alone makes me feel danger. So, I decided to teach you how to control it properly, or else your potential will be wasted if you are consumed by the terrifying energy. This energy contains so much destructive power that it can even affect time. Also, you are Dragon like me, so it should be a contribution to my race. Draco listened in astonishment as the Time Dragon explained that there were 4 true dragons born at the creation of the universe: the Azure Spirit Dragon, Time Dragon, Chaos Dragon God, and the Star Dragon God. These 4 were siblings, with the Time Dragon being the eldest. However, they had separated due to an incident. The Azure Spirit Dragon had been captured by a mysterious person, the Chaos Dragon had been annihilated by the same person, and the Star Dragon had gone into hiding out of fear. The Time Dragon on the other hand had been sealed inside this place by that person. The Time Dragon didn't know who this powerful individual was. Among the 4 true dragons, the Chaos Dragons were the most arrogant, terrorizing and devouring many creatures. All 4 true dragons had descendants and clans, but none of them possessed the pure bloodline of their ancestors, only inheriting some of their innate skills. The Chaos Dragon clan had been exterminated unto the last descendant and hadn't been seen for trillions of years. The Time Dragon was shocked to see Draco, the first in so many years to have the bloodline of his brother, the Chaos Dragon. He considered Draco a relative and planned to nurture him in the hopes that someday, Draco might help him escape his prison. Suddenly, the Time Dragon sensed another presence and beckoned them to appear. Stop peeping, come out. Who? Suddenly, Dave materialized near Draco, his blood connection allowing him access to this place. Unlike others, Dave could enter this place due to his experience in the chaotic space void, where time was also non-existent. Dave had been about to help Draco when he was in danger, but he felt time stop and Abai had awakened him. He had taken a gamble and merged a part of his soul into Draco through their contract. Dave was stunned to learn of the history of the Chaos Dragon God and the terrifying power within Draco. He had acquired Draco in the mortal plane and had evolved him through various means, but this was the first time he'd heard of the tremendous power within Draco. Draco was amazed by the knowledge he had acquired but didn't expect Dave to be unaffected and even capable of entering this place without Draco realizing it. Dave's handsome face appeared in front of the Time Dragon, showing no fear or respect, knowing that the Time Dragon was incredibly powerful. He knew the Time Dragon was powerful, much stronger than him by 1,000,000 times or more, but he couldn't do anything about it. When he entered the place, Abai told him that the creature in front of him was very strong. So strong that if the dragon sneezed, he would die. Abai wouldn't lie, but she assured him the dragon meant no harm. He didn't understand how Abai knew these things, but he trusted her. The Time Dragon was merging with the River of Time and couldn't harm Dave. At most, he could curse if he got angry. What? Chaos, so much pure chaos energy. Who are you? The time dragon was shocked at Dave's body, trembling as if he remembered something. He composed himself, and even Dave couldn't sense the sudden change. You can call me Dave. Dave smiled, looking evil. He felt like a tiny particle in front of the colossal dragon. Hey, old dragon, not giving gifts to young ones when you meet them? Dave shamelessly scratched his palm, smiling evilly. The time dragon, who claimed to be as old as the universe, should have treasures. The time dragon was stunned. No one had spoken to him like this. Others would tremble in fear, but Dave tried to extort him. Before, he could take all of Dave's lifespan, but now, with declining power, a wrong move might lead to his permanent death. He laughed, finding Dave interesting. I see you don't fear or respect me, but it's okay. Every genius has pride. Ha, you're shameless, but it's okay as long as you protect Draco. You're the most interesting guy I've seen. Dave smiled. The time dragon would naturally protect his people. Draco was like his own child, raised by Dave. Despite being occasionally evil, Dave wouldn't let his people get hurt. The old dragon wanted to nurture Draco, and Dave felt no malicious intent. As an old one, I don't have much as I was locked here for so long, but I can give you a good reward. I don't care about treasures. None are worthy of my eyes. I'm different from other dragons who like to keep treasures for fun. But I still have some things that can make even a god drool. But before that, I hope you agree with one of my conditions. He looked at Dave, feeling hope to leave this place. Contempt for Draco's master turned into awe. Dave seemed more terrifying than Draco. He believed no one was worthy to be the master of the Chaos Dragon, but seeing Dave, he saw the one who made Draco's bloodline possible. Dave's body shines like a gem, with countless possibilities for his fate, making it impossible to catch even a glimpse of his future. He's knowledgeable and able to make quick judgments. Dave and Draco are worth nurturing and befriending. Their potential could elevate them to the highest level here and maybe help them find a way out. Dave smiled, understanding that the old dragon's introduction wasn't simple. If you were thinking of using my body, I'd let you know I'm not interested in men. My body is precious, and I've remained a virgin till now. Dave looked at the dragon, hugging himself as if fearing being taken advantage of. The time dragon was stunned, cursing him inwardly for being pretentious. Darn, liar. What are you talking about? Dave made him angry, a rare occurrence in many years. The time dragon quickly calmed himself. He had lived so long that emotions didn't easily sway his heart. Ding. You've got sin points, plus 100,000, plus 100,000, plus 100,000, plus 100,000. Damn, this is a jackpot. Dave was delighted inside, trying to provoke the dragon for more sin points. He didn't expect to be rewarded with so many. He smiled, then looked at the old dragon. Now back to normal. There's no free lunch in this world, there must be a goal. What is it? He became serious, unsure of the old dragon's intentions. It was an opportunity to meet such a being, but he had to be careful to avoid danger. Dave wanted to know what the old dragon wanted, and the dragon replied, I hope that when you become very powerful someday, you'll help me escape this damn place. I can see that you're the most talented genius I've ever seen. Chaotic bloodline, Titan bloodline, demon bloodline, there are more. You have a deep understanding of time and space, and your body is a living treasure. Dave felt uneasy. In just one glance, the time dragon had seen so much. However, Dave realized that the dragon couldn't see the system, or his space world. If others heard the request, they might be overwhelmed, but Dave was different. If all went well, he'd become endlessly stronger, possibly surpassing the old dragon before him. It might take many years, or with luck, he might progress faster. He is still young, and he has immense potential. He smiled confidently and said, easy. You've got my word. I'll help you in the future, don't worry. But tell me, do you have a beautiful daughter? I plan to meet her in the future so we can talk about life. Hey, don't look at me like I'm planning something bad. I just want to talk about life, okay? Yeah, talk about life. Dave smiled, and the old dragon was stunned. He snorted in anger. Punk lad, you are shameless. Calm in front of many calamities, the old dragon, the quietest and calmest of the four true dragons, found his limit tested by the human before him. I have descendants, but they were just born from my blood that I refine. I don't know where they are right now, or if they have already perished. Some were talented, but none reached our level due to bloodline restrictions. They could only rise to another level if they killed me and absorbed my bloodline, he sighed. Not very close to them, he created them to fill his boredom. Initially, he was happy, but he didn't expect their greed will devour them. They wanted to devour him to remove their bloodline restrictions, so he had to seal them and take back the powers he gave them. Don't worry, I'll surely become stronger, and I plan to travel through time in the future. He looked at Dave, and his confidence stunned the old dragon. He laughed and said, I like your confidence about your future, but be careful not to become too arrogant to avoid trouble. Hee. Your goal is very challenging, even for me, one with the strongest comprehension of time. I can only glimpse some in the future, but it's not stable and sometimes bleak. The danger of traveling in time is very high. Feeling that Dave pleased him, the old dragon decided to give them rewards. He looked first at Draco, and violet blood appeared in front of them. It floated like an ordinary lake but seemed under the control of the time dragon. This is the blood of the progenitor of the Chaos Dragons, my brother, Chaos Dragon God. It's the last thing I have from him, and I knew it would fit you perfectly without accident since you have the same bloodline as him. Your body can't absorb it completely, and it will take a lot of time to refine, so I'll seal the power of this blood and let you absorb what your body can handle. Draco was stunned, and Dave was shocked. They didn't expect him to grant such an important blood to Draco so easily. The old dragon pointed his claws at Draco, and the blood rushed inside his body. Swoosh! Draco didn't resist because Dave hadn't told him if it was wrong. The blood was tyrannical, but Draco's body accepted it perfectly. His power rose from Divine Monarch to Divine Emperor instantly. Roar! Draco's body expanded from 4,000 meters to 10,000 meters, doubling in size. His power quantity also expanded. Dave, nearby, felt the terrifying power Draco held, sensing a bit of danger if he were his enemy. Boom! Draco flapped his wings, examining his transformed body. Then, he resized himself to a more manageable 10 meters and turned to Dave with an excited expression. Dave smiled and caressed Draco's head as he lowered it, clearly enjoying the attention. Dave checked Draco's body and realized that he had only refined 5% of the blood, all thanks to the time dragon. If Draco had tried to refine it on his own, it would have taken him much longer to process even 1% of the blood. The remaining blood remained stored inside Draco's body, ready to be refined with any future breakthroughs. Moreover, Draco had unlocked some formidable dragon skills exclusive to him, bringing joy to both of them. Dave advised, consolidate your cultivation, and if possible, try to find your path and create your divine domain. Creating a divine domain was one of the prerequisites to enter the ranks of transcendental beings. With the absorbed blood, Draco might not be far from achieving this, needing only time. Draco nodded, heading to the side to consolidate his new powers and get accustomed to them. Time had no relevance in this place, so there was no rush. The time dragon nodded in satisfaction. Draco's talent continued to amaze him. His body could accept 5% of the Chaos Dragon God's blood. Other genius dragons might only absorb 0.6% or risk bodily explosions. The time dragon had seen many young, talented dragons, but none had shown the potential to surpass the progenitors as Draco did. It was evident that Draco had the potential to reach a level that even the 4 true dragons failed to attain. Sensing Draco cultivating and adapting to his newfound power, the time dragon turned his attention to Dave and spoke, "Human, I see that you have a deep comprehension of time powers. I can give you a chance to feel the wave of the river of time, and as for how much you comprehend, it's up to you." Dave's eyes lit up. This was the opportunity he sought, to strengthen his time powers. Seeing Dave's confidence, the time dragon continued, "That reward will be for the last, but for now, I will give you a very special gift." He raised his arms, and a drop of white blood appeared in front of Dave. Different from the blood given to Draco, the time dragon explained, "This blood contains the legacy of the 4 true dragons, and only a person with a strong body and great luck can acquire it. When we were at the peak of our power, that person threatened our lives, so we decided to find an heir to nurture and fight that person. However, even after experimenting for many years, all of them died early, and none could absorb this blood. They were heavenly geniuses capable of shaking the universe with their brilliance, but they could not absorb the blood. This blood contains the essence of the 4 true dragons, and we even left some of our techniques and knowledge here. Now, it is up to you to decide if you want to accept it or not." The time dragon looked at Dave, awaiting his decision. Stunned by the introduction of the blood, Dave needed to assess if there was any hidden danger. "Dave, don't worry, the blood will fit your body perfectly," Abai's voice assured him in his head, sensing his concern. Dave trusted Abai, so he decided, "Okay, I will accept it." The time dragon was amazed. Dave didn't show fear, even after being warned that many had died from absorbing the blood. Nodding, he believed that he was not a rash person. "Since you have decided, then prepare to accept the legacy." Swoosh! Suddenly, blood appeared in front of Dave, and the energy coming from it was so strong that he almost felt suffocated. He could hear the dragons roar inside the blood, and he could sense their excitement seeing him. Dave was stunned, and the time dragon was even more amazed because it was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. "Open your spirit and let the blood enter your body," the time dragon told Dave. However, Dave just stared at the blood, then looked at the time dragon and said, "Hee, I have a better way, so just watch." Dave suddenly transformed into a 1,000-meter-tall demon with a long horn and a pair of deep black wings. His face was still handsome, but a demonic feature was added to him. His body released pure devouring energies, and even the time dragon couldn't help but feel shocked. "What? Primordial sin? He has the authority to use primordial sin energy?" The time dragon was shocked by Dave once again, revealing yet another surprise. He initially thought Dave only had a high-level demon bloodline, but now he realized Dave held authority over the primordial sin of gluttony. The Time Dragon understood the power of primordial sin, knowing it could even destroy mortal beings. Even at his peak, he avoided entering the abyss due to the demon god's control over the primordial sin. He was now pondering the kind of opportunity and origin Dave had. While pondering, Dave opened his mouth and devoured the blood within his body. Boom! The blood rushed through him, cells multiplying exponentially. His colossal body started to increase in size without restraint. Abai had informed him that using the primordial sin of gluttony could break the limitations of the bloodline legacy. She explained that the chance of success was high, but the time needed was longer than she initially estimated. It could take 1,000,000 years to integrate it perfectly into his body. Dave was stunned and unwilling to wait for so long, even with time stopped. Abai suggested he could reduce the process by using his demon transformation and the sin of gluttony, capable of devouring anything. As Dave devoured the blood, his aura increased. Closing his eyes, he felt transported to the primordial era, experiencing a flood of memories in his head. Ding! You have absorbed the true dragon's blood. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, True Dragon Transformation. Ding! You have acquired a new bloodline, True Dragon Bloodline. Ding, 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 ding. A surge of information flooded Dave's mind as he received the legacy of the true dragons. When Dave opened his eyes, he found himself back in his human form, yet he sensed an endless power coursing through him. His body had been forged to the extreme by the blood of the Chaos Dragon God, possessing the strongest physique among the 4 true dragons. His body could easily crush multiple planets or shatter a whole divine emperor with just a finger. Additionally, his body released intense heat due to the Star Dragon's legacy. During his transformation, he learned that the Star Dragon was the first owner of the star-devouring flame he now possessed. Combining the power of the Star Dragon with Flamey, he could unleash a devastating force capable of damaging space or injuring someone in the transcendental being. The Azure Dragon legacy fortified his lightning abilities, rendering him permanently immune to lightning attacks, while also amplifying the strength of his senses by 100 times. Meanwhile, the Time Dragon legacy heightened his comprehension of time by 200 times. He felt that he could now perceive things that might happen in the future with just a glimpse of his eyes. The blood he refined was not complete, he had only absorbed 20% of it, yet it already brought astounding effects. He also learned that refining the blood to 50% would grant him some ancient skills left by the 4 true dragons. While refining it to the fullest would take a considerable amount of time, the ongoing automatic refinement within his body, driven by his devouring energies, was sufficient. His power rose to the peak of Divine Emperor, and he felt that his body was a deep black hole that could not be filled. During the transformation, he received and learned the domains of the 4 true dragons, surprising him for getting 4 domains in one go. Nevertheless, he wasn't satisfied, he wanted to create his domain. Seating himself on the ground, closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the task of imagining and creating his domain. Engrossed in his cultivation, the Time Dragon was nearly left in disbelief seeing how Dave effortlessly refined 20% of the blood. Others who attempted the same couldn't even succeed by 1%, yet Dave accomplished it in one go. The Time Dragon marveled at his unprecedented genius, noting that even the so-called geniuses of the celestial plane were nothing compared to Dave. Dave felt his mind wandering through the universe, perceiving countless lives and perspectives. As he comprehended and pondered the best domain that would suit him, he struggled to find an answer. Even Abai refrained from offering advice, recognizing that following paths created by others might restrict him. While lost in thought, memories of his life on Earth suddenly flooded his mind. He saw himself living in poverty and being cast aside by his parents. His father would sometimes beat him if something happened to his brother or sister because he didn't protect them. He recalled memories of becoming the top student, wishing his parents could attend the award ceremony, but they couldn't be due to work. Memories of loneliness in his room, cheering himself to continue living, surfaced. He witnessed the past when he met his girlfriend, noting his pathetic previous self. Despite her parents' disapproval, he cared for her, providing support and nursing her when she was sick. In one painful memory, he saw his girlfriend being embraced by a wealthy man, recalling his despair on a rooftop. Numerous memories, including his first reincarnation and past actions, flooded his consciousness. Dave observed these recollections without emotion and suddenly questioned himself. Why am I doing this? Why do I strive to become stronger? Is it to protect my loved ones? Or is it to fulfill my inner desires? Pondering for a minute, he found enlightenment and discovered the answer. That's right, why did I not think of it? I am not a good person nor a saint. I am someone who follows my desires and thoughts. I am someone who walks with the power of evil since my reincarnation. Destruction, enjoyment, killing. I walk the path of evil. Sin, I am the embodiment of sin. Ha 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 ha. Dave laughed, and suddenly, his body shone, alarming the Time Dragon. Sin, I am the embodiment of sin. Ha 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 ha. Dave laughed, and suddenly, his body shone, alarming the Time Dragon. What? The Time Dragon was shocked when he saw the pure evil and madness entering Dave's body, feeling that he had become a different person. The aura emanating from him felt dangerous, and just looking at it made his skin crawl. Oh no, did I make a wrong choice? Could he be the one in my brother's prophecy? He felt regretful about giving Dave their legacy because he sensed that Dave's existence would cause endless destruction in the universe. He wondered if he should make a move and eliminate him on the spot, but that would bring him power and suffering tribulation. Struggling to decide, he couldn't find a good outcome no matter what choice he made. Unable to decide, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of him. She manifested inside Dave's body, raising his vigilance. She was charming and attractive, but the time dragon almost stopped breathing when he saw her. Demon, his words were suddenly restricted, and his body trembled in terror. Even though he was powerful, he couldn't pronounce her name. Damn, she's alive. How unlucky I am. The time dragon cursed, realizing that this being was guarding Dave, and he understood how fortunate he was not to have taken action against Dave earlier. If he had attacked Dave without hesitation, he might already be dead. Hey lizard, why don't you kowtow in front of me? Abai looked at him with a smile, her playful face turning into a mature yet terrifying expression that even made the time dragon fearful. Despite his long life, the woman in front of him made him feel suffocated. In the past, he had avoided interaction with her, as she was very evil and dangerous. Just a gaze from her could induce despair. The time dragon suddenly suppressed his huge body and transformed into a 3-meter dragonoid form. He suddenly knelt and paid respect. I greet your majesty. He appeared to be a middle-aged man with white hair, but his body trembled and was full of sweat. He didn't even try to breathe in front of her, afraid of offending her. Abai smiled and patted his head like he was a dog, speaking, "You want to kill my beloved? Are you tired of living?" The time dragon felt suffocated, and his body felt like he could not control it anymore. "I'm sorry, your majesty. I didn't know that he was with you, and if I knew, I would not have had any such thought." He now realizes why Dave's aura is pure evil, because there is an evil creature inside Dave. The creature is feared by everyone, the most unpredictable person he has ever met. He didn't dare to look at her, afraid that his soul would be destroyed if he did so. Abai smiled and spoke, "Hee, good for you, or else I will make you feel the pain of offending me again. I already spared your life before, but don't test my limit." The time dragon almost peed his pants, the demeanor of an old expert disappearing, and he nodded like a dog. Yes, yes. Abai ignored him and then went near Dave, who didn't know what was happening outside as he was now in his awakening state. Abai put her beautiful and smooth arms in front of Dave's chest and felt his heart. She smiled and spoke, "You have finally found the right path. The path that only belongs to you." She then put her lips near his face and kissed his cheeks before chanting a few words that even the time dragon could not understand. After that, she disappeared like air and entered his body again. After seeing her leave, the time dragon finally decided to take a deep breath and sighed in relief, escaping the feeling of death. He now feels like he was about to die if not for Dave, because if the time dragon died, Dave would be interrupted, and the legacy would be destroyed, harming Dave. He composed himself and swore in his heart not to offend him in the future. If a being such as a woman is inside him, then no accident might happen. Dave didn't know how long he was comprehending, but he suddenly stopped after he received the notification from the system. Ding! You have created your own divine domain, Purgatory Sin Domain, Level 1. Any target who enters the purgatory will be corrupted by sins and their powers will be suppressed and devoured by the domain to strengthen itself. Level 2. The host can put 5 targets to enter the judgment of sin, where any target will be judged by the jury of sin, and the more sin the target has, the stronger the punishment they will get. Note: any target with a stronger domain can break the domain easily. Dave opened his eyes with excitement, and he finally created his divine domain. On top of that, it had limitless potential and could be upgraded if he became stronger. Ha ha ha, as expected of me. Dave had gained insights on how to create a domain because of the 4 domains he acquired from the 4 true dragons, but he was curious why he could create 2 levels in the domain, because even the 4 true dragons could not create 2 levels of a domain. He also mastered activating a domain without using hand signs, but he felt that it was cool if he used some hand signs. He wanted to try his new domain, but he realized that he was in front of the time dragon and he still needed to consolidate his realm. He is now at the peak of Divine Emperor, and he is delighted that he is just one step away from reaching Transcendental Being. Congratulations on refining and creating your domain. The time dragon was already in dragonoid form, but Dave was not a fool and knew that he was the time dragon. With his eyes and senses sharpened because of the blood of Azure Dragon, he could see the time energies emitting from him. But Dave was puzzled why he seemed to be more respectful and unlike before when he had shown some pride and arrogance. Dave scratched his head, but he only thanked the old dragon for the blood as he had benefited well. His comprehension of space-time laws must have already broken through to absolute, but it was all under his chaos energy and he could not assess how strong his space-time power is right now. While the time dragon is called Time Dragon, he is also superior in using space powers because time and space are connected. The time dragon sighed, and Dave was really a genius to comprehend a domain on his own at such a young age. He knew that some geniuses would take thousands of years to build and create their own domain. The time dragon sighed. Dave was a true genius to comprehend a domain on his own at such a young age, and he knew that some geniuses would take thousands of years to build and create their domain. Even the dragons he created before, who had superior bloodlines coming from him, comprehended a domain after thousands of years. On the other hand, he only took a whole day to consolidate it, and he could feel that it was very sturdy and stronger than a normal domain. He cannot see inside his domain, but he feels the pure evilness of his domain. Even so, he does not want to probe further to not provoke the terrifying woman inside Dave's body. Draco had also finished consolidating his realm, and he was now also at the peak of a divine emperor like Dave, and his body was 1,000 times stronger than before. His black scale was shining, and his body was releasing intense heat that could be compared to a small sun. His head was full of arrogance, and he wanted to show off to Dave. "Look, am I stronger now?" Draco said, and he can now speak because of his evolution. Dave was stunned and happy to learn that he can now speak, and they do not need to communicate through telepathy. After seeing Draco's sturdy body, his eyes lit up, and an evil smile appeared in his eyes. Hee, let's see how strong you are now. He wanted to test his new domains, and he could not target the Time Dragon because it was useless, and he could not force him to enter his domain because the gap in their power was huge. On the other hand, Draco is weaker, but he has a strong body, so he won't die easily. Draco was stunned and felt horror when he looked at his master's eyes and was ready to escape, but Dave would not let him be. After an hour, the arrogant and proud Draco was very depressed because of the training Dave had given to him. Dave only patted his head and gave him some food as compensation, so he felt a little better. He felt like he had been tortured for thousands of years and realized that he was still weak compared to his master. He knew his master even had a skill that could suppress dragons, but he never used it on him and only tried his new domains. Draco at first was excited because he already created his domain and wanted to test its power, but his master had so many domains that he could activate them at once, which made his jaw drop. Each of his domains is many times stronger than his own, and he cannot even resist for such a long time. He can last for 3 minutes on another domain, but he does not want to enter his master's evil domain again because he was being judged by a scary guy and all of his crime was exposed. Even his hidden crime from Dave was exposed and felt despair when he saw the grin in his master's eyes and knew that he was angry. Of course, Dave was angry because he was having a hard time before, placed Draco in the tower before, but he didn't expect Draco to be the one doing the deed. Who the hell was emptying his mansion's food resources given that he cannot monitor his space world every time and is only notified by the system if a danger happens or if Dave tries to investigate everything. He was too lazy to check everything, and he didn't want them to feel that he was watching their every move. After knowing Draco's crime, he forgives him, and the punishment by the jury for sin is removed if the host forgives the target. Advantage of his sin domain is so strong that he can punish his enemies and assess other people's hearts easily. As for how the sin domain judges the target, it involves the 7 deadly sins. Any sin had its punishment even if it was a small sin. Like what happened to Draco. He had some sins like stealing food and being a glutton. He only beat Draco a few times before letting him go. Now that you both finished absorbing your rewards, I cannot give you anything, and my remaining energy was already exhausted, so I cannot continue to make the universe stop the time for the time being, and I knew that other people would realize that the time was stopped. The gods and demon kings might have realized it already, but they cannot do anything about it because I used some of my remaining energy to keep this state of time. I hope that you keep your promise, and if you face danger, you can crush this token and 1% of my attack is stored inside and can kill even a transcendental being. The Time Dragon gave him a token that could save his life, and even a mere 1% of his original power. It was already strong, and it was the only thing the old dragon could create due to restrictions. He plans to befriend him because he is with that woman, so he shows his good side to him. Dave shook his head and was still confused by his sudden change of attitude, but he didn't care as long as he benefited from it. He just thought that the Time Dragon just wanted to invest in him. "Well, don't worry, just wait for me to become stronger, and I will keep my promise," Dave said, and the Time Dragon nodded and said a few last words. "See you later." After saying that, the Time Dragon waved his hands, and time resumed, and their souls went back to their original bodies. Time started moving again, and everything came back to life. It was like pressing play after pausing the universe. Boom! Draco roared, and the ape overlord was blasted to the ground. "Ha! Die, weakling! Show me your arrogance before. Think you're tough? Let's see it," Draco sneered, his wings spreading wide in a show of power. Draco's power was already strong enough to rule this world. When time resumed, Draco instantly broke inside the domain of the ape overlord, and he counterattacked against him. Before, Draco was only a divine monarch, and it was already good that he could survive the attacks of the ape overlord. But now that his strength had reached the peak of divine emperor, a mere ape was just an ant in front of Draco. His bloodline also became stronger than ever, making others submit to him and treat him as their god. The ape overlord was stunned because he thought he could kill the dragon a while ago and devour his bloodline. However, he didn't expect that his domain would be destroyed, and he would be punched to the ground by Draco. With every punch, the ape overlord, once scary as heck, seemed to shrink. Cough. He coughed blood and realized how strong the punch was. Even with his robust body, he almost died from it. He didn't know what happened and why Draco's strength had changed. He could feel how powerful Draco was, and his bloodline made him want to submit to him. "Brother, please forgive me. I am ready to be your slave if you spare me," the ape overlord pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. The imminent threat of death had pushed him to abandon his pride as an overlord. Both Draco and Dave were taken aback by the sudden change in demeanor. The ape overlord's surrender caught them off guard. Draco, still recovering from his frustration after being beaten by Dave, looked at him for guidance. Dave, however, had different plans. "Make a contract with him and then conquer the remaining overlords, transferring their luck strands to me," Dave instructed Draco. He saw potential in the ape overlord and didn't want to waste it. Draco nodded in agreement. Without delay, Draco initiated a binding contract with the ape overlord. This magical agreement ensured the ape overlord's loyalty, backed by the consequence of soul collapse and death if he were to betray Draco. While the ape overlord humbled himself before Draco, it was a survival tactic. He sensed an even greater threat in Draco's master, who, despite not emanating any energy or aura, exuded a terrifying presence. Life seemed more precious the longer he lived. In the mysterious space, 10 majestic figures were seated on their thrones. The place is elegant, and the air seems to be full of energy. The air was saturated with potent energy, and the surroundings exuded an otherworldly charm. The place is like a circular room where each one of them can see each other, and each one has their own throne. There are no ranks among the 10 commandments because they are equal in status but differ only in strength. This place is a dreamland even for some gods who want to comprehend faith to strengthen themselves, but only the 10 commandments are allowed. If a mortal breathes air inside this place, they will instantly ascend to higher cultivation because of the terrifying energy inside, which is very pure spiritual energy. This place is called Heaven's Summit, the central place of heaven. It is forbidden to enter, even for some gods, because it is the main base of the 10 commandments. All the 10 commandments have access to this place, and they can use their authority to call a meeting if they wish. The last time the 10 commandments had a meeting was 100 million years ago, prompted only by the scheme of the sun god, who was bored and seeking amusement. Some gods attempted to break the rules and enter the place, but they were permanently killed by heaven and cannot be resurrected anymore. Although one can challenge the 10 commandments, even after millions of years, their positions remain secure with the same gods. Anyone in the 10 commandments can reject the summons, but they occasionally show up out of boredom. The 10 commandments are formidable, and their strength surpasses that of normal gods and demon lords. Only the god of darkness has died and been replaced after many eras, while the rest still hold their positions. This illustrates the immense strength of each of the 10 commandments. "Hey, space-time bastard, how dare you stop time for a while? Do you know that it annoys me?" The voice of a child could be heard, and everyone looked at the youth seated on his throne while eating some food in his hands. His throne resembled a small sun and matched his looks. He wore majestic yellow clothes and had thick yellow eyelashes. He looked like a 10-year-old boy, but none of them thought of it because he was one of the oldest gods to ever exist. He had short yellow hair and yellow eyes, making him very cute. If they didn't know who he was, they would surely think he was just a cute and naughty kid. Even so, none of them dared to look down on him because even though he looked young, he was a skilled fighter and the sun god who could burn anything in his path. He had almost unlimited energy coming from the sun and stars, and he became stronger the longer he fought. He mastered many skills related to fire and explosion, and even the god of fire was inferior to his flame. He also held the commandment of selflessness, and if one showed greed in front of him, their bodies and souls would be burned by the raging sun. Despite holding the commandment of selflessness, he was extremely selfish and only did what he wanted to do. He was also one of the nemesis of demons with a lineage of greed because of his commandment skills. During the era of the demon and god war, he was the one who held and fought against the demon king of greed. "True, my beauty rest was interrupted for a moment," a beautiful and charming voice echoed, seconding the sun god. "True, my beauty rest was interrupted for a moment," a beautiful and charming voice echoed, seconding the sun god. She was a beautiful woman with a striking face, her hair a mix of violet and pink. Elegance radiated from her, yet she exuded warmth as if anyone who looked at her would feel guilt and have anger replaced by love. Her beauty was not inferior to the sword goddess and the light goddess, but she possessed an extra charm that made her more attractive than the two. She was the goddess of beauty, Athena, and the holder of the love commandment. Those who hated her would be bound to suffer, unable to hurt her because of her commandment. "Hee, little Nebula, you are very cute. I suddenly wanted to pinch your face. I haven't seen you for so many years, yet you are still in your child form," Athena smiled. The sun god, Nebula, playfully changed his expression and shouted, "Don't, old hag, don't you dare." "Oh, old hag? Hee, looks like you've become arrogant after all these years," Athena responded. The sun god felt a chill a while ago, sensing that Athena was secretly plotting something against him, but she continued to smile with a lovable face. "Don't fight for such matters. Why don't we calm down? It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Also, be patient and don't judge easily." "Do you think I can do such a thing without paying a huge price?" A thin man with an illusionary body, as if he didn't exist in the place, spoke. He didn't show any anger in front of those who accused him. He was the space-time god, Zhang, and the holder of the Patience Commandment. He could see a glimpse of the future and could travel through space and time to kill his enemies, making him one of the deadliest gods in the Ten Commandments. Even so, he couldn't interrupt real-time, even though he was the space-time god. He was stunned when he realized that someone had stopped the time. Even as a space-time god, he couldn't stop time for the entire universe. There are many mystic places that can accelerate time or slow it, but there is no such thing as stopping time entirely in the whole universe. He was comprehending his space attainment when he detected that time had stopped. It even affected him, even though he was one of the highest gods with a comprehension of time. Yeah, he is weak, and he cannot stop time to such an extent that even the whole universe stopped for a moment. And he doesn't have the guts because I will kill him, the goddess of death said as she mocked the time-space god. She wore black clothes, and her face was covered with a mask bearing the image of a skull. She sat on her throne lazily while listening to others. She emitted a significant amount of death energy, but everyone ignored it. She was the holder of the commandment of obedience, and all those who defied her command would have their souls damaged and become undead. Of course, those with strong skills to counter it or those with high cultivation could escape, like the other 9 gods with the commandment skill or the demon kings with primordial sin. The goddess of death, true to her name, had control over death and could resurrect anyone as long as they had their soul intact with the help of the goddess of life. She could even make them reincarnate if she joined forces with her sister, the goddess of life. Near her was a small tree figure that was not moving. It was the clone of the goddess of life, and she didn't plan to interfere with them. Even though she was only a small tree in front of everyone, she still released a strong aura that could soothe anyone and evoke a sense of life and vitality. She was not talkative, and she rarely interacted with them. She only attended the meeting because of the goddess of death. She was also the holder of the Hope Commandment, and as long as one did not lose hope, their chance of making their dreams a reality would increase. I support Spacetime God Zhang because he cannot gain anything from it. From my investigation, it should be done by an older being than us, and only one can do such a thing. Lord Zhang is comprehending his space powers, so he does not have time to waste his energy stopping time. The god of darkness, Zed, said, his eyes full of wisdom. He was the newest god in the 10 Commandments, succeeding Azrael, the former god of darkness, who died at the hands of the Assassin King. Zed gained recognition from them because of his knowledge. He was proficient in using his gift, the commandment of wisdom, and became the tactician of the 10 Commandments. Standing at 5 meters tall, his muscular body was clad in a mysterious dark robe that covered him entirely, leaving only his eyes visible. He had previously been the shadow god, but he evolved when the god of darkness died, proving himself worthy of acquiring the commandment skill bestowed by the heavens. Time Dragon. Space-Time God Zhang exclaimed, realizing that it must be the case. Yes, you are right. He is the one with the highest comprehension in time. Is it not a bit ironic to call yourself a space-time god when someone else is better at your strength? The Fist God, Yuan, sneered and mocked the space-time god. A muscular figure, he stood topless in front of everyone. Apart from being known as the Fist God, he was also called the Martial God due to his proficiency in martial arts, being the best in hand-to-hand combat among the 10 Commandments. He also held the commandment of loyalty, and anyone among his subjects who tried to betray him would explode. Despite looking like an ordinary human, his physical prowess was enough to damage space and destroy the world with his fingers. Shut up, barbarian. Oh, my patience is being tested, huh? The space-time god said, but he didn't show any signs of change in his face, even though he was being mocked by others. He was strong, but he didn't care about the provocations of others because it would not bring any good results to him. Everyone felt that it must be the case, and the awakening of such a creature was a huge matter. Since the time was resumed, everyone knew that the Time Dragon was back in his slumber. They were alarmed at first when the flow of time was stopped, and it lasted for a long span, making them feel that something was wrong. The Time Dragon had been hiding for so long that they thought he was already dead, but now they realized that he was still alive. The 4 true dragons are creatures made by the universe at the same time it was created, and they are beings older than even gods and demons. Even so, none of them wanted to care about it because the gods were no pushovers and could defeat him if they joined forces. The reign of the true dragons had already ended, and they were even forgotten by others. Some gods didn't have much knowledge about them because they were not born when the true dragons were still dominant. Since it was the Time Dragon, maybe it was just disturbed and is now back in its original state, so we should not think too much of it. Even if he tried to do something bad, we can suppress him if we join forces, the goddess of beauty said, and they nodded in agreement. The true dragons were strong, but that wasn't the point that they feared them. The Fist God smiled as he watched them talk to each other. He was bored, and all he wanted was to make the Space-Time God angry to challenge him, but the Space-Time God was really patient and didn't take the bait. He loved challenges and didn't care even if it brought harm to his life. He looks at others and sees the Sword Goddess closing her eyes, not caring about them. The Sword Goddess, Aurora, is the holder of the commandment of justice, known for her fierce power despite her beautiful and calm face. She rarely makes a move, but if she does, a shocking commotion erupts. The last time they saw her use her power was when she almost killed the Demon King of Sloth in the war between gods and demons. If not for the protection of Abyss and the interruption of the Demon King of Pride, the Demon King of Sloth might have already died and will wait for many years to reincarnate again. She is essentially the strongest among the commandments, but each commandment can challenge her if they get serious. Hey, Aurora, I heard that you have ended your tribulation. What about we spar? Aurora hears the voice of the Fist God, but she ignores him as if she didn't hear anything. She comprehends her sword technique even though she has already reached the pinnacle of her powers. TSK, you are too weak to challenge Sister Aurora. Even against me, you cannot win. Just practice more for trillions of years, and maybe you can touch a hair of mine, a beautiful woman said after hearing the challenge of the Fist God. It was the goddess of light, sunshine, and despite her title, she was not a gentle woman in front of other gods. Ha ha ha. The Sun God laughed at the Fist God, thoroughly enjoying seeing him lose face. Even Zhang felt good about seeing him finally shut up. Shut up, you bastard, Sonny. Wanna fight? The Sun God just ignored him and continued to eat his food. The Fist God is angry, but he just shuts up because he knows that she is right. He is weaker than the goddess of light. The last time they fought was a very shameful thing for him, and he was defeated because of the annoying light that restricted his vision. HMMP. I'll defeat you after I succeed in my plan of finding that thing, he mumbled, and none of the commandments knew what he was thinking. Hey, Luna, I heard that you fought Beelzebub. What are the results? You even used your god weapon to fight him. Seeing the scene become awkward after he was shamed by the goddess of light and the sun god, he directed his attention to the moon goddess, and everyone looked at her with curiosity. The battle between Luna, the moon goddess, and Beelzebub, the demon king of greed, was a hot topic because they destroyed many worlds during their fight. The result was a tie, but Beelzebub kept spreading the news that he won by a large margin, while the moon goddess just denied that Beelzebub was afraid and ran away. No one knew why they fought, and only the Fist God had tried to ask about it. She was in a bad mood after their fight, and even her friends didn't talk about it. Why do you care? You want me to kill you? Luna looked at the Fist God and was ready to strike. She was very beautiful, and her eyes were like the moon, capable of attracting anyone who looked at them. She was the holder of the commandment of truth, and anyone who lied against her would turn into stone, their essence absorbed by her. She was truly angry because of the slander of Beelzebub even though they were just tied. She used her god weapon and managed to damage Beelzebub, but that demon only devoured some worlds to heal himself. They then fought for many days until Beelzebub became bored and ran away. Since the matter with time has ended, pardon me as I will now leave. Suddenly, Aurora opened her eyes and instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Also, try to guard against those insects. After her, Sunshine and others also bid farewell to each other. The meeting of the 10 Commandments was short and simple, but since the matter was already settled, they just went back to their usual routine. Maybe the next time such a meeting will occur again will be after millions of years or even longer. 10 Commandments. Goddess of Beauty, Love, Goddess of Light, Purity, Sword Goddess, Justice, Space-Time God, Patience, Fist God, Loyalty, Moon Goddess, Truth, Sun God, Selflessness, Goddess of Life, Hope, Goddess of Death, Obedience, God of Darkness, Wisdom. While Dave waited for Draco to subdue the remaining overlords, he examined the pendant in his hands. It had been given to him by the Time Dragon, who explained that if he wanted to feel and enter the River of Time, he just needed to crush it. The pendant was a one-time use, and it wouldn't affect time itself, only his consciousness would enter. The Time Dragon mentioned that he would only see a glimpse, and it was up to Dave to comprehend as much as he could. Currently, Dave inspected his laws and skills, which were being nurtured and upgraded by his chaos energy. All of them had undergone a drastic change in level. He felt that his power was already sufficient to damage or injure a transcendental being, but he refrained from arrogance. The Time Dragon had explained that entering the realm of transcendental beings was 1,000 times harder than becoming a divine emperor. Since Dave had never witnessed the true power of transcendental beings, he decided to remain low-key and assess their strength first. However, Dave knew that it wouldn't be a problem as long as he acquired all the items in the main shop. This would enable him to reach the level of a transcendental being. Currently, he had no plans to enter the River of Time, as he felt it was something to be used when he reached a bottleneck in his comprehension of time. He stored the pendant, intending to use it in the future. Next, Dave checked his sin points and realized how many he had collected from the Time Dragon. Unfortunately, the Time Dragon had easily calmed himself and stopped giving him sin points. Sin points, 4.5 million, haha. I struck it rich this time. Dave hadn't expected the gains to be this lucrative. Not only had he reached the pinnacle of Divine Emperor, but he had also amassed a significant number of sin points. He suddenly wants to find the Time Dragon and make him angry again. Next, he looked at the main shop and decided to buy all the chaotic bones. Main shop, chaotic body, locked, 20 million sin points chaotic blood, locked, 5 million sin points chaotic eyes, locked, 1 million sin points chaotic bones, unlocked, 10,000 sin points per bone. He was still far away from buying the others, but he could now purchase 206 chaotic bones and the chaotic eyes. You have acquired 206 chaotic bones, deducting 2,600,000 sin points. Please prepare for the bone evolution. Dave calmed himself, aware that the process would be painful, just like before. Even though his pain tolerance had reached the point where he wouldn't feel hurt even if pierced by a sword in his heart, he had learned from experience that evolution was a painful ordeal. Dave suddenly experienced a powerful surge of energy that flowed through his entire body as his chaotic bones broke down into fine, ghostly dust. It was like his whole skeleton crumbled away, leaving a space behind. Unbearable pain shot through every part of him as the disintegration continued. In the midst of this excruciating torment, a strange violet color appeared, slowly shaping itself in the space where his bones used to be. The new violet bones started to form, each one coming into existence with careful slowness. Unfortunately, the pain didn't let up. If anything, it got worse as the transformation went on. It felt like every part of him was being ripped apart, and the pain was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. The violet bones seemed to grow inside him, mingling with the remnants of his disintegrated skeleton. Each newly emerging bone resonated with an odd energy, sending waves of pain rippling through his body. Dave clenched his teeth, every muscle in his body tense as he endured the agonizing change. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and he breathed heavily. The air crackled around him with the intensity of the transformation, and the violet glow from his changing bones cast an eerie light. Time seemed to drag on endlessly, each moment stretching into an eternity of suffering. Despite the unbearable pain, Dave still managed to hold on. He knew that this agony was the cost of evolving, a toll on the road to more significant power. As the final violet bone found its place, the pain gradually faded away, leaving Dave transformed and strengthened, his body now infused with the power of the newly formed bones. Whoa, that was painful. Dave cursed, and the process seemed lengthy, but in reality, it only took a matter of seconds for all of his bones to transform into chaotic bones. The pain was intense, but luckily, he wasn't one to easily give up. After the transformation, he checked his body and realized that it had become more perfectly shaped. He felt that his speed, strength, and physical prowess had risen to another level, and, on top of that, he could feel the chaos energy emanating from his bones. Though he could now wield chaos energy more easily, he knew he wasn't yet a master of using it and planned to ask Abai about it. Dave waved his hands, and violet energy appeared on them. He then imagined a rabbit, and a small rabbit was created from the energy. Whoa, chaos energy is the strongest energy. Abai had told him that every element comes from the mother element, chaos energy. While he could materialize and create things with chaos energy, he still couldn't create life from it. He was still weak in his comprehension of chaos. Next, he decided to buy the chaotic eyes, which cost 1 million sin points. You have acquired chaotic eyes, deducting 1 million sin points. Swoosh. Dave prepared for intense pain, but he realized that nothing had happened. What? He was stunned, but upon closer inspection, he realized a massive change in his eyes. This eye transformation wasn't just about looks, it meant his eyes had gone through a deep change. The chaos inside them pulsed in a way that was hard to predict, showing off the wild and uncontrollable side of chaos. The eye color transformed into an amazing mix of chaotic shades, like a storm in his eyes. It felt like the disorder itself settled in his gaze, making his eyes mysterious and captivating. His eyes contained so much destructive energy that it seemed he could annihilate anyone who stared into them. Moreover, his vision was tripled. He felt that he could easily grasp his enemies' techniques just by looking at them, breaking them down one by one, and learning their components. Chaotic eyes were born from the very essence of chaos, an energy that could reshape reality itself. Wow, this is good, Dave grinned, realizing that the chaotic eyes would be a significant asset to create new techniques or open new forms of his sword skills someday. After purchasing the chaotic bones and chaotic eyes, Dave felt very different from before, as if he became very sensitive to all the things surrounding him, and his overall powers and strength couldn't be easily measured. It was different from before, as if just his gaze could see everyone's secrets and destroy a living being if he channeled his energy in his eyes. His eyes became more mysterious, as if he could see some part of the future and the fate of other beings. The chaotic eyes, on the other hand, absorbed the god eye he had, and they became chaotic god eyes. Powerful. Dave was astonished as he continued to inspect his newly evolved eyes and felt that even if he did nothing, he could kill his enemies if he wanted. Next, he checked his body and saw how different it was from before. His bones were so strong that even a divine emperor could not destroy them. He learned that chaotic bones were indestructible because they were created from chaos, and if the owner died, the bones would still remain unless someone had learned how to absorb them. His bones were now all chaotic bones, and he believed that even a dragon or a titan was inferior to him in terms of raw strength at the same level. Of course, he still didn't believe that there were no other geniuses from those clans who had mastered their physical physique to perfection. Dragons and titans were all ancient beings, and there are surely many geniuses that have emerged in their clans that can put up some fight against Dave. After checking himself, Dave checked his space world and saw that everything was in order. The capital was lively, and many were entering the Tower of Trials while some were strengthening and training their clan's geniuses. He visited Abai to ask how to wield chaos energy efficiently. Abai explained that he could wield it perfectly only if he had bought everything in the main shop. Chaos energy was challenging to tame and wield, if not used properly. It could backfire and devour the user. Many tried to get in touch with chaos energy and were devoured by chaos. They died before they even mastered the use of chaos energy itself, and she told him that he was lucky because he could use some part of it even though he had not bought everything in the shop due to his special soul and body. Abai advised him to reach the transcendental being before using it extensively, and after that, she would teach him to wield it. Dave nodded, understanding the difficulty of using chaos energy. Right now, he could only stick to using a little chaos energy but believed it was already enough. Dave looked at the 4 gigantic beings kneeling before him: a fire ape, a snow fox, a lightning bird, and a shark. Dave gazed at the first one, a fiery ape radiating intense heat and giving off a burning vibe, representing the element of fire. Its fur glowed with an orange hue, and its eyes shone like molten embers. This was the ape overlord, subdued by Draco after a beating. Next to the fiery ape was a majestic snow fox, its fur pristine white and eyes sparkling with an icy blue light. Despite the warm surroundings, the air around it seemed to chill, embodying the frosty element. The snow fox exuded an air of icy elegance. Moving on, a lightning bird with feathers crackling with electric energy bowed with a regal demeanor. Its wings, resembling stormy clouds, flickered with flashes of lightning, hinting at the power of the thunderous element. Electricity danced along its feathers, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Finally, a massive humanoid shark knelt with fluid grace, its streamlined body showcasing the element of water. Scales shimmered in shades of blue and silver, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to ripple like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. The 4 gigantic beings were the 4 overlords of this world, and each one of them could cause disaster and state the fate of other beings in this place in one word. But now they were defeated by Draco alone and even forced to submit. All 4 overlords showed fear in Dave's presence, knowing their lives rested in his hands, and dared not to look directly at him. Despite all being at the Divine Emperor level, they knelt with numerous bruises and injuries from Draco, who wanted to release his anger from being beaten by his master. Draco tested his newly created domain, and it was enough to suppress them easily. Draco realized that he was strong but was just unlucky to be picked up by Dave, who was more monstrous. At first, he still felt that his new powers were weak after being beaten by Dave, but he realized that he should not measure his master's strength against himself because his master is terrifying and cannot be judged by normal standards. Even the 4 overlords suppressed their height. 100 meters was already their limit. Dave checked each one and was satisfied with Draco's efficiency in handling them. Good job, Draco. As a reward, you can request food from headmaid Eileen in the mansion's main storage. Draco's eyes lit up with excitement. He had tried to infiltrate it before to steal food, as all the harvest Dave collected from his divine farm was brought there. Even so, he was caught by Dave's clone, who was guarding it and was beaten to the ground before he could achieve his thieving goal. Ha! I struck it rich this time. Draco was thrilled and planned to collect as much as he could, but Dave ignored him, leaving it up to him even if he emptied it. Dave had expanded his divine farm, and with the rewards collected from the Tower of Trials, he easily nurtured many heavenly fruits that could turn mortals into cultivators. Some were rewarded to those who performed meritorious deeds and could be exchanged using points. All his people could exchange for them as long as they worked hard, and he didn't want to spoil Draco so much that he didn't work hard. Dave had expanded his divine farm, and with the rewards collected from the Tower of Trials, he easily nurtured many heavenly fruits that could turn mortals into cultivators. Some were rewarded to those who performed meritorious deeds and could be exchanged using points. All his people could exchange for them as long as they worked hard, and he didn't want to spoil Draco so much that he didn't work hard. Thousands of heavenly fruits that would surely make others drool if they saw them, along with some herbs for concocting pills, filled the storage. Some of them were evolved by Eldritch, who is not just an alchemy emperor but also an herb specialist. Dave transferred some of them to Eldritch. Currently, Eldritch has thousands of disciples, and their alchemy attainment is impressive. Eldritch remained low-key in the space world, but everyone respected him, and his power continued to grow stronger without him having to do anything, all thanks to Dave. Eldritch is not inferior to others in terms of fighting prowess, but he is an alchemy emperor, and his passion lies in alchemy. The inhabitants of his space world have also become stronger, and the weakest one inside is at the immortal level. The energy inside his space world is even higher than the immortal plane. He also created many schools and training facilities to nurture young seedlings. Maybe someday, one of them can show him a surprise. All of his people revered him so much because everything they have today was given by him, and they can live peacefully without the threat of being in danger. He then instructed Kirito to inform the human clan to send his message for the completion of their deal. Tell them to wait for me there. Kirito bowed to him and left the place to carry out his master's commands. After Draco and Kirito left, he looked again at the 4 overlords and told them to rise. Good. Every one of you had potential, but sadly, you are all fearful of leaving your title as an overlord and becoming stronger by being a summon. The 4 overlords bowed and did not dare to look into his eyes. Just his gaze alone made them tremble in their souls, and it was the first time they met such a terrifying existence. All of their luck-stranded energy was already transferred to Dave, and all of their wealth was also in his hands. Draco had learned a lot from Dave, and he didn't spare anything left for them and collected every treasure from them. Draco deserves to be with the money-devouring devil like himself. Dave was very proud of Draco, so he planned to give him more rewards. "Do you all want to live?" After he said that, everyone trembled in fear, and they were sweating nervously. Dave asked them with a calm voice, but for them, it was like one wrong answer would be their doom. The four overlords replied, "Yes, master." Their arrogance had already disappeared, and they had accepted their role as a subordinate or a slave. At least, they could still be alive if they followed his words, and being under such a strong person is also not bad for them. All of them had already formed a contract with Draco, and one thought that Draco would cause their death. "Oh then, just do your best to follow all my instructions, and I will not mistreat you. Look at this." Suddenly, Dave brought out a strange white fruit. It looked like an ordinary apple, but the four overlords were stunned, and their breath suddenly hastened. Bloodline purifying fruit. The Snow Fox overlord was stunned, and the remaining three also recognized the fruit. The fruit is very miraculous. If one eats it, it can purify even those with a pure bloodline and make their bloodline evolve. The creatures of this world were created from the essence of this world, so even if one dies outside, they will be resurrected again in this place, but they become weaker and lose some strength. The only way for them to regain their strength is to be summoned again by others and grow along with their master. Dave had collected rewards from the Tower of Trials, and some rewards gave him a special seed. He was stunned when he learned that the seed was very miraculous. This fruit can help him create a terrifying army of monsters with pure bloodlines. Even if it was useless to him, his subordinates would benefit from it. After that, he flicked his fingers and gave each of them one fruit. What? Every one of them was shocked because such fruit is very rare, yet he gave each of them, and it brought them endless excitement. "Thank you, master." All of them bowed, and they are now eager to eat it because it will purify their bloodline and make them stronger. "I'll give you a week to absorb the fruit and strengthen yourself, then I will give back the 1/3 of your luck strand. Enter the celestial plane and become a summon to others." "Don't worry, I will give you a token that can help you remove the restriction, and you can go back here when I modify the summoning portal." Dave smiled. He had already checked the 4 summoning portals that were guarded by the 4 overlords and realized how complicated it was, but luckily, he mastered space, and he had modified it so that the 4 overlords could still feel this place and go back here if they were not summoned. The summoned creatures will just enter their master's mark, and when the master dies, they will suffer some injuries as well. Still, since their master had a way to remove the restriction, they sighed in relief, and their reverence of him rose again. Such a feat is unheard of, and it is the reason why they don't want to become summoned by other brats. "What do you want us to do, master?" The Snow Fox gathered her courage and asked him. The 3 overlords were also nervous when facing him. "What do you want us to do, master?" The Snow Fox gathered her courage and asked him. She was previously the strongest overlord among the 4 overlords, a formidable powerhouse reduced to her current status. Even so, she felt that her future might not be bleak if she followed such a strong being. The 3 overlords were also nervous when facing him. Dave was emanating a calm and warm aura, but with their strong bestial instinct, they felt that they would die if they made a wrong move or spoke a wrong word. This is why they were very nervous in facing him, as if Dave possessed a power unattainable even in their full lifetime. Dave smiled upon observing their behavior. It was better to instill fear in them so that they would become loyal in the future and perform their duties well. He looked at them and said, "Well, you 4 are in charge of nurturing a talented person in the celestial plane, and I will give you permission to break the contract if you feel that they are not worth nurturing. After all, it will be a waste to spend fortune and time on useless people. You can just kill them and use the token to break the contract." Dave waved his hands, and 4 tokens were created from chaos energy that appeared in front of the 4. It could easily break down any contract, shocking the 4 overlords, but they took it and were now happy that they would not be controlled by mere brats from other worlds if they became summoned. They lived in a world where the weak would be bullied, and the strong and those with potential would be given importance. Since their master told them to nurture geniuses, they would do it with all their hearts. Dave smiled and planned to send them to summon creatures as well so that he could nurture 4 geniuses from different places. He also gave them the power to kill their master if they did not deserve to be nurtured because he did not want additional problems in his mind. Sending them to different places also made it possible to travel to their location as long as he wanted to. He was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, planning to create an army made up of protagonist-type characters. Dave then spread his clones in many directions, instructing them to collect new herbs and fruits that might be useful. He had become the overlord of this place and he intended to create a spiritual farm in this world. Along the way, he collected more luck strand energy, reaching a terrifying number in the trillions. In the human race headquarters, everyone was full of joy because the 5 protectors had announced that they could now leave this place, and the 4 overlords were subdued already. This news initially stunned the 5 protectors, making them question its validity. They hadn't expected him to be so strong that he subdued the 4 overlords who had instilled fear in them. Some still harbored doubts about Dave because he requested to go alone, and they thought he might be courting death. After all, facing 4 primordial beasts like the overlords, who had ruled this world for many years, seemed like an impossible task for one person. The news of Dave's triumph spread deliberately to everyone in the human clan. Even the two protectors who were initially against Dave were now full of guilt for doubting him. They realized that they almost become sinners of their human race if Dave had decided not to help them earlier due to their actions. This news became a hot topic throughout the entire human race, generating excitement and eagerness to celebrate. The humans were filled with joy, and the news spread far and wide. Some cried in joy, while others celebrated because there was no reason for the protectors to lie to them. Humans clan headquarters. The 5 protectors looked at the figure seated calmly in front of them. Unlike before, they didn't dare to look directly at Dave, who seemed aloof, as if not belonging to the same world as them. Now that I control the summoning portal, you can bring all your people into the portal in the north and enter the celestial plane, Dave stated. The eyes of the 5 overlords lit up, and excitement filled them. Dave's confirmation erased their previous depressed looks. I express my sincere gratitude to the Lord for helping us in our predicament. Protector Fu bowed to him, and the others followed suit. Dave waved his hands and replied calmly, "Don't worry, we have a deal, so I just do what I must do." The 5 protectors became even more respectful towards him, acknowledging his calm and approachable aura. "Take this token, it will bring you to a specific world in the celestial plane. I don't know what world it is, but the South Overlord stated that this token will lead you all to a newly created world, and it's up to you to develop there. It's best for you all to remain low-key for the time being." Dave had collected many treasures from the Overlords, including a special token from the South Overlord, the Snow Fox. This token led to a newly created world discovered by one of her subordinates whom she commanded to become a summoned being. The world was special, and the subordinate's master had explored it but died due to being targeted by others. The subordinate's former master, a refining master, crafted a token that could locate the coordinates of this world. Dave decided to give it to them, extending help to his fellow humans. He didn't need it because he already had his own world and had become the overlord of this place. Such a new planet could not compare to the riches of this place. Really? Protector Fu was stunned, tears welling in his eyes. He hadn't expected Dave to give them such a gift. The 5 overlords thanked him, filled with joy at the news. They no longer needed to be suppressed by other beings when entering the celestial plane. Now, they could start from scratch. The 5 protectors had a deep grudge against the overlords as they had killed a lot of humans before, but since they were now subdued and under their benefactors' hands, they decided to forget about it. In the new world, they planned to build their stronghold and nurture geniuses. Protector Fu expressed his desire to build a statue of Dave to commemorate his deeds for the human race. "Lord, please let us build a statue of yourself when we have already settled in that world, and I promise to let other new generations know what you did for our human race." Dave smiled and replied, "Up to you." He didn't particularly care about being worshipped or honored, he was merely fulfilling the terms of their deal. In the following days, Dave left his clones and planned to depart from this world after the human race entered the summoning portal. The human race needed time to prepare, while the 4 overlords were already on their way to becoming summoned beings. Having absorbed the fruit, their bloodline and strength had reached the peak of the Divine Emperor. Dave allowed them to work on their own without restrictions, wanting to focus on getting used to his power. However, Abai suddenly called him, prompting Dave to enter the space world to see why. "You're finally here." Abai smiled, her aura calm, and she wore a sweet smile that still had an impact on Dave, despite his familiarity with her. "She is really dangerous," Dave thought, recognizing the mysterious nature of the woman. Fortunately, she was not an enemy, bound to him to assist and help. "Why did you call me? Is there something good?" Dave inquired, curious about her intentions. Abai chuckled. Hee, I just miss you," she playfully said. Dave rolled his eyes, knowing she was joking. "Get serious," he urged. Abai laughed and pulled out a 12-inch golden leaf from her pocket, showing it to Dave. "Look at what this is." Dave was stunned as he felt an intense life energy in Abai's hands. Scanning it with his chaotic god eyes, he was astonished at the kind of item it was. "What? There's such an item?" "It can revive any person 9 times, even if they've been dead for a long time, as long as their soul is a transcendental being or below." Dave was amazed. The item was called Spirit Leaf, a leaf from the main tree of life, Yggdrasil, the god of life. His chaotic god eyes had evolved, allowing him to scan legendary items like this. Dave hadn't expected Abai to possess such an item. The Spirit Leaf was beneficial to him, offering 9 reserved lives and the ability to revive others. This miraculous leaf not only revived the target but also provided them with a new body that was more perfect and adept at using life magic. "How did you get that item?" Dave asked, looking at Abai, who smiled and approached him, touching his chest and whispering, "Hee, I finally won a bet against Gi. So, I plan to give this to you. This is only an inferior spirit leaf, but it can make even a demon lord crazy." Abai was delighted to have won a bet against Yggdrasil. While she was confident in defeating her in combat, winning a bet against her was a noteworthy achievement for her. Dave was astonished and inquired, "This leaf comes from her. So, it means she was the goddess of life?" Dave had some doubts before because he had never encountered such a massive life force, and her name resembled a legend about Yggdrasil in his previous world. When he first met her, he was amazed at her strength, feeling that even with his full force, He couldn't damage her. Abai smiled but didn't provide an explicit answer. Her silence confirmed Dave's suspicion. He was still puzzled about how such a god could be associated with a powerful demon like Abai. He had assumed that gods and demons were eternal enemies, created to oppose each other, but this new information shattered his preconceived notions. You shouldn't dwell on it, just continue to become stronger. Maybe someday, you can even add her to your harem, hee. She has already left this place, and perhaps you'll meet her again in the future. Abai laughed and disappeared, entering Dave's body once again. She was in a cheerful mood, treating herself to some sleep. Dave just smiled at her, not bothered by her teasing, and stored the spirit leaf in his space storage. As he prepared to leave, he received information from Ronin that they were back and inside the mansion. Dave smiled, realizing he had almost forgotten about Ronin and Xegron. Using teleportation, he appeared inside his mansion. Swoosh! Dave instantly materialized within his mansion. As the owner of this world, traveling anywhere inside his space world took only a matter of seconds. His space world continued to develop and evolve, now reaching a size comparable to 15 Earths from his previous life. Master! Ronin bowed elegantly, and Xegron kneeled on one leg. Dave waved his hands, signaling them to get up. He was astonished to see the changes in the two. Ronin remained the same, but an air of danger still surrounded him, even though Dave was now strong enough to injure even transcendental beings. Xegron, on the other hand, had failed to restrict his life force and body because it was overwhelming, and he had undergone a quantitative change. Both of them had their powers sealed, and as Dave continued to grow stronger, their seals were gradually lifted, allowing them access to some of their powers. "Did you find what I told you to find?" Dave asked, and Ronin responded, "Master, we found that thing, but it is currently sealed, and we cannot proceed further. I think we need to reach transcendental being or above to enter the place, otherwise, we risk being devoured by the chaotic space." Ronin admitted with a guilty expression, aware of their failure to fulfill their master's request. However, Dave reassured them, emphasizing that their lives were more important. "Master, although we failed to enter that place, we managed to collect many chaotic fragments in the chaotic space, knowing they would be beneficial to you. Killing natives from that place dropped these chaotic fragments. Master, although we failed to enter that place, we managed to collect many chaotic fragments in the chaotic space, knowing they would be beneficial to you. Killing natives from that place dropped these chaotic fragments," Ronin explained, presenting a violet crystal. Dave was astonished by the sight. Ronin handed the chaotic fragments to Dave, who absorbed them into his body. The fragments transformed into dust, and Dave noticed a slight increase in his control over chaos energy, strengthening his laws. "There are items like this?" Dave inquired, delighted by the discovery. He sensed that absorbing more chaotic fragments would assist him in better controlling his chaotic energy and fortifying his laws. "So, it's true. Master is really extraordinary. Hee, how delightful," Ronin murmured as he saw how his master absorbed it easily. Ronin possessed extensive knowledge and understood the complexities of chaos. Even at his peak, he had failed to grasp the power of chaos fully. Recognizing his master's potential to wield this power, he decided to collect as many chaotic fragments as possible. The other creatures, such as the angels they had encountered before, also recognized the significance of these fragments. However, none of them could utilize or absorb them. Even now, they were engaged in ongoing trials and errors in an attempt to unravel the mysteries of chaos. "How many chaotic fragments do you have?" Dave asked, and Ronin handed him a ring, saying, "We were incompetent and only managed to collect 10,000 chaotic fragments. We thought we could take our time, but we didn't expect to be banished from that place after staying there for many days. If I had known, I would have gone all out and collected more. We suspect that it will take some years again to open that place." Dave was astonished when he looked inside the ring, and there were so many chaotic fragments. On top of that, there were many armor and items he had never seen before, including holy weapons that only angels and heroes could wield. "That many? What the hell did you two do to that place?" Xegron smiled bitterly, not wanting to experience that kind of situation again. Both of them were chased by many strong beings from other races while Ronin enjoyed the hunt and toyed with their pursuers. Ronin was an absolute monster. When they suddenly became divine emperors due to sensing their master's increased strength, the situation changed. Both of them became the hunters, massacring many beings. This led to a war erupting in that place, and stronger reinforcements were sent to capture the two. Ronin and Xegron, with their newfound strength, continued their killing spree. Ronin even summoned two powerful figures, one of whom could threaten Xegron's life if he wasn't careful. One of them was releasing an intense aura of death energy, while the other was a tall, muscular man riding a black horse. Xegron inquired about them, and Ronin explained that they were his subordinates. They collected the bodies and treasures they found. However, when they were about to resume their massacre, they were expelled from that place. Left with no choice, they returned to the space world to report to their master. Xegron explained everything to Dave, who was stunned. Looking at the proud Ronin, Dave burst into laughter and said, "Good job, you two. Ha, take a small break for a while." Relieved, Xegron welcomed the break, hoping he wouldn't be paired with Ronin again. Feeling powerless against such a monster, even his pride as the Heavenly Titan's Supreme Elder, was nothing when faced with Ronin. Ronin informed Dave that he would return to train his assassins and manage the assassin organization he had created. Dave nodded, giving them the time to rest, understanding the exhaustion they must be feeling. After they left, Dave examined the ring, unable to contain his excitement when he saw the multitude of chaotic fragments and the countless bodies inside. Damn, those two were amazing. There were numerous corpses of angels, demons, orcs, and other races that Dave had never seen before. The faces of the deceased displayed horror before their demise. Ronin and Xegron collected these bodies, knowing that their master could use them to create undead beings, utilizing the corpses of others as a medium. Dave acted without hesitation, heading to an open field and gathering all the corpses within. Swash! Kirito appeared next to Dave, having arrived instantly after being summoned. "Master," Kirito exclaimed. Dave nodded and said, "You should welcome your new colleague, and you can also absorb some of the bodies here to strengthen your evolution." Kirito's eyes lit up with excitement. While he had created many undead beings during his hunts in the summoning world, he hadn't yet managed to create a promising undead. He felt that he needed to strengthen his death energy first before achieving a feat similar to what his master accomplished when creating him. Kirito didn't hesitate. He took out thousands of bodies, all at the peak of Divine Monarch, while some were low-tier Divine Emperors. Satisfied with the collection, Dave spread his arms and chanted, "Undead Synthesis." With a simple wave of his hand, Dave began the complex process of melding the lifeless bodies into formidable entities. Chaotic energy, touched by the essence of death, swirled around him as he started chanting an ancient incantation. The words echoed through the eerie quiet of the field. The first creation took form, an imposing figure adorned in ghostly armor, emitting a menacing presence. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, a fusion of fallen warriors contributing to its existence. This new entity possessed the combined strength and skills of its predecessors. Following that, a ghostly figure materialized, shrouded in shadows and brandishing a scythe that appeared to absorb the essence of life. It moved gracefully, a merging of fallen spellcasters and sorcerers, their arcane knowledge and abilities blended into a single, formidable force. The air crackled with dark energy as this being acknowledged its master. The third and final creation emerged, a monstrous, colossal form boasting the strength of demons and the resilience of titans. This immense entity radiated raw power, a culmination of the powerful bodies forming its core. It stood ready, prepared to follow every command issued by Dave. With the synthesis now complete, the three powerful beings shifted their focus to Dave, their creator and master. Unwavering loyalty was evident in their eyes. "We greet you, Master." The three new undead beings bowed, exuding a respectful demeanor in front of him. Dave felt joy upon seeing the three undead, knowing that their interconnected nature could unleash immense power when combined, a force capable of even damaging Draco's formidable skin. One resembled a lich, another an undead swordsman, and the last a muscular undead, surpassing Xegron's physique and rivaling that of a titan. "You three will be named Ghostbane, Shadow Harvest, and Dread Titan," Dave declared. "You three are under the Undead Legion, and you must follow your superior's commands." He then introduced the three to Kirito, and they instantly recognized Kirito's overwhelming power, realizing that his strength alone could surpass their own. After the introduction, Dave left the task to Kirito, who was still eager to absorb the chaotic fragments. Dave retreated to his room, settled onto the bed, and retrieved all the remaining chaotic fragments, placing them within the room. Dave immersed himself in absorbing the chaotic fragments. The room flickered with chaotic energy as Dave's form became indistinct, blending with the surrounding chaos. Each chaotic fragment dissolved upon contact with his body, and a surge of power resonated through him. The room vibrated with the intensity of the absorbed energy, and Dave's control over chaos continued to strengthen. Mind. As he absorbed the fragments, visions flashed before his eyes, scenes of distant realms, cosmic battles, and ancient mysteries unfolded in as the chaotic energy embedded in each fragment carried the echoes of countless stories and experiences, imparting a profound understanding of the chaotic nature of the universe. The process was both exhilarating and exhausting. Dave felt the chaotic energy coursing through his veins, merging seamlessly with his essence. It was as if he had become one with the very fabric of chaos itself. Hours passed, and Dave emerged from the absorption, his eyes gleaming with newfound power. The room, once filled with chaotic energy, gradually stabilized. The chaotic fragments were no more, their essence now an integral part of Dave's being. With a satisfied smile, Dave stood up. His control over chaos had reached new heights, and the chaotic power within him surged with an unprecedented intensity. Dave checked himself and noticed that his control of laws and perception had improved. His body was brimming with chaos energy, taking his command of mana and laws to a new level. "Ha!" Dave laughed, feeling intoxicated by the process of absorbing the fragments. Unfortunately, the chaos fragments were insufficient, and the chance to revisit that place was scarce. Still, he smiled, gaining confidence in entering the celestial plane. It would be a playground for him, where only demon lords and a few ancient beings could threaten his life. After absorbing all the chaos fragments, Dave looked at his dirty body, sweat-soaked from the absorption. He headed to the bathroom to clean up before going out and entering the summoning world. Today marked the day when the human race inside the summoning world would finally escape. Dave entered the summon world and saw many humans lining up, their faces filled with excitement. He concealed his aura but remained visible, blending in as an ordinary guy. As he walked around, he noticed people conversing and even recognized some familiar faces, like the two youngsters he had saved from a beast earlier. They appeared more mature now due to the experiences they had gone through. "Hey, brother, you look extraordinary. Are you excited to get out of this place?" a man suddenly asked. Dave's attractive appearance gave him the air of someone from a noble clan in the human race. "Yeah, who wouldn't be excited to finally get out of this place?" Dave replied with a smile, looking at the ordinary-looking man. "Ha, of course. We can finally go back to the celestial plane. I don't know if my parents are still alive, and I miss them," the man shared. He spoke about his experiences and how he, as a traveler, was unfortunate enough to get caught up in the mess and forced to evacuate to the summon world with others. His family lived in another human empire, and he was uncertain about their well-being. "Ha, you must be bored by my story, huh?" "Sorry for talking a lot," the man laughed, feeling a bit embarrassed for rambling. Dave just smiled and said, "Not at all. I just wish that your parents are well, and you get to meet them someday. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Lloyd," the man introduced himself. Dave smiled and replied, "I am Dave." After leaving Lloyd, he headed straight to the core of the summoning portal where the 5 protectors were awaiting his arrival. Dave appeared in front of the imposing summoning portal, with the 5 protectors and a crowd of humans behind him, all eagerly watching his actions. The summoning portal, standing at 100 meters tall and 50 meters wide, exuded a powerful presence. The 5 protectors looked nervous, their eyes fixed on Dave, who hovered in the air with a calm demeanor. In his hands, he held a token with the word North carved into it. Having gained ownership of the summoning portals through his chaos energy, the token gleamed, and the portal slowly opened, its energy activated. Swoosh! Dave poured his magic into the token, and a bright light surrounded the portal. The air buzzed with energy as the portal widened, revealing a stunning, otherworldly landscape on the other side. The celestial plane, full of lively colors and floating islands, looked like a place no mortal had ever touched. The humans behind Dave gasped in amazement, their eyes wide with wonder. The protectors exchanged excited and relieved glances. Finally, the moment they had been waiting for had arrived, a chance to go back home. Dave, looking calm, reached his hand toward the portal. His strange energy mixed with the celestial plane's essence, creating a connection. The portal's energy surged, forming a bridge between the summoning world and the celestial plane. With a final wave of his hand, the portal burst open, shining brightly. Humans, protectors, and even creatures nearby could feel the celestial "Hey, everyone, it's time to go back home," Dave announced, his voice carrying a sense of authority that everyone felt. Plane pulling them. Cheers erupted as humans stepped forward, crossing into their homeland. Finally, Dave felt satisfied watching the crowd move through the portal. The protectors, with grateful looks, nodded before joining the others. "We'll find a way to repay you if fate allows us to meet again, Lord." Protector Fu expressed his gratitude once more, and the others also showed respect. Witnessing the protector pay respect to Dave, the other humans who had not entered the portal also bowed and paid their respects to him. Even the astonished Lloyd, who didn't expect that the person he was talking to a while ago was the one who made their escape from this place possible, vowed in his heart to repay the favor in the future. Athenos is a world full of magic and wonders, where a captivating story unfolds. In this realm, magical energy, known as ether, flows through every part of the land. It's a place ruled by powerful wizards, and magic is an essential part of everyday life. At the core of this magical realm are 5 prominent figures, the Wizard Kings, each overseeing their continent. These wizard rulers, each with unique powers, shape the destiny of Athenos, and one action from them can cause destruction or bloodshed. The Wizard Kings rarely show themselves, but whenever they appear, a major event occurs. Aquaria continent. At the summoning altar, thousands of teenagers lined up, each filled with a mix of excitement and worry. Today they marked the day when their fate would be decided, whether they would lead ordinary lives or take on the path of becoming wizards. To become a true wizard, one had to form a contract with a summoned being, allowing them to wield and control ether energy. The inhabitants of this place were known as the wizard race, similar in appearance to humans but distinct in their identity. Making a contract required reaching the age of 18. Those who failed to do so were deemed as failures, considered trash, and destined for an ordinary existence. While many were excited, some couldn't help but worry. The chances of failure were low, with only 30 out of 1,000 people falling short each year. Those who failed had the opportunity to try again, but they were limited to 3 attempts. If they hadn't succeeded by the age of 21, convincing a spirit to form a contract became increasingly challenging. As the youngsters lined up, a young man arrived on the platform, drawing the attention of the spectators. "Did you hear that the princess and prince are participating today?" "Yeah, Princess Hannah and Prince Joaquin are both exceptionally talented from a young age. They must be summoning powerful creatures." Being children of the Wizard King, They are surely not ordinary. Haze, if I could just become a guard for either of them, my status would soar, and my neighbors would respect me and treat me better. Ding. 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 As everyone chatted, the bell rang, signaling the start of the summoning ceremony. An elderly man with the insignia of the commander of the royal army appeared at the summoning altar. Raiden Ryan, please come to the summoning altar. The elderly man spoke with a dignified voice, and those who saw him showed respect and admiration because he was one of the strongest individuals on their continent, personally serving the Wizard King. He was Robert Dante, appearing to be around 50 years old, but in reality, his age had surpassed 10,000 years. Despite the passage of time, his fame persisted, known throughout the entire continent. The teenager bowed to him and then proceeded to the summoning altar. Each participant was prepared, and familiar with the process. The teenager stood inside the mysterious magic circle inscribed with ancient words on the ground. He took out a knife, made a small cut on his skin, and let a drop of blood fall onto the portal. "Oh, mighty spirit, heed my call." "I am prepared to be your companion," the teenager said confidently, aware that his talent and status as the son of a powerhouse in the Aquaria continent increased his chances of summoning a remarkable familiar. Swoosh! The magic circle glowed with a white light, and a black panther materialized before everyone. The panther, fierce and as large as an adult lion, emitted a powerful aura that left onlookers stunned. "Wow, that aura belongs to a silver-level creature. What? I didn't expect young Master Raiden to summon a silver-level creature. Yeah, if he successfully tames it and forms a contract, he can qualify to enter the Magic Knights." Many gazed at Raiden with admiration and envy. Even Raiden himself was astonished and filled with joy, anticipating the rise in his status within his family. However, the panther scanned Raiden with disdain, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge him as a worthy master. Despite this, Raiden remained happy, understanding that the more arrogant a creature, the stronger it tended to be. Fortunately, he had prepared extensively for this event. "Please be my summoning spirit, and I'll grant you this item." Suddenly, a black bone appeared, surprising many observers who hadn't expected Raiden to sacrifice such a valuable item. "Wow, the bone of a black wyvern. Yeah, those wyverns are formidable, even a tier 7 wizard would struggle against them." As expected of him, he's wealthy enough to prepare for this summoning ritual. Upon seeing the bone, the Black Panther's eyes gleamed with interest. The Black Panther feels that he can upgrade his tier and become stronger if he absorbs it. The Black Panther suddenly feels that the young man in front of him is okay, so he agrees to sign a contract with him, and the ritual becomes successful. Raiden is full of excitement and clenches his fist as he finally manages to convince such a strong familiar. Many congratulate him and want to curry favor from him because he is destined to be a powerhouse in the future, given that he contracted a silver-level creature. After him, the other students also take part in the summoning ritual, and some only manage to summon a bronze-level familiar. Still, they are not dissatisfied as long as they are not like some 2 students who failed to summon any creature. The results of the students are good, and 5 students managed to convince to have a contract with a silver-level creature, and most of them come from noble families who prepared treasure. As the process is underway, a majestic carriage appears at the main event, and those who see the insignia of the carriage are stunned, and the event is stopped to pay respect to them. Suddenly, a handsome man appears in front of everyone as he descends from the carriage. He has golden hair and golden eyes, and he is a 6-foot-tall man. Near him, a 5'8" tall woman appears, and her face is almost identical to the man's. They are Prince Joaquin and Princess Hannah, who are the children of the current Wizard King of the Aquaria continent. Behind them, 2 mysterious people are protecting them, and their aura is a little bit weaker than Dante, who is overseeing the event. We greet the prince and princess. The people show their respect to the 2, while Dante only nods at them. Even though he respects the Wizard King, it doesn't mean that he needs to pay respect to his children because he only respects those who are stronger than him. Prince Joaquin looks at the surroundings, and his confident smile attracts everyone. He leads his sister, Princess Hannah, to the summoning altar. Since both are royal, the students give way to them, and the one on the spot which was about to try summoning a familiar bows and decides to let the prince and princess have their turn first. Dante doesn't mind, and he looks at the 2 and says, "Who's first?" "Me, Uncle Dante." Joaquin smiles and shows respect in front of Dante because even though he is a prince, Dante has been with his father since they were teenagers, and Dante is considered to be a brother of his father because they have undergone many challenges together. Dante nods and lets Joaquin go to the summoning altar. People look at him with curiosity and excitement about how strong the creature the prince will summon will be. "What do you think Prince Joaquin will summon?" "I bet it will be strong." Yeah, after all, he was ranked number 15 in the genius list in the Aquaria continent in terms of strength and potential. If he manages to form a contract with a strong creature, his strength will soar. The descendant of a Wizard King, a 10-tier mage, is blessed by ether because they are connected to the bloodline of the Wizard King, who underwent an evolution. Even a tier 9 powerhouse is like an ant in front of Wizard Kings. They are blessed with immense ether energy reserves that give them an edge over others and can easily convince a familiar to contract with them due to their potential. In the history of the royal family, the lowest level a royal family member can summon is a silver level, and some princes and princesses can summon even gold level familiars or higher. Joaquin is confident in his talent and goes to the summoning altar. Like others, he lets his blood fall on the summoning altar and chants different words compared to others. I have the bloodline of the Wizard King, please heed my call and appear before me. As he chants, the altar shines a golden color, different from others. Oh! As expected of His Majesty's child. Dante smiles and nods in acknowledgement, as he already knows the level of the creature Joaquin is about to summon. Swoosh! The light almost blinds everyone in the ceremony, but after 5 seconds, a 10-meter drake appears in front of everyone. Roar! The drake roars, showing its might, and some weaker beings cannot help but feel the pressure. What an intense pressure! Dante immediately takes action, forming a hand seal and easily suppressing the aura of the drake. Dandy's aura of a 9-tier mage shocked the drake, so it stopped being ferocious. Boom! The drake is angry, but seeing Dante is stronger than him, it just looks at him with dread eyes and then looks at the one who managed to summon him. Whoa! That was close. The onlookers finally sigh in relief, and their reverence for Dante rises again as he easily suppresses such a strong creature. That's a gold-level creature. On top of that, it's at peak level. As expected of Prince Joaquin. He was born to be a dragon among men. Joaquin knew that he was talented, but the result still shocked him because he managed to summon such a strong being. He was excited because if his father knew about it, he might have a chance to gain his father's favor and maybe be trained personally, just like his other brothers and sisters who are talented as well. Seeing the drake looking at him, Joaquin took out a container with blood and offered it to the drake. Please sign a contract with me, and I will give you the blood of a dragon as an offering. Joaquin had prepared the best thing he could do, and his mother had personally given him such dragon blood. His mother is a 9-tier wizard, and she had personally killed a young dragon to gift its blood to her son for the ceremony. A drake is an inferior type of dragon, and to successfully evolve into a dragon, one must absorb dragon blood. Seeing the dragon blood, everyone was astonished, and even the drake was moved. He lowered his pride and agreed with the young man in front of him. Brat, I will give you 1 month as a trial. If I see that you are not promising, I will do my best to get out of the contract, even if it might damage me. The drake sent his message to Joaquin, who smiled and didn't mind it. Okay, I can make you be convinced in a month. Both finally made a contract, and a tattoo appeared on his hands, and the drake became his familiar. Congratulations, brother. Princess Hannah congratulated him, and Joaquin smiled and said, "Ha, thank you, royal sister. Don't worry, I will protect you against our third brother if he wants to bully you again. With my familiar, his silver-level creature will be easily suppressed." Joaquin and Hannah were only related because of their father, as they had different mothers. Hannah was constantly bullied by other princesses and princes because her mother was only a maid who caught the fancy of the Wizard King. Her mother died when she was 3 years old, and since then, Joaquin's mother took her into her care and treated her like her own daughter. That's why Joaquin and Hannah were close. Thank you, brother, but don't worry. I believe that I can summon a strong creature as well, and if I become successful, no one can bully me again. Hannah clenched her small fist in excitement, and this day had finally arrived. She was hopeful that she could summon a strong creature because if she failed, her father might not look at her in a different light, and her progress would stagnate as her resources became limited. Joaquin smiled, nodded at her and let her enter next. Whoa, it's now the princess's turn. Yeah, her talent is even superior to the prince, so I think she can also summon stronger ones. The onlookers were excited, and today's event was very thrilling, so none blinked to not miss a single thing. Princess Hannah was one of the most talented prodigies in the Magic Academy. After they graduated, she ranked number 7 on the genius ranking list for those 20 years old and below. She was regarded as the goddess of other students in the academy, excelling in hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship. Even Joaquin admitted that he was no match against his sister if she got serious, but she always showed a calm expression and was not cold like other nobles. She was approachable, so many liked her, but she was constantly picked on by her brothers and sisters who disdained her for her mother's status, even though she had already passed away. The Wizard King didn't even care about her, and she had never seen him in her entire life. She wanted to prove that she was talented and wanted her father to acknowledge her as his daughter. She clenched her fist as she stepped onto the summoning altar and looked at Dante, nodding at him. Dante nodded in return and sent a short message. Good luck. Dante's action stunned Hannah, but she just nodded and continued with the process. Hannah followed the same process as others, letting her blood drop onto the magic circle. Oh, mighty spirits, I am a descendant of a Wizard King, I beg you to heed my call and appear before me. She suddenly became nervous about failure, looking at the magic circle below her. Everyone was stunned because there was no reaction at all. Why? Is it not working? Don't tell me the magic circle is broken? No, it's impossible. The Wizard King created it personally, so how could it be broken? Onlookers were talking, and the sudden change in events stunned them. Could it be that the princess is not talented enough to attract any spirits? Everyone murmured, and Princess Hannah felt despair. After 20 seconds, there were still no reactions. Could it be that she really has no talent at all? But how is that possible, given that she is the daughter of the two? Dante murmured, feeling that something was wrong. Men, check the magic circle if it is working properly. He commanded his people, and after a while, they reported that there was nothing wrong with it. Dante couldn't help but look at Hannah with a sigh. He didn't expect that the princess would fail on her first try. Don't despair, princess, you can try again next year. Maybe it was not your time, he consoled her, and he could see her face change. She suddenly felt like the world had collapsed, knowing that if she failed today, her faith might decline, and her status might be lowered. After all, the strong and talented were respected, while the weak and useless were ignored. Ha ha, what a good sight. I knew it, the little bitch is trash, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man appeared in front of everyone, and behind him, a cold woman appeared as well. They looked at Hannah with disdain and sneers. They were Prince Middleton, the third prince, and a certified 5-tier wizard, already 100 years old with above-average but acceptable talent. He had a silver-level familiar, a savage bear that amplified his strength and made his defense formidable. The woman behind him was Princess Nina, only 20 years older than Hannah, also a 5-tier wizard with a familiar, dark wolf, also silver-tier. Both of them came from the same mother, and the reason they hated Hannah was that their mother despised Hannah's mother. Ha! You dare to call yourself a genius, but not even a weak spirit wants to be your master. As expected of you, you came from a lowly bitch, so your talent is poor as well. You are wasting father's gift, and you should just be married to another clan as a gift. Princess Nina sneered, hating Hannah to the bone because she envied her talent before. Now that they learned that she could not even make a contract, they suddenly showed themselves to tease her. How dare you? Prince Joaquin wanted to attack them as he couldn't stand seeing his sister being bullied again, especially in front of everyone. As he was about to ask the Drake for help, he stopped summoning him because a terrifying aura appeared and easily suppressed Prince Middleton and Nina. Everyone looked at Dante, who gazed at them with a plain face. What is the meaning of this, Uncle Dante? Middleton said, angry and confused about why Dante seemed to be against them. TSK, now I know why His Majesty didn't accept the two of you. You both are arrogant, yet you haven't accomplished anything other than bullying the younger. His words resonated with others, and everyone was astonished, not expecting the usually silent Dante to stand up for Hannah. Princess Hannah, still feeling lost, was also stunned, looking at Dante with gratitude but unsure why he was helping her. The two arrogant prince and princess were also shocked, realizing that Dante was deliberately helping her. So what if he is helping you? You are still trash, Princess Nina sneered, deciding to leave the place as she had already accomplished her goal of shaming Hannah. Middleton, on the other hand, looked at Hannah and then at Dante, saying, I will report you to my mother, and let's see if you can still be arrogant. With that, he left as well, following his sister. Dante looked at the two and sneered in his heart. After that, he turned to Hannah and said, Don't worry, princess. Maybe next time, it will be successful. Princess Hannah clenched her teeth and asked again, Can I try again? She was unreconciled and unwilling to accept the result. She felt that she had not given her all, and perhaps something had gone wrong. Dante saw her perseverance and decided to give her a last chance. Very well. He wanted her to wake up and let this become her goal in the future to work harder. Whoa, what is happening? The princess is trying again. Everyone was stunned, even Princess Nina and Prince Middleton, who were still at the event, looked at her again. Both were laughing and eager to see her fail once more. Sister. Joaquin prayed that she become successful this time. You can do it. Hannah was determined, so she closed her eyes and chanted in her mind. I am Hannah, I ask any spirit to heed my call and lend me your power. I don't want to be ordinary, and I am even willing to pay my soul in exchange for power. She was desperate and silently praying for success. Suddenly, she heard a terrifying voice in her head. Oh, a good soul, ha, this demon wants your soul. Time seemed to stop, and she appeared in a dark place with a 10-meter-tall demon in front of her. It had long red horns, and wide wings, and released a demonic aura. A demon. Hannah was stunned, and she suddenly trembled in fear. Ha, did you want to pay for your soul? Why are you afraid now? Do you want power? Do you want to step on those who bullied you? I can give you the power you want as long as you let me fuse with your soul, and we will become one. The demon laughed, and Hannah was terrified. She had been prepared to pay a part of her soul as payment, but she didn't expect it to attract a demon. Before, many had done things like paying a part of their souls to convince a strong creature to create a pact with them. The soul of every being summoned creatures could enhance their power and make them stronger. It didn't mean they would become weak if they paid a part of their soul. It was just that their contract would follow a 50-50 rule, where no one had more authority than the summoner and the summoned creature. It was like an equal partnership, no one could force the other to do things against their will. Even the wizard kings had done the same thing. Demons were despised in their world, and if a demon appeared, they would be hunted by every wizard on the continent. No, please, I don't agree. She felt that if she agreed, she might lose consciousness, and the demon would overtake her body. She had heard that demons would devour the soul of their target, and she might not retrieve it any longer, making her weaker. It's your pleasure to be used by me, a demon general. I have been waiting for this day, Kek. I can finally escape the seal created by the damned woman. Since you refuse, I will just use force. The demon didn't want any failure and had waited for many years to be awakened and escape the seal. Hannah's body sealed a terrifying demon, and it would only loosen once Hannah felt despair or was on the brink of death. Now it was the time for the demon to seize her body and descend into this world. Rest in peace. And the demon wanted to grab Hannah and was about to collect her soul, but suddenly, in the summoning altar, the magic circle shone, and a handsome man appeared out of the magic circle, seemingly scanning the surroundings. What? The demon general was stunned because he felt a strong pressure coming from the bloodline. It was a bloodline suppression, and he had only felt that from the demon lord. Has a demon lord descended? He realized that his body was shaking, and he couldn't move an inch. Hannah was stunned to see the demon stopped attacking, and she didn't know what was happening. Meanwhile, the appearance of the man stunned everyone. His image was almost the same as the wizard race, but they knew he didn't belong to the wizard race, and it was their first time seeing someone like him. What a dangerous one. Dandy's eyes squinted as he realized that he could not see through the man who heeded the call of Hannah. Of course, the man is Dave, and after fixing everything in the summon world, he opened the portal and used trillions of luck strands to be summoned by someone with immense fate and luck. Where am I? He had entered the summoning portal and felt a strong soul calling for him, so he reached out for it. He didn't expect that he would arrive in this place. Dave ignored everyone and looked at the one who summoned him. He felt some locks and shackles in his soul, realizing it must be the binding contract preventing him from wreaking havoc in any world. He could remove it but chose not to, wanting to investigate this world first. He then looked at the beautiful lady in front of him, stunned as he felt that he was fated to attract beautiful women. Hannah's beauty could be considered on par with his other companions. So, this girl is a blessed individual? What kind of world is it? I feel some weak chaotic energy here. As he saw her, he realized she was in a special state and already understood what happened. She was not moving, and her eyes were dull. Dave was familiar with it. So a mere demon general wanted to plunder her luck, huh? Do you think I'll let you? Shadow Veil. Dave created a barrier, not wanting to reveal details about the demon first. He smiled, flicked his fingers, and a golden fire suddenly covered Hannah. Swoosh. Seeing his action, Dante was stunned and wanted to help Hannah, not knowing Dave's intention. However, he realized that his body wasn't moving, as if he didn't own it. He couldn't see what was happening inside and wanted to rescue her but felt something. What is happening? Terrified, he realized it was his natural body instinct preventing him from moving. Who is he? How can such a figure appear in our world? Meanwhile, the spectators were stunned and asked him, what is happening to the princess? Why can't we see inside? Even Joaquin was stunned and wanted to rush to the side, but Dante shouted. Stop. Seeing him shout, Joaquin stopped moving and asked him. Why are you not helping my sister? She might be in danger. Dante never felt this pressure even in front of wizard kings, so he knew that if Joaquin rushed, he might die if he angered that person. Don't worry, I think that he will not hurt her. Dante knew that Hannah was extraordinary and she could preserve her life if something had happened. He wasn't worried because His Majesty was also watching, but he wasn't taking action, so it meant there was no need to be worried. Inside the dark veil. Boom. Suddenly, a black soul emerged from Hannah's body, terrified but forcefully being pulled by Dave. Hannah regained consciousness, looking around to see her inside a dark barrier. She was shocked when she saw a handsome man forcefully pulling the demon out of her body. Come here, little demon. Swoosh. Dave looked at the black soul in his hands and scanned it using his eyes. Irayu for title, 102nd Demon General of Demon Lord Ephesos Age, 100,000 Race, Soul Demon Power, Divine Emperor, Peak. Dave now realized that the demon was a general under a Demon Lord of Wrath, Ephesos. Soul demons specialized in overtaking the bodies of others and did not have physical bodies, only spiritual attacks would work on them. On the other hand, seeing Dave, Irayufer was shaking violently as he perceived Dave's eyes. He felt that he was in front of a demon king, not a demon lord. Your Majesty, why are you doing this? We are of the same race. Irayufer was terrified and didn't know how he had provoked the demon in front of him, but he knew that Dave was stronger than him. Hearing the demon's words, Hannah, who felt that she was saved, was terrified, but Dave ignored her and looked at the demon in front of him. He knew that the demon was easily suppressed by him because he owned half of the authority over primordial sins, enough to suppress demons below demon lords easily. He also had a strong chaotic bloodline that surpassed the demon bloodline, capable of suppressing any race, even god races, in terms of bloodline. He also had a demon bloodline, so the demon thought that they belonged to the same race. If you are too weak to talk before me, then die. Dave smiled and easily crushed the soul using the golden flame he possessed. The demon roared and cursed him. Arg. Damn you. My lord will hunt you, and you will die a brutal death. Boom. The demon soul was extinguished, and Dave only sneered, paying no mind to his words. He didn't fear them and would use them as sharpening stones if they offended him. After killing the demon, he looked at the woman in front of him and said, "Hey lady, are you afraid?" Dave's words snapped Hannah out of the scene she had witnessed a while ago. The man in front of her easily extinguished the demon, strong enough to cause her despair. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Hannah gathered her courage as she asked him, but she was nervous in her heart. Dave smiled, lowered his head, and looked at her. You can call me omnipotent, handsome, cool, invincible, guy with a big dick, anything you want." Hearing his words, Hannah blushed and roared at him. Shameless. As a princess, she never expected that a vulgar guy would spout nonsense in front of her. As an innocent lady, she was blushing in shame. Dave smiled and replied again. I am Dave, and I am the one you summoned." Hannah was stunned when she heard Dave's words. She scanned him from top to bottom and realized that he was very handsome, almost causing her to lose her composure. "Really? But you look like a native of our world. You don't look like a spirit." Dave smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. But how about we make a deal?" Dave smiled, and before, he planned to collect the luck of his summoner or kill them. Now, he had changed his mind. The woman in front of him was not simple, and this world was mysterious. He realized that this world was covered with chaos energy, but it was weak and inferior compared to the real chaos energy. On top of that, Hannah's fate was extraordinary, and she was the luckiest person he had ever seen in his entire life. Even Dave felt that his luck was worse compared to Hannah. Hannah was literally like the child of heaven, and her future was boundless, so he planned to groom her and make her under him. "What is it?" Hannah asked him, and her nervousness disappeared as she realized that Dave didn't mean harm, and his aura felt comfortable, making her want to get closer to him. Dave smiled and replied, "I will give you a month to make a contract with me, and I will help you get stronger. But if you don't prove that you are worth nurturing, then I will break the contract." "How about that?" Dave's words stunned Hannah. Seeing how strong Dave was, easily killing the demon, she knew he was extraordinary. She felt that Dave was more terrifying than a platinum-type summon creature, and she didn't think she had a chance to make a contract with him. She didn't expect him to give her a chance, so her eyes lit up, and she said, "Really? Can you really help me?" Dave smiled and nodded. "Yes, but it will only be for a month. If you don't prove to be that good, then I can only destroy the contract. Don't doubt my words because nothing in this world can restrain me, even the contract." She was stunned, realizing he was not joking. She frowned and looked at him again, asking, "Are you a demon? Why did that demon say that you are of the same race as him? Are you also going to devour my soul?" She remembered the words of the demon a while ago, so she was vigilant. Dave sneered and said, We are not the same race. Have you seen a very handsome guy like me similar to those ugly demons?" Hannah didn't expect him to be so proud of himself, but he was truly a handsome guy. "But what do you want in exchange?" She knew that there was nothing free in this world, and he must be up to something. Dave smiled, acknowledging that she was cautious enough and smart. Don't worry. I don't intend to hurt you. You just need to get stronger to pay me by supplying my soul, just like others with their contracted spirits. How about it?" Dave smiled, and after thinking for a while, Hannah agreed because she felt that she would not lose anything. In the summoning altar, the dark veil disappeared, and Princess Hannah's image appeared in front of everyone. She looked normal as if nothing had happened. The man from a while ago also disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. The scene outside only lasted for 10 seconds, but inside the barrier, a whole 10 minutes had passed as Dave and Hannah conversed. "Princess. Sister." Joaquin and Dante went to her and checked on her. "What happened?" Joaquin sighed in relief, seeing her okay, and he asked her. "This place is not the place to talk, we should leave this place." Hannah was calm, and Joaquin nodded, agreeing with her. Dante, on the other hand, stopped them from leaving and asked Hannah, "Princess, how about the man from a while ago? Where is he?" Dante was curious, but Hannah smiled and replied, "Thank you for your help a while ago, Uncle Dante. I already signed a contract with him and entered the tattoo." She showed her hand, and a black tattoo appeared, astonishing Dante and Joaquin. "Congratulations, Princess." "Congratulations, sister." Dante smiled and didn't expect the princess to convince that man to make a contract. He felt that the man's strength was enough to protect the princess. Other people also heard their conversation and congratulated the princess. Others did not know about the man's strength because he didn't show any energy, and they only saw him cast a dark veil. They thought it was related to a barrier, but Dante knew he was not simple. On the other hand, Prince Middleton and Princess Nina were also stunned, and they didn't expect Hannah to succeed. So what if she succeeded? I will still deal with her later. The summoning event was successful, and the results were released. 30 individuals managed to contract a silver-level creature, while 5 formed a contract with a gold-level creature, and 1 even contracted a platinum-level creature. All of them came from rich families, except for the teenager from a poor family who contracted the platinum-level creature. After the summoning, he was approached by many clans offering rewards and invitations, but Dante intervened. He informed the teenager that the Wizard King planned to take him as a disciple, stunning everyone. No clans dared to fight for him, fearing the Wizard King's anger. The teenager agreed, not expecting to be favored by the Wizard King, and his status would surely soar from now on. The incident with the princess was easily forgotten amidst the achievements of these genius individuals. Meanwhile, in concubine Elena's residence, Princess Hannah and Prince Joaquin returned home after the event. They discussed what happened, but Hannah didn't reveal everything to Joaquin, only mentioning that the one she made a contract with was strong. She excused herself, claiming fatigue, and went to her room to summon Dave. Dave appeared in thin air, holding a book in his hands. During his travels, he had learned about this world and the concept of ether. Dave hadn't expected to arrive on a planet where wizards were the overlords, using ether energy derived from chaos energy. He now understood why ether felt like an inferior version of chaos energy. Wizards in this world could efficiently use ether energy through contracts with creatures, granting them greater access to ether. Dave discovered that some spirits came from other worlds and dimensions, not just the summoning world. He also learned that the Wizard King in this place was comparable to a transcendental being, and this world appeared not to be connected to the celestial plane. "What do you think of this place, Abai?" Dave asked, looking at the small figure on his shoulder. Hannah couldn't see or feel Abai's presence. Abai pondered for a moment before replying, "Your luck is really good. This world was born from chaos energy and is hidden in the celestial plane. A world barrier protects the inhabitants from the infiltration of other races, making the only way to enter through becoming a summoned being. I sense that there is more to this world, and many are currently targeting it, so you should be careful." Dave was astonished, realizing why this world birthed someone with endless luck like Hannah. He wanted to unravel the mystery of this world and investigate to see what kind of opportunities it might offer. After talking with Abai, he looked at Hannah, who was still staring at him. He realized that she had fallen under his charm, and she didn't realize that she was staring at him blankly. Dave smiled and waved his hands to wake her up. He couldn't do anything about it because even though he had restrained his charm aura, his handsome face and bearing were still fatal to women. "Hey, am I really that handsome?" Dave's words suddenly woke up Hannah, who blushed when she realized her actions. "This is shameful. How could I stare at him like that? Ah, I am ashamed." Hannah was shouting in her mind, but Dave could easily read her thoughts. He just smiled and said, Since you contracted me, I should help you a little bit. From my inspection, your world solely focuses on magic, using spells, and summoning other creatures. If you face beings with strong bodies or fast ones like assassins, you will die easily. So, I will help you make your body strong first and enhance your senses before I teach you cultivation." Dave realized that the inhabitants of this place were not cultivators, they were just people who were blessed with ether energy and relied on magic to fight their enemies. He learned that the inhabitants of this world will have their grimoire when they are born, but it only activates when they reach the age of 15. "Really? Are you going to train me?" Hannah's face lit up, and she was excited. Dave smiled and nodded. "You should be prepared because my training is brutal, and you might get beaten." Hannah became even more energetic, and after preparing for a while, she went to Dave, who was waiting for her. Dave created a hand sign, and both appeared in one of his domains. Azure Dragon Domain Swoosh. Hannah felt the space warp for a moment, and they appeared in a huge open field. She saw colossal mountains that made her look like an ant in front of them. The trees were tall, and she felt that the gravity here was 1,000 times stronger than in their world, but an energy covered her body, preventing any adverse effects. "Wow, Sir Dave, what kind of power is this?" She was stunned, feeling that it was similar to the powerhouses who created a small world to detain their enemies and gain an advantage. "This is a divine domain. Only those who reach divine emperor status can create a domain," Dave replied calmly. Hannah was stunned, looking confused. "Divine emperor?" Dave realized that the power scaling in their world was based on the wizard tier, so he explained cultivation to her. "The divine emperor should be the same as a 9-tier wizard in your world." Hannah learned a lot, and Dave shared knowledge that she wasn't aware of because their world was isolated with limited contact with other realms. "So, how will you train me, Sir Dave?" She remained respectful, and Dave assured her, "Don't worry. Wait for a while, your sparring partner will arrive." "Sparring partner?" Hannah was stunned, but after a short wait, a teenage girl appeared out of nowhere. Seeing her, Hannah was stunned by her beauty, especially her attractive purple eyes. She realized the girl was much younger than her but couldn't discern her strength. The young girl was Carol, Dave's disciple. Now a peak-tier heavenly sovereign, her fighting prowess exceeded others at the same level. She had begun comprehending the destructive energy she possessed, and her eyes had a profound impact on her power usage. With her special eyes, the purple star eyes, she could amplify her destruction energy output by 500% and consume less energy. She had heard that Dave was calling her, so she prepared herself before Dave summoned her here. She went to Dave and bowed to greet him. "Master, I didn't fail you, and I already finished the training you prepared for me." Dave smiled, patted her head, and said, "Very good. I called you today for more challenging training. Are you prepared?" Carol smiled cutely and proudly claimed, "I can do it." Dave nodded, having seen how she had changed from a shy girl without confidence to a more self-assured one with a strong presence. "This girl is Hannah, and she will be your training partner. Don't underestimate her, even though she may be weaker than you, as you might be surprised along the way." He introduced Hannah to Carol, and the two created a small spark when their eyes met. It was as if they were born to be rivals, and they didn't like each other. Dave already knew the reason. Carol had the purple star eyes, born from destruction, while Hannah had a special set of eyes called the Eyes of Luck. With these eyes, she could manifest the energy of creation and attract immense luck to her body. Hannah's eyes were dormant, and she wasn't aware of her power. Dave personally called Carol to help awaken Hannah's eyes, considering them both suitable sparring partners due to their similar ages and being female. Carol was indeed a true prodigy, and her talent was among the best Dave had ever witnessed. Coupled with his abundant resources and unique training methods, Carol had achieved remarkable feats at her young age. She had even begun grasping the laws of destruction on her own. Dave had subjected her to numerous challenging training sessions, even leaving her alone in a perilous domain to fend for herself. Remarkably, she emerged unscathed, showing tangible signs of growth. Kirito, too, was assisting her in training, providing her with valuable combat experience despite her age. Carol's luck was not insignificant, but it still paled in comparison to the overwhelming luck radiating from Hannah. Dave, using his chaotic god eyes, easily discerned this and decided to teach Hannah some concealment methods to restrain her aura and luck energy. This precaution was taken to prevent stronger beings from exploiting or using her for their own gains. While Dave believed it unlikely for Hannah to fall victim to such circumstances, the intervention of a demon lord or god could pose a threat. Hannah's power rivaled that of a true saint cultivator, despite not even being a one-tier mage. This suggested that the world she was in currently was more potent than others. "I will increase the gravity of this world by 100 times, so be prepared. Your goal is to reach the summit within a week. Remember, 1 week here is equivalent to a day outside, so make the most of your time. Don't disappoint me," Dave declared. "If you fail, there will be no rewards, but if you succeed, I promise to grant you a valuable treasure." He pointed at the summit of the mountain he had created, and both girls' jaws dropped as they realized that reaching it seemed impossible. The mountain was incredibly tall, and the increased gravity made every step challenging. "Now, it's up to both of you. I hope you surprise me," Dave smiled, disappearing from their sight, leaving the two stunned. Boom! The gravity pressed down on them, causing them to fall to their knees. "So heavy," Carol exclaimed, her eyes squinting. However, after a minute, she stood up, seemingly adapting quickly to her surroundings. Hannah, still struggling, was surprised to see Carol stand up first. She watched as Carol walked forward without saying a word, leaving her behind. Even though Carol's eyes were adjusting to the increased gravity, her steps were not perfect, and she needed time to fully adapt. Seeing Carol leaving her alone, Hannah's expression changed. As a princess, she couldn't bear the thought of being defeated by someone younger than her. Suddenly, a green energy enveloped Hannah's body, and she felt her limbs warming up. It seemed like her body was quickly adapting to the surroundings. Swoosh! Hannah's limbs became stronger as she resisted the gravity. Dave, who was watching the two in the void, was stunned. He realized that Hannah's luck energy was bathing her with endless luck, strengthening her body, and helping her adapt to his domain. Dave only smiled and waved his hands to create a clone, sending it to investigate the world he was currently in. Dave opened his eyes and found himself back in Hannah's room. He looked around, seeing a pink bed and a picture of a beautiful woman carrying a girl, presumably Hannah. The woman in the image was likely her mother, who, Dave learned, had passed away in an accident. Hannah held some hard feelings towards her father, the Wizard King, who never showed up, not even during her mother's burial. Despite her personal issues, Dave understood the Wizard King's importance as the main support of this world. If anything were to happen to them, chaos would break loose. After thinking it over, Dave summoned Ronin and told him to gather info about this world and set up their branch in it. Ronin quickly went into action, telling his men to start building their branch. In just 30 minutes, Ronin returned with helpful info. Dave read the reports, learning about the world, the 5 Wizard Kings, and the Aquaria continent he was currently at. He also found out about a demonic threat in the world, with the Demon Lord of Wrath aiming to conquer it by spreading spies and armies. Having all this info, Dave made his plans and allowed Ronin to continue with his tasks. The reports hinted at a potential clash between the Wizard Kings and the invading demons, a situation that caught Dave's interest. The Demon Lord of Wrath couldn't easily enter this world, so he dispatched his demon generals and higher-ups to form contracts with others and conquer the realm. According to Ronin's report, the 5 Wizard Kings held 5 keys that could unlock a special realm, but the purpose of the demonic invasion was still unclear. Dave pondered the situation. If the Wizard Kings already possess the keys, why they are not using them? Why were the demons targeting this world? There had to be something valuable, but without more information, he couldn't be sure. Nonetheless, Dave felt prepared with the knowledge he had. As he considered these matters, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Using his senses, he saw a beautiful woman standing at the door, radiating a strong aura that indicated she was likely a 9-tier wizard. Even if she manages to hide it perfectly, it cannot escape his eyes. "Little Hannah, are you in? Auntie wants to talk to you," she said. Clank. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a handsome man standing in front of Elena, the woman who had knocked moments ago and Prince Joaquin's mother. Elena, upon seeing Dave, felt a momentary fascination, but she quickly became wary, realizing she couldn't see through him. "Who are you? And where's Hannah?" she asked, concern etched on her face. Dave met her gaze with a calm expression. She's in the middle of training. It's best not to disturb her," he replied calmly. Elena, still worried, examined him closely. "So, you're the one she made a contract with? I heard rumors that you're mysterious, and it seems they're true," Elena said, voicing her concerns about Hannah and seeking information about the nature of the contract and the being Hannah had formed it with. She had promised Hannah's mother to take care of her niece, and ensuring her safety was her top priority. Dave smiled reassuringly. "You don't need to worry about her. She'll grow stronger through this training." Elena, finding relief in his words, understood that harm to the summoner would also harm the one they formed a contract with, following the established rules. "Now that she's fine, do you mind having a little chat with me, mister?" Elena asked, wanting to discuss Hannah's well-being and understand more about the mysterious figure in front of her. Curiosity fueled Elena's questions as she sought to unravel the mystery behind Dave's origin. His aura felt unfathomable, and despite standing at the pinnacle of power in this world, Elena couldn't shake the sense of danger emanating from him. With a smile, Dave nodded, finding no reason to decline the conversation. He, too, was interested in learning more about this continent. In a serene courtyard, the handsome man and the beautiful woman sat, sipping tea while keenly observing each other. "So, mister, what should I call you?" Elena inquired, trying to grasp some understanding of the enigmatic figure before her. Dave, maintaining a straight face, responded, "My name is Dave, just an ordinary guy with a huge dick." Heart. A subtle mischievousness lingered in his words, leaving Elena momentarily stunned by the unexpected reply. She quickly composed herself. "So, it's Mr. Dave. What world do you come from, and what is your motive?" Elena questioned, releasing a strong aura in the process. Despite her efforts, Dave remained unruffled, meeting her gaze with a calm expression. Interesting," Dave chuckled before responding. Is it like others? To make my soul stronger and obtain more rewards?" Laughter filled the air as he mentioned the common motives behind forming contracts with other beings. Unconvinced, Elena pressed, "What world did you come from?" She sought to uncover his origins. With a smile, Dave replied, I will tell you my origins as long as you reply to my question." His confidence left Elena intrigued, prompting her to ask, "What is it?" Dave's smile persisted as he dropped a bombshell. "Are you really a mother? Why can I sense that you are still a virgin?" Instantly, a massive ice spike materialized in front of Dave, stopping at his neck. Elena, wearing a dangerous expression, demanded, "Who are you?" Shocked that her secret had been unveiled, she contemplated killing Dave to protect this revelation. However, she quickly realized that her attacks were futile against his impenetrable defense. It seemed like a space barrier was erected, preventing her attacks from reaching him. Looks like I was right. "Oh, my sense of smell isn't rusty." As expected of me, Dave praised himself before turning his attention to Elena, deciding to reprimand her. I already forgive you for showing your aura. But now you didn't hesitate to attack me, huh? Looks like I need to punish you a little bit. I like fierce women." Suddenly, all the ether energy in the courtyard vanished, and the ice energy she used to attack Dave dissipated. Boom. Elena was stunned, realizing she couldn't feel her ether energy, as if she was separated from the real world. What? She found herself powerless, stripped of her ability to fight back. Dave walked towards her, lifted her chin, and said, "Interesting. Tell me your origin, or do you want me to force myself to use force and search your soul?" Elena trembled, realizing Dave was so strong that she couldn't fight back at all. She regretted offending him, but she clenched her fist, unwilling to back down. "You asked for this." Ice domain. Suddenly, the surroundings became cold, and Dave found himself inside Elena's domain. Despite the cold, he remained unfazed. "What?" Elena was shocked because her cold energy was potent enough to freeze even a peak 9-tier wizard, yet Dave seemed unaffected. This mere ice is weaker than my heavenly ice fragment," Dave sneered, flicking his fingers, making the surroundings even chillier. Elena realized her domain was being overtaken by Dave's ice powers. Boom. Boom. Elena was blasted, her domain destroyed in an instant. Shocked, she experienced someone shattering her domain for the first time. "Give up already, woman," Dave smiled, acknowledging that he had taken on the role of the villain. Elena clenched her fist, realizing the vast gap between them. Witnessing her strong will, Dave was on the verge of forcing her, but then he sensed a powerful aura that enveloped the entire courtyard. Dave smiled and remarked, "You finally appear. I thought you would remain hidden. Boom. The shackles on Elena vanished, and a man materialized out of thin air. He exuded an aura of an unfathomable expert. Wizard King. Elena, in awe, bowed to him gratefully before turning to Dave with a fearful expression. Dave, however, disregarded the newcomer and inspected the barrier the Wizard King had created to conceal everything within the place. How dare you become rampant in this place? You shall be punished. The Wizard King summoned a blue book and chanted, Ice Golem. Swoosh. 3 massive golems emerged, each radiating the power of a divine monarch. Go capture that guy. The golems attacked Dave, but he effortlessly punched them, shattering them into pieces. Boom. 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 The golems didn't last long, easily destroyed by him. TSK, Dave sneered, scanning the Wizard King in front of him. He was stunned by what he saw but smiled as he contemplated the information. A devious plan formulated in his mind. Strong. Elena was shocked, and the Wizard King realized that Dave's power was considerable, and the Wizard King acknowledged that he needed to get serious. Even with her powers, she will find it hard to destroy those golems, but Dave makes it easy. Divine Ice Palm. Abruptly, a colossal hand manifested above Dave, seemingly intending to crush him into dust. Boom. The location where Dave had been moments before was obliterated, leaving a crater in its wake. Phew, he's finally dead, sighed Elena in relief, but the Wizard King stayed silent before speaking up. Come out, I know you're alive. Elena was taken aback by his words, only to see Dave reappear behind her, even planting a kiss on her cheek. Ha ha. Boom. Dave laughed, but he was once again caught by a colossal palm and forcefully propelled into the ground. Elena hadn't anticipated Dave taking advantage of her, and if not for the Wizard King's intervention, she might have been in danger. Hey, why so serious? How about we play a game? Dave materialized out of nowhere, his body appearing unharmed and his clothes undamaged. Sindomain. As the Wizard King prepared to unleash another top-tier magic, he realized that both of them had been transported into a vast and majestic courtroom. The scenery transformed, revealing a 1,000-meter-tall creature adorned with a white mask and an illusory form. Boom. Welcome to the Sindomain. Prepare to defend for your sins. In an instant, both of them felt their powers dissipate, leaving them shocked as they realized they couldn't unleash any abilities. What kind of place is this? Elena exclaimed. Suddenly, Dave appeared before them, watching closely. He knew that engaging the Wizard King was enough to make him serious. The Wizard King, comparable to a transcendental being, made Dave wary. The Sindomain revealed itself as one of his hidden cards. Who are you? Release us. The Wizard King demanded. However, a powerful aura erupted, drawing their attention to the figure at the table, the apparent judge. Now the judgment has begun, the judge declared. Elena Frozana, 30,000 years old. Origin, Ice Temple World. Status, Divine General. Sarah Frozana, 20,000 years old. Origin, Ice Temple World. Status, Holy Maiden of the Ice Temple. Now accept your punishment. Elena and Sarah were equally stunned. Their secrets laid bare, and they recognized Dave's strength exceeded their expectations. Suddenly, the Wizard King's body transformed into a stunning woman, with a celestial aura and top-tier beauty that even impressed Dave. Her white hair flowed gracefully to her shoulders, exuding a cold aura. A beauty indeed, Dave remarked with a smile, casually scanning her without restraint. How dare you? Sarah gritted her teeth in anger. Ding. Here are the rules and the laws inside the Sindomain. Text suddenly appeared before the two, making it clear they needed to defend themselves truthfully or face punishment for dishonesty. What kind of broken domain is this? Sarah wondered. She had faced numerous strong enemies before, but this domain, inducing a sense of despair, was unlike any she'd encountered. Realizing the futility of resistance, Sarah calmed down and decided to play by the rules. Don't panic, Elena. As long as we don't lie and abide by the rules, we can escape this domain. The rules were simple. Dave would ask 3 questions on both of them, and if they answered truthfully, they could escape the domain and gain immunity for a week. While this was a disadvantage for Dave's domain, he didn't mind, confident that he could extract the information he sought as long as he asked the right questions. Domain Master, you may begin, the jury of Sin declared, bowing, and a massive book materialized above Dave. Swoosh. A bright light enveloped Dave, signaling the commencement of the trial. Simultaneously, a light covered Elena as she became the first to undergo the trial. Nervousness gripped Elena, but Sarah reassured her to stay calm and not panic. First question. Am I handsome? Dave inquired with a mischievous smile. Elena was taken aback, not expecting such a question. She couldn't help but feel that Dave wasn't taking the trial seriously. Calming herself, she realized his questions might be easy. Yes, you are handsome, Elena admitted, feeling ashamed but choosing honesty to avoid dire consequences for lying. Dang. The answer has been received. The jury of Sin gestured with his hands, causing the book above Dave to spin and stop at a page. Reading from it, the jury of Sin remarked, the answer is true, but it is not enough to prove it. Elena, the subject, needs to substantiate her answer. Swoosh. Elena felt her body become lighter, realizing it was because she had answered truthfully. She hadn't expected that it would be sufficient. Looking at Dave, who smiled as if waiting for her response, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Sir Dave is very handsome. He was like a shining light in my day when I first met him. His brilliance and handsomeness are unparalleled, so I cannot help but feel attracted." Her words sounded forced, surprising even Sarah, who didn't anticipate that Elena had such a side. Boom. The answer has been received. Elena has passed the first question. Swoosh. Elena felt she could now access some of her powers, though she refrained from any unusual actions. Dave smiled at her answer and said, "As expected of my handsomeness, even the Divine General was attracted to my allure." His shameless comment irked both Sarah and Elena. Boom. Prepare for the second question, subject Elena, the jury of sin declared, and Dave smiled before posing his next question. "Do you like me?" The unexpected question left both Elena and Sarah stunned, intensifying Elena's frustration as all of Dave's questions became increasingly challenging. "No, I don't like you," Elena responded, and the answer was received. Subject Elena has lied. Punishment: you cannot use your cultivation for a whole week. The jury of sin announced and gave her punishment. Swoosh. A black energy enveloped Elena, shocking her because she had answered truthfully. However, it was deemed a lie in the eyes of the judge. "What is happening?" "Your Honor, I answered correctly." Elena attempted to reason, feeling terror as the energy inside her seemed difficult to dispel, and any attempt to touch it seemed dangerous. The jury of sin gazed at her and responded, "The judgment book has never been wrong. You answered incorrectly, and you deserve your punishment for lying." Elena was shocked, forcefully questioning herself, "I don't like him. Why are they treating me like I do? He is a bad guy, so how can I like such a person?" Doubts started creeping in, but Dave, observing her reaction, smiled and laughed. "As expected, no woman can resist my charm. Even though we just met, you've already started to like me," Dave asserted with a grin. He knew Elena didn't harbor any feelings for him, but using his authority as the domain master, he manipulated the Book of Judgment to acknowledge that she did. As a domain master, he could alter the book's standards, making his words law 3 times a day, and he had 2 more chances to do so. Sarah, witnessing Elena's power dissipate, was surprised by the extent of the domain's influence. She looked at Elena, realizing that, according to the Book of Judgment, Elena now liked Dave, their enemy. Elena, panicking, couldn't explain away the judgment. Did she really like him? Doubt and discomfort plagued her. "Young Master Dave, why don't we let go of this matter? We are willing to befriend you," Sarah proposed, clearly apprehensive about facing more questions. Dave smiled and replied, "Okay, but only if you become my girlfriend." Dave laughed evilly, and Sarah roared in anger. "Bastard," she shouted, but her mouth was suddenly covered by a black energy. She realized she couldn't speak. "The observer should be quiet until it's your turn," the jury of sin announced. Even the transcendental being was powerless in front of his domain. Unless they had never committed a sin in their entire life, they couldn't be immune to his domain. Dave believed that only he was the one who had never committed a sin in his entire life. In fact, he planned to create a statue of himself as a sign of purity and innocence. "The last question can now begin," said by the jury of sin. Dave smiled and asked Elena, who seemed lost and confused. Dave knew that he had made her doubt herself, but he didn't care. "For the last question, do you feel lust when you saw me at first sight?" His question stunned Elena, and she couldn't help but become more aggrieved. She looked pitiful, not knowing how to answer. She was afraid that if she said no, the judge would treat it as a lie again because when she first saw him, her body was aroused instantly, and she didn't know how that happened. She didn't know that it was because of Dave's charming aura that could make women weak in front of him. After struggling for a while, she answered, "Yes, Your Honor." As she said that, a light covered her body, and she expected punishment. However, the jury announced, "The answer is correct, and subject Elena did indeed lust for the domain master's body. The trial has ended." Dong. Suddenly, the sound of a gong was heard, and Elena was stunned. She didn't expect that she really lusted over his body. She now doubted herself if she was possessed by someone. The light covering her disappeared and appeared on top of Sarah. Even though the trial had ended, the punishment remained, and she couldn't use her powers at all. Dave didn't manipulate anything about Elena's answer, but he was stunned because he didn't expect her to be brave enough to admit it. He used his lust energy in their first meeting to test her, but he removed it instantly because he was just joking. Elena. Sarah was angry, but she calmed herself and she didn't expect Elena to be like that. Now, the second subject, Sarah, prepare for the trial. Boom. The same scene appeared in front of Sarah as she clenched her fist in anger but calmed herself because she knew that only by calming herself could she escape this domain. First question, what is your origin, and what are your goals? Dave asked, and now he starts to become serious. He is now back to his goals of interviewing them. Sarah was stunned, and she calmed herself and appealed to the jury of sin. Jury, he was asking 2 questions. Boom. Please, Domain Master, ask 1 question only. The jury of sin asked Dave humbly, but he only laughed and didn't mind it. The jury of sin is his subordinate, but he was locked here and can obey his words, But when the trial is undergoing, even Dave needs to adhere to the rules. Hee, you are smart, I like smart women, Dave laughed before asking again. What are your goals in coming to that world? Sarah didn't want to answer, but she needs to answer correctly, or else she might suffer. Our goal is to retrieve an artifact in the secret realm. She answered shortly, and her answer was received. The answer is truth, but the subject needs more information to prove your words. The jury of sin announced, and Sarah gritted her teeth. She had tried everything about her main goal to conceal, but it still was not enough, so she sighed and replied, my goal is to collect the artifact left by our god, the ice goddess, in that secret realm and offer it to her statue as a sacrifice for her awakening. Boom. The answer is truth and sufficient, prepare for the next question. The jury announced, and Dave was stunned when he heard about the ice goddess. He suddenly missed Wendy a little bit. He missed the touch of that goddess, and he didn't expect that fate would let him find those of her believers. If he told them that he even bedded their goddess, what would their faces look like? Next question, tell me how you entered this place? Dave asked, and Sarah answered calmly. She knew that there was no use in hiding it because Dave had already seen their origin. She just wanted to escape this domain to fight him with all her powers. She was just careless a while ago, caught off guard in his domain. A space crack appeared because of the Neon era, where the wizards had flourished, and there were a lot of strong wizards. There were many wizard kings before, but their greed led them to go to war with each other, causing much destruction in the barrier covering this world. A small crack appeared, and we sensed the artifact of our goddess. We seized the opportunity to enter this world, and I brought Elena with me to help. I luckily found the injured Wizard King and killed him. I seized the opportunity and disguised myself as the Wizard King because I knew that I could not do everything on my own and needed the help of manpower. After the war, only 5 Wizard Kings survived, and they decided to create a pact of peace so that the barrier of their world would heal and repair on its own. But because of the war, other races also seized the opportunity, and the demons managed to infiltrate the world. They killed and murdered many inhabitants of this world. The demons are the reason why Wizard Kings decided to stop fighting and be united to resist them because they didn't want to be enslaved by demons. For me, I acted as the Wizard King for thousands of years and patiently waited for the chosen person to open the secret realm. Sarah sighed, and her words stunned Dave. He didn't expect that this world had such a story. The subject Sarah answered truthfully, prepare for the last question. The jury announced, and Dave looked at Sarah and asked her again. How can that secret realm be opened? Sarah smiled bitterly and said, when I first entered this world, I thought that if I killed and seized the keys to other Wizard Kings, I could open that place. After investigating, I learned that only the descendant of the Haven family can open that place. I learned that the Haven family is the first ruler of this world, and in their era, Wizard Kings were just guards. They even had a person above the transcendental being. The wizards before were blessed with compatible bodies that they could wield ether energy without the help of summoned beings. That person from the Haven family was ambitious and tried to investigate who created the barrier. The barrier is the reason why he cannot continue to become stronger. Even at their peak, a calamity descended on them because the leader of the Haven family tried to create a way out of this world's barrier and connect their worlds to the outside world. Because of that, they broke the rule of this world, and heavenly lightning killed the leader. All the remaining people with the Haven bloodline were also punished and became extinct. The rule of this world also punished the wizard race and their access to ether had weakened, and they can't use ether like before. Many years had passed after the calamity, and no one tried to touch the barrier again. Many empires were created and destroyed because of time, but due to the calamity, it opened small holes that gave other beings the chance to enter this world through summoning. Since then, the wizard race relied on summoned beings until they flourished again. I thought that I could not enter and retrieve the artifact of our goddess. After 500 years of traveling and looking for answers, I found some descendants of the Haven family, but their bloodline is very thin. I inspected them and watched them for many years until one day, a child was born from the family. A shocking commotion appeared, alerting everyone, including the demons and the Wizard King. I didn't expect that a child would be born with a pure Haven bloodline, and I decided to take her and take care of her. The villagers of that place thought that the child was a curse, so they wanted to kill her because the child's parents died mysteriously, and anyone who got near her had bad luck. I decided to save the child since she was parentless, and I suppressed the curse inside her. I learned that a demon was inside her body, reaping the souls of anyone near her and wanting to devour the soul of the child. So, I decided to seal the demon. I decided to bring her to the Aquaria continent, the place I ruled as the Wizard King. Sarah told Dave the story, and Dave already guessed who the child she was talking about was. Dong. The subject had answered truthfully, the trial has ended. Swoosh. Suddenly, a light covered the three, and they disappeared inside the Sin domain. Boom. As Dave opened his eyes, Sarah cast a spell and attacked him decisively. Boom. Dave was caught off guard, and his arms were blasted, leaving only half of his body intact. Dave fell to the ground, blood pouring from his body. Sarah sneered, looking at Elena nearby and instructing her to stand back in case Dave was still alive. She hated Dave and wanted to keep her secrets hidden, so she aimed to swiftly kill him. Sarah was confident that she was immune to Dave's sin domain and didn't want to give him the opportunity to cast it. "Any last words?" Sarah asked, looking at Dave's injured body with ice crystals pointing at him. Dave smiled and said, "Hee hee, what a fierce woman. You should be good in bed." Despite being on the brink of death, Dave continued to tease her, angering Sarah. "Die, bastard." Boom. 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 Her powers erupted, bombarding the area where Dave was located. The barrier covering this place concealed everything happening inside, and others didn't know that the Wizard King had unleashed a powerful spell. Elena's courtyard was vast, and even if she destroyed it, she could easily command her people to fix the damage. Sigh. Finally, that bastard is dead, Sarah sighed in relief as she personally witnessed her spell killing Dave. She looked at Elena, who was still being punished by the jury of judgment, patiently waiting for the punishment to end. It was just 1 week, and she could endure it. "You have become stronger, Saintess," Elena excitedly spoke to her, and Sarah smiled, saying, "That man was strong, and if I hadn't caught him off guard, I think he could have escaped easily." Elena nodded, deciding to hug her. Sarah was surprised because even though she and Elena were close, Elena had never hugged her. She didn't resist, thinking that Elena might be afraid after the recent events. Elena hugged Sarah's body, her hands touching her, and Sarah didn't mind. However, she realized that Elena had kissed her lips. Sarah pushed Elena away and looked at her warily. "Who are you? Where is Elena?" She realized that this was not the real Elena because the genuine Elena respected her, and she would not do such a thing. "TSK, hee hee, a pity. Your lips are soft, I want to taste them more." Suddenly, Elena's body changed, taking on the image of Dave. Dave smiled at her, still reminiscing about the moments from a while ago. "Bastard!" Sarah was angry, realizing that Dave had taken advantage of her and even kissed her. As the Saintess of the Ice Temple, she needed to remain pure because she represented their goddess. Now she felt defiled by this bastard. How could she face their goddess in the future if they awaken her? Die. She was about to cast a strong spell, but then she realized that her legs had become weak, and she couldn't control her body. "What did you do?" She looked at Dave with horror, realizing that some energies were infiltrating her soul and body. Dave smiled, going towards her, and caressing her face before kissing her again. "Hee hee, I just did a small trick so you become obedient." When he kissed Sarah, he let his sin energy enter her body. It was potent enough to corrupt her easily. Initially, he had wanted to take advantage of her and make her his plaything. However, when he learned that she was the Saintess of Wendy, he decided against it. She had a crucial role for Wendy to retrieve her powers and ascend to godhood. After all, Wendy is weak right now, and she needs believers to become a god again. He knew that Wendy had her plans, and he didn't want to destroy them. "Release me, bastard," Sarah roared, but Dave ignored her, and his sin energy continued to corrupt her soul. She suddenly felt terrified as her body seemed to be devoured by the energy. Seeing Dave calm, Sarah conceded, looking at him calmly and asked, "What do you want?" She realized that Dave had many chances to kill her, but he didn't. She also noticed that Dave had never released killing intent towards her. Confused about his goals, she didn't let her guard down. If Dave forced her, she would do anything to destroy herself and injure Dave. "Hey, you finally calmed down." Dave smiled, and waved his hands, and Elena appeared near Sarah. Elena looked terrified, but when she saw Sarah, she rushed to her and got away from Dave. "Elena," Sarah sighed in relief, as Elena was okay, and she didn't want anything to happen to her. Dave had confined Elena, but he hadn't hurt her because she had some use. "Now, tell me anything you know, and don't worry. I am not your enemy, I just punished both of you a little bit." Dave's words stunned the two, but Elena and Sarah didn't believe him. Seeing their faces, Dave laughed and took out a token, throwing it to Sarah. "To tell you the truth, I already met your ice goddess, and she just needs time to be awakened. She gave me this token as proof." Sarah and Elena were stunned, but when Sarah held the token, she felt the familiar aura of their god, and their expressions changed. "Our god is alive. I knew it." Elena was elated, and even Sarah was delighted. Due to the disappearance of the ice goddess, the ice temple became a target for other temples and believers of different gods. They were forced to seal their world to prevent enemies from attacking. They thought that their god had abandoned them, but seeing the token, they knew that she was alive. Sarah and Elena now looked at Dave in a different light, but Sarah asked again, "What's your relationship with her, and how did you find her?" Dave smiled and said, "Hee hee, you don't need to know about it, but you should see that I am not an enemy, or else I would have already killed you too." With a wave of his hand, the surroundings, which were destroyed a while ago, reverted to normal. Everything that was destroyed was created again as if nothing had happened. Time law. Sarah was shocked, and even Elena, because time is one of the supreme laws. To comprehend it, one must be lucky or spend many years gaining even a small understanding of time law. On the other hand, Dave seemed to be young, yet he comprehended such a supreme law. Amazed? Dave snickered and then flicked his fingers. The energy covering Elena and Sarah disappeared, and the punishment Elena received in the domain vanished. The energy inside Sarah was also dispelled. "Mind if we talk properly now?" Dave had already enjoyed teasing them, so he now got back to business. Oh, so that was it. Dave learned everything from Sarah's mouth and felt that Hannah was truly the blessed individual of heaven. Dave also learned many things about this world and the other continents and the problems they are facing. She told Dave that Hannah was the only one who could open the secret realm and activate it. But Sarah mentioned that Hannah had not fully awakened her bloodline and must first step into Divine Monarch to activate it. Ha, don't worry about it, she will reach that level easily. Dave chuckled, and Sarah nodded because she knew that Hannah was a genius, and her future was boundless. She disguised herself as the Wizard King and created a clone to act like Hannah's biological mother. However, she wanted to trigger Hannah's potential, so she decided to let her clone disappear, giving Hannah a goal in her life, to become stronger. She wanted Hannah to hate her so that she could unleash her full potential, but she let Elena take care of her. Elena, on the other hand, disguised herself as a concubine of the Wizard King to take care of Hannah and Joaquin. Joaquin is also adopted like Hannah, and Joaquin's identity is special. He is a demon hybrid from the wizard race and demon race, but his birth was hated by the demons, and they tried to kill him. Sarah managed to take him out of the demon region when she was infiltrating that region. Since then, she announced Elena as her concubine, and when Elena appeared, she already had Joaquin as her son, and none dared to doubt Sarah because her words were law. As for the other prince and princess, they are the real children of the dead Wizard King, but they didn't know that their father was already dead, and a woman was disguised as him. After a whole day, Dave talked with Sarah and Elena about their plans, and they revealed many secrets they knew about this world. Since they were now considered colleagues with the same goal, the girls decided to forgive his actions a while ago. However, Elena still held some resentment towards Dave, given that she was shamed by him, but she could only swallow her anger in her heart because Dave is incredibly strong. Dave collected much information Sarah had given him, and he didn't expect that the situation of this world would be worse than he expected. Sarah revealed that many demons had already infiltrated the Aquaria continent, and even in the Aquaria Empire, many demons managed to blend in as wizards. Even Sarah was helpless against the concealment of the demons, so she didn't know much about other demons inside the Empire, and she was wary. She decided to go back to prepare because the genius competition was about to begin, and the top 5 of the competition would represent the Aquaria continent in the grand competition between each continent. The grand competition occurs every 10 years. Only geniuses below 100 years old are qualified to register for the competition because of the restrictions in the ruins. The competition was created for many years, and every top 3 were given a chance to enter the Grand Wizard ruins. The Grand Wizard is one of the strongest wizards in history, and it's said that he surpassed the level of the Wizard King and entered the level of Sage Wizard. The Grand Wizard lived in the same era as the Haven family, serving as the Prime Minister of the Haven family leader. He is rumored to be the teacher of the Haven clan leader, the Grand Wizard who has a mysterious background. After the demise of the Haven family, the Grand Wizard also disappeared, leaving his inheritance in his previous secluded abode. He created a restriction that only those aged 100 and below could access it, as they held the most significant potential yet to be exhausted. The 5 Wizard Kings agreed that the geniuses of their continent would compete for the opportunity to enter the ruins. This decision prevented any one individual from monopolizing the entrance, ensuring a more peaceful resolution. There were only 3 spots available to enter the ruins, reserved for the top 3 contestants in the competition. The geniuses who emerged from the ruins became powerhouses, but success was not guaranteed for everyone. It still depended on their talents and how well they could comprehend the techniques of the Grand Wizard. If someone was lucky, they could acquire top-tier spells created by the Wizard King himself. These spells had restrictions preventing them from being passed to others. Upon hearing this, Dave smiled, realizing it was the stage for Hannah to shine. He decided to train her with all his power, as he too could enter the place. According to Sarah, even Wizard Kings couldn't enter the ruins due to age restrictions, unlike Dave, who was not yet even 30 years old. Being the summoned being of Hannah, he believed that with his extraordinary skills, he could seize an extraordinary opportunity. After Sarah left, Dave entered his domain and checked on the 2. When Dave entered his Azure Dragon domain, he saw the 2 girls lying on the ground, their bodies covered in sweat. Both were exhausted mentally and physically because the closer they got to the mountain, the heavier the gravity became. After a whole week, both managed to reach the top, with Carol arriving first. The result was good, as Hannah was weaker than Carol but still managed to reach the summit. Dave appeared in front of the 2 and waved his hands, using his soothing energy to heal their bodies. "Master." "Sir Dave." Both suddenly felt a warm aura and saw Dave's handsome face, greeting him. You both didn't disappoint me. Since you passed the test, here are your rewards." Dave took out a pill, a 4-tier star-level pill concocted by Eldritch. The pill, named Soul Enhancing Pill, lived up to its name by enhancing the soul and spiritual will. While it only reached the 4-tier due to the lack of ingredients, even in the celestial plane, this pill alone could cause commotion and bloodbath. A pill that could enhance the soul was precious because it was easier to strengthen the body than the mind and soul. The 2 girls were unfamiliar with the pill but felt its potent aura, leaving them stunned. "Go absorb the pill, and I will assist both of you. After that, you'll undergo body refining, Dave instructed. Carol and Hannah nodded, sitting on the ground and placing the pill in their mouths. They focused their minds as Dave waved his hand, golden flames covering their bodies. The pill started to dissolve, aided by the star-devouring flame, multiplying its effects and hastening the consumption time. After an hour, Carol and Hannah opened their eyes, feeling a surge of strong spiritual energy. Both realized that their minds, perceptions, and souls had become firmer and more robust. They now felt confident in defending against spiritual attacks, and their minds were clearer than before. "Good job, you two. Now, let's move on to the next training," Dave said with a smile, giving them no time to rest. He took out a large cauldron, almost 10 meters tall and 7 meters wide. Carol wasn't surprised by the treasure, knowing her master was like a treasure bank, but Hannah was astonished, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the cauldron. Dave smiled. The cauldron was the myriad cauldron that the Tower of Trials had rewarded him. It was a quasi-god-level artifact. While he couldn't use it fully before becoming a divine monarch, he could now harness its complete power. The cauldron wasn't just for refining pills, it could also be used to defend against attacks. Dave believed that even transcendental beings couldn't easily break the cauldron, given the power of a quasi-god artifact. After obtaining the cauldron, Dave gathered numerous medicinal herbs and heavenly treasures. With his memory as an alchemy emperor, he found some knowledge from Eldritch about the scorching sun refinement process, which required a heavenly flame to activate. Those undergoing this body refinement would develop firmer bodies, acquire heat resistance, and reach a physical level comparable to dragons. Dave floated in the air and clapped his hands, crushing all the ingredients and treasures inside the cauldron with a powerful force. Boom! Waving his hands, Flamey appeared in front of Dave, who scanned Flamey and noted that he had become stronger. "Ha ha ha, this master has finally appeared," Flamey exclaimed while preparing himself for a potential punch from Dave. However, Dave just looked at him strangely and issued a command. "I will borrow your essence for a while and guide the girls inside the cauldron." Flamey was stunned but felt a change in Dave's demeanor. Overcoming his resentment before, Flamey now saw his master as a bright presence in his world. "Master." Flamey was a bit teary but nodded, determined to do his best. Unaware of the impact of his actions on Flamey, Dave, resigned to Flamey's narcissism, and he had no idea that he altered Flamey's perception of him. Flamey entered the cauldron, and the golden fire effortlessly dissolved the ingredients, devouring their nutrients and essence. Satisfied that everything was in order, Dave instructed the two girls to enter the cauldron. They jumped inside, completely submerging their bodies. "Wow! I can breathe inside," Carol exclaimed in astonishment. Hannah was equally stunned, but Dave explained. "You can now start to absorb the heat inside your body. The process will be painful, but if you succeed, your body will become stronger. You might even be able to destroy a small world with a punch, hee hee." Flamey will monitor the heat and your conditions. If you reach your limit, he will expel you from the myriad cauldron. It's now up to you how much you absorb and how strong your perseverance is. After all, I'm just helping you get stronger, and you need to show your talent. Carol and Hannah nodded, signaling their readiness. Seeing that they were prepared, Dave announced, "Then begin the training, and just like before, I will come back later to see your progress." With that, Dave disappeared. He had realized that Abai was calling him because someone had appeared in his new system function. The Hall of Chaos had finally attracted its first customer, and Dave was excited because it had deliberately spread its wings to many places, appearing to those desperate for help. Dave entered the Hall of Chaos, and a white mask materialized in his hands. He covered his face with the white mask, and as he did, his aura changed, becoming more mysterious, preventing anyone from probing his identity. Looking at Abai, who was waiting for him, Dave sat on a chair. Abai's size increased to 6 feet tall, and she sat at the table, her lowering figure catching Dave's attention. "Fufu, do you want to taste me?" "Kya, what a bad guy," Abai teased, her eyes clearly enjoying the playful banter. Dave, frustrated, knew he couldn't do anything about her. He planned to release his frustration on his other women who weren't busy later. Seeing Dave's frustration, Abai stopped teasing as a golden gate appeared before them. The gate opened, revealing a middle-aged man wearing gorgeous clothes, radiating the aura of a veteran warrior. Despite his appearance, the man had a large wound on his chest, indicating weakness in front of Dave. Dave used his chaotic god eyes to scan the man. Muller Defico age, 504,530 years old. Race, human. Title, Emperor of the Lightning Empire, one of the sovereigns of the human race. Power, semi-transcendental being. Status, cursed by the demon blood. Deceased. Dave was stunned, but he smiled and said, "Welcome to the Hall of Chaos. We have one motto in life: I mess with beautiful women, be it your wife or your daughter." Of course, Dave didn't say that, but he almost wanted to. However, he stopped himself, remembering Abai's advice to be serious. Having read the script, he continued, "Welcome to the Hall of Chaos. I am the Master of Chaos and the Omnipotent Being. I can grant any of your wishes as long as you pay the equivalent price." Inside the Lightning Empire's royal castle, a middle-aged man lay on the bed, surrounded by 5 people, all filled with grief and sadness. 3 women, exceptionally beautiful, and 2 young men were present. The mature woman, the Empress B, inquired about her husband's condition. Is there really no way to remove the poison from his body? We must save my husband, she asked, tears streaming down her face. 2 other women hugged her, offering comfort. The doctor, the most renowned in the human alliance, sadly shook his head. Forgive me, Empress B. Even with all my knowledge, I cannot find a solution to this problem unless we manage to seek the blessing of a hero or an angel to dispel the curse. His words increased the desperation within everyone, as they knew it was impossible to ask for an angel's help. Despite appearing calm and benevolent, angels were known to be capricious and demanded significant payment. There was also uncertainty about whether they would honor their word, given humans' strained relationship with angels due to the Celestial Slayer incident. Mother, don't worry. I'll agree to the marriage proposal of that Metal Emperor's son. He might provide us with the antidote for father. The woman, Naga Defiko, the oldest princess of the Lightning Empire, was once a fierce general with legendary achievements. However, she now appeared stressed, though she managed to compose herself. No, sister. If you do that, that bastard will just toy with you, and he might even kill you. Her younger sister, resembling Naga but looking younger, interjected, disagreeing with the idea. Yeah, sister. That bastard is just playing with women, and his reputation is bad. Even if you agree to marry him, we do not know if he will keep his promise, added Felice, the crown prince of the Lightning Empire, expressing his disagreement. Despite being next in line for the throne, he had no desire to sacrifice his sister. He preferred a secluded and normal life, but with his less talented second brother and disinterested sister, he felt the responsibility to find a solution. Yes, you should not do that. Suddenly, the middle-aged man, the emperor of the Lightning Empire, lying on the bed, opened his eyes and spoke with difficulty. Father. Father. Emperor. Everyone was nervous, expressing concern for Muller's condition. Come here, Naga. Muller waved his hands, summoning his daughter to approach him. Naga didn't reject and went near her father, her eyes starting to moisten. Naga, you are the most talented child I have, and I know that you didn't want me to be overprotective since you were a child. But I cannot do anything about it because I love you all, my child. I know that your feelings for me as your father are not good, but I want you to know that no matter what happens, please don't agree to that bastard. The Metal Emperor is a traitor to our human race, and if you agree to the proposal of his son, I cannot rest even in hell. I cannot forget how Metal Emperor and the demons killed my friend, Flaming Emperor, and the other humans. I wish I was strong enough to protect them, but I reached my limitations, and my talent was exhausted. Naga, please support your brother in managing the Empire and protect them for me. Muller looked at his children, and each of them started to cry. After he spoke to his other child and his wife, his eyes closed, and one of the emperors of the human race had passed away. I wish I was stronger. I am useless and cannot protect everything I have. I enjoy the privilege as the human emperor, and many are relying on me, but I let them down. Muller, in his spectral state, felt stunned when he realized he was in front of a dark space, and a golden watch appeared in front of him. Do you seek something or want power? Enter the Hall of Chaos, and your prayers will be granted. A strange voice entered Muller's head, confusing him. He took the floating watch, and suddenly, a golden door appeared. His soul instinctively walked on its own, as if attracted to it. Entering the golden door, he found himself in a spacious hall, filled with floating lights and treasures. 2 black 100-meter statues stood to the side, and he saw a man wearing a white mask with a terrifying aura. Welcome to the Hall of Chaos. I am the Master of Chaos and the Omnipotent Being. I can grant any of your wishes as long as you pay the equivalent price. Muller was stunned, looking at the man warily. The man's aura was powerful, making him feel like an insignificant ant. The mysterious aura convinced him that this place was real, not just his imagination. Who are you? Is what you said true? Muller asked nervously, awaiting an answer. Dave was astonished because he didn't expect his affinity with the human race to be very good, and he had already helped the people of the Flaming Emperor. However, meeting the Lightning Emperor was a surprise. He calmed himself and looked at the man who questioned him. Just as I said, I am the Master of Chaos, the Omnipotent One. I can grant any of your wishes as long as you pay an equivalent price, he stated calmly. It was his first time receiving a customer, so he tried his best to look serious. Muller was desperate, so he knelt in front of him and said, please help my human race to defeat the traitor Metal Emperor and the other races. Dave was stunned, but he laughed and sneered at him. With your meager status, you cannot afford the payment. Ask for something different. Dave didn't lie because, even though he wanted to help, the Hall of Chaos prioritized benefits over anything. Just as he said, any request must be paid with an equal payment. The Hall of Chaos had already calculated that the payment for the Lightning Emperor's request was something he couldn't afford, even if he sacrificed his life. The Lightning Emperor smiled bitterly, knowing that his request was too much. So he asked again, if that's the case, please let me go back and support my empire for 100 years. He wanted to be resurrected, but Dave replied, it is possible, but what can you pay me? Muller replied, I can give you all of my wealth in my empire. Not enough. All of your treasures have already been estimated, and from their number, you can only extend your life to 20 years. And I will collect your soul after that, Dave said calmly, and Muller was stunned, feeling despair again. Dave explained again, your request goes against the rule of the God of life and death, so the payment is just right. We only ask for the payment that equals the request of our customer. But don't despair, I can give you a suggestion. What? 20 years is not enough for me. It's hard to achieve something within 20 years, it's just a blink of an eye, Muller protested. Dave felt that he should give some favor to his fellow human, so he said, I will resurrect you, heal your condition, and even help you to kill the Metal Emperor, but you must become my slave and sell me your soul. Dave had already read the description of his customer, so he knew the story about Muller's predicament. When the Flaming Emperor died, the Metal Emperor got the support of the demon race, and they attacked other empires as well. All of them were forced to hide inside their world and seal themselves. Even so, the demons continued to try to infiltrate their world, and the Metal Emperor managed to capture two human empires, the Water Empire and the Wind Empire. The Water and Wind Emperors were captured, and their status was unknown. The Metal Emperor's army managed to forcefully open the Lightning Emperor's world, and Muller fought personally against the Metal Emperor. They were evenly matched, but he was ambushed by 5 demon generals, wounded, and inflicted with demon blood. Since then, he decided to retreat, but a lot of casualties were recorded. Luckily, the other empires joined forces and helped him, managing to expel the Metal Emperor's army and the demons, but they knew it was just temporary. Due to the wound he got, he became weaker day by day, and after 10 years, the Metal Emperor didn't stop pestering him. However, he didn't take action personally because he wanted the Metal Emperor to serve him, but his pride as an emperor and the scene of the Metal Emperor's betrayal couldn't be forgotten easily. The Metal Emperor never stopped, but Metal Emperor didn't attack personally and only sent his son to attack the world. The prince of the Metal Empire was wicked and knew that the Lightning Emperor was wounded. He proposed a marriage contract to marry the eldest princess, Naga, who was the most beautiful woman in the empire and one of the strongest. The prince of the Metal Empire was a trash prince who had only reached heavenly sovereign after 10,000 years of living, but he was arrogant because he had a strong personal guard and was the son of the Metal Emperor. He grasped the weakness of the Lightning Emperor and wanted to make him feel despair by toying with his beautiful daughter. However, the Lightning Emperor couldn't hide his motives, so he rejected the proposal many times. The anger of the Metal Emperor reached its peak due to his persistence, and he announced that he would now personally raid the Lightning Empire after 30 years if the Lightning Emperor still didn't surrender to him. It had been 7 years since he announced it, and he only had 23 years to prepare. How could he accept the 20 years the mysterious man suggested? Are you serious right now, Lord of Chaos? Why would you accept my weak soul? Muller didn't mind even if he sold his soul to the man in front of him, as long as he helped his empire escape the predicament. However, he was curious about why the Lord of Chaos was interested in him. His life right now was useless because he was already a wandering soul, and if not for the watch that he had found before, he might already be permanently dead. The golden watch appeared to him before, but he didn't know what kind of treasure it was. It suddenly disappeared, and he didn't know where it went. He didn't expect that the watch would lead him to the Hall of Chaos, and it was his first time hearing about this place. Even in the history of the human race, there were no records about this place. He was only a guy who failed to reach transcendental being, and he was nothing in front of the Lord of Chaos, so he was confused about the Lord of Chaos's offer. Dave's emotions couldn't be seen because of his mask, and even his voice was altered. Dave wanted to make Muller his man or his spy in the Human Alliance so that he could monitor everything happening there. He could also use him to collect the materials he needed to expand his force. If he obtained the soul of Emperor Muller, he could directly make him his subordinate, and all of his wealth would naturally belong to him. He might even help Muller achieve transcendental being. Abai explained that to grant the wish of his client, he needed to pay with his lifespan. However, Dave's lifespan had reached a level that even dragons were not close to. His lifespan is 1,000,000,000 years due to his chaos body and chaos heart, and if he continues to get stronger and obtains the other items in the shop, he might become a true immortal, and even lifespan will mean nothing to him. There are also some alternatives, like collecting the lifespan of his enemies using his time law, and he has a lot of treasures to expand lifespan. So Dave perfectly fits to be the master of the Hall of Chaos. This lord plans to collect loyal believers, and you will be the first priest I will assign. In exchange, I will resurrect you and even give you a chance to reach the transcendental being level. Dave can break through directly to the transcendental being if he buys everything in the main shop, but his sin points are not enough. He needs more believers to acquire more sin points, and he needs faith energy to surpass transcendental beings and reach the level of God. He continues to solidify his foundation, and he is not in a rush right now. He also has some divine crystals he got from killing a demon lord's hero before, and he can use them when he reaches the peak of transcendental being. Transcendental being marks the beginning of escaping the realm of mortal existence. Those who attain transcendental being undergo a baptism by universe energy, making them difficult to kill. They can revive as long as there is a drop of blood, though recovery takes a considerable amount of time. Their mana quantity surpasses that of anyone below their level, and their bodies exhibit significant strength. Dave's victory over Sarah, a transcendental being, was due to her forming only 3 energy flowers inside our body. The transcendental being realm and those beyond it differ from previous stages. Upon reaching transcendental being, individuals must form energy flowers in their souls, with a number representing their power. The more energy flowers one comprehends and builds in their soul, the stronger they become. To reach celestial immortals, one must attain the peak of transcendental being, requiring the formation of 50 energy flowers in their souls. This indicates that Sarah is considered a weak transcendental being, yet she is a genius, as even geniuses would typically need thousands of years to form a single energy flower. Sarah achieved this in just 20,000 years, which is considered young in the celestial plane. To form an energy flower, an intense amount of energy must supply the soul. Some use treasures for refinement, while others sacrifice their bloodline or employ unorthodox methods such as sacrificing the souls of enemies to solidify their souls. Demons often use the latter method, while others harness faith energy. This is why Dave aspires to create his own religion to massively harvest faith energy when he reaches transcendental being. The stronger the soul, the higher the preliminary number of energy flowers they will have when reaching transcendental being. Like Dave, his powerful soul suggests that upon making a breakthrough, he may initially have 5 or more energy flowers. Upon hearing Dave's words, Muller was stunned, but he decisively decided in his heart, "I am prepared to pay for my soul and work for the Lord of Chaos with all of my heart if the Lord grants my request." He discarded his pride as an emperor, recognizing that only the Lord of Chaos could save him and his empire. Dave smiled, and a hologram appeared in front of him. Ding. Muller Defico request, save his empire and revive him. Payment, Muller's soul and loyalty cost, 1 million years of your lifespan to revive Muller Defico and remove the demon blood in his body. Do you accept? Y/N Dave smiled and thought to himself, lifespan? What is that? Yes. Dave had already made a decision, and Abai laughed and praised him. He, as expected, you didn't even flinch even though your lifespan was taken away. Dave smiled in reply. I can retrieve them again later and I can profit from it. Muller suddenly realized that a voice was appearing in his head. Ding. The Lord of Chaos has decided to accept your request. You will revive in 1 minute, and your illness will be healed. Muller was stunned, and he looked at the man with a mask in front of him. He bowed as he thanked him. Thank you, Lord. I will be loyal to you forever. Dave nodded and replied, when you revive, just pray to the Lord of Chaos, and I will send my envoy to help you deal with the enemy. Next Muller was overwhelmed and felt that instead of being at a disadvantage, the Lord of Chaos was very good to him. He swore in his heart to follow him forever and build a temple for the Lord of Chaos to worship. He planned to demolish the temple of the lightning god because he never heeded their prayers, and only the Lord of Chaos appeared in the time when he was in despair. He had been loyal to the lightning god, and they worshipped him from the time when his ancestor had just started to build an empire. Even after praying for many years, they never felt his presence, so their belief was shaken. A minute had passed while Emperor Muller had died. The family of the emperor cried while they hugged the body of Muller. The empress lost consciousness due to stress and grief, while the children of the emperor were crying, and even the usually cold Naga could not help but cry. We should do our best to not let our father down, Naga said, steeling her heart. She decided to fight their enemies who would try to destroy their empire, as their father had asked her to do. The crown prince was also aggrieved, but he knew that he needed to step up, and the fate of the empire was now in his hands. As they were immersed in their sadness, Muller opened his eyes and shouted, "Ah!" Muller was shocked because he saw a big hand forcefully pull his soul, and he was transported back to his body. He looked at his surroundings and saw his family crying. Instead of talking to them, he bowed his head and praised his lord. "Thank you for this new life, my lord." He prayed with all his heart and didn't realize that his children were terrified, backing away from him. "Who are you? How dare you possess our father's body?" Naga shouted, prepared to defend her siblings. Muller was stunned as he saw how his daughter had already matured enough and was ready to take responsibility, so he was delighted. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I am me. I was resurrected, ha ha ha. Metal Emperor, get ready to face your tribulation." Muller explained to everyone that he met a god, but there were rules that he should not reveal anything about the Hall of Chaos, or else his soul would dissipate. He told his family that he met a god who revived him, and the payment was that he would serve him. He was appointed as the first priest for the Lord of Chaos. The prince and princess were stunned when they heard about the Lord of Chaos, and they couldn't help but be delighted because their father was revived, and they got someone who could help them. The crown prince felt relieved because he didn't know if he was competent enough to handle the empire, but luckily, their father was now okay. At first, none of them believed it, but it was a miracle that he was revived, and even his injuries were healed. Emperor Muller was back in his peak state, and he could feel the threshold of transcendental being after being revived. Their father, known for his wise brain, was not easily fooled. Emperor Muller was the brain of the human alliance before, with his wise judgment and expertise in war tactics. The Lord of Chaos is an omnipotent being who even brought their father back to life, so they decided to worship him, just as their father said. Only Naga was a bit different because she hated the existence of gods who treated them as ants and didn't even take care of their existence. She swore that she would reach the level of gods and make them feel how they treated them. The lightning god is one of the reasons why she hated gods, but she was still thankful because her father was revived. Since the founding of their empire, their ancestors worshipped the lightning god in exchange for protection, but they never felt his presence even now when they needed help. "Father, you said that Lord of Chaos will send his envoy as long as you pray for it?" Naga asked, and Muller nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I will pray to the Lord of Chaos to send his envoy here, and all of you must be careful with your words and actions. Also, send my word to start demolishing the statue of the lightning god, and we will replace it with the Lord of Chaos." Muller immediately started to act, and the prince and princess nodded, following their father's decision. After they left, he went to visit his wife, who was unconscious due to grief, and he caressed her face, swearing that he would protect them and not let them experience this kind of thing again. After Emperor Muller sent his command, Naga took action and ordered the soldiers to demolish the statue of the lightning god. The soldiers were stunned, but she took out a decree and announced it to everyone. "From now on, we will only believe in the Lord of Chaos, and all of you must attend and welcome the envoy of the Lord of Chaos in 3 days." Muller decided to summon the envoy in 3 days to allow time for preparation and to assess the situation. After following her father's commands, Naga left for a secret location that only she knew. It was a dark cave, but the energy there was thick, and there were many books and treasures scattered about. "Master, are you sure that I should now accept the inheritance of Celestial Slayer? I don't want to rely on the so-called gods because I know that they all see us humans as ants," Naga asked, and a floating soul emerged from her body. It showed a beautiful woman with black hair, and her beauty was on par with Naga's. "Gods are superior beings in the first place, and we are just creatures that stemmed from them. But we have weak bodies and souls. My master was favored by the gods and became the sword hero. He even had the chance to receive teachings from the 10 Commandments, but he hated the fact that he was weak and failed to protect his friend. The gods also abandoned him and even framed him for things he never did. Gods are superior beings in the first place, and we are just creatures that stemmed from them, but we have weak bodies and souls. My master was favored by the gods and became the sword hero. He even had the chance to receive teachings from the 10 Commandments, but he hated the fact that he was weak and failed to protect his friend. The gods also abandoned him and even framed him for things he never did," the woman said, and Naga asked again. "If I accept his inheritance, will I be hunted by other races?" After all, Lord Celestial Slayer was one of the most hated beings in the celestial plane. The woman shook her head and said, "You can accept it without worry, and you can use his power as long as you don't reveal everything. You found this place, so it means you are fated to help my teacher clear his name and kill the perpetrator. My teacher is already dead, but before he died, his obsession to clear his name was still there. So he passed his inheritance to the Fated One. He said that when the inheritor reached the level comparable to God, they must find who framed him from the massacre of other top powerhouses from other races. He was framed for a sin he never committed, and he couldn't explain himself because even gods didn't believe him. He tried his best to explain himself that he was framed, but others didn't believe him. So he did his best to protect himself and killed some along the way because he was being hunted. He also lost his blessings from the gods, so he became weaker, but his belief in Sword Down never backed down. He comprehended something that can even kill a god. He became the Celestial Slayer, and even though he was strong enough to kill powerhouses, he still couldn't escape the river of time and died from exhausting his lifespan. The woman told the story while tears streamed down her eyes, and she was the only one who witnessed how her master suffered from a sin he had never committed. She was the Sword of Celestial Slayer, created by the Blacksmith Emperor with the blessing of the Sword Goddess. "Now it's up to you if you are ready to bear such a fate," she said, looking at Naga, who seemed to have made a decision. "Okay, I will take revenge for him and kill the one who framed him," Naga declared. She had found this place before but was still hesitating because of the fate she might face. However, she reached her current level due to the guidance of the woman in the sword. She had been using the sword but couldn't exert its full power because she was weak. She could only wield it properly if she accepted the inheritance. Naga clenched her fist, determined to get stronger and help her empire. It was the only way she found while not relying on the so-called god. Dave went back to check on the status of Carol and Hannah. Upon his return, he realized that both were still persevering inside the cauldron. Despite the intense pain, neither of them was willing to give up. Dave admired their dedication and decided to set the time ratio in the cauldron so that they could refine their bodies without worrying about time constraints. After making this adjustment, he let Flamey guide them. Despite Flamey's appearance, he was one of the oldest beings, born at the same time as the true dragons, so he should be reliable. Satisfied with their progress, Dave checked on the 2 young girls and then went to his space world to see his other lovers. To his surprise, he learned that the girls had left together with Gabriella, heading to the spirit realm where his acquaintance Tracy was because her world was in danger. Kirito informed him that Tracy's fairy clan was under attack by the insect race. Tracy had warned them not to return to the spirit realm due to the danger, but the girls decided to help their friend, knowing how to repay a favor. Dave wasn't angry about their decision. Instead, He understood their loyalty and was not overly concerned about their safety. With the blood connection he had with each of them, he could revive them if something were to happen, considering it a part of their training. Dave, being able to revive individuals with a drop of their blood, had collected samples from each of the girls to ensure their safety. Dave blessed the girls with his power and provided them with tokens to access his space world, ensuring they could escape easily if needed. Despite lacking fighting experience, he appreciated their dedication to catch up to him. Though he wanted to protect them, he knew they were determined not to be a burden. Dave then telepathically contacted Gabriella to inquire about the situation in the spirit realm. "Gabriella, what's the situation?" In the spirit realm, a top-tier realm that sheltered various races connected to the life goddess, such as elves, dwarves, fairies, and druids, nature-loving beings once at their peak. However, they suffered losses in a war against demons, and many of their powerhouses couldn't be resurrected by the goddess of life due to the demons devouring their souls. After the war, their population dwindled to 2/10 of its original size, with numerous kings and elders among the casualties. The spirit realm, once a pinnacle of peace, had been restored over many years. Only the elves, fairies, druids, and dwarves managed to maintain their strength, with their kings at the peak of transcendental being providing security. The other races in the spirit realm became subsidiaries of these top 4 races, fostering unity and peace among them. However, a crisis emerged as the insect race, led by 10 insect lords at the transcendental being level, managed to breach their realm. The insect race, originally a top race, served the Zerg race, a race on par with demons and gods, but residing in their plane known as the Zerg plane. The insect race preyed on beings with life force, and their incursion into the spirit realm posed a significant threat. Fairy Kingdom. Fairy King, the other kings have sent news that they cannot provide help as they are also occupied by the insect race. Many have already fallen and been devoured by them, the minister reported nervously to the Fairy King. The Fairy King, standing at 1.9 feet tall with 6 beautiful wings behind him, looked at the minister but remained silent, deep in thought. The insect race is indeed persistent. I don't know how they managed to locate our realm. We must fight and exterminate those insects. Gather the army and prepare for an all-out war, the Fairy King declared, displaying his unwavering resolve. The minister nodded and promptly left to convey the king's decree. Once alone, the Fairy King sighed, recognizing the daunting odds they faced against an insect race that outnumbered them, and even had a transcendental being among them. So, the prophecy of our ancestors is true, huh? But even now, the hero has not shown any signs, he mused. Lost in thought, he noticed his daughter, Tracy, preparing to enter the war. "Father, let me lead the troops to exterminate the insects." Tracy had become more beautiful and mature. She is now a divine emperor, and finally managing to escape being grounded. "No, Tracy, you should remain in the palace. You are the future ruler of the Fairy Kingdom," the Fairy King insisted, concerned for his only child's safety. "No, father, let me fight. I can protect myself. How will others believe in me as the future ruler if I do not have the courage to face our enemies?" Tracy asserted, displaying her stubborn determination to fight for her race. Moved by her conviction, the Fairy King sighed again, feeling troubled. "Here, take this. It should protect you against the attacks of the insect lords." He handed Tracy a special armor, a treasured relic of their race. Tracy was stunned and immediately rejected the offer, expressing her concern that if she failed and the armor was stolen, she might become a disgrace to their fairy race. The Fairy King shook his head and insisted, "You are my only child, and your life is more important to me. Please be careful, and always remember that I am proud of you." Touched, Tracy's eyes moistened. She knew that her father loved her deeply, disciplining her for her own good. Despite being grounded, she harbored no grudge, understanding that it was for her benefit and that she wouldn't have met her new friends if not for being grounded. Boom. As they were talking, a commotion erupted outside, and a servant rushed to them, visibly sweating. "King, dozens of women have appeared outside, led by an angel. They claim to be acquaintances of the princess," the servant reported. The general didn't believe them and tried to capture them, but he was easily defeated by the angel. The Fairy King and Tracy were stunned, exchanging worried glances. Tracy murmured, "No, I told them not to come." Tracy hurried to see them, and the Fairy King followed. As they arrived, they witnessed numerous guards lying on the ground, beaten but still alive. Tracy was furious, shouting, "What are you doing? They are my friends. How dare you hurt them?" The guards, realizing their mistake, knelt and begged for forgiveness. Tracy ignored them, focusing on her friends. "We came to help, little girl," Gabriella said, looking at Tracy. Rose, Susan, Lena, and all of Dave's women were present behind her. They had rushed to help Tracy without informing Dave. Tracy, moved by their gesture, insisted, "No, it's dangerous. You should go back and not bother." Rose smirked and replied, "Hee hee, are we friends? How can we let you be in danger?" The other girls nodded in agreement, and Susan added, "Trust us, we are powerful now." Tracy was shocked when she observed the cultivation levels of the girls. "What? Peak Divine Monarch? How is that possible?" She was stunned because she realized that the speed of the girls was fast, and their aura was not weaker than that of a low-tier divine monarch. We are training with Gabriella and joined the war legion led by her. Dave also gave us a boost, hee. Sophia laughed, and the girls blushed. Tracy, however, didn't fully comprehend what she was saying. By the way, what happened? Why are you beating them? Tracy asked, looking at Gabriella, who had become more powerful than before. They wanted to capture us when they saw that we were beautiful and trying to take advantage of us. If they didn't belong to your race, I would have already killed them, Gabriella explained, expressing her disdain for those who would harm and exploit women. Tracy, furious at the guards, declared, "How dare you harm and have designs on my friends? You will be at the front when I lead the war." The guards were scared, but they didn't dare to speak up. The fact that the king didn't intervene implied his approval, leaving them in despair. They hadn't expected these women to truly be the friends of the princess. "Capture them," Tracy commanded the guards, deciding that they would be released after the war if they survived. "Let me introduce you to my father. He is the Fairy King Oberon," Tracy said, gesturing towards her father. The Fairy King smiled and greeted them warmly. "I am glad that Tracy has such friends," he expressed, surprising Tracy, who didn't anticipate her father's respectful attitude toward them. She didn't know that the Fairy King was nervous because he saw Gabriella, and a memory appeared in his mind. However, he suppressed his nervousness. The girls bowed to him and greeted him back. "Tracy, lead them inside the palace and accommodate them," Oberon commanded Tracy, who nodded and led them. Gabriella didn't join them and instructed the girls to wait for her. They didn't know what she was going to discuss with the Fairy King, but they didn't press for details. Gabriella looked at Oberon, who swung his hands to create a barrier and then knelt in front of her, offering his respect. "I pay my respects to the War Angel, Archangel Nevaeh," Oberon said, stunned upon recognizing her. Even now, he vividly remembered the face of the strongest angel who had managed to defeat many demon lords and was the pillar of the angel race. "I pay my respects to the War Angel, Archangel Nevaeh," Oberon said, stunned upon seeing her. Even now, he remembered the face of the strongest angel who had managed to defeat many demon lords and was the pillar of the angel race. Her strength was comparable to that of a god, but she remained deeply loyal to the goddess of light, who was her teacher. He didn't expect to see her here, and he had thought that she was already dead because her position in the angel clan remained vacant, and she had not appeared for many years. Even so, none dared to replace her position, as the angel race believed that she was alive. Now, Oberon learned that she was truly alive. He didn't know why her powers were only at the Divine Emperor level, but he didn't dare to disrespect her because he still felt danger emanating from her. Maybe she is just suppressing her powers not to alert others. That's right, it must be the case, Oberon mused, becoming more respectful toward her. As expected of an archangel, she must have a big plan, and an insignificant being like me cannot comprehend what a powerhouse thinks. Gabriella looked at him and said, "Oh, are you the child of Fantana, the Queen of Fairy? Your eyes are the same as hers." Oberon was pleased that she recognized him, so he nodded and replied, "Yes, Archangel Nevaeh. I was only a prince when I met you before and didn't have the right to speak to you, but I heard that my mother is your friend. I only saw you from afar and watched how you managed to slay a demon lord. Mother admired you the most, and I heard that she became strong because you helped her before and saved her life when she was in danger. You are the benefactor of my family, so please accept my bow." Gabriella smiled and said, "That was in the past. Don't call me Nevaeh anymore, call me Gabriella, as it was the name given by my master." Oberon was stunned and he asked, "Yes, Archangel Gabriella." He didn't know what had happened to Gabriella, but he didn't dare to ask her. "What happened to Fantana?" Oberon clenched his fist as he replied, "My mother died after the war because her soul was corrupted by a demon lord. I want to become stronger to get revenge for her, but I am stuck at the transcendental being, and I know that I could never face a demon lord." Oberon knew his limits, but he believed that his daughter had a chance to reach the level he never achieved. Gabriella sighed and replied, "It's a pity, she was a good and strong woman. If she had just unlocked her hidden potential, she might have become a powerhouse, and your race's status would have elevated." Then Gabriella changed the topic. "By the way, let the girls join the war because my master mentioned they can help and it will serve as training for them. Don't fret about their safety, I'll protect them and your daughter as well." Oberon was stunned but nodded and said, "Thank you, Archangel Gabriella." He felt grateful, ensuring his daughter's safety. "Archangel, the master you speak of is the goddess of light?" Gabriella shook her head and said, "No, you will meet him, but not now." Dave returned to check on the girls a day later and was shocked. Flamey complained they absorbed everything and endured until the end. The talent of the two is outstanding. Flamey grumbled because he used some treasures to maintain the training. Dave laughed and compensated him. The girls finished refining their bodies, and a year passed in his domain due to the changed time ratio. It consumed much of Dave's mana to keep it working. When he checked them, both became more elegant and beautiful. Carol now looks mature, her playfulness gone. She gained height, now matching Hannah's stature. Carol is at the mid-tier of Divine Monarch, while Hannah is at the low-tier Divine Monarch. Their bodies can even fight against higher levels than the two. He assessed they could destroy Draco's body before his evolution with a punch at the same level. Now, for the last training, we will spar, and we'll stop only when you manage to last for 30 seconds against me. Don't worry, I will suppress my level to the same level as you two. Dave looked at the two and smiled, appearing calm and confident. He then waved his hands, and both entered the Tower of Trials. Since he completed the trial to the top, he gained access to the tower's arena where anyone can spar without worrying about dying or being resurrected in full health. Are you looking down on us so much, Sir Dave? We are stronger than before. Hannah was astounded, feeling Dave's arrogance, while Carol only shook her head, replying, hee, don't compare Master to others because I bet we cannot even resist one of his attacks. He's already lowering his standards. Dave smiled and said, who's first? Carol stepped up, cupping her fist, and said, enlighten me, Master. She unsheathed her sword and dashed in front of Dave. Her speed was so fast that she appeared instantly in front of Dave. Boom. Carol dashed away, feeling that she hit the air, but Dave appeared behind her and punched her back. Boom. Carol was destroyed, her body annihilated. Oops cuckoo, you are getting stronger, huh? Forgive me today because I will be brutal. Dave laughed, and Carol was suddenly resurrected again, her face filled with horror as she realized she had died from her master's normal punch. Use your full power and control your destructive energy well. Carol calmed herself and nodded as she prepared for the second round. Eyes of destruction. Suddenly, Dave saw Carol's eyes turn violet, and her vision and speed tripled. When someone looked into her eyes, they would be blinded instantly, but it consumed more mana for the user. Dave, however, was unaffected, as her eyes were inferior to his chaotic god eyes. Yet, he felt that Carol had the potential to threaten him if she controlled her powers better. Destructive Nova. Carol swung her sword at Dave, who dodged as a destructive light covered him, destroying even the space it hit. Boom. 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 Next boom. Wow, your control is now better. That skill is good, haha. But it's not enough. Dave laughed, then he pointed his fingers into the sky and chanted. Sin of Envy. Copy. Destructive Nova and intense energy formed in the sky, even stronger than Carol had used. It seemed as if space would collapse. Luckily, they were inside the Tower of Trials, which would never be destroyed, even if the gods descended here. Hannah, watching, was stunned. Even Carol was shocked, realizing her master had effortlessly copied her skill, and his control was more perfect than hers. Strong. Hannah's reverence for Dave rose to a higher level. She realized she had contracted someone who could shake the universe in the future. Dave laughed, then pointed at Carol, who was stunned on the spot. She couldn't move her body because of the energy of destruction gathering in the air. No. Boom. Carol was killed again. When she resurrected, she pouted and complained to Dave. That's cheating, Master. Dave enjoyed beating his cute disciple, but he returned to his original intention. He taught her how to control her powers while fighting and taught her some techniques in hand-to-hand combat. Dave decided to create a clone to teach and spar with Hannah. He showed no mercy, but the two didn't give up, even though they had died 1,000 times. They became more motivated. Dave saw how easily they coped. They could now last for 5 seconds, but none of them could damage or hit him. Hannah told him that she unlocked an inheritance in her body when she reached the Divine Monarch, and the cultivation was called Divine Martial Technique. She explained that it has 5 levels, but she could only comprehend the first level. The technique was special because she could combine any technique into one and fix its weaknesses. It also covered her body with divine energy, preventing instant death. However, it required 2 hours to recover the immortality after being hit. She could also control the luck of her enemies, making them unlucky for a certain time. However, Dave was unaffected due to his power, and his luck remained high. She couldn't affect Dave's luck unless she was stronger than him or they were on the same level. Just like that, Dave trained the 2 fierce women who would shake the celestial plane in the future. 2 more years passed inside Dave's domain, but it was only 2 days outside due to Dave's perfect use of his time law. It drained a lot of his mana, but he didn't care because he wanted to nurture the two. The girls finished their training, both reaching the peak of Divine Monarch. Hannah had caught up to Carol, but Carol was not afraid because Dave explained that reaching the Divine Emperor was challenging. Carol's foundation was more solid than Hannah's, and she proved stronger in their sparring sessions. Despite being constantly beaten by Dave, he didn't care about their beauty, believing in gender equality. The two couldn't count how many times they had died, experiencing despair and hellish torment, but their perseverance never wavered. They stood up each time, determined to progress. Dave always remained incredibly calm, embodying perfection and tranquility, but when things got serious, he transformed into a merciless demon king. It was the first time Carol had witnessed this side of her master, but it only fueled her determination to assist him in the future. Her admiration reached its peak. The two endured without complaint, absorbing everything he taught them. Their fighting experience became rich as Dave dedicated all his effort and knowledge to them. Despite that, the two developed their unique fighting styles. Carol mastered the control of her destruction powers, and the destructive aura could now envelop her entire body. She created an armor using the destruction law and covered her sword with destructive energy capable of annihilating the armor and weapons of her enemies upon collision. Enhancing her energy manipulation, she evolved into a formidable warrior. Her powers could now last for 30 seconds against Dave at his suppressed level without relying on his other tyrannical skills. Dave estimated that a divine emperor would struggle against Carol, noting her intelligence in fighting and adept use of terrain. Carol's purple star eyes proved to be a game-changer. Besides blinding her enemies, it was fatal, destroying the souls of those weaker than her when they met her gaze. Immune to bad luck, her fate was elusive and hard to predict. With a single gaze, she could even shatter space. Even so, Carol felt frustrated because she couldn't land a blow on her master for the past 2 years. Nevertheless, this only fueled her eagerness to train, and she swore to make her master proud someday. She recognized the incredible talent of her master, whose real age wasn't much different from theirs, yet he was already immensely strong and had formed his own army. For Carol, Dave was a beacon of light during times when she almost gave up and felt despair in her life. She remembered how he saved her, helped her and cure her disease, and taught her many things, treating her like family. Dave treated her as if she were his real family, and she was deeply grateful to him. She vowed to destroy anyone who tried to harm her master. "Destroy everything that wants to harm my master," Carol murmured. Lost in her thoughts, those words continued to echo in her mind. "Destroy everything that wants to harm my master. Destroy everything that wants to harm my master. Destroy everything that wants to harm my master." Destruction. Boom. Dave, who was checking the progress of the two, was stunned when he realized the terrifying energy emitted by Carol. "Ho, you finally found your path," Dave laughed. He covered Hannah to protect her because Carol's energy was terrifying, and if touched, it could delete their entire existence. "Next Prev, my disciple is a destruction god in the future, and my intuition tells me she will be a feared existence." Ha ha ha, Dave laughed with delight. "My disciple is a destruction god in the future, and my intuition tells me she will be a feared existence." Ha ha ha, Dave laughed with delight, and Abi's small form appeared on his shoulders. She looked at Carol and said, "Dave, you must nurture her properly because her future is no less than yours. If she reaches the level on par with a god in the future, she can acquire a terrifying skill that even gods fear." Dave looked at Abi and asked, "A skill that even gods fear? Is it primordial sin?" Abi shook her head and replied, "Gods also fear primordial sin, as it is a power that could destroy their immortality. But there is an existence before that, one that almost annihilated everything if not for the intervention of the true dragons. The god of destruction can destroy anything and remove your existence from the timeline of history, and you will be forgotten by everyone." The god of destruction was one of the firstborn gods, existing at the same time as other ancient gods and true dragons. However, the god of destruction rebelled against heaven, was punished by the supreme will of heaven, and died without being given a chance to resurrect. The god of creation, born at the same era as the god of destruction, is said to have had a good relationship. She sacrificed her powers to break the command of the supreme will and secure the soul of the god of destruction. The god of creation was also punished by the supreme will for saving the god of destruction and was stripped of their divine powers, put into suffering. They were cursed by the supreme will, feeling betrayed by its children. The curse compelled them to resurrect in many lifetimes, erasing their memories of past lives. They were bound to kill each other, and when one managed to kill the other, they would remember their past and realize the consequences of their actions. After that, the winner would die after 2 days, and the cycle would continue, tormenting the two for eternity. Abi looked at the two with pity, and Dave realized something. Is this fate? Are Hannah and Carol the reincarnation of the god of creation and destruction? Dave was astonished, and the timing was perfect. The two had met, initially showing hostility, but they didn't kill each other because of Dave. Fufu, yes, from the looks of it, they were possibly the reincarnations of the two ancient gods. Don't worry, both are weak right now, and I realize that your presence has suppressed the curse somewhat. Abi looked at Dave with amusement. She already knew about Carol and Hannah when she first saw them, but she wasn't sure, so she waited until Carol had managed to unlock her true powers. How can I affect the curse? Is my handsomeness that great? Dave didn't know what Abi meant, and Abi laughed cutely and replied, well, your existence is special, even the supreme will is wary of you, Kek. Your presence alone can render the curse of that bastard useless. Abi refrained from sharing more when Dave asked, so he gave up. So, the two are bound to kill each other. How can we remove the curse? You can remove it by convincing or destroying the supreme will, but it's impossible with your current powers. The only thing you can do is monitor the two, and maybe we can find a solution in the future. Dave nodded, feeling that it was fate that the two had met him. He swore to free them from the curse and thwart the supreme will. Dave then looked at Hannah, unaffected by Carol's energy but feeling some pressure due to her weaker state. Dave was satisfied with Hannah's progress, her cultivation speed had caught up with his disciple, Carol. During training, Hannah demonstrated incredible luck, benefiting every time she faced a crisis. She managed to copy some of Dave's skills with just a glance and even created a new technique. Dave was astonished, showing her some of his skills, but realizing she couldn't copy his Primordial Sin skills. Nonetheless, her talent was exceptional. She could resist for 30 seconds, and her immortality and anti-instant death skill were enviable, even for Dave, though he possessed similar abilities. He believed her skills would shock everyone in the tournament. Carol opened her eyes, clenching her fist as she finally broke through to Divine Emperor and even managed to create her divine domain. Before meeting Dave, this level was merely a dream for her, and her life changed when she encountered her master. Finally, Domain of Destruction. Congrats, my disciple. You didn't disappoint me. Dave appeared in front of her, patting her head. He looked at her with a warm smile, never doubting Carol's talent. Carol smiled, enjoying his touch. Dave was amused, having just learned that she was the god of destruction. However, the way he looked at her remained unchanged, and she would always be his precious disciple. Thank you, Master. If not for you, I might not have reached this level. Carol was very grateful, but Dave smiled, believing that even without his help, she would reach this level and even become stronger, though it might take a longer time. Just remain cute, hee hee. Dave pinched her cheeks, and she pouted but didn't resist, enjoying the playful gesture. Consolidate your realm and get used to it. I will bring you and Hannah to her world so you can see it. The tournament is near, take your time with Hannah and don't fight, okay? Dave wanted the two to build a good relationship. Carol nodded, recognizing that, despite feeling that Hannah was her mortal enemy, she would respect and follow her master's wishes. Hannah, on the other hand, looked at Carol with envy, realizing the widening gap between them. However, she was determined to catch up to her. Dave smiled before bringing the two out of the tower. He commanded Carol to introduce Hannah to the space world and get familiar with the place. Despite Dave telling Hannah that their contract was only for a month, he just used it to motivate her to work hard. He never intended to let her go, considering her luck and her status as a reincarnation of an ancient god. Hannah didn't disappoint him, and her talent ignited Carol's passion not to be left behind. Sarah informed Dave that she would contact him when the tournament neared, so he was just waiting for her. Dave went back to the Hall of Chaos because he felt the connection with Muller and realized he was now summoning the envoy. Dave smiled, but he noticed a black crystal ball appear and float around the Hall of Chaos. What is that? Dave scanned it using his chaotic eyes and realized it was the faith energy accumulated due to his devout followers and believers. Since contracting his first customer, Muller, the Hall of Chaos started to gather faith energy for him, which he could collect anytime he needed. He realized that even his subordinates and lovers weren't contributing to faith energy because he hadn't told them about his other identity as the Lord of Chaos. He needed to set up his church in his space world to involve them in the faith energy collection. Lord of Chaos, the Lord who rules everything. The beginning and the end of everything. The creator and the one who rules with supremacy. Divine Mark, 1 faith energy, 2% priest. Muller Defico, loyalty, maximum. Note: the Lord of Chaos can appoint positions to his followers and subordinates, and they will be blessed with the blessing of the Lord of Chaos. Lord of Chaos blessing: cultivators blessed by the Lord of Chaos gain unparalleled mastery over adaptability. The Lord of Chaos blessing grants the cultivator the ability to harness and manipulate chaos energy for a certain limit of time. Can use the chaos aura that makes those blessed individuals immune to any suppression, only succumbing to the suppression of the Lord of Chaos. This grants them resistance to attempts at control or prediction by other cultivators, and their fate cannot be read by anyone. Note: only those who reach the maximum level of loyalty can receive the blessing of the Lord of Chaos. Dave was amazed, not expecting such perks of being the Lord of Chaos. He analyzed how it works, and Abai answered some of his questions, leaving him satisfied. The divine mark symbolized his level as a god being, and the more marks he accumulated, the stronger he would become. Currently, he was starting his journey as a god, even as a divine emperor. Abai explained that one could only embark on godhood after surpassing the transcendental being. However, not everyone had the right to become a god. They first needed approval from the Supreme Will, or they could kill a true god and absorb their god core, thus coming under the Supreme Will. Another option was accepting the offer of a demon, fighting a demon lord to seize their position. In the demon realm, loyalty didn't matter, strength ruled everything. Dave could raise his divine mark after accumulating enough faith energy to reach 100%, and only his believers and those who prayed to him could generate faith energy. Smiling, Dave easily formed a plan for his church, accepting Abai's suggestion as she was truly knowledgeable. He then flicked his fingers, connecting his consciousness to his subordinates, lovers, and familiar. He sent them the information and gave them time to read before appointing them to their positions. Supreme General, Archangel Gabriella, loyalty, maximum. The Supreme General is the one who will lead the army of the Lord of Chaos and has the authority to punish those who disobey the rule of the Lord of Chaos. Title effects: the title holder will be enveloped by an ethereal aura that deflects and absorbs attacks imbued with order or predictability. As the Supreme General, the title holder possesses the ability to inspire unwavering loyalty and determination in her troops, Holding the authority to punish disobedience, the title holder can invoke the Judgment of Discord. This ability allows her to mete out consequences to those who defy the rule of the Lord of Chaos. The title holder has access to the skill Chaos Buff, which can make the recognized army become 2 times stronger and make them immortal for 10 seconds. Chaos Shadow Lord, Assassin King Ronin, Loyalty, Maximum. Chaos Shadow Lord is the shadow who will act in the darkness for the Lord of Chaos. Title effects: the Chaos Shadow Lord can attune his blades to the chaotic energies of the environment. This chaos resonance enhances the cutting power of his weapons and allows him to exploit weaknesses in his enemy's defenses, increase affinity to darkness, void, and chaos by 500%. The title holder can channel chaotic energies into his own body temporarily, enhancing his physical attributes and reflexes. The chaos infusion makes him a blur on the battlefield, allowing him to outmaneuver opponents and strike with unparalleled speed. The title holder can sense those who disrespect the Lord of Chaos, locate their position, and ascertain their status. Divine Flame Guardian, Primordial Flame Flamey, Loyalty, Maximum. The Divine Flame Guardian will protect and shield every temple of the Lord of Chaos against intruders and bad intentions with its primordial flame. Title effects: the Divine Flame Guardian can grant the Devour believers immunity to any poison and enhance their affinity to fire. Divine Flame Guardian can summon an Inferno Shield, a barrier of primordial flames that surrounds and protects the temples of the Lord of Chaos. This mystical shield not only repels physical attacks but also burns with chaotic energy, disrupting the cultivation techniques of intruders. When the temples are under direct threat, Flamey can unleash the Temple Guardian's fury. This entails a heightened state of vigilance and power, where the flames burn hotter, and the Guardian's protective abilities are magnified to repel even the most determined intruders. The title holder can unleash divine punishment with the power of primordial flame and chaos to destroy anything in its path. Chaos Undead Lord, Xegron, Loyalty, Maximum. The Undead Lord will fight for the Lord of Chaos without limit and with their immortal bodies. Title effects: the Chaos Undead Lord has control over Necrotic Dominion, a power that allows him to extend his influence over undead minions. These minions serve as an unyielding army, fighting tirelessly and without fear under his command. The Chaos Undead Lord has the ability to enthrall weaker minds with chaos enthrallment. This power allows him to bend the will of mortals, making them susceptible to his commands and turning them into loyal servants of the Lord of Chaos. The title holder's touch carries the weight of a cursed grasp, draining the life force from living beings and offering it to the Lord of Chaos. The title holder can enhance his undead creations and guarantee the creation of a strong undead. Chaos Executioner, Heavenly Titan Kegu, Loyalty, Maximum. The one responsible for capturing and punishing those who disrespect the Lord of Chaos. Title effects: the Chaos Executioner has access to the Chaos Prison and can lock enemies for eternity, inducing despair. Kegu wields the Celestial Judgment Blade, a mighty weapon infused with chaotic energy. This weapon has the power to cleave through both physical and metaphysical defenses, ensuring swift and decisive justice against those who disrespect the Lord of Chaos. Kegu can summon an ethereal tribunal, an otherworldly courtroom where the guilty face judgment. This mystical space allows for fair and chaotic trials, where the accused must defend themselves against the charges brought forth by the Chaos Executioner. The Chaos Executioner carries enchanted chains known as the Chaos Chains of Subjugation. These chains can bind even the most powerful cultivators, rendering them powerless and at the mercy of Kegu's judgment. Chaos Monster Commander, Chaotic Dragon Draco, Loyalty, Maximum. The pet of the Lord of Chaos who will lead the legion of monsters and beasts to kill anyone who defies the will of the Lord of Chaos. Title effect: as the Chaos Monster Commander, the title holder wields monstrous legionary authority, enabling it to organize and lead a vast array of monsters and beasts into battle. This authority ensures cohesive and strategic cooperation among the chaotic forces. Draco can breathe the Chaos Infusion Breath, a torrent of chaotic energy that imbues the monsters and beasts with heightened strength and ferocity. This breath enhances the combat capabilities of its monstrous legion during battles. Draco has a primordial beast caller connection, allowing it to summon and communicate with ancient and powerful beasts from the chaotic realms. These primordial creatures heed Draco's call and join their legion in times of dire need. The Chaos Monster Commander can bestow Chaos Marks upon its minions. These marks enhance the monster's innate abilities and make them more resilient to external influences, ensuring they remain devoted to the Lord of Chaos. After spending many hours, David finished assigning titles to his subordinates. It cost him billions of his lifespan for just one title, and he felt weakened as his lifespan decreased rapidly, but he didn't care. He even considered giving the position of Beast Guardian to Sky, but she was still a child and her mind wasn't mature enough. Blizzard, on the other hand, was too lazy due to the pampering of the girls, so Dave decided not to appoint her, instead making her the guardian of his space world. He didn't give a title or position to Eldritch because he knew Eldritch wasn't interested and focused on alchemy. Despite being the Alchemy Emperor, Eldritch continued to seek knowledge, which pleased Dave. As the more knowledgeable Eldritch became, the better it was for Dave. Dave granted authority to the title holders to create their own armies and manage them. A chaos system was put in place to track their credits, and they could exchange treasures from Dave's shop for their efforts. Dave could easily compensate for his loss of lifespan in various ways, so he wasn't worried about it. He believed that just one breakthrough would increase his lifespan again, and reaching the level of gods would nearly make his lifespan infinite, like the gods. He was pleased with the effects of the titles and realized that not everyone could become a god due to the consequences. First, they needed to expand their influence and use their lifespan to strengthen their believers and followers. Fortunately, Dave's lifespan was something others didn't possess, and the effects of the title holders could become stronger if his divine mark rose to another level. Second, they would need to undergo the trial of becoming a real god, a concept Dave learned from Abai, but she didn't provide many details about it. Lastly, those who reached the level of gods would be truly bound to the supreme will and forced to follow the rules of the universe. However, Dave wasn't bound by the laws of the universe, so he wasn't concerned about it. In the Human Lightning Empire, the Emperor knelt before the statue of the Lord of Chaos, whom he had encountered. Behind him, all his people and the inhabitants of the empire followed his lead. He issued a decree welcoming the envoy of the Lord of Chaos, warning that disobedience would result in death and treason labels. The decree caused uproar, but the people were amazed by their healthy emperor, who appeared stronger than before. Many speculated that the emperor had made a breakthrough, but he attributed his revival to the grace of the Lord of Chaos. He announced the impending descent of the envoy. Over 3 days, all statues of the lightning god were destroyed, replaced by the majestic statue of the Lord of Chaos. The people lost faith in the lightning god, swayed by miracles. The statue of the Chaos Lord was majestic, even non-believers felt awe and admiration. The emperor spared no expense for the statue, using most of his treasures to please the Lord of Chaos. The prince and princess knelt behind the emperor, and Princess Naga gazed at the statue, her curiosity piqued. She turned to the spirit in that, "Do you know the Lord of Chaos my father is referring to? Even the statue of him makes me feel like my soul is being pierced to the core." Sword. Initially hesitant to kneel due to her pride, Princess Naga yielded to her father's authority, not wanting to disobey him. The spirit in the sword responded with uncertainty. "I've never heard of him before. I know all the gods that exist today, but the Lord of Chaos is unfamiliar to me. Perhaps he's a newly emerged or counterfeit god, although the latter seems unlikely given his ability to resurrect your father, which would die plains the god of life and death. I believe the Lord of Chaos is a hidden deity who rarely reveals himself. Even I feel a sense of terror when I look at his statue," the spirit concluded. Princess Naga was taken aback by the spirit's admission of fear, especially considering its usual disdain for everyone, including the emperors of the human race. "Then it's better to be cautious and not act rashly," she agreed, nodding as she glanced at her father, who remained kneeling in prayer. "Lord of Chaos, please bless us with your grace. Lord of Chaos, please bless us with your grace. Lord of Chaos, please bless us with your grace. Lord of Chaos, please bless us with your grace." Emperor Muller intoned, his voice filled with reverence. As he repeated the words, a brilliant light enveloped the statue of the Lord of Chaos, casting its radiance over the entire empire. Every inhabitant felt a weight lift from their bodies. Swoosh. "Ho, so this is the celestial plane, huh?" Before them stood a handsome man with long red hair and piercing blue eyes. His tall, imposing figure exuded an aura of awe and respect. "So handsome," murmured the onlookers, captivated by his presence. Even Emperor Muller found himself overwhelmed by the man's aura. The man was none other than Dave, and he marveled at the millions kneeling before him, realizing the emperor's power and authority. His words held the utmost authority, and none dared to question him. He was the pillar of their race, their protector. "Next, people of the Lightning Empire, I am the holy son of the Lord of Chaos, and I have descended here to aid your empire in its time of need," Dave proclaimed. With a wave of his hand, chaotic energy surged forth, causing flowers and plants to bloom at an astonishing rate. Injuries were healed, and some achieved breakthroughs in their abilities. Swoosh. Despite the rapid depletion of his mana and lifespan, Dave remained undeterred. He needed to demonstrate the might of the Lord of Chaos to gain more believers and followers. The people erupted in joy, astonished by the miraculous display before them. Some of them were at the end of their lifespan, but he gave them hope to live longer. Some had severe injuries, yet they found healing in his life energy. Others, suffering from mental trauma, were soothed by his chaotic powers. Miracles unfolded throughout the empire. The land became more fertile, and trees grew faster in an instant. "I am at the end of my life, but the Lord of Chaos granted me a new life by helping me through," declared an old man, kneeling with reverence before the statue of the Lord of Chaos. He kowtowed, expressing his gratitude for the healing of his tormenting injuries. "I will follow him forever and praise his majesty," he vowed. Others followed suit, prostrating themselves on the ground, their reverence reaching new heights. Witnessing the Lord of Chaos cover the entire empire with his radiant energy, they realized his benevolence and felt safe under his protection. Swoosh. Dave smiled as he observed the faith energy surge from 2% to 15% in an instant. Yet, he knew it was still slow. Humans, he understood, were easily swayed by miracles. If others knew his thoughts, they would surely be astounded, for it took other gods many years to achieve such progress with billions of followers. His system, however, allowed him to accumulate faith energy faster. "Now, Emperor Muller," Dave's calm voice resounded, drawing everyone's attention to the awestruck emperor, who appeared increasingly fervent. "Yes, Holy Son." Muller rose and greeted Dave, bowing in a display of utmost respect. He thought that the Lord of Chaos would send some of his trusted subordinates, but he didn't expect that he would send the Holy Son. He knew that the Holy Son was only second to the god itself, making him more nervous, but he realized how seriously the Lord of Chaos was taking them. Dave smiled and announced, "You'll be a cardinal of our Lord's church, and you must follow his words and spread the name of the Lord to every being." Emperor Muller was shocked because he thought he would just become a priest, but he was promoted to cardinal in an instant. "I will follow the Lord's words," Muller said, not daring to disobey. Dave put his fingers on Muller's head, and a surge of information entered Muller's mind. It included some of Dave's plans, the design of his church, rules, laws, and even cultivation techniques previously unknown, requiring knowledge of chaos energy, reserved for the higher ranks of the church. "Divine Chaos Technique," Dave announced. Emperor Muller was amazed and felt that his shackles in cultivation were loosening. He was a transcendental being with 45 soul flowers and had been stuck at that level for thousands of years. He felt that if he cultivated the technique, he could form more soul flowers and break through this level. Dave smiled and continued, "Emperor Muller, now to be called Cardinal Muller, you have been very loyal to the Lord of Chaos to the core. I will grant you the blessing of the Lord of Chaos." With a flick of his fingers, energy covered Muller, and he felt his body becoming stronger. He was shocked by the strength of the blessings he received. His fate was now hard to read, and he could borrow the power of the Lord of Chaos and wield chaos energy for a certain time. Wow! His comprehension rose, and his talent had improved unlike before, when his abilities were already exhausted, causing him to remain in his realm for thousands of years. "I thank the Holy Son and will not let the Lord of Chaos down," Emperor Muller declared with gratitude. The Lord of Chaos hadn't just revived him, he had also given him an opportunity to reach a level he might never have reached before. Muller then addressed his people, proclaiming, "Now you see the power of the Lord of Chaos. Everyone must obey and follow the Lord of Chaos, and he will protect those who follow him. Anyone who tries to disrespect my Lord is my enemy." As he spoke, he released his aura, and everyone was shocked because he seemed to transform into a different person. "Praise the Lord of Chaos!" The people chanted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the empire. Dave, led by Muller, was escorted to their royal mansion, where Muller introduced him to the empire. Dave was astonished by the sheer size of the population in this world. It dwarfed anything he had ever encountered before, easily surpassing the largest world he had visited previously. Dave was warmly welcomed in the empire, and the emperor arranged a grand banquet in his honor, inviting all the nobles and trusted subordinates. The Lightning Empire stood out from other human empires because its nobles were exceptionally loyal to the emperor, prepared to defend their realm at any cost due to the goodwill bestowed upon them by their ruler. Emperor Muller, one of the most formidable leaders in the human alliance, was also known for his benevolence towards his people. He never abused his power and consistently made decisions for the betterment of their empire. Even in the face of his near-death experience, none of his subjects rebelled. Instead, they rallied around the prince, ready to defend their land against any invaders, displaying unwavering support for the royal family. To their astonishment, the emperor was miraculously revived and issued a decree that surprised them all. However, none dared to oppose his decree. Instead, they rallied behind him, assisting in spreading the news and offering their manpower to support the emperor's endeavors. At the banquet, numerous treasures and gifts were presented to Dave, who graciously accepted them with a smile. Despite the admiration and interest shown by many noble women, Dave remained polite and cordial, offering greetings and smiles in return. Dave's true status remained shrouded in mystery, his power undetectable by conventional means. His enigmatic nature intrigued the attendees, leaving them awestruck by the display of power he had exhibited earlier. Standing beside Dave, Emperor Muller elaborated on various matters, including the treasures he had prepared for the Lord of Chaos. Dave nodded in appreciation, impressed by Cardinal Muller's efficiency and dedication. The Crown Prince also extended his respect to Dave, engaging in polite conversation. Dave reciprocated the gesture, treating the prince as a friend rather than an inferior. Despite being the holy son of a deity, Dave didn't exude an air of superiority, making himself approachable to all. Throughout the day-long banquet, the dire circumstances they faced seemed to fade into the background as a sense of safety and protection enveloped the gathering. The people found solace in their newfound faith, kneeling in reverence before the statue of the Lord of Chaos each day, thereby strengthening Dave's divine mark with every act of devotion. In the residence provided by Muller, Dave, Muller, and Princess Naga gathered. While Dave and Muller discussed the development of the church, Naga served tea and listened from the side. "I understand the situation you're facing, so don't worry about your adversaries. Keep spreading the name of the Lord of Chaos, and I'll handle any threats you encounter. Devotees of the Lord will not be mistreated," Dave assured Muller, a confident smile on his face, treating the idea of enemies as insignificant. Muller, expressing his gratitude, bowed repeatedly. "I can't thank the Lord enough. I promise never to betray the one who has bestowed blessings upon me. I will now attend to managing the empire." "Excuse me, Holy Son. Please let my daughter serve you, and feel free to ask her anything you need," Muller stated as he left, subtly hinting at something by having Naga stay during their conversation. Naga, feeling a mix of shyness and slight resentment towards her father's decision, bowed gracefully, accepting the task bestowed upon her by her father. She knew her father never wanted her to be in bad, so even he was on his deathbed, he never yielded and never agreed to the proposal of the Metal Emperor for the antidote even if it would cost him his life. She sighed and decided to act as her father wished, but she clearly didn't want to give everything to the man she had just met. Even though the guy was charming and handsome, she was a seasoned warrior, even her body didn't show signs of it because of her beauty, and she had a strong resolve. Emperor Muller bowed again then left the place, leaving only Dave and Naga. Naga looked at Dave with a curious expression, but Dave ignored her existence as if she didn't exist in the place and closed his eyes. Naga was stunned, and she thought that Dave would take advantage of her as her father said she should do anything he asked, but Dave ignored her like air. She had met a lot of guys who acted polite and cold but secretly coveted her body, so she didn't have a good perception of men. Throughout her life, she only focused on getting stronger, and she rarely cared about political issues of the empire. Now, feeling ignored makes her feel ashamed but relieved as she realized that Dave didn't want something from her body. She remained standing while contacting with the sword spirit. "Naga, I feel something in that guy. I cannot see through him as if he was shrouded with mystery, and I feel a familiar aura around him," the sword spirit told Naga, who was shocked because she never felt the sword spirit tremble when talking to her, as if she was afraid of Dave noticing her. "What is it?" she asked, becoming more curious about Dave. "There is something in his body, and I cannot identify it, but I feel like he has the key for me to awaken my sealed powers." Naga was stunned by her words. "Sealed powers?" The sword spirit replied. "When I was created by the sword goddess, she sealed 70% of my powers because my existence can cause imbalance in the god's domain. I myself can kill a god who is immortal in my full powers. The sword goddess told me not to try unsealing my powers because it can take a huge toll on the user's body, and their life might be lost from controlling me. I was originally a failure created by the sword goddess, but she extracted some of her blood when she created me, so I am still above any normal god-level weapon. If I am completely unsealed when I am in the hands of my master, the previous sword hero, the Celestial Slayer, he might not have died from the enemy's siege." Naga, who had known the sword spirit for many years, was shocked. It was her first time hearing this. She never expected that the sword spirit only had 30% of her powers showcased, and she could not imagine how strong she was in her unsealed state. Sadly, no one can use her completely, or else they might die from controlling the power of the sword spirit. Even the sword hero is not an exception and can only wield her in her sealed state. The reason she chose Naga is that she had a special constitution that even the previous sword hero dreamed of acquiring. "I truly feel it. He has the key to unseal my powers, and you are special. I know that you can wield me completely without being affected by my powers." Naga was stunned, and she didn't know why the sword spirit trusted that she could control her completely without backlash. She didn't feel anything special inside her. As if sensing her doubts, the sword spirit explained, "To tell you the truth, you are not as simple as you appear, but it's not good for you to know about it for now. It's best for you to get close to that man and discover the key in his body," the sword spirit said before sleeping again, and Naga was shocked by the things she learned today. She looked at the man whose eyes were closed and became more curious about him. As a woman becomes curious about a man, they will do anything just to uncover what they want. Dave, on the other hand, already sensed the aura of the sword spirit but didn't care about her because he just thought that it was a good artifact since it was in a sealed state. He didn't have time to care about Naga because he received good news today. Xegron was back, and he appeared in his spirit world, so he wanted to summon him here to see how huge his change was now. He opened his eyes then looked at the charming Naga and said, "Princess, I think you should leave me alone for now as I am tired for today." Dave smiled, and Naga was stunned. She had just determined to uncover the words from the sword spirit through Dave, but he wanted her to leave the room. She looked at him and asked, "Have I done wrong, my lord?" She didn't want to leave now because if she did, she might not have another chance, knowing Dave wasn't someone who cared about her beauty. Dave smiled and said, "Not at all, it's just that I am very tired and I need to rest. You can come back tomorrow if you want to talk to me." Naga blushed, realizing that she had shown her desire to talk to Dave through her actions, but she remained calm and said, "Okay. I will leave now, my lord." She bowed before retreating from the room. Dave squinted as he scanned her because he realized something in her body and mumbled, "Interesting, is my luck this good?" Dave chuckled, but he didn't mind it for now because he had plenty of time. He was just enjoying the air in the celestial plane, which was a million times better than the lower planes he had been in before. He learned that there were other lower planes like the immortal plane he came from and now realized why he had failed to find Earth, his previous world. Perhaps Earth was in a different lower plane, but he believed that it would not be long before he could return to Earth and see what happened after he died. After Naga left, Dave waved his hands and summoned Xegron, whom he had not seen for a long time. Swoosh! Suddenly, a 5-meter-tall muscular man wearing shining black armor appeared in front of Dave. His body was filled with strong vitality, And Dave, who was seated calmly, was shocked because he realized Xegron's current body was different from before. He wasn't sure if he could win against him with ease if a battle happened between the two. He was confident in his powers and would surely win if he went all out, but he felt like he might have a hard time and would need to expend a lot of his skills and powers. Luckily, Xegron was his creation and deeply loyal to him. Xegron's current form was intimidating, and Dave knew that it was only his normal form. If he transformed into his true form, his power could destroy any world he wanted. Master. Xegron's tall and imposing body kneeled in front of Dave, restraining the strong aura in his body in fear that his master would be displeased. Ha ha ha. Good, Xegron, you didn't let me down. Apart from Ronin, I think you are the strongest among my trusted subordinates. Dave appraised and realized that Xegron was already a transcendental being and had already formed 45 soul flowers like Emperor Muller. Dave was more delighted than shocked. He didn't expect Xegron to benefit deeply when he left him before. Dave waved his hands to signal him to rise. Xegron was happy that his master praised him, as if he were a child wanting more compliments. Even though he looked very serious and strong, he always wanted to be near his master. While being away from Dave, he was filled with longing to serve him again, so he became determined to become stronger and help Dave. Master, am I still weaker than Ronin? How is that possible? He is only a divine monarch. Xegron, proud because he felt that he had become Dave's strongest subordinate, was stunned. He didn't want to doubt Dave's judgment of their powers, but he was not willing to believe it. He had entered the space world as he had the token inside and met Ronin and others, as well as the Undead Legion that was managed by Kirito. His arrival shocked the Undead Legion as his powers easily suppressed some arrogant undead. Dave stood up, and his body transformed and became 5 meters as well while retaining his human form. He patted Xegron's shoulders and said to him, "Yes, don't underestimate Ronin, even though he acts like my butler. Among all of you, he is the most mysterious, and he can summon a strong being on par with you. He also has a lot of demonic arts as he has lived for so long. But don't worry about it because I believe you will catch up to him with your endless potential." Dave smiled, and Xegron nodded like a child before Dave told him to sit and tell him what happened to him. Xegron calmed down before he made his body smaller and didn't dare to sit near him. He only stood up as he felt that he was not worthy of sitting near his master. But Dave insisted, so he didn't have a choice but to follow. Xegron told him his story, and Dave was amazed. His knowledge increased as he learned some new things from Xegron. He learned that Xegron received a calling from a mysterious world called the Zerg Plane. It is composed of many insect races, and the highest form of insect race was the ruler of that place, the Zerg race. The Zerg race feasted on any living beings, even demons or gods, and their vitality was more tenacious than demons. They were good at using spiritual attacks better than demons. While they seemed to be strong, their weakness was their weak intelligence, and they only followed their queen who ruled them. They were well behaved, and unlike other races, they only followed a sole ruler, which is why they were feared by other races and even the gods for their unity. The Zerg race was banished by the Supreme Will because they even tried to devour everything when they were at their peak of power. The Supreme Will forcefully removed the Zerg plane from the celestial plane. The Zerg race has long been forgotten by other races, but demons and gods still knew about their existence. After some years, they managed to find a space hole and send some of their men to devour any living beings they found for the food of their queen. Xegron, who was summoned because he had the insect bloodline in him, learned these things from the soldiers he devoured when he entered that place. He managed to enter the Zerg plane and was treated like a god because of his features by low-intelligence beings. Even Xegron was confused about why they worshipped him, but he used the chance to collect information and learned that he resembled the Zerg king, who was on par with the Zerg queen but died at the hands of a strong demon. They believed that he was the reincarnation of him, so they gathered a lot of insects, descendants of the Zerg king, and started to worship him, hidden from the eyes of the queen. These insects had waited for his reincarnation for billions of years. Xegron managed to form an army composed of millions of troops, and his strength rose as he conquered a lot of lands in the Zerg plane and devoured the vitality of his enemies. He lived there for hundreds of years, stunning Dave as he realized the time there was faster and Xegron had been there for hundreds of years. Xegron created his own army while the queen hadn't detected it, indicating that the queen was slumbering or being occupied by something. Xegron also explained that he was led by his people to a secret chamber and found the corpse of the Zerg king, but its vitality had already diminished by 98%. He only managed to devour and absorb 2% of its corpse, but it caused him to rise to his current level. He also unlocked 3 forms and explained them to Dave. First is his base form, which he was using while talking to Dave. Next is the battle form, where his body would be covered with black armor made from death energy, and his damage output and defense were tripled in this form, with his spiritual attacks amplified. Last is his unconscious form where he can unleash his full potential, and he explained that he had not tried using it because he would lose his consciousness and only move to destroy and kill. It was like losing himself in exchange for unparalleled power. Dave was amazed, and he didn't expect Xegron to be lucky. He didn't envy him, he was glad for him. Ha ha ha, good, I believe that you can control that form of yours in the future. Xegron smiled and said, Master, I feel like it was not the final form of mine, but my power is too weak to reach the next form. Xegron knew his body well and felt that it was not the end of his path. Dave nodded and said, "Well, you have my blood essence and are blessed by my powers after all, your future is boundless. By the way, what do you plan to do?" Dave didn't restrict his subordinates, and he only called them when he needed them. Right now, he didn't need them as he was bored while waiting for Sarah to call him for the tournament and lead Carol and Hannah. "Master, I want to stay by your side for now. Kirito is better than me at managing the Legion, and my powers rose to another level when you blessed me with your Lord of Chaos blessing." Xegron wanted to remain by his side as he was eager to fight for his master. Dave smiled and said, "Very well, then your arrival is timely as we will undergo slaughter." Xegron was excited, and his fighting aura emitted from his body. Metal Empire. An imposing tall man sat on the throne, looking down on the three figures kneeling in front of him. The man, 6 meters tall, was muscular, sturdy, and full of power. He had short brown hair with a long beard and mustache that gave him a barbarian appearance. He was the Metal Emperor, ruler of the Metal Empire. "Emperor, the Lightning Empire still refuses to follow your will and continues to resist. Should we lead our troops to attack them? I believe we can raze them to the ground," one of the kneeling figures bowed and stated. The Metal Emperor looked at him and replied, "Muller is on his deathbed, and I believe he should be dead within this week. Just wait for his death. Even though I am confident in our victory, we will still suffer losses once they activate their formation. I don't want to suffer huge losses when we can win easily if we just wait." The Metal Emperor was a cunning ruler, and he would not make decisions without careful consideration, despite his appearance suggesting otherwise. The three nodded, and one of them reported, "Emperor, the prince is on his way to harass the Lightning Empire again. Should we send more support?" The Metal Emperor shook his head confidently. "Don't worry about him. The Lightning Empire won't dare to harm my son, or else they might meet their end sooner. They are likely buying time, not wanting to provoke me. I know my son's attitude, and he is obsessed with Muller's daughter." The Metal Emperor was confident that his son would be safe, so he let him do as he pleased, even sending one of his trusted subordinates to protect him. "You may now leave," he instructed. The three figures nodded and bowed, disappearing from the place without a trace. After they left, a demon appeared in front of him, and the imposing Metal Emperor lowered his head as if he were a slave before the demon. "Lord." The Metal Emperor didn't dare to look at the demon, who appeared only in phantom form. "You have only a month to conquer the Lightning Empire." "I need more blood and souls," the phantom said, his voice terrifying in the Metal Emperor's ears, as if he might die just from hearing it. "Yes, my lord. Don't worry, I will accomplish the mission you gave me," the Metal Emperor replied, nodding. The phantom looked at him with disdain and said, "If you accomplish the mission, then I will now give you what I promised you." Dave had talked with Xegron throughout the whole night, and Xegron recounted everything he had experienced during the time he was away from Dave. Dave was delighted for Xegron. With such a powerful subordinate by his side, the tasks ahead seemed less daunting. Xegron was a killing machine, forged by death energy blended with his blood. He could continue to grow stronger by killing and devouring enemies, and he also possessed some skills of his sin of gluttony. As they conversed, Dave sensed something in the castle, and with his extraordinary senses, he learned what was happening in an instant. "Ho! An arrogant young master who wanted to court a woman but failed to capture the heart of the beauty," Dave remarked. "Then someone will challenge the young master, and when the father of the young master intervenes, the challenger will defeat him. The cycle continues with the grandfather, great-grandfather, and so on until even the ancestor appears to seek revenge for the young master. All of them have a similar line when they appear, courting death." Dave chuckled at the predictable scenario unfolding. He. Dave laughed, his expression resembling that of a crazy person, and even Xegron was puzzled by his demeanor, though he already knew what was happening in the castle. "Master, should we kill that guy? He is the son of our target," Xegron asked, trying to bring Dave back from his strange thoughts. Dave looked at Xegron with a smile and replied, Yeah, we will kill him eventually, but first, we will humiliate them and feel despair, ha ha ha." Dave's behavior seemed unrestrained, and his mind was filled with evil thoughts at times, but he never let himself be consumed by them and managed to maintain control over his state of mind. "Let's go." Dave waved his hands, and both of them disappeared from the room. 30 minutes before Dave's departure, a handsome, 6-foot-tall, skinny man with a pale complexion appeared in front of Muller. He wore royal attire and was accompanied by 5 individuals dressed in dark clothes, each emanating strong power at the transcendental being level. Near Muller stood Princess Naga, her gaze fixed on the man with intense hatred, as if her stare could kill him. "Naga my beloved, you should accept my proposal. You've declined me 5 times already, and I bet you wouldn't like it if I got angry." The prince of the Metal Empire, named Leon, spoke calmly, showing no fear in the presence of Emperor Muller, who stood at the same level as his father. Leon's arrogance stemmed from the power of the 5 subordinates beside him, whose combined strength could restrain an emperor at Muller's level in battle. He also knew they lacked the courage to attack him, given their dire situation. Initially stunned to see Muller seemingly unaffected by illness, Leon sneered inwardly, dismissing their facade of strength. "Oh, Leon, do you think the 5 individuals before you make you arrogant on my turf?" Muller, who had remained silent since Leon's arrival, suddenly spoke, showing no concern for the threat posed by the 5 individuals. If it were before, Muller might have been restrained by the 5 individuals, but Dave had given him a cultivation technique, and he knew that the Holy Sun was present, so there was no need to be afraid. Muller's power had also risen to another level after being blessed by the Lord of Chaos, and he was on the brink of a breakthrough, nearing comprehension of a new soul flower. Leon was stunned. He hadn't expected Muller to dare to be arrogant despite his current weakness. Muller's confidence seemed to unsettle him. Removing his restraint, Leon sneered, "Oh, Muller, do you want my father to act personally and kill all your family members? I will ask father to let you witness how I push Naga under my crotch, and you will watch as I destroy her, ha ha ha." Leon's goal was to probe the Lightning Empire, and he believed he could escape if Muller attacked him, given that his father had provided him with a treasure. Thus, he was not afraid to continue provoking them, even though he was in their territory. The mission was dangerous, and even his father did not want him to do it, but Leon insisted, wanting to show that he had capabilities as a prince. "Naga, calm down," the voice of the sword spirit advised her to stay composed and not act rashly. Though Naga was angry hearing Leon's words, she refrained from acting impulsively as the sword spirit warned her. Instead, she looked at her father, who was observing Leon with a cold smile, and Leon sensed that something was amiss. "Stand back, my lord," one of Leon's subordinates urged, pulling him away just as a lightning attack struck Leon's previous location with a resounding boom. Muller waved his hands, conjuring a sword made of lightning energy aimed at Leon. Leon was shocked, realizing the immense strength of a man who had ruled the empire for thousands of years. Muller appeared not to have weakened, but rather to have grown more energized and powerful than before. "How dare you!" The 5 guards rushed at Muller, intending to attack him, realizing they had miscalculated this time. Previously, when they had humiliated them, they hadn't dared to attack, only cursing them inwardly. However, today's situation seemed bizarre. The soldiers and the people appeared unworried by their presence, and Muller, who should have been on his deathbed, was still strong and appeared to have achieved a breakthrough. Boom! The 5 guards activated their formation, the 5-man Iron Guard formation, designed to defend against a transcendental being with 45 soul flowers. You think such a petty formation can stop me? No one can escape here," Muller sneered, his voice dripping with confidence as he chanted, "Chaos Strike." A lightning attack, infused with chaos energy, erupted from Muller's hands, consuming a fraction of his energy. Determined to halt their havoc in his empire, Muller unleashed his power. You think such a petty formation can stop me? No one can escape here," Muller sneered, his voice dripping with confidence as he chanted, "Chaos Strike." A lightning attack, infused with chaos energy, erupted from Muller's hands, consuming a fraction of his energy. Determined to halt their havoc in his empire, Muller unleashed his power. The 5 men had been confident in their defense, but their expectations were shattered when a mysterious blackish-violet energy touched their formation. With a resounding crack, the formation crumbled, and the men coughed, injured in an instant. The formation had relied on their life force, and its destruction left them badly wounded. Healing such internal injuries would require thousands of years unless they consumed a miraculous pill. What? Leon and the 5 guards were astonished, realizing the severity of the situation. "Run. Young master, we will give you time to escape," they urged, recognizing the urgency of retreat. The 5 men exchanged looks, understanding that they had been trained by the Metal Emperor to sacrifice themselves if necessary. Even if they were to escape now, the Metal Emperor would ensure their demise if anything happened to the prince, possibly taking out his anger on their families and the Metal Empire. With resolve, the 5 men retrieved black pills and consumed them. Muller, watching with a cold smile, was suddenly overcome with anger. "Demonic pills! You have a death wish," he shouted in fury. Muller's shock stemmed from the fact that demonic pills were created by a demon alchemist. While they doubled someone's power for a minute, their souls would be corrupted by demonic energies afterward, turning them into mindless killing machines. "Naga, leave this place now," Muller commanded, concerned for his daughter's safety. However, Naga shook her head confidently. "Don't worry about me, father. I have my ways to protect myself. Let me handle Leon so you can focus on the 5. Muller was stunned by Naga's determination but saw the unwavering resolve in her eyes. Sighing, he realized his daughter had already made up her mind, so he agreed. "Guards, lock the gates and evacuate the civilians and other nobles in the castle immediately," he commanded. The soldiers, armed and prepared to fight for their lives, obeyed without hesitation. They had unwavering faith in their emperor's power and followed his orders swiftly. Initially at the transcendental being level with 20 soul flowers each, the 5 men doubled their power using the demonic pills and rushed toward Muller, aiming to buy time for Leon to escape. Aware of their inferiority compared to Muller, they hoped to delay him long enough for Leon to activate the treasure bestowed upon him by their emperor. Boom! Muller found himself struggling to suppress the enhanced power of the 5 men, but he restrained himself from unleashing his full strength, mindful of the presence of the Holy Sun nearby. Though he knew he could defeat them within minutes with his newfound powers, he refrained from doing so. As the five men kept Muller occupied, Leon dashed toward the entrance, realizing that the space was sealed, preventing him from utilizing the treasure his father had provided. Determined to escape the castle, he drew his sword from his spatial ring and struck down the guards blocking his path. "Fuck, get out of my way." Boom. The strike killed 5 guards instantly, stunning both the remaining guards and Muller, who observed Leon's actions in disbelief. They had underestimated Leon, believing him to be merely a saint sovereign known for indulging in hedonism and mistreating women. "Ha! Surprised, aren't you? It was all just a facade, and you forced me to reveal my true powers," Leon taunted, reveling in the shock he had caused. Leon displayed his aura, emanating the power of a transcendental being, although he had only comprehended one soul flower, indicating a recent breakthrough. His sword, infused with demonic energy, added to the ominous atmosphere surrounding him. "You cannot stop me," Leon laughed, launching an attack on the guards at the gate. However, before his strike could land, a sword light intercepted his attack, shattering it. Boom. "Today is the day of your death, Leon," declared Naga as she emerged in front of the gate, wielding a seemingly ordinary white sword. Despite Naga's calm demeanor, Leon scoffed, dismissing her seemingly inferior cultivation level. He couldn't fathom how a divine emperor like Naga could hinder his escape. "Hey, bitch, how dare you try to stop me with your measly cultivation?" With a glint in his eyes, Leon saw an opportunity to use Naga as a captive to facilitate his escape. An opportunity. "Metal cage," he commanded, conjuring an earth cage from the ground in an attempt to ensnare Naga. "Naga, dodge," urged Muller, recognizing the imminent danger. Muller, consumed by worry for Naga, shouted a warning, but the attack came swiftly, leaving him unable to intervene. Despite the imminent danger, Naga remained composed, flashing a confident smile that belied any sense of peril. Useless tricks," she remarked casually, effortlessly slicing through the metal cage as if it were mere butter. Leon, taken aback, could only watch in disbelief. The metal cage was renowned for its formidable defense, often employed by the royal families of the Metal Empire for capturing and fortification. Boom. Leon's mind raced as he attempted to comprehend the situation, but Naga's swift movements caught him off guard. With a decisive slash, she aimed to decapitate him, prompting Leon to evade narrowly. "Ha, that was close," Leon muttered, shaken by Naga's display of strength. Even his demonic sword trembled, seemingly intimidated by the power emanating from Naga's blade. It was the first time Leon witnessed such behavior from his own weapon, sparking a newfound curiosity about Naga's sword. Leon sneered, unleashing a soul attack. Transcendental beings possessed a profound understanding of souls, a domain where they held a distinct "Ha, bitch, you surprise me. But if you think you can defeat me, you're courting death, advantage over divine emperors and those below them. As long as their souls remained intact, they could endure for extended periods, even reincarnating or seizing control of others' bodies." "Naga, be careful," cautioned the sword spirit, alerting Naga to the impending soul attack. Unfazed by the threat, Naga charged toward Leon, undeterred by fear or hesitation. "Huh?" Leon's expression shifted in surprise at Naga's unwavering resolve in the face of danger. Leon was stunned, grappling with the realization that his soul attacks had proven futile against Naga's resilience. "How is that possible?" he muttered, bewildered by Naga's immunity to his assaults. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden impact shook him, and he instinctively dodged, only to find one of his ears severed, blood gushing from the wound. Naga did not explain her immunity to his soul attacks, pressing forward with relentless strikes. With a swift motion, she unleashed the Imperial Lightning Slash, her swordsmanship outpacing Leon's ability to react. "Arg!" Leon cried out in agony as Naga's onslaught continued, each strike leaving a trail of injury. His left eye gouged, his arm severed, and his chest lacerated, Leon struggled to keep pace with Naga's lightning-fast assaults. Only the protective treasure bestowed upon him prevented his immediate demise. "No, this is impossible. How can you possess such power?" Leon's disbelief mingled with desperation as he faced the stark reality of his defeat. Despite his higher cultivation level, he found himself outmatched by Naga's prowess. He recognized that were they evenly matched in the realm, he would likely have met his end by now. Seeing his comrades defeated and only 2 left, both in a crazed state attacking Muller, Leon knew he was facing defeat. Arg! As Naga prepared to strike him down to death, the sword spirit intervened with a firm command. "Stop!" Naga was taken aback, but she followed the sword spirit's advice, knowing there must be a reason behind it. "Don't strike him yet. He's awakening his bloodline powers, and if you attack him, you might face a backlash from the ancestors of that bloodline," the sword spirit warned. It seemed that Leon had a hidden complexity, bearing a powerful demonic bloodline that even the spirit couldn't fully identify. "What? Will he become stronger once he unlocks it?" Naga asked, concerned about the potential consequences. "Yes, awakening his bloodline will increase his power, but to what extent, I cannot say." He may not have felt intense danger before, so his potential remained dormant. Now, Near death, it's being stimulated, the sword spirit explained grimly. Naga could only hope that Leon's awakening would fail, leading to his demise if unsuccessful. She instructed the soldiers not to approach him, sensing the danger he posed. Meanwhile, Leon lay on the ground, writhing in agony, blood pooling around him. His condition alarmed everyone, but Naga warned them not to interfere or provoke him. Naga hurried to her father, who had already dispatched all 5 assailants. Muller looked at her, his expression questioning, prompting her to explain what was happening with Leon. What? Muller was stunned, realizing they were in a dire situation as Naga explained to him. Attacking Leon in his transformed state could provoke the originator of his bloodline, a potentially catastrophic move. Bloodline awakenings were sacred among demons, and interrupting one was akin to challenging the originator of that bloodline as it suggests a desire to halt their lineage's progression. The wisest course of action is to allow the awakening to be completed before taking any action. In the abyss, the strongest prevail, and interfering with an awakening may be seen as disrespectful to the natural order. If the individual undergoing the awakening perishes, it is believed they are not worthy of inheriting that bloodline. The rule of the abyss dictated that only the strongest deserve the bloodline, and interfering could be seen as disrespectful. What should we do, father? Naga asked, her concern evident. Muller pondered their options, understanding the delicate nature of the situation. Before they could decide, a space portal appeared before them, and Dave emerged from it. Dave's arrival stunned them. The castle's spatial confines should have prevented such an entry, yet Dave appeared unaffected as if he could manipulate the void effortlessly. On top of that, Dave didn't reserve his mana or energy, as if he could tear the void with just his bare hands. Holy Sun! Muller bowed to greet him, while Naga bowed as well, and Dave's action made Naga realize how powerful he was. Even her father couldn't perform such a feat yet. For him, it was like walking in a park. Dave waved his hands and smiled at them. Hee. The enemy appeared in the territory and brought themselves to their death. I already know the situation, and you don't have to worry about it, Dave said, looking at Naga. You have a grudge with him, right? You can kill him, don't worry about the consequences. Naga was stunned, and even Muller was surprised, but they realized they were protected by the Lord of Chaos, and they didn't need to fear the originator of the bloodline. That's right. Why do we need to fear the originator of the bloodline when our Lord is stronger? Muller realizes his mistake for hesitating and encourages Naga to kill Leon. Naga nodded but was still worried that something would happen. However, seeing her father command her, she decided to kill Leon. Don't hesitate, Naga. That guy is very mysterious, and he must have a plan, so just follow him. The sword spirit encouraged Naga to steal her heart and decided to end Leon's life decisively. She walked to Leon, who was still clutching his belly in pain but was conscious and heard what they were talking about. Arg! How dare you, Leon shouted, filled with fear and anger. This is the price for being arrogant, Naga said, looking at him with disgust, and swung her sword to cut his head off. Master, save me. Leon pleaded. He was unwilling to die, knowing that his master would save him when he was in danger. That's why he was confident in entering the Lightning Empire. His master was the right hand of his father and was very mysterious. Leon realized that he acted like the right hand of his father, but in truth, his position seemed to be higher than his father's. He learned his identity as a demon with the rank of Demon General. The demons had their own hierarchy, and the Demon General was a high-ranking position in the demon realm. Just like dragons and other races, bloodlines gave them advantages in skills and the number of powers they possessed, allowing them to suppress other demons with lower bloodlines. The higher the ranking, the higher their bloodline as well. Demon ranking, lesser demon, higher demon, greater demon, knight demon, demon general, archdemon, demon lord, original demon.